PTR?
I can't put a picture up.
Yeah, I can't confirm what the thing
I'll
is.
send you I'll try and put a link in there.
Alright, that's cool.
But anyway, that's where the halo comes from.
Halos, you mean the round halos, the sun halos?
Yeah, the thing on somebody's head.
It has to come from the sun. That was the sun Ra. And that was actually Horus. Not moon. The moon has its own kind of patterns. You could call it the zodiac or dendrite sign, it? And that was actually has to be a goddess of the moon, which is called Nut. And most of the time it could be a half moon or full moon. That's what the Greek described. But based on the Kemetians, they always draw the full moon anyway, because there was a description to the goddess of the moon. But if you have the picture, that'll be great, or the links. Cool.
Check out Megatron's PTR.
Whoa, okay, in the middle of the sentence. So what evidence is there that that's what the halo behind Jesus' head is?
Halo behind Jesus' head is the sun, and you always see like they're painted yellow, and most of the time it touches heart as well, which is the inner sun. That was our soul. That was our sun, small sun in our heart. That's our soul. And the halo is the bigger sun, and they believe that was the sun that gave life to humans or nature. And based on some people that we actually use sun to make a lot of life, like living, cooking, dry foods, and cook food, grow food, and stuff like that. All the natural stuff that we know.
Right. Have you ever seen something called Zeitgeist?
Yes.
Zeitgeist.
LSF, look at my PTR. That's called the Isis tablet. It's one of the most famous Egyptian hieroglyphic pieces of art. It's a 5x3 copper plate that even Roman emperors used to own, and it's translatable. Have you ever heard of it?
Yeah.
But it's mystical. The Jews took the magic of the Egyptians and brought it with them to Babylon. Then they took Cyrus's magic and brought it back to the promised land.
Are you bottom right hand corner? In fact, there's a
Pharaoh's books, right? Is it a scroll or picture?
The PTR it's called the Isis, or it's called the Isiaq tablet, and it's a 5x3 copper plate with gold and silver and enamel, and it's a hieroglyphic pictogram of it's hard to describe. There's poetry involved in it because it's fully translatable.
I think Mr. Sun has PTR, so if you'll pull down on your screen to refresh, Aleister Crowley's picture has changed, and that's the picture he's referring to.
Yeah, I think it was actually going on that. That looked like some, I get what you're saying, yeah. You have them in the temple of the Dandara. You will see most of all those, that's where they took some of those pictures from, and it was based on ritual, and it was based on their normal ways of doing things as well, of paying homage to their goddess and goddesses. But they do worship sun, and they admire sun, right? And that was Tutankhamun was actually the one that came to one god after, because he decided to go on one god as the sun Ra, and he called himself Tutankhamun Ra as well. Came before that. They always put Ra. When they put Ra, that just say they just admire sun as one god after. But before it was polytheistic worshipping of other deities and stuff like that. But when he died, the priest decided to go back to the old ways and worshiping many deities after that. But suppose when the Bible came along as well and changed it to one God, and that was they took the ways S-U-N and they put to S-O-N, become the sons of God, or the sons of God after. But it was before then. And that's actually true. What you say, most of these people were.
It's the same thing with lawsuits. When they say I'm gonna sue you, that's like saying I'm gonna take the sun and put the light of the sun on you. I'm gonna sue you.
Really cute, Alistair Crowley. If I can segue from what Sun is saying and an interpretation from Gemini of Megatron's PTR, it says the diagram provides a visual breakdown of the historical theological shift in ancient history in Judah, specifically tracing how different regional influences and political alliances shape the transition from polytheism to Yahweh alone monotheism. And then it explains the regional deities and cultural spheres, and that is encompassing what Sun is referring to. The diagram divides Levant into three primary cultural geographical influences. And then you have Egypt, South Egypt, associates Yahweh with flame, and I can't say that, statue people were nomadic tribes of the Median region. This reflects the Medite Canaanite hypothesis, which suggests Yahweh originated in the south. And then it has North Canaan, Syria, highlights El, the father deity of the Canaanite pantheon. In North Israel, El is the primary icon. And there's the Phoenician alliance representing Baal, the husband, often a rival or companion in regions or religious practices. The theological convergence, the arrows moving towards the center, illustrate the process of religious syncretism and exclusivism, which El versus Yahweh. In early Israelite history, it attributes El, the creator or father, and Yahweh, the warrior storm god, began to merge. You can see this as an anti-Egyptian alliance triangle where Yahweh is nestled in El. The conflict with Baal, or the Phoenician alliance triangle, showed Baal versus Yahweh, representing a biblical narrative like those in Elijah, where Yahweh's followers fought to displace Baal's worship. And then the Josiah reform, at the top of the diagram, Josiah, the king of Judah, late 7th century BCE, this represents a pivotal turning point in biblical history, Yahweh alone. Josiah's reform, following the discovery of the Book of the Law, mandates the worship of Yahweh exclusively, centralized all worship in Jerusalem. And then the absorption of El. Note the small L triangle being submerged by the large Yahweh triangle. By this stage, El's titles and functions were fully attributed to Yahweh. And then the final point is the geopolitical pressures. So the large arrow on the periphery represents the empires that squeeze these smaller kingdoms, forcing the alliance mentioned in the center, the Egyptian and the Phoenician, influencing both south and west, Assyrian and Babylon. The lost 10 tribe triangles indicates the Assyrian conquest of northern kingdom Israel in 722 BCE, which effectively ended northern El dominance that pushed refugees and their traditions to south into Judah. Okay, hopefully that gives some light clarification to his PTR and how that is encompassed in a time where there was a lot of pagan, well, I call it pagan, but like sun gods and a whole bunch of other gods.
Yeah, so
What we understand to be God.
Stop talking. Yahweh was one of those. Just another one of those pagan gods.
Tell me stuff.
Enli become Yahweh, and Enki become Baal, and Anu becomes one of their top gods. I don't know what they call him anyway, but they believe it's the force. But that was when he took over and killed Alelu and sent Alelu out of their planet to go and die somewhere else. So Alelu was actually the first, and he was actually the god of the Pumapunku. He built Pumapunku, but Enli destroyed it, because Enli has been known as a destroyer, as a Yahweh. He's the one that bring the flood as well in the Bible.
Yes.
And he's the one that made the flood that to destroy.
Therefore, showing that Yahweh, being the ultimate creator, had commanded Moses to, through a burning bush, a series of what I would call historically known as the 10 Commandments, showing that there shall be no placement of worshiping gods or goddesses above him, and that he is ultimately not only the creator of life, the only God that should be worshipped, and that even pagan idols of things that are like deities are breaking a commandment of the top 10 things of like, like don't kill, honor your mom and dad, don't worship a bunch of gods. But that's just my belief. Sorry, Megatron.
Yeah, really important stuff. Don't murder, don't kill.
Sorry, LSF. That's what I believe. Love you.
Oh, you're stupid.
Very interesting, Kitty. I think you're very knowledgeable about the stories you read with as well. Basically, right? And that was a lady that was from Saros. He's actually kind of a half-breed. Stop that shit, man! They were the snakes. Pinky or
Cause that was crazy. He came
when they
and
go into the Bible
suplexed him
scripture,
so fucking fast.
as a whisperers and
Help him.
adversary.
Help
So
him.
it's just some
It's bad.
characteristics of somebody that
Stop that shit, man!
Damn! But when you go to the Kemetic, yes, they call the snakes
Fucking
which is taught.
lawsuit
Very
check.
interesting how they flip everything around to
Ooh,
all those
that's a
people
very
that are
lawsuit check.
disagreeable one. I'll leave it there.
Interesting.
I can't. But the Bible's polemical, so it's an attack on pagan gods. It's an attack on
John.
So, like the plagues of Egypt, those are all showing that Yahweh dominates their so-called pagan gods and that their gods are false. Up into including Pharaoh, who's looked at as a god.
Go right in.
Yahweh had power over his.
When you can't post up.
Did he?
Got it right in when you can't post up.
Yeah, because he fucking killed them.
Did he?
Yeah, it was bad. He sent
Which one
the
did he kill?
angel of death.
Which one did he kill?
His first one.
Which one? What's his name?
I don't know his name.
Well,
I
can't even pronounce those sand people names.
He's got to kill him. He must have done.
Two little
Yeah,
moves,
got to kill him. He must be named.
Wait, what's the question?
You're talking about the Canaanites, the Amorites, the Jebusites, the Hittites.
God,
Two little moves to the south side of
Egyptian
Chicago.
king did not kill?
Egyptian
Why
king
did the Bible-
was killed?
What's his name?
I don't know, Alex. I bet
But
you
you
want to
know,
know
it's
one
just
that
the
you
one
give
that was
to.
written in the Bible.
Thanks, Kat.
Oh, have a look, shall I? Seeing as none of the Christians could be fucking bothered.
It's not important to know stuff, it's just the Bible.
Name of the Pharaoh.
Yeah,
There is-
Pharaoh, that one.
There is no name of the pharaohs. He didn't even kill. He didn't even kill the pharaoh that he killed his firstborn son. But we don't have the names of those pharaohs. They never named them out.
Yeah, that's how
We just
important.
have a God that just whacked them. Got it? And that, we have a bunch of kings that we talk about that he put in part of these 12 tribes of Judah.
He never
And
killed
we
them.
have, yeah, he didn't kill them, no. But they made mistakes too. Let's not negate that fact. And I think that was also,
Like, he's saying he never killed the pharaoh. Never killed the pharaoh king. I mean, he killed his. I mean,
Well, she's walking
plague and killed the firstborn son. So he didn't
yeah.
mention. And the pharaoh's names are.
And what's up is this more like,
Well, only this man, you're not gonna find a name. Is what I'm saying. You're not gonna find a name for any.
Yeah, there is no
Why are he
name.
deliberately not in there?
Well, I'll tell you why. Because
Yeah,
they
please.
found it unimportant. Like okay, it's like this, right? It's like they don't need because the person that's writing this is assuming that the audience that it's writing to understands and knows this story. Like they have some sort of precondition of it. If you just read kind of how they're even writing it, what they're saying is that obviously the book is not written to you. It's written to people in that time who understood these events, who probably passed it down orally before it even got written. So you have to understand, they kind of probably already knew what pharaoh they were talking about. He also mentions these places particularly that you can kind of get an idea of when, like he gives some particular historical ideas like mud and brick. There's a few things mentioned in there, but Egyptologists would constantly debate this about is the Exodus story even true? Yada yada. I could argue that probably you can actually make a very structured historical argument actually that if you actually structure it through a line of different pharaohs and you keep the idea right in your head that this is not the same pharaoh when Moses comes back. And it even mentions that. So there's several pharaohs in this narrative. It's not just one pharaoh that you're dealing with. Right? So that's the other problem that a lot of people run into is they're not paying attention to like the Egyptian history of what happens. And I also see like a lot of people try to like I've dug into this quite a bit, but I'm just saying like you're not gonna see them writing the names because they felt no need to do so. It's not like they're trying to glorify the name of this pharaoh. What they need to do is make the pharaoh anonymous in the sense because it doesn't give them any glory because that's what every pharaoh did. Like look down the history, type it in right now. Did every pharaoh write down their accomplishments or did they write down their defeats?
Yes,
they never wrote down any of their defeats and they never wrote down any issues that they ever had. They always held themselves in high esteem. They always had to have their name on everything. Like that's how pharaohs operated in the ancient world. So if they were defeated in an army, you think they're honestly going to write about it? No, absolutely not. Pharaohs were seen as deities. Like they were seen as literal gods.
Exactly, but that's logical.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is,
Write down the pharaohs that
most people are not going to think logically about the pharaohs because they understand.
What's your artist name? Can you freestyle?
Yeah, I can freestyle.
The last person to freestyle got 100 million views. You think you can beat it?
I mean, I would rather it mean something than beat something.
I didn't time my shift, now I'm being honest, you're stuck, you can see you don't fit in my new reality. Turns out I'm clean, actually, so you better take a knee. I'll go GOT and I'll say Ducati, then let my jacket breathe. Protected, I'm not keep talking like that. Sentimental, understanding, it's my cards, I got an access, I'm unbreakable.
Are you an artist?
Yeah, I am.
What's your artist name?
Can
Can you freestyle?
Yeah, I can freestyle.
The last person to freestyle got 100 million views. You think you can beat it?
I mean, I would rather.
Everything. But she was seen as a living god because she even set up an altar to a particular goddess that she emphasized and made herself look like. Her name was, I think was it?
Excuse me?
Yeah.
Can you rap?
I can rap, actually.
Are you an artist?
Yeah, I am. Kind of like.
Was it Moot at all? Maybe. Let's say, right, that the plague of Egypt, let's say historically did. Right? Let's say for a moment, let's say it did. Honestly think the pharaoh of that time, what they write about the enslaved people I had, if their God defeated me. No, he's not going to say that shit. He's not going to tell you that shit. Why would he tell you that? He's supposed to have a glorious legacy, greater than all the other pharaohs. Every pharaoh wanted to outdo the other one. Like, you gotta just look at that and then think about it from that perspective. But then there's you can make the arguments like just from historical analysis that, well, yeah, we don't have any complete evidence that, but like all the evidence of Egypt, all the evidence of the ancient world is constantly nothing but educated opinions. You have people who think, well, maybe this is how it went, maybe this is how it went. Why do you think they're still debating how the pyramids are built? I mean, it's like, we don't really have any absolute certainty.
But it is.
So we're saying that people's biases are heavily present.
I think there's a lot of biases, but it's also, like, keep in mind, right? You can just look at facts. Like, you can say, what I would say is this, right? I'm not saying you can definitively prove the Exodus. What I'm saying is that if you look at it from a different perspective, I think you could at least point to an historical path that could lead you to at least the paradigm for what the Exodus may have been built off of. If you just pay attention to how the history of the pharaohs was and what particular events occurred throughout the history, then you probably, like, some people even look at Exodus stories like a culmination event of, like, they probably look at it like symbolically, like it's a culmination of multiple different pharaohs over the eras, and then, you know, Moses being like a conglomerate figure of many Israelite leaders in the early time, and then kind of becoming like this figure in the overall narrative of leading Israel against Egypt's gods. You know what I mean? Like, so some people look at it like a symbolic sort of story, but it's using these emphasis of characters that are just culminations of different people, one person. Does that make sense? There's some people look at it that way. There's some people who look at it literally, like they say, well, this whole story did actually happen, which, I mean, that's going to be difficult to prove with certainty. What I'm saying is to dismiss it entirely.
I can prove it.
To dismiss it entirely.
Because it isn't really written.
I'm not saying. Well, I mean, I think it would be difficult to prove with certainty because there's a lot of Egyptologists that would probably disagree and say, well, no, I don't think we can't say it was.
Tenet, isn't the history irrelevant because isn't the analogies and the symbols important to us personally for our, you know, personal development or enjoyment? I mean, who cares?
Historical claims aren't going to be certain, but because they're provisional. But when it comes to the Bible, we can be certain it's true because it's God's word.
Oh yeah, of course you
The
can.
point isn't to be for the people at that time. I mean, these are things that are meant to be passed down. I mean, they were.
I don't think they were not meant to be passed down. Is what I'm saying though, is that there is some sort of understanding. Like there's certain texts even throughout the Torah, right? Like that people are not going to really get like straight up because it doesn't explain something. I can point out a few. The text doesn't really tell you what it is because it's going to assume that some of the readers may already have an idea of what that is.
Well, I think
You know what I'm saying? Like there's even moments in the
It is an
gospel.
archaeological site as well. If you check my PTR, there's a girl called Joanna James. This girl, she go to Egypt and she actually show you videos of what they're doing there. They find there's so many stuff in there. They find
It was Moot. Yeah, it was Moot. I was correct.
But that's just how we communicate.
You still try to make yourself look like Moot. Oh, yeah, it's like
anytime we communicate, there's like hidden assumptions. We never communicate without hidden assumptions. So
Yeah, and I think that it assumes a certain
Yeah,
amount of
so
interpretation.
normality then. Yeah. What's your point?
Well, I mean, I'm not saying because I believe in the Exodus narrative. I believe it did actually occur. But the way I'd probably go about explaining that, I wouldn't say I could 100% clearly show it without a doubt that it's there.
you can.
You have a few. Well, I mean, how do you take the years then? Like, do you take, like, if you were to construct a timeline, have you ever tried to construct a timeline through the Exodus?
Yeah, no, but it doesn't prove it. Can't prove it.
Like, how do you, like, because you're going to have a few issues that you might run into. Unless, of course, right, you have to change the dates, right, you have to assume that the dating is flawed for at least 4 or 5 pharaohs. You have to push them back a little bit. You also have to understand, right, if you were to actually make this work historically.
Archaeology and historians catch up to the Bible. Like,
Right. But what I'm saying is that if,
Right. Well, this is
historically, ask yourself this question, right? When the baby, right, when Moses was found, right, when Moses was brought to this river, and Pharaoh's daughter saw him, what claims does it actually make about the Pharaoh's daughter in the text? Like, do you think, like, have you ever looked at it and just examined that text for a minute?
Yeah, females, what do they say?
Well, the thing is, the Pharaoh's daughter.
Fucking read it.
The Pharaoh's daughter doesn't seem.
The timeline of the Moses and the Pharaoh that actually fought him wasn't aligning properly because it wasn't mentioned as a real name of the Pharaoh either. They just call him what they call him again. I forgot his name. You probably know anyway. But based on the histories of the Egyptians, right, they have 3 Moses: Ahmoses, Thutmose, and Ahmose. And those are the grandchildren and the fathers as well. So the Moses that came after that, it was in the Bible, was actually known as a Hyksos, right? It was actually known as a Hyksos, which he came as somebody that took their knowledge and he become Egyptian as well, because they describe him as one of them. Then when it comes to like the disagreeable time, the Shasu, that's where the Christian came from. So he become the Shatsu, and the Shatsus are those ones that are not it. They just use some of the east side of the Egypt as one of their own. So and the Pharaoh at that time decided that they need to leave. And they decided to actually leave by actually taking some stuff with them as well from Egypt. So that's when the Moses of the Bible came from. That's just where all my research is all about. So there's other Moses that interpret, that has other definitions as well, that was kicked out for another 42 days exile. And I think some of those stories was conflated with the new Moses that we have today. That's just my research. I'm not confirming it's fact or not, but that's just me.
No, you can definitely see an Egyptian remnant in his name for sure. Moses means born of. I think they might have called him. It comes from another.
He took the Ark of. Do you know about he took the Ark of Covenant? Do you know about he took the Ark of Covenant out of Egypt?
No, don't care about it either. Right, so you've got everything from Ramesses the second.
Right.
Is it the second or the first?
Yeah,
The second, which would be anywhere from 1279 to hang on, which one's the latest one? Amenhotep, which is 4,500. So you've got like a 200-year wide timeline. So which one is it, PMARS? PMARS has got the answers.
Well, you got to look at.
Hang on, PMARS. Hang on, that's PMARS that answers this question because he's the one who said he knows. PMARS.
Did someone translate it? What did he say?
Who was the Pharaoh when the Exodus happened?
I don't know.
Well, find out. You said you know. Oh, yeah, it definitely happened. I know it happened. I can prove it happened. Well, in that case, do that.
I said it happened with certainty.
Yeah, how do you know that?
Because it's in the Bible.
The Bible's true, right. So your answer to everything is because the Bible's true.
Yeah.
Right, that's okay. So there's no point in trying to have a discussion with you because your answer to everything is because the Bible. Because the Bible.
Your answer to everything is a needle in your arm.
Whatever you think, PMARS.
Oh, wow. Okay. So I've constructed a timeline actually. I'm gonna try to bring my PTR so you can see. This is something I've actually done some research on, but okay. So I propose there's a possibility. Okay, but this is gonna go with a big theory here. Okay, but this isn't. Like, keep in mind, I'm not saying this 100% certain, but this is the theory. Okay, so Moses would have been born around like the 15 something BC, or maybe around like 1526 BC, maybe around there, or maybe a bit earlier. I'm still debating on what that is exactly, because I mean we have to look at the years of his life. It says that Moses lived about 120 years, so he was sent out for like around 40 years, and then around 80 he comes back, apparently, if you're going to take the years literally, like you're going to take that literally. So the pharaohs that would have been in alignment with when Moses was born, like when he was a baby, the pharaoh that most likely would have been in his time frame when he was born was Ahmose the first.
Oh, that kind of really backwards.
Yeah, so you know, type in Ahmose, Ahmose.
Amenhotep.
No. Ahmose is before him. Before him, there's Amenhotep first, and then there's Ahmose.
Yeah, that was a father of Thutmose. So these are the granddad right here. So that's
yeah,
first
their great grandfather. So what I'm saying is, if you follow the line, right, you're gonna have
How are you putting a date on the Exodus?
Well, I'm putting how am I putting, like, what do you mean? Like, which date?
A date. How do you have a date for the Exodus?
Well,
when the Exodus
there's a lot of reasons for that, but I have to get into it. Okay, so let me go up here so I can give you some of the notes that are of why I say what I'm saying here, okay?
So some extra biblical source for an Exodus. Is there any?
Is there any extra biblical source for an Exodus? No.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, right. So the only thing we've got is the Bible.
Yes, correct.
Right. And the only thing from the Bible that exists that tells us about the Exodus is at the most 100 years before Jesus was born. Maybe 200.
It's definitely, yes, probably way before that. Maybe a little bit more than that.
Well, what's the oldest existent book that tells us about the Exodus?
Well,
There's no book for that. You have to do some scroll or papyrus, not even Torah either.
Yeah.
If it's written on a toilet wall, it's shit. Still want to know where it is and how old it is.
There's nobody have original. It's some clay cuneiform. Cuneiform has been broken. Even Moses broke the Ten Commandments, so there's no original Ten Commandments either.
The oldest copies we have, were copied about 100 BC. 100 BC.
That's what I just said.
Right, and so that's the oldest
The
copy.
Exodus happened somewhere around 1500 BC. So we've got approximately 1300 years of time to account for between the recording of this event and it happening.
Mm-hmm.
And we've got nothing outside of that document that says it happened. Nothing.
Never find it. Now they're still digging so fine
We
few.
have a lot of documents from that time.
Nobody have nothing. And if you have it, it won't be complete either. You just have a little piece of stuff somewhere they're trying to mesh together. But of course,
Moses lived around 13 to 1500 years before Jesus. So
yeah, possibly.
yeah, possibly. If you believe that he existed, right? That's implying that we actually are saying that he existed. Well, what I'm saying is that if we're going to take this into consideration that he did exist and the story is true, how would we align that to history, right? Let's just say it was, for the sake of this discussion. You don't have to believe it. I'm not asking you to, but I'm saying, just for the sake of this discussion, just entertain the idea. Well, how would we form a timeline of his life and what would have occurred? I would propose he was not called Moses at all. His name was never Moses in Egypt. He never went by that name.
There's so many names that describe similar activities of the same guy. But all I do know is definitely there are stories of his cause that fights of the king of that time, and that was when Moses come along. So he was like a savior to them. And he wasn't named Moses, it's just descriptions of taking somebody's characters and taking along. That's the way I kind of see it anyway, because that's what I'm Muslim.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's some people who hold that view as well, who would say that the story is a culmination of different figures.
So this is getting worse by the minute.
But if you were to take it literally, right, we're going to take it like 100%. There was a one man called Moses. Well, we have to propose that you have to believe that he lived to be 120 years old. That's what it says in the text, right? So he lived to be 120. Okay, that's the first thing we got to accept.
It wouldn't surprise me if he sprouts wings and flies in a minute.
Oh man.
Possibly. The river they cross, I don't think is the right name. I think it's a small river. And for him to spend 42 days in the desert, that's not really making sense because it is where he is to where he's going, land of Canaan. That's Africa to those lands. So all the stories, some of them were made up. Just story books, and we had that when I was in school and I was younger.
I think it's interesting that there's a possibility. I think that it's possible. I'm not saying it is the truth, but it's possible. I think that if we were to point to a figure, I think in history that could be the historical Moses.
Dude, can you get a bit closer to your mic? Barely hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Just a bit better.
Is it better?
Yeah.
I said if we were to propose, I think.
And do you have to check the oldest names of it?
Sinenmut. I think that he might be a candidate for being the historical Moses. I've heard a lot of the arguments that actually Egyptology for why he can be, and I don't think they're very strong at all. I have not been compelled to think so. I went through it with them a few times, and I've seen a few videos on it, why people say it's not the case. There's one particular Egyptologist who said it, and I thought all his arguments were pretty weak on why it can't be the case. Yeah, because he used like even something as simple as like, well, it says Moses was slow of speech. How could he have been this guy being a tutor if he was slow of speech? It doesn't. I don't think that really defines any of it. Like I don't think that. I think he's just stretching that to mean like, oh, Moses is not very well educated. Moses is not this or that, even though you have later texts that confirm that he was educated in all the ways of the Egyptians and the wisdom, et cetera, of the Egyptians. So it's like, I don't know. I just think that was a bad argument from an actual Egyptologist to use. But there's more to it than that.
Setmos was sent to the desert actually for 42 days from Egypt. So that could be the same story that took us 42 years of Moses we know of. But even pre-dynasties of the Egyptians, they have migrations too. They have moved places too. And some of them are Maphite. Those are the first dynasty. And that's when the Khufu came around and the Khafre. They came in the 5th dynasty. And the Khufu's son came in the 6th dynasty. He's the one that discovered Sphinx as well. And they say Khufu himself is the one that built pyramids. I don't really 100% confirm that yet. Just because they found his name there doesn't mean he built it. But pyramids is known to be nearly about 450,000 years old. Even Sphinx is known to be 450,000 years old. So, but pyramids could be around the timeline, but they're using the water of the Nile or the floods that could say that it was around before the flood as well. So, but there's a lot of things going on based on their stories anyway. You never find 100%, but I'm glad of people who archaeology that go in there and give us information. Like the picture, I don't have a picture right now. The girl actually went down there and doing some digging. Hello there.
Like there's so much. Do you believe that Moses had access to what could only be God tech, like technology of the gods, like when these celestial beings actually I'm not laughing with you at that, bro. I mean this is all seriousness. Like I see them as celestial beings,
He was a sorcerer. He was involved with sorcery.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he was heavily involved.
You're lying, Ron. But what gets you?
Yes.
What kicks you? What kicks you?
He was not allowed in the promised land because he was doing magic. Unless you can prove to God that there's God magic, which I thought it was divine. They're saying, no, God magic. And High Cat, I heard, they called me on my personal phone to tell me you were back. But I was busy. I was busy with my family at the time. But I'm so happy to hear you hear your voice.
Oh, thank you. I'm so happy to hear your voice too.
That's
He was using what was there. He was using what's already there, and actually the snakes and all this magic stuff that you're talking about is already stuff that was already there. It's just the pharaohs wasn't happy with him as well, and some of the council, because he was tapping into the metaphysics of healing and stuff like that. That's when it shows the Hebrew people that when they look up to the snakes and stuff and all that. So it wasn't really, we call it magic or evil spirit. Those are just people that get of you because you and them. That's what they be doing.
African people ruin this app. Change my mind.
Also discrimination or maybe racism if you're gonna come with that bullshit. Then we always tear the roof off of it. Yeah, it's coming out dumb right now. I think you're intelligent, but you're coming out stupid.
I mean, it's stupid and all, but it is God.
If you go to 11, can you give this to the fitters? I forgot to. The fitters that's right on the right there. The guys in the
Do you guys know any history about how cheap Su or Sun moved in their relationship and the types of things his name meant and all that? Do you understand any of that?
I know what did it for this moment.
You guys
For this
know
time.
anything about it or know about the story of Hatshepsut?
Yeah, she would actually become one of the top pharaohs after they died. You know, they say you couldn't become a pharaoh as a woman. That's actually in African culture too, that you can't become a king. But some we seen the movie for the woman king. We saw a lot of stories of these ancient people decided to take a role of the man when he died. We've seen Nefertiti take a role when Kitover died, but after then it was just the same thing with her steps.
After the death of her husband, yeah.
She take a role. So,
right?
So this is the same thing. When a woman take a role, some people will discredit them just because they think they can empower them. But mostly the priest or the priesthood always do divinations to decide that who should be the next king or who should be on the next throne. But most of the time, the woman could have the power to still say she wants to rule. So Hatshepsut was powerful woman. Discredited after she died. They took all her image and scratched all her figurines out. When the next
I don't think that's why because she was a woman, they did it. Like, I don't think that's
that power. She was taking a role. She's powerful. She's so brutal, and she's a fighter.
More to it than that. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, read your scroll then. Read something for us about her. I just told you what I know.
I was trying to make a point here, okay? So, after the death of her husband, right? So she takes on the co-regent role because her son Tutmosis III is too young to rule, right? So she's this great royal wife, and then she's acting as this co-regent, so she's ruling on his behalf. And she did this for around like 20 years, they say. So on year 7 of her co-regency, Hatshepsut took on all these full pharaonic titles. You know, she wore the false beard. You were looking at depictions of her. She has the Nemus headdress, and she has calls herself the Montkar, or aka that's like her throne name. And she often like bestows herself in a fashion that's similar to the goddess Mut. And if you know anything about Mut and its connection to the Nile, and there's something very interesting about Mut's story is that Mut is known to be almost adoptive in her mythology. She adopted sons. She's like an adopted mother. And the interesting part is that Senenmut, her tutor, his name means like son of Mut, or like child of Mut. And so the interesting part is she has all these depictions of Mut. She has this man that's not royalty, but close to her, teaching her children, teaching her closest daughter. And then this guy is like, she's setting up this temple back to Mut as well. She builds this temple to Mut. And she's like, she's worshiping this goddess. And she's also, I think, claiming to be the incarnation of this goddess. She's taking on the form of this goddess. Like when you look at her, her hieroglyphics, look at her, the way she was depicted in the hieroglyphs, she's taking on the very depiction of Mut. And so I believe she had a very close sort of religious association with Mut, because she probably thought of herself as the living incarnation of Mut. And I think that Senenmut is somebody that she adopted. And that's why she's named, I think Senenmut was the name given to him by her.
Okay, so when Tutankhamun do the same thing and become after Tutankhamun, Amon attack him, or did they say that he wasn't qualified? So they're discriminating against her because she's taking over the right role of taking all that information. So that's what you do when you become a king or queen. You still exploit. You could take anything. You have the right to. So that's why they took a shit of the war, because they believe they don't want to rule what she's dictating for them anymore, because she's going to be the powerful goddess. There's always competition in Kemet. Not all of them is perfect anyway. And they always take the roles of the past king or queen out because they are the new ruler and they have to make a new legislation. And that's where all this politics shit come from right now that we're doing right now too. All right.
I hope you understand the significance of what I said and why that's kind of important to the whole Exodus narrative type ideology that I'm trying to basically help you understand.
Right, and you actually say something that I was going to as well, just to saying that she's a woman, powerful woman, and she's actually going more and more and changing the way people should believe. It's like coming now to say I want to change the dictionary. I will get sued for that shit.
She
That same shit.
birth. She knows she had a claim to a divine birth.
Every goddess and every kings of the pharaohs or whatever, they always have divine connection to something.
Yeah, but it's like
So that doesn't make her not become a queen either. What I respect it because you read my foot. It wasn't right. She was powerful and she's taking new divinations that they know you.
I think there's a huge significance to it because we have an actual person, right? That she's calling Son of Moon, that she's depicting herself as the goddess Lilith. Like I think that's interesting to me.
Hey guys,
that could be something they don't agree with just because they say it's blasphemy. Yeah, but it's in the way the Tutankhamun guy did it. He said he wants to just choose as a sun god Ra, and he changed all the gods and goddesses. He carried them and tell the priest he doesn't want to do shit with them no more. And what did they do? They listened to him until he died. But when he died, they went back again to their role. So it wasn't different from what happened to Hatshepsut as well. But they see her as a very brutal, very angry, and very detective person, you know. And that's just what we have most of the time.
Egypt that caused it.
Well, we need to go find out. We need to go back and read more.
And his name from every single thing, including his name. Not just her name when it was dashed out, it was his name too. His name was removed from everything. It was all carved out. Crossed out. Why was Senenmut's name crossed out? Why did he disappear?
How do you cross out granite?
You just like
you can't chisel that shit out.
Yeah,
try it. Yeah, why do you think they use granite, my friend? They use granite because you can't chisel it out. So good luck trying to chisel it out unless it's something else. But they didn't even have the means, which is the reason why most people say that they found they inherited.
Deliberately removed from monuments the names of Senenmut and Hatshepsut. This is like no fact. You type this in right now. Any Egyptologist tell you this.
Listen, so you're saying the Egyptians built the pyramids and stuff, and the Serapeum and all that other stuff?
I'm not saying they built the pyramids. No, that's nothing to do with that. I'm talking about just Hatshepsut, this person's name, and this other person's name was removed from all the monuments. It was. There's evidence. The statues were smashed. They were buried, chiseled off temple walls. Yeah, 100%. That's the case. Replace the names with names of pharaohs.
Yeah, I'm not denying that. I mean, you probably have, reason to believe that's true.
This is not just me saying this. It's like you can see this. Like there's evidence of this. It's like this is on the wall. It's like
it's very common.
Where did you want to go with this?
I'm saying, like we have, like this is what I mean. It's like I'm trying to give you a layout here. You gotta understand the significance.
There's nothing else to do anymore. You try already. You explain what happened to why they took that shit off the wall, and that's it. But based on pyramids, the ancient Egyptian built pyramids.
You think the ancient Egyptians built the pyramids?
Yes, it's called Subterranean city that was actually in the pyramids, right? And that city is called Tara Shepta Rura. That's what it's called, which is called the city of the solar code. Yeah, one of their oldest ancestors or their granddad of the Egyptians buried underneath the pyramids. They say the pyramid is not a tomb, but when you dig down, nobody can go further. That is where some of this secret knowledge is. And they have internal flame cities called as well, right? Which they can detect craft shafts, vertical shafts in there. And they got something called anchor in the transmonic multi-dimensions pillars in there. So all these things is secret knowledge to the chemists and those people that build it. And that's the same thing as the Sphinx as well.
Let me just give you some breakdown here, because I personally don't think you understand the magnitude of what we're talking about here. We're talking about the big one, the Kufa. originally stood 481 feet. Okay? Now we're talking about just that pyramid alone. 2.3 million stone blocks, averaging the block weight 2.5 tons. Some interior blocks, granite, are 25 to 80 tons. The total mass of the pyramid is 6 million tons of stone. We're talking about 2.3 million in the Kufra. The Karfe is 2 million, and the smaller one is 200,000. So 3 main Giza pyramids together contain roughly 4.5 million blocks of stone. So they're saying it took 20 years to build the Great Pyramid alone. So we're talking about 2580 to 260, to 2500 BCE. Okay. So they're saying 20 years. So 2.3 million blocks in 20 years. That's 115,000 blocks per year. If we break that down, that's 350 blocks a day. They would have to work 10 hours. So it's 31 blocks per hour. That sounds insane at first. But try to remember, thousands of workers work simultaneously. Blocks were pre-quarried and staged. Many blocks were placed at the same time in different sides. So basically, a huge coordination construction site. So archaeologists discover a worker village that shows a permanent workforce of 20,000 workers, rotating seasonal workers during the Nile flood. So they weren't slaves. This is not a Hollywood myth. Worker tombs show that they were paid laborers and craftsmen. The evidence that they actually built it, archaeologists are uncovered strong evidence for construction progress. We have worker cities, we have quarries, we have transportation system that they're saying it was from the it's papyrus diary, so they haven't found it. I just want to let you know that you're saying they moved those large stones in that period of time. It's just going to be very difficult for me to think that that is the case.
There's been a lot of people.
Hold on. LSF, what'd you say?
I was just thinking, dude, you might be on the borderline personal incredulity policy there. I can't see how the Egyptians built the pyramids. Therefore, it must have been someone else.
There's been a lot of Egyptologists that make all the same equation that you're doing, right? That's just what they see at this time, so they can make the equations fine. That's when you research it. But there's no factual evidence, right? Based on all the stuff they say that happened. Based on what I do research on, based on some hieroglyphics and some of the pictures that I found, I saw a tall giant. Yeah, very tall giant that actually was in this hieroglyphics that was moving the stones. And there is a tall giant that's taller than many of those normal Egyptians as well. So there are people there at that time, they call their own helper, which are actually their deities. There has been some pictures of different deities that come and go. So they will have a extraterrestrial intervention, you could call it, to give them knowledge, the design, the blueprints and whatnot. Then you will have them staying with them as their ancestors to help them with this building of these pyramids. And these lifting stones as well, we could say is they have technology.
You're saying a lot there, but pay attention to what I'm saying to you. Right? Wouldn't you rather say, instead of going the Nephilim route, why don't you just say that there was Neanderthals? Because Neanderthals,
you call it Nephilim.
Well, I say Nephilim, the giants. Right?
Okay, then that wasn't the name they called them. And
no,
there was
I understand, like the giants. All right. Why not Neanderthals? Why only giants? Why not Neanderthals?
That's what we called them when we found their bones in the Netherlands.
Okay, Neanderthal will be related to the Caucasian.
The Neanderthals, because they were saying they were still around.
Is that Caucasian? Is the Neanderthal came from Caucasian? Yes or no?
What, the Neanderthals are Caucasian?
Yes, that is what your scholar people describe Neanderthal came from. Most are Caucasian people. There's no
Say the most racist thing about this. I'll tell you the most racist thing about this.
I'll bring my proof, you bring your proof.
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. So,
all right, then.
I will give you the proof right now.
All right, then.
So the temple, the pyramids. Fuck me, man. I haven't talked for a long time, waiting for you guys to let me speak. So, you know that there's pyramids in Mexico. They never deny that the people of Mexico built them. But for some strange reason, when it's Africa, they never say Africans built it. They always say Egyptians. So don't talk about racists when you're the only one. You've never once said Africans built the temples. You've said Egyptians. So don't say it's racist. You're the one feeding into the racist bullshit. It was Africans who built it. It's in Africa. It's in Africa.
Israel. The Egyptians, ancient Kemetans, are actually Nubian, and you could call them the Twa tribes. Some of the deity they worship is worshipped the same in Africa, which is called Bes. So they are the same people. They are Africans. You could call them African today.
I've never heard you say African yet. I've been waiting.
Yes, because when I think Egyptians, you think I'm talking about the Arab Egyptians that they are colonial that are there now? I'm not talking about those fake Egyptians. They even decided they're not Egyptians. There is a name was given to them by the Greeks. It wasn't the real name. The real names are called Pata. So those are the real people that were there. So I'm not talking about those ones now. I'm talking the ancient. That's why I keep saying the ancient. When I say ancient, the ancestors, I'm talking about the original people that were there. So get up. Breaking up, my your network is breaking up. Try again.
Oh, no, I'm fine, my brother.
You're on the phone, that's why. So what I'm trying to just get to you right now, there's no racist talk here. Even the guy that was trying to bully me, he's gone. And I do know that he just having an emotion breakdown because somebody is talking better than him. But I didn't come here to say Neanderthal are not part of the history. And there's no evidence that I've seen that the Neanderthal actually the original ancestors of the African. Even it's been those people, researchers have said that they couldn't find no DNA of Neanderthals in the Africans around the time. I don't know now, but what I'm saying to you based on the Egyptians, or this was called the Maphite, yeah, they are the oldest people. And some of you see that if you check Google now, they call them Nemer or Mesis, but they are called the Maphite. They are the people that is of the dynasties in Kemet. They've told their information that the ants and beat him to actually help them with it. When you go to the they will tell all the planets, their own ancestors and their deity or their constellations where they arrive from. And this is not a battles of race here, because race never come from anybody but English word at the end of the day. And that is just to describe people based on their ethnicity and their genealogies and where they came from. So if you're going to bring the Neanderthal to pyramids, they wasn't there. They wasn't around that time. They were at Caucasus Mountain. They are Caucasian.
It wasn't English, it was Hitler.
Alright, so I'm not the one making shit up here. You could go back to your scholars and they will tell you where the Neanderthal came from, where Caucasian came from, where the Germans came from, when the Greek came from, when the Roman came from, and their timeline. Right? They invaded those places, and the Greeks, the scholars in Greeks went to Kemet to study. And they actually was the best study student ever. I give them that credit just because they gave us the books to write all this, the decipher everything. Not everything, because the secret knowledge wasn't given to them. Like they invaded the old Kemetans, the old Egyptians. But they have a bit of knowledge to write few books of what they read based on the zodiac sign they gave you right now.
What actually came out of Africa apart from AIDS?
Don't even go there with that bullshit, because AIDS was actually brought to Africa by a stupid racist scientist that was injecting monkeys. Yes, that is where that shit came from. We don't bring that shit. We never have that shit. Think about the timeline the AIDS information brought out. It was a time when Now you go. Why are you going there? Where are you going? Where are you going with your talk right now? Because it's getting sensitive. Every time people telling the truth, you guys doesn't want to debate anymore. You don't want to do research anymore. You don't want to have a better convo anymore. You want to start becoming racist. You want to become emotional, targeting people that are more intelligent than you, that you can't debate shit with. I'm still looking for your evidence of your Neanderthal. None of you are bringing that shit out yet. Last year you would get me out of the room because
you just said
because you're acting like a fucking racist cunt. If you're from the UK right now, I know you're cunt, and I know you are low on the immune system. Why you take that? But you take it. People like you that can't tell you the truth, you hang yourself. Nobody will kill you. You go hang yourself, get drunk. That's the shit at the end of the day when you start coming with that racial shit. I never come to your stage and start calling you names. I never come to your stage and say name that never existed. I never say that they are there. You know what I mean? When you guys start acting emotional, that means like I'm winning and you are losing. Because you can't bring the bait, you can't bring a book out. Everything was written from old Kemetans. That's where your fucking people go there to go and hijack and bring knowledge from. Tell me if I'm lying right now. Most people that learn from Greeks, that are Greeks, where did they study from? Old Egypt.
Sorry, who are your people? Who
I told you, my people existed more than my people are Twa tribes, yeah. Mitochondrial DNAs dated by 354,000 of the woman DNA found in Kenya. So we predict.
What about my people?
Your people are the Neanderthal the brother talk about. So go and research your people and tell me about your people, because I know a bit about your people too. And I tell you, you came from the planet Pleiades. That was in Job 9 verse 9 in the Bible.
Oh my God.
That was where most of the Pleiadians came from. They told you in the Bible. So why come you can't find out about your own origin and you coming out with that racial shit about monkey, about AIDS? Who the fuck give you AIDS? You bring that injection Africa, injecting monkey and testing all this shit, and you create some shit to try and wipe out the black people there. And it never ever is successful. That's exactly what happened in Australia right now. The indigenous Australia are there, and you people are locking them to fuck up because you want to wipe out their shit and call their land now to be more Neanderthal land right now. So don't fuck with me when it comes to real story or geographical fact. I'm not speaking jargon.
You are probably nuts.
Well, I'm giving you the truth. You can't debate on the truth. All you gotta do is tag
I'm showing you. Dude, I'm showing you. But you're not sharing your true colours. Stop talking.
Even you throw me, I still.
Yeah, I'm showing you, and you're showing your true colours. I said, what you're really about.
So you are innocent now, only me, and I'm saying that you call yourself. You are
the racist in here is you. You'll be.
I'll be on your stage. I mentioned.
Yeah, my people came to Africa to inject you with AIDS. Fucking hell, what are you talking about?
Why do you say why did AIDS come from Africa when your dumbass never do research?
Because I was trolling you.
Because you're a dumb troller. You're a dumb troller.
Right, okay, I'm a dumb troller. You're the one who...
Right, then, so I won them because I'm not the one getting angry after that shit. I'm telling you the fact. But you can't debate me on what the shit I've been saying. All you have to say is I'm trolling you, I'm trolling.
I can't debate somebody who's a lunatic.
Yeah, because it's the fact, it's the truth. And debate me or debunk me. Go and find out the real fact and bring it back to me and say I'm lying. Right? You can't debunk the truth. That's the problem with you guys. See how your room is getting empty because you guys, this dumbass guy that first say when Africans spoil the app, he run the fuck away just because he can't debate too. Now the second guy come out with the bullshit, and now you come out with your age shit. That's just sensitive, emotional. You can't fight. You sound like a bunch of cowards to me. You can't debate. Everything I've laid down on this fucking stage right now, you lot are going zigzag, bullshit, balabu, 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 or boo, 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 and nothing else to say. Rather than just racial word, insulting me, and slur words. Weak ass fuckers, man. So tell me when
you should kiss him on the lips. You should kiss him on the lips.
Tell me where Neanderthal came from and debunk me if I'm lying then. Dumbass, wanna talk to me about Neanderthal and
You should have
Neanderthal came from the Netherlands.
Okay, then give me your issue then, so we can go through the book.
Kiss him on the neck.
How long is the timeline of the Neanderthal? How long is the timeline? When did they came out to start existing to actually repopulate the planet? Give me the timeline.
God created them 6,000 years ago.
Okay, who is God? Who is God? Define God to me.
God's the guy from the Bible that created it.
Bible came 6,000 years ago. How the fuck you come out with the English when English came 1,400 ago? Existed for
6,000 years ago. God created.
Okay, down to when the Bible came. Tell me the original Bible I want to go and read right now. Even the Egyptians, the Ethiopian Bible is older than your shit. Tell me the Bible, the oldest ones I can go and read right now.
We've got the originals in the Vatican.
The Vatican, they're keeping the original for you and they give you the pseudo, so you can come here and be fighting me about about your J word came 1400 when Jesus never existed. And there's another person.
Only the Pope's allowed to see the real Bible.
Okay then, so that means you ain't got no defense, you ain't got no proof, you ain't got no evidence or nothing to fight to argue with me about. So there's no need.
Yeah, we've got the Pope. The Pope.
Okay, the Pope is a pseudo. You got a pseudo Bible and you tell me the real one is in Vatican. They don't give you the real one or the information. Plain Bible anyway if I were you. So you can check out a bit of original people that came before you. Come out with that bullshit.
The Pope's infallible though. The Pope can't be wrong.
Okay.
So son, he's just playing around. He's just trying to get to know you. He's just
I'm playing with him too.
All right, so son, the reason why I said Neanderthal, right, is because allegedly, I have no evidence to this. They said that they were still around during the end of the Younger Dryas, the Younger Dryas of 12,000 years ago. I'm not sure if you believe in that sort of story, but there is new evidence that says that the pyramids themselves were completely flooded all the way up to the top. So it says so when the ice caps melted. In the beginning they were like, oh, it's got to be a meteor, but they didn't realize that there's this precision that gives the northern part of the world more sun, so it's easy to melt. And we could see that from the Grand Canyon because it looks like there's just water that ripped right through the middle. So we see evidence of this and these huge rip tides that are still actually still in, like for example, when you're on the beach and you see like the ripples from the waves coming in, we have ripples like that are in like North America on the East Coast, and there's just tons of evidence. So now, if all of that water was entering in, there's going to be a series of events that's going to be catastrophic. On top of all the new gushing, we're talking gigatons. On top of that, we have the diaphragm of the northern part of the world, that it's going to cause some sort of deflection or some sort of bounce. So there's going to be earthquakes. Earthquakes cause tsunamis. Earthquakes also cause volcanic eruptions that possibly high, just like it is in Greenland right now. And in Greenland, for them to go the only reason why I mention Neanderthals is because of their strength. So I don't think that the Egyptians built it because they just didn't leave back any technology to show us. Even the Serapeum with the 12, with the 24 the boxes that weigh 100 tons, you know, like they put these cows in or whatever when it was the time of Taurus, which would make sense, right? And then the beginning of Judaism is when we went into Aries, right? And then from Aries, that era was over, and now we're in Pisces. You can see that, Jesus with the fish. They were sacrificing the lamb, the goat, and then that era is over. So the only thing that makes sense is that the people of that time just inherited this real estate, because there really is no evidence to say that they built it. I know what you're looking to the past, but in order for such a thing to happen, they would need like wood. They would need like huge lakes possibly to transport these huge pieces of granite through canals or whatever. Right now, it's hard to think that they did it in the desert. Well, what do you think about that, son? I mean, I said a lot there, but.
Well, you try, you do your research. I rather talk to someone like you that are more intelligent. It does have research. So flood is not just one flood, and it doesn't really flood the whole planet. It has to be some geographical places. We heard about the Mesopotamian flood, and we heard about the Egyptian flood, and we heard about the flood in the Bible. So which one are we going to say for that timeline? Nobody knows. But based on the Khufu pyramids itself, they do find the name called Khufu in there, but they say that it could have been found after by him, and he has to put name in there. And that's the stuff we were talking earlier before about the dominations when they came to be a king. They want to put their names everywhere. So, but the pyramids itself could be actually called Mai in Kemet, which is ascending point. It's called Mai, M-I-R. That's the name of it. And they have their real original names actually, right? It wasn't called pyramids because the Greeks gave it pyramids, which they call it a big cake. They call it a big cake after. That's what pyramids mean. So, but the name of it was Ma, and it was ascending point. So if they give you ascension point or ascending point, you have to think like, who built the ascending point, or what is the knowledge that behind it? But if some these people told you they have deities, they have extraterrestrial intervention, which most of the Africans do say it. That will question more to say, yes, definitely, it must be very old. And it's not only Egypt, you have Africa, in America, in Europe. So the third story, according to his hieroglyphics of reading the third books, he says that he uses pyramids to navigate places. And his spacecraft is always packed inside the pyramids. So they will never leave the spacecraft for us to see. Now they find an inner earth inside the pyramids, which is called, I named it for you, it's called Tarasheta, which is called City of the Solar Code, right? That was what they describe it like. But the ancient papyrus that you say there's no evidence of building of pyramids, there were evidence of building of pyramids. They are workers. And there are giants that are taller than them that shows that was helping them with the building of the pyramids. That's the only evidence I find so far. And another evidence of the pyramids is to say they use it as a navigation planet. That was Osiris, because Osiris was buried after a few meters away from the pyramids, and his shaft was actually aligned to under the pyramids, which is possible will be used as transition to another planet, because he was called the gods of Orion. That's what Osiris was called. So most of the pyramids that you will see has to deal with a lot of transmonics or multi-dimensions or pillar flame, because the triangle that was based on top of it, which was gold, that was missing, was actually a conductor of heat as well. So that could be named what it was named before, which is called the map, right? So that says the 3 dimensions are above it, and the cylinders and all these mountain dimensions or shafts that were inside it was called Crystal City, because it is a civilization that always live in down there, or they use it as a burial ground for their ancestors. Amentukura, yeah? Flame tube is called flame tube. Yeah, and for anything to call flame, that just to maybe a soul transition, for them to use it as a DNA code, and that could be a dimension resurrection to or rejuvenation. So a lot of things people doesn't know about, but the diggers are digging in, but they can't dig that far according to how deep they say it is. But the information that we know so far is there's a Stargate, there's Ark of Covenant that was used actually that time to align inside the pyramids, that all these pharaohs, all the deities used to transcend inside the pyramids, or used to disappear outside the pyramid to another destination. Now use pyramids that time. That was a very, very strong spiritual intelligence.
I respect your opinions, and it sounds like you've done some homework also, but for me, I can't cope with the fact that they did something about extraterrestrial beings or alien or that. So I'm not an atheist, but the belief in aliens to me is just a very foreign.
What do you define as extraterrestrial being or alien, if I may ask? What will be your definitions of that?
Just the name extraterrestrial just means not from this planet.
Doesn't mean not from this planet, right? Extraterrestrial, it could mean somebody that have another knowledge, higher knowledge, yeah, that is extra, and it's terrain. Terrain means another land that came from another land, not planet. Planet means planet ET, that's what it means, yeah? But extraterrestrial, yeah, not the movie, not the Will Smith shit, not all those crap things that we're saying, all these fake aliens thing they're giving us in movies, that's not it, yeah? These are people that are advanced scientist knowledge that have already advanced and moved through other places, other solar system, yeah, far away from us, and they never left the firmament, because nobody left the firmament. So that is what they call extraterrestrial. So when they visited, the Dogon mentioned them, that they came to visit them, right? When they visited, they told the Dogon that we are the one that actually gave birth to you. I think you're on the phone right now. Let you go. You're echoing.
Oh, no. I hear you. I'm sorry. I mean,
let me just carry on with this, right? There's a history. There's been a lot of information that was called oral languages. That was before written language. That was before dictionary. That was before computer writing and all that shit. Oral means things that was given to people by recisive. Oral means people that draws as well, or like Itaglo, Betaglo, drawings on the wall, caves and stuff. Those are defined by your scientists, or they actually deciphering it better than most of us in Africa. I would be honest to them. So when they find the evidence of all those remnants, that's when they're trying to decipher it, that's when it goes wrong, because they're going to use Greek interpretation of it. I'm not saying it's not credited, but it's not the original words. But when you go to Metuneta, you start finding the original words you won't even argue with me that far because you will get more understanding than what I'm talking about. So pyramids itself is not called pyramids, yeah? So the people that built it, yeah, are ancient ancestors of the Kemetians, and they are tall being. Some of them are up to 8 to 9 feet tall. And they use scientific knowledge to build it. And we know in your history that some of your scholars actually use electromagnetic field to navigate stones, or sound energy to levitate stones. Yeah, some of you, one of your scholars died from that, and he never gave me information to nobody, right? So this knowledge is well kept. That's why you get a high priest, and you got those people that are called the pantheons that don't give those knowledge out for anybody to write. So you will never find no technology remnants until you dig more than even 80 feet down, then you start seeing stories. But nobody have go that deep before. Even in the Phoenix, things, they say there's some carving there, but they kept that secret too. So we're just gonna leave it there that we don't know a lot yet until we find more information. Yeah? But aliens are not just alien from other planets. They are extraterrestrial because they are older scientists that have launched us with technology, and they built star system to navigate. And that's when the Kemetian is talking about Thoth, Ra, all these deities and stuff. That's what they're describing. But you put them in your movie as superheroes. Superman, Iron Man, Incredible Man, do your thing. Look at all this shit.
You know, Stargate
I live it.
wasn't like a documentary.
You want me to? Yeah, that Stargate movie as well was similar to that shit. Exactly. Thank you for that one. Stargate is actually similar. Stargate movie. And Stargate is connected to the temple. Yeah, there's Stargate 4 to 7 in Egypt itself. Yeah, but there's the inner city. It's called Crystal Container Chamber. That is where it's stored. They have technology there. There are 12 avatars that was buried there, avatar passages that was actually buried there. Yeah, which is called HTs. There's that shit to unlock the code, and done some of these things that people are digging out as mummy. Sooner or later, you will see what's going to happen, because those body needs to get back to those body. So I think we don't know what we're doing yet until the time comes when we're about to fuck up the planet, fuck up all the remnants, and go into the secret cavern to go and dig what we're not supposed to dig. Then you will see who is the owner of the pyramids arrived. And you will see they're viewing them in the sky right now. All these you call it UFO, they call it USO. Recently, someone said he got kidnapped by what? A dolphin. What do you think dolphins are? They're mermaids. They know how to change their body to mermaids. So sooner or later, the owner of the planet will pop up, and you guys will bring your Star War or your information. Is trying to find them. Oh, that's the time is coming to that right now. But I'm just here to actually blend in with you. You don't have to get anything I'm saying. I'm to be if I show pyramids to them. And all it's paid passion all people building get up.
No, it's no. Okay, so now I understand the language you're using. Now I understand. So yeah, I think I would be able to say that there are certain things you said that I would actually be, I would actually like co-sign. The extraterrestrial thing sounds legit because obviously they were people from another time period. So that I agree with you. I think these people were possibly the pre-flood, but just to think that all the people that died, that they only only the smart people were left. I mean, maybe they had maybe we had like some remnants of what that was, but it's just hard for me to think it was the actual Egyptians. I'm not saying they weren't Africans. I'm saying they are Africans, just not Egyptians. Four and
yeah, they're called Kemet who? They're not actually called Egyptians, and that's exactly what I'm saying to you. I know it'll be hard for you because that's a name you know how to pronounce, That's what I used to call them too before. Until when I started getting back to Metroneta to find the real names, meanings. They call it Kemetu, right? And Kemetu just means those people that know about chemistry. You could put that in the English word of chemistry now, right?
Oh, you
But
mean
they call it
like you're saying what they call an acclimus.
Yeah, alchemists, yeah. You could call them that. But the original names of them was Pattaya, yeah, or Pattaya, which means the gate opener. Yeah. When I say gate opener, you already know what that is. The star gate opener. Orion was a gate opener. Pattaya was a gate opener. So this is what they are really. They are people that come from different terrains, which already built already, and come and develop other existence places. We have that in Gilgamesh book as well. Yeah, they have their own flood. They have their own story.
So you know the big huge sort of they took it to a museum, right? And it stands because it was tipped over like 300 feet tall. They have it in a museum now. I forget the name of
you mean
the king, one of the kings or whatever, and then they made it like a sculpture of him, like stone. The one that they brought into the
there's Amun Ra. There's Amun Ra, and it could be maybe six times.
The really really tall one, right? Where it's like he's missing a leg or something like that. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Tutankhamun was the one that they say disabled, and he had the shape of a
not disabled, not. There it goes. Ancient giant statue. This one right here. This is it. This is it right here. Hopefully you'll be able to see it. About?
I'm gonna refresh on.
I have to stop.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, I can see your profile.
That's not a statue. That's like a that's like triangles. What's
No,
that?
mi amor.
Mi amor.
Mi amor, yo estoy hablando de otra cosa. I'm talking about this thing.
Which one?
It's in the museum. It's laying down. They have it laying down. It's fucking humongous.
Okay, let me see it.
Remy's. The Colossus of Remy's.
Ramses.
Isn't into anything.
Okay, so here, I'll do it again. Yeah, this.
I see.
Sorry. If the link is not opening to anything, I'll show you this one. I'll erase that.
There's the Ramses.
The Remy's.
Ramses.
Yeah, Ramses. Like, remember this one, right? Do you know what it took for us to even put that in the museum? The feat that it took. How long it took them to do it?
How long?
Next. So they got more complex terrain. It took from 1 to 3 weeks. A very, very long time, my friend.
I get what you're saying, right? But it's not a fact. Let's call it a theory, right? It's just a theory to say this is how it could have happened if human build it or some kind of a size of some thousands of people move it, but we don't know. You know why we don't know? Just because they said it doesn't mean it's fact. But the only thing we can go with, yeah, is to say, yeah, these people talk about metaphysics or metaphorics when they're actually describing based on the hieroglyphics. One of their kings, that was a giant, was seen flying a boat in the star. Yeah, and there's another one seen flying in a boat in the water. Do you know what they use as propeller to actually move the kings and thousands of people in the boat with a lot of bricks, stones, all kind of stuff? Guess what they put under the boat? They put aposes there. Aposes is a snake. Yeah, it was used as a wheel to move that heavy object. So that is a metaphoric. Most people won't be able to do that. Just because it's aposes doesn't mean it doesn't have helping them move the heavy lifting, right? Because they put it there. So that's just telling you already that you might be thinking it's a human that moving this shit. Yeah, they could have a deity or some spiritual knowledge to move that heavy object away from human. So that is just one thing I'll give to you. If I find a picture, I'll post it for you as well, so you won't just think I'm talking. So there's a lot of metaphoric or metaphysics of talking or languages in Kemet that we won't be able to decipher. We're just going to be guessing on theory. It's okay to do that too, because Greek does that and they give us a lot of readings, which is intelligent, but it's not facts, most of it. So they have their ways of moving stuff we don't know. And I told you some of your scholar he described how he actually levitates stone, but he doesn't give them the secret knowledge to. And he died it. He went to grave with it. If I find his name, I'll put it up for you.
Your scholars, I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't have scholars here. I don't have any scholars. I agree with the
He was an English scholar. He was an English, British, and European scholar. That's why I say your scholar is different from African scholar, isn't it? So don't get sensitive F again, man, and don't come with the racial shit. Because already.
That's the point, dude. You're the one who's being a racist. Your scholars, white man scholars. You mean scholars? Do you get what I mean? He keeps going, you're scholars, when he means white men.
Son, were you ever a Christian?
He's being a racist.
Son, were you ever a Christian? I'll take that as a yes.
So he's right about one thing, guys. Like, some of the depictions in the hieroglyphs, right, could have been like metaphorical, such as like a snake underneath, like wiggling, carrying it.
Actually, I'll talk to you
Not because it was a real snake. One second. Not because it was a real snake. Perhaps they had a mechanism in which they could slide the freaking thing, right? A statue. And it's depicted, it's a very intelligent way to depict sliding something. It's a poetic way to do it. I think that's possible as a theory that he's positing.
Yeah, no, and you know what it is? No one's ever really wrong, right? Because we're all like trying to use our intuition and the knowledge that we've gained throughout the work, throughout our lives to say, oh, well, how could this be the case? So I don't think that none of us are being irrational by saying, oh, well, this could have happened this way or the other. We're all just kind of using guesswork because that's all we have.
Yeah, we have to only speculate.
Yeah, we can only speculate.
Yeah.
Well, I think all the information should be taken, and I think that's the thing, everybody likes, and I think that's the most interesting part of conversations like this, right? Because we all have a little input on stuff.
We are marvelous.
These things aren't really up for debate. They're just up to share the information,
But the common thing I think is that we're just so marveled by this era because of the way they did shit. Either they were like really giant people, or Daniken has a good book called The Chariots of the Gods. They got a lot of like pushback and stuff. I read it when I was like 16 or something, maybe younger. He believes the aliens came down and actually did. That's one theory he has. They could have used pulleys and levers and stuff. I don't know. There's so many ways they could have done it.
Hey,
Did you like how they changed the entire location?
What's crazy about aliens building the pyramids?
It's not. They were probably just like bigger people who look different. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's nothing crazy about anything in that era because it's just so. It's a very mysterious civilization.
I guess I put a picture of based on the snake that was used as repeller for the boat. There's a lot of picture of it. And the aliens you guys talking about are giant. I'm gonna put a picture of two giants that was carrying a bigger bricks, that was used in pyramids, and the human was standing next to him, looked very small. That was found in one of the temples of one of their workers as well, right? They put this description for you. These people, they're not joking. They have a writing system. So it will be very difficult just to come with only theory when you neglect their real information and decipher it. So that's what I'm saying. It doesn't really stays. Only thousands of people are going to be using chisels and a stone, to be chiseling granite or limestone that was harder than a liquid, even diamond, for thousands of years to come to that shape. They have their own technology, but we can't decipher it, and they're not leaving nothing behind for you. Sorry. Just because they know there are people coming to invade them or coming to take some of their stuff, well, they give you few education, but they're not giving you all the information. So that's why we ain't finding nothing. But we're nearly there now to find something by looking under the pyramids of Giza. They scan it, they find chambers, they find a lot of cabinets. So what they're going to try and do now, we don't know. But by the time they get there, they're going to face a lot of surprises. Definitely, but they won't be able to touch a lot of things because the owner was going to turn up and they're watching everyone. So that is just my own theory, we'll call it. But based on lifting stones, you people actually decipher that how stone can be levitated through sound energy, right? And through metaphysics. So that's possible. Ancients have doing it before us. We're not the only brilliant guy here. We have people that done the best. You could talk about Neanderthal too. They actually came out with how to cut, how to hunt. They have their own cabin, where they cut their stones as well. They have their intelligence. So you can't knock all these ancestors out before you start talking about, because we're reading about books today or somebody tell you something today is the fact. You have to go back and put everything together from the past and the future. Then you might come with a logical answers. I'll leave it there.
I found some tools where they found them like sliding these things on like angled surfaces, right? Like what do you call those slides that kids play in freaking
I call them slides.
in playgrounds, huh?
We call them slides.
Slides, yeah. So they
A slipping slide?
Yeah. And these things were they were very clever. I mean, the architects too. We had to study Egyptian civilization in architecture for like my third year in university. The King's Chamber had like.
If you look at online, if you look at Wally from Texas, he'll show you how to move a megalith on his own.
That's not granite.
Using
He wasn't moving granite. Yeah, he wasn't moving granite.
It was moving concrete, moving enormous. The guy moves buildings on his own.
I see.
Yeah, but this guy was in. I don't know about this guy. I hear a lot about this guy. People talk about it.
Wally from Texas.
Yeah.
He's famous. Yeah.
And let's like they have a mechanism by which they could like, you know how we used to play with those? Like you could pull the stone back like a bow and arrow kind of a thing. They would pull the freaking stone back and this thing would fly. That's another theory they have, but that's a dangerous way to do it. That's very connected with the sky and the stars and stuff like that. So you'll see like in the King's Chamber, you have like a small little window that points at the constellations exactly at 45 degrees. So how is it that they could calculate this angle so precisely?
No, guys, not precise.
You want to get the craziest? You want to get the
5,000
craziest?
years ago, pretty well done. Keep that telescope.
They were using star map tracking.
Huh?
It's called star map tracking celestial time. That's what they were using, right? And they invent the solar calendar, and it was used around the world today. So before then, they don't know about measurement time. They use lunar calendar.
Right. Is that thing pointing today exactly at what you're saying is pointing at, yeah?
How many?
The Big Dipper?
No, just is that just that's a star?
What do you, a constellation? A star, like some kind of, I think the see these, it's a night sky, they don't have freaking pollution or anything. They sit at night and they just stare at the marvel of the sky.
Where's it pointing?
Most of
See
the
that
star
one in the
will
king's chamber? There's a small window in the king's chamber that points. Can you just see if I'm right on? If it's the queen's?
Right. Is it pointing exactly at a point?
Exactly like at some kind of.
Right.
Exactly,
Okay.
I mean, right?
And how long's it been there?
I don't know, Alyssa.
Give me a clue.
Basically, right?
says the Orion constellations was older, and that was what they used in the pyramids too.
Tell me, please,
How
how
would be more
long,
recent times?
approximately, how long has it been there?
Which one?
Huh?
Which one?
The pyramid with a shaft in it.
Oh, the shaft. 3 to 5,000 years?
It's older than that.
Okay. Right.
Older.
That's
think
5,000 years. Fine. Right, hang on. Right. I'll give you an answer in a second. I just need to do a calculation.
You don't answer either. You're gonna come out with some pseudo shit, and I know where you're reading from either. So don't come out with some pseudo.
I'm doing a calculation. So what calculation am I doing?
What do
It
you
ain't gonna work.
degree or something, right? I don't know, Alyssa. Can you check?
Well, they use 365 days calendars of the year to match the rhythms of the natural season of their solar year. So if you're gonna calculate the solar year and the lunar year, you could come out with your answer. If you ain't got no calculation for that shit, you're gonna come out with your pseudo shit anyway. Well, it's okay.
Why are you wait and see what I'm going to come out with?
Amenhotep was 1390 to 1352 BC. So he met the pyramids there too. So go back to 1330 to 1352 BC and see where you're going to come out. Who is the from that moment?
Right, now you've I love people who sit there and spout what they're going to tell you what they're going to do, mind readers, right? Have you heard of something called procession?
Yeah, well, I know about procession. Yeah, go on.
Right, procession is how the fixed stars, or inverted commas, fixed stars, move slowly over 25,000 years to do one full rotation. First, in the last 5,000 years, that shaft has moved 70 degrees to where it. So it's not even pointing in the same fucking direction.
The third small pyramids that is not aligning anymore because the small one, the Kitover, is still aligned to Atom star constellation. The smaller one, they say it move a little shift. I'm sure that's what you're explaining. Yeah, that's just telling you the solar axis of those time rotation is changing from the.
You're a robot.
So it's that's just for me to explain. No pyramid.
You're a robot. Can't hear a word you're saying. Right. Anyway, so anybody who says that shaft is pointing at X position, it clearly can't be because it keeps moving. So your profound lack of understanding of astronomy isn't my problem.
Okay.
No shafts that move because constellations rotate through the Earth axis. No shaft to move. If he's talking about shaft, no. Like you build a
Stars don't move the sky. The stuff in the sky is moving.
sky constellations just changes, but only one that change doesn't move either, and that could be the gas burst. It bursts, right? Whenever they use a telescope to view the star burst, they find out that he has burst long time years ago. So maybe the burst have shifted from the constellation, because we know about constellation star that always burst as well. That means, like, the gas line is just.
Dude, you hear the word boss or something? Boss.
Burst, I think, is English.
Yeah, they call it burst. BURST, right? It's anything that bursts, like chemicals just bangs and stuff like that, and you get dust out of that. So that's what.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
Yeah, you don't. You ask me and I give you the answer, and you want to be ignorant. I just give you, and she.
I cannot understand your fucking accent, dude.
She just told you, and I just told you a dumbass, and you want to argue again. You see how ignorant you are? He just told you, and I told you, and you still talking about now, just.
Shut up, you fucking piece of shit!
Like a burst. Like a balloon that bursts.
Burst. Yeah, she just told you, dumbass.
Okay. Why you guys are fighting?
The racist can't. He's been.
No, he's just not getting pronunciation.
Saying lots of flower.
Stop. He just, your pronunciation is different.
He hasn't saying racist word.
He's not racist, he doesn't understand.
But dumbass. Me, I go buy some neighbor next door to me. I will go dinners together. I will go picnic. I ain't got problem with no skin. Dumbass.
Sorry.
I have Viking neighbors around me, yeah? We go dinner together, picnic. We don't.
Shut up about your fucking picnic, you idiot.
A Viking neighbor will slap you because they don't like racist guy like you.
Bro,
shut up.
He's not racist, he doesn't get the pronunciation.
Yeah, my Viking neighbors are very, 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 very intelligent people. They don't like dumb as racist people.
Hey, your books, all this. I go, why are you talking about it? Why do you keep saying that? And what it basically means is white people.
I'm assuming LSF is a white guy.
I'm like, well, it's a fucking racist thing. Right, so we're back up, see what the next super intelligent thing he's got to tell us about.
Invite me back up because there's nobody else who talks negative. You lonely motherfucker, man. I never know why people sit. I never say that. Yeah, this is black. I don't even give a fuck what type of black he is, yeah? But he's been saying that racist shit to me. And I told him already, I go, Viking, they're cooler, they're gentle, and they don't discriminate.
Good, about your racism bullshit. You don't want to hear it.
Where was signing for?
What other question you want to ask again? Go back to your scholarship and keep reading your pseudo papyrus and tell me what question you need to ask so I can give you the right answer.
Oh, only work is pseudo.
Well, I respect the Greek scholars. Yeah, they have a lot of information, but I don't use the zodiac sign because that one I know my zodiac signs that came after before then. We predicted their shit. But based on that, I respect them. They went and learned and give us books and shit. But I'm not gonna factor everything because they rename everything away from the original names. So if I have to have discussion with someone like this, they're going to be talking to me about what Greeks say, and I'll be telling you about what the real ancestor says about what they give the real name, right? Pyramids means cake, a big cake. It ain't got nothing to do with transitions, transmissions, or conductors or stuff like that. They don't mention all that, but the Asian people mention that. So you have to know through the meanings of the names, you could find what the active or what the action is all about. That's just what I'm saying to him. So we're gonna have.
Sorry.
So two ancient people look at a pyramid, and one in one language goes, "Oh, that's a wiggly woo," and the other one goes, "Oh no, that's a boo boo." And now he's the person who called it a fucking wiggly woo is wrong. It's really called a boo boo. I mean, for fuck's sake, does he not understand how different languages work?
Your mic, no, we can't hear what you're saying. Yeah, the ancestor is capturing your voice right now. You can't hear shit.
Oh.
Repeat what you're saying. You went off. You're mumbling. You can't.
So, let's say it's better that we just let it go. Safety.
Yeah, it was fucking retarded.
Yeah, Courtney yesterday in the room, you know, this white girl that wants to be Jewish so bad.
I know Courtney, yeah.
They're telling us that the throne of David is equal to the throne of God. I couldn't believe it. And then Kevin kissing her ass. Kevin in there. You gotta hang out in the apostolic room with us a few times.
I know Kevin. It's I hung out with like Calvinists for a couple of times. You know who they remind me of? Brethren. A lot.
Well, they're determinists, that's why.
That's not, it's the attitude. But they also are like, I don't know, they make rational arguments, I guess. And they've been
They use precept. They use precept.
They did precept, yeah.
They use precept. I personally, I don't like the precept that they use, but I understand it. But yeah, they at the church in ways they will say they hold to this view. Think of it as like, you know, the priest joins the priest. They feel like they've been chosen. That's all they're saying. They're saying, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't think it's that. It's pretty. They're just demonstrating that God is the best of planners, and like you'll have problems with resurrection, and that whole narrative will sort of fall apart a little bit if you take that position.
No, that position's not biblical.
That's not okay.
No, it's not. It's a weird.
When did they come up with it? Like, why did it?
I'll get it. I'll get it. You know the I think where I am.
Yeah.
He was the first person. No. So you know how there's a Descartes demon.
Right? I do know Descartes. Yes.
All right. So Hippo, Augustine, the Catholic it's Descartes renamed it. Not years later, 500 years later. So if you put it, however you say it, and you'll see that he came up with it first. He says, if I am mistaken, then I exist. That's what he says. So for I am mistaken, then I exist. Because what he's trying to say is that, what he's trying to prove is that can the devil or anything be forcing my own thoughts? What I'm saying is so predetermined. It's someone telling us. I react. And the moment I be wrong about that, the spirit the only one. So, because of that, he exists. That's pretty funny. He came up with it first. Think about it. Think about it. Christian theologians came up with this, it's pretty interesting with how you put it. Don't like there. I think that Brian Carlos uses it all the time.
Yeah.
He thinks this is a good way to know you exist, but he's posting a lot by saying I think that for anything really. Think beforehand means they want this because they want.
The point is, if you're having an experience, then you have to exist. It doesn't say anything about the nature of your existence. Just the
Or you exist in order to have experience, which is what the other view is saying.
Yeah, that's a horrible way.
For us, essence to exist.
His name is Augustine of Hippo. If you look at that one, well, give it to me. I think it's I figure out which it's in. It's really interesting. At least the first one, I have it. But we have these doors in here, and I put this like silver insulation in the way so that it doesn't. You get what I mean? Like you don't see it now. They want the fucking glass in it. I'm fucking putting plexiglass and putting the shit in here.
Yeah. That plexiglass is quite easy to work with. It does not finish is really beautiful on it.
Yeah, I mean this doesn't even fit. It's what we call this permatemp. Because we can't say nigger rig on that because it's kind of racist. So we say permatemp. It's permanent but temporary. Or permatemp. That's what we're using. Permatemp. Permanent, not permanent, but put it like it's permanent, but it's temporary. Oh, it's coming out again. I had to kick that guy. He was just on a roll.
Yeah.
He was on a mission. Everybody's going to lunch. It was nice to work in the office, huh? It's fucking nice to work in the office. Go to lunch.
Yeah.
Go to lunch. Company car. Did you
Huh?
What happened?
God. I think.
So we're doing a projection of the next. That's 20 years if everything goes to like one project leads to the next.
Well, I don't know how things are here in a minute, but over here they're talking about because of this Iran, there's going to be shortages of stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, food shortages, fuel shortages. The cost of everything's going to go. Gas and electricity.
You still have that little spider? Alfa Romeo? How the fuck do you fit in that?
Oh no, let's go.
How the fuck did you ever fit in that car? Did you get 6'4"?
Oh, you really wait, dude.
guys saw them? Oh, yeah. LSF, read us a poem.
Read your poem.
Yeah. A good one.
Hang on.
I think I got one over here. Let's see if I can find.
Love looks not with the eyes but with the mind, and therefore is winged Cupid painted blind. The course of true love never did run smooth, and yet to say truth, reason and love keep little company together nowadays. I me, for aught that I could ever read, could ever hear by tale or history, course of true love never. Shakespeare.
Yes, yes. I had a piece once in school. Read another one.
What's your favourite Shakespeare play?
Julius Caesar. Merchant of Venice, second. Midsummer Night's Dream, third. Romeo and Juliet, perhaps fourth. And as you like it.
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?
Afraid to feel his own hands, primal violence to make him understand that power is the only law of this world. It's okay. It's my sweet, sweet boy. Since his last escape from prison, Ryan's abilities had improved dramatically. Every special forces pursuit him was dispatched to
I'm sorry, no one can know I was here.
Butcher then tracked Ryan down and persuaded him to lure me out so he could inject him with the virus because Ryan was the only person in the world who could get close enough to get a delivery. When Ryan asked what would happen if he released the virus, Butcher told him the truth.
I feel this virus is what'll happen to me.
He'll die. Very close by, we'll go together. You wouldn't be the first to let it throw his life from me. But you would be the first to say, well, do it. Butcher quietly slipped a tracker into Ryan's pocket. Butcher had already steeled himself to kill every superhuman, himself included. In his mind, it was the only way to stop superhumans from taking over the world. Without us, without soups, the world is a better, safer place.
I'll do it.
When they arrived at the base, they found that the remaining supply of the virus had been completely destroyed, and scientists who created it had vanished without a trace. The plan would have to be postponed once again, but Ryan insisted on pressing forward. He wanted to prove himself in front of Butcher.
Not without the virus. He said I was the only one who could stop him. He said like
without the germ, you just be another stupid kid on a fucking suicide run.
same old lying pathetic assholes.
Ryan. Following the plan, Ryan lured me out.
Dad?
Ryan. I assumed he had come to his senses and was ready to return to my side. Instead, he turned around and questioned me, asking whether I had forced his mother. Of course not. I told Ryan that his mother and I had simply had an affair, a willing arrangement between two consenting adults, and that I'd always come back.
These hearts racing.
Hey, frankly, it hurts breathing a little bit.
I never made it easy.
Do something like that.
All these stereotypes.
Ryan had no intention of stopping. He kept pushing me, relentlessly. Orion drew blood from my nose, I could no longer hold back. It was his turn to use my fury. I pinned his hands down and drove my fist into his face, blow after blow.
Are all frantic. See Helen's beauty in the brows that
After time, Ryan's face was a mangled, bloody ruin, yet I still did not stop. The final punch landed by saying, when Butcher arrived, all he found was Ryan lying motionless on the ground. Fortunately, there was still a breath of life left. From that moment on, the bond between father and son was shattered beyond repair. What remained between us was nothing but a fight to the death. After absorbing the power of Madeline's eternal love, this was my elect kill.
That is cool. Where's just stars?
I did Shylock speech too once in school.
Start from the beginning. The gospel of the truth is a joy. Praise you have received from the Father. The truth, grace and knowing, through the power of the word, came forth from the Father. The one who is by his name, as the Saviour, that being the name of the work, he is performed for the redemption of those who were ignorant of the Father, while in the name of the gospel is the proclamation of hope, being discovery for those who search it. When the totality went about searching for the one from whom they had come, the totality was inside of him, the incomprehensible and inconceivable one, who was superior to every thought. Ignorance of Father brought about anguish and terror, and the anguish grew solid like a fog, so that no one was able to see. For this reason, error became powerful. It worked on its own matter foolishly, not having known the truth. It set about with a creation, preparing with power and beauty a substitute for the truth. This was not then a humiliation for him, the incomprehensible, inconceivable one, for they were nothing. The anguish and the oblivion of a creature of deceit, while the established truth is immutable. It was returned, I can't say that word. Works and oblivions and terrors, in order that by means of these it might entice those of the middle category. The oblivion of error was not revealed. It is not from the Father. Oblivion did not come into existence from the Father, although it did indeed come into existence because of him. What comes into existence in is knowledge, which appeared in order that oblivion might vanish and the Father might be known. Since oblivion came into existence because of the Father, it is not known. So since oblivion came into existence because of the Father, it was not known. Then if the Father comes to be known, oblivion will not exist from those who are not. Through this, the gospel belonged to the search, which was revealed to those who are perfect through the mercies of the Father, the hidden mystery, Jesus the Christ, enlightened those who were in darkness through oblivion. He enlightened them. He showed them a way, and the way is the truth which he taught them. I could go on.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Is it Gnosis?
Gospel of truth.
Huh?
That's the gospel of truth.
It's really beautiful.
That's mostly Valentine.
The kind you can do for yourself.
Okay, I heard one.
No, it's all right. It's heretical.
That is right. It's so beautiful. I knew it was her. Right?
This passage.
Sounds like the Gnostic Bible you sent me, Bach. It's just really beautiful. What LSF read.
LSF believes in the Old Testament God is the demiurge.
Yeah, why not?
He believes that He
Are
did.
you not sick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't tell anyone.
Don't tell anybody. Yes.
Closet
Full heretic. He doesn't want to go full heretic yet.
Why not? Take me to the altar of heretics. I'll wear that crown of thorns proudly on my head.
Yeah, they'll think I'm an atheist.
Well, he doesn't believe that the God of the Old Testament is the one true God. It's the God that cannot know the one true God. So that's the reason why, and I had a fucking joint. And I don't know where the fuck I put the joint now. I lost it. I'm supple. Your fault, that was it. I'm packing my shit up. What the fuck am I still doing here? I'm going to fuck home. I'm going to fuck home. You'll go home and I'm gonna fucking masturbate. That's what I'm gonna do. Sorry, no, I guess I didn't mean to say that in front of you. My bad.
Coptic. Where is it? Coptic Apocalypse of Peter. That's the one.
Oh, you would love. I read her the one. She fell in love with it, LSF. You had to see how in love she was. She read it. And she read it. The first time she read it like she's read it many times. It was insane. Because she just loved it. Loved it so much. The uncorruptible one.
The one.
The one.
I think I'm going to read it and send it to you as a voice.
You should read the what's it called? Trimorphic Protanoia. First thought in three forms. And On the Origin of the World is the other one. They're both really good.
Well, read it. This way we can
read
know
it.
what page is it on?
I'm reading it. I've got it in a book. I've got a book to you. I don't know if it's in the Elaine Pagels one. Yeah, this is it. I am protanoia. So protanoia is Greek. It means first thought. So noia basically means thought. So you've got epinoia, which is afterthought. Metanoia, which basically means to change thought. So there's a bit of a thing actually in the New Testament. They use the word metanoia to mean repent. It actually literally means to change thought. So yeah, I am protanoia, thought that dwells in the light. I am the movement that dwells in the all. She in whom the all takes its stand. Firstborn among those who came to be, she who exists before the all. She in protanoia is called by three names, although she dwells alone, since she is perfect and invisible within the thoughts of an invisible one. I am revealed in the immeasurable, ineffable things. I am incomprehensible, dwelling in the incomprehensible. I move in every creature. I am the life of my epinoia, second thought, that dwells within every power and every eternal movement and invisible light, and within the archons and the angels and the demons and every sound dwelling in, and every material soul. I dwell in those who came to be, I move in everyone, and I delve into them all. I walk uprightly, and those who sleep, I awaken. I am the sight of those who dwell in sleep. I am the invisible one within the all. It is is I who counsel those who are hidden, since I know the all that exists in it. I am numberless beyond everyone. I am immeasurable, ineffable. Yet I wish I shall reveal myself of my own accord. I am the head of the all. I exist before the all. I am the all. Since I exist in everyone, I am a voice speaking softly. I exist from the first. I dwell within the silence that surrounds every one of them. And it is the hidden voice that dwells within me, within the incomprehensible, immeasurable thought, within the immeasurable silence. I descended to the midst of the underworld, and I shone down upon the darkness. It is I who pointed forth the water, and it is I who am hidden within radiant waters. I am the one who gradually put forth the all by my thought. I whom am laden with the voice. It is through me that gnosis comes forth. I dwell in the ineffable and unknowable ones. I am perception and knowledge, uttering a voice by means of thought. I am the real voice. I cry out in everyone, and they recognize me, the voice. Since the seed indwells them, I am the thought of the Father, and through me proceeded the voice, that is, the knowledge of the everlasting things. I exist as thought for the all, being joined to the unknowable and incomprehensible thought. I revealed myself, yes, I am among those who recognize me, for it is I who am joined with everyone by virtue of the hidden thought and an exalted voice, even a voice from the invisible thought. And it is immeasurable, since it dwells in the immeasurable one. It is unrestrainable, and it is immeasurable by the incomprehensible one. It is invisible to those who are visible in the all. It is a light dwelling in light. It goes on. And then the original world is the other good one. Well, thank you. So what scriptures do you read then?
Oh, I like the Bible.
What's your inspiration?
Read everything. Everything I can get my hand on. I don't discriminate. But I don't think all of it. But the ones you just read sounds very much like the Krishna speech on the Bhagavad Gita when he's introducing himself.
Yeah, that's how old is the?
Much older. They've always known these things. It's not that one plagiarized from another. These were just known truths, I think, that mystics held onto whilst they experienced like deep states of perhaps like awareness, you know.
Well, it's not popular, but my personal opinion is that Christianity began as a spiritual movement.
Sure, yeah.
If you actually read carefully the letters of Paul, that doesn't mention a sort of embodied Jesus.
Right. Gnostic kind of.
Yeah, you want to read this one? Yeah, this is the 2 pages here. I'm gonna post both pages here for you, so you can see them. And this is the second one. So it starts on the second my PTR, the second one, and it is page 469. If you want to go to the book, this is out of the book on page 469 also. I think it's easier for you to read it from the book. 469.
I'll download it onto my phone.
It's just one page.
No, it's 2 pages because it folds over to the next page.
Oh, yeah, okay, got it.
This is really interesting. It talks about the Aeon. Oh, you don't have it? You need the Gnostic?
New phone, innit?
Just send it to
Does he? Oh, he has it.
Yeah,
Do you have it?
I read it every now and then. Hey, come on, let's read this.
That's the Elaine Pagels version. You got one.
So what?
Oh, the Elaine Pagels?
She's one translation.
Is it a good one?
Yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah, I like it. When I went on vacation, I went to the library and I got the hard copy, the hard one, and I didn't want to return that book, but then I felt guilty taking it, so I fucking brought it back to the thing. Because I'm thinking about like.
This is really good stuff. I'm reading it.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Scriptures.
Oh yeah. Or Urban has a good one too. Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, there's a book called Lost Christianities. Put the two together because he references them back and forward.
I have Lost Omens, Heaven and Hell. I think that's the first book I read of Lost Omens. It's quite linear. Do you have you read it?
What pages are they, Lost?
Oh, in the Gnostic book, it's 469.
469.
Yeah. Not in the scroll, the actual.
Oh, right, that's the actual page number, is it?
Yeah, the actual page number, yeah, not the scroll.
Oh, right.
What is an Aeon actually? Like, how's it understood?
Aeon.
Aeon is who Jesus is in the Valentinian thing.
It's quite nice. Yeah, read it for if you want.
Oh, okay. 469 and it's 469, 470. A little bit of 470 on the top.
This is reading from your PTR. That's the one, right? Jesus descends in income.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
No. It starts at 469. The one it says the world's ruler tries to kill me.
Right.
Not that one.
Just saying, oh, you know what? I don't need that. I don't need anything. I don't need anyone. And I'm going to move away from it. Does that sound reasonable? Does that make me a lunatic or?
No, I think that might be part of the problem. You're having a hard time.
We have introduced a streamer to the room. We have to be careful. Alice.
You're giving up on.
I think if you're not doing the one, it's really hard for the other to be successful.
Are we talking about love this afternoon?
Yeah, it's so funny. And what's up?
Sure.
I am a proud Chicagoan, born and raised.
Okay. The reason I asked that is, and I said I wasn't going to talk anymore about it, but I just want to say one last thing about it, which is that I believe, and I believe throughout this whole thing, that any American has a vested interest in this situation. You don't have to be Jewish, because our tax dollars are very much funding this. So I just want to add that. All right, Andrew,
It's
good morning.
affecting everyone's lives.
Good morning, Andrew. How are you?
Good morning. I'm okay. Just in relation to this, I find it's curious, I suppose, I'll use that word, that people that have suffered a trauma in history, such as the Israelis/Jews coming out of World War II, and I'll compare that with the Irish that moved to Newfoundland. And when the Irish arrived in Newfoundland, it was already inhabited, of course, by the Beothuk peoples, and they wiped them out. And these are people that are coming from 900 years of subjugation by the British, and yet turn around and do the same thing to the peoples that they, and it's just very curious that don't have that empathy for the people that they encounter. There's some kind of disconnect there, so it's strange. That's what was coming to my mind when you were talking about this.
I'm sure there's actually an answer for that, but it's way too long for me to explain here. But just if you're wondering, I'm happy to share my thoughts on that and the difference.
Sure, anytime. Yeah, because it's a strange phenomenon. That people have a selective memory, I suppose, or But I came across an article a couple articles. One this morning was about an economic conference that's slated for mid-September in Toronto. Mark Carney's government has been on the world stage trying to attract investment into the country. So this is being sponsored by two of the larger pension plan here in Canada, some of the financial institutions. And they're, because of the situation within the world, the changing dynamics, the geopolitics here in Canada, offer Canada as a safe haven for investment. And it's one thing to present it like that, and the Carney government has been working, and as he mentioned in that clip that I heard part of, earlier, that the going has been slower than he'd like, or they'd have liked. And so they have a lot of MOAs in terms of some of the larger projects. But Canada has had an issue with this for a very long time, and especially under the previous Liberal government. And that has to do with just the whole regulatory process that you have to go to get these things. It takes forever. And of course, people aren't willing to, they want a faster return on their money. And that's really what it all comes down to. So we'll see just how interested people will be to invest in Canada. Because they want to build pipelines, they want to do all this stuff. And then on that note, on pipelines, out of just northwest of Edmonton, Cold Lake, Alberta, they had a large 600,000 liters oil spill of a pipeline. And this is where people have pipelines, of course. And this is the bitumen coming out of the tar sands. So it's a mixed solution with salt water. And of course, the salt water, unlike other things, that's salt. Once it's there, it's there. So quite concerning for the indigenous peoples in that area. And of course, there's little transparency. I won't say there's no transparency. There's little transparency on what was affected, what mitigations they've done to clean it up, the involvement of the indigenous communities, and then being informed, et cetera, et cetera. So that's quite a concern for Canadians. I mean, that's why Quebec doesn't want to see a pipeline go through their territory. And these are what you get when you have a large country with all these regions that differ. Alberta has a different concern than Quebec, obviously. Alberta wants to get their oil out. Quebec doesn't want their oil spilling all over Quebec. But
it's such a complicated country, Andrew.
Oh God, is it ever? And then let's talk about the North. That adds another dimension to things in terms of proximity to Greenland and this whole golden dome that Trump is trying to promote and conceive of. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. So, and I guess the other one that really hit. Doug Ford, who's the Premier of Ontario, has just they purchased a used private jet for him at $28 million. So I don't know where he jet to in Ontario that he needs a private jet, but apparently he does.
I need a private jet.
Don't we?
Why don't we move over to Susie since we're having kind of a shortened room today? So I would love to hear from you, Susie. Thank you, Andrew.
Yeah, hi, and I just exited the tram that I was driving in.
It's a very hard to clone and copy a bunch of other materials to understand that there's a lot of layover, or
Absolutely, yeah.
But at the end of the day,
you dabble in these things, but when I'm doing physics, I don't dabble in that area. Courtney telling me that there's two thrones and one is identical to the other. It's just bullshit.
when you say
Right. No, she's not right.
when you say you do apologetics, does that just mean when you do apologetics, you're not doing Gnosticism? So what are you doing? Apologizing for not doing Gnosticism?
No. When I'm in the NBA, I'm playing by NBA rules. But when I'm playing street ball, I'm playing the street ball rules. What is the problem? I'm still a basketball player. And guess what? When we're going for the gold every 4 years, we're in the Olympics. So I got to put my Olympics hat on. So if you don't understand that analogy, you're not going to understand it all. The standard is going to be the NBA.
Yeah.
What we're doing here is just street ball.
But this is redundant. That's what Joanna said.
It is.
Just to NBA is what he said.
He's always got this always coming in here fucking complaining about what we're talking about. But I don't understand. What the fuck is that? Shalom. Hello. Shalom. Well, shalom. My father couldn't marry a Jew. And should I? Shalom.
Right now.
Yeah, please ask questions. Ask away.
It's gonna be
Sure.
Christian Islam related. Is that okay? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm very curious. I'd be curious to know your thoughts too. So I grew up with the concept that the Day of Judgment is every day, and it's like many of the traditions that you would have in Islam that are typically like we always have this like 365-day kind of approach to it. So the Day of Judgment, if it's every day, does that and then there's this idea of like the Jesus second coming on the Day of Judgment. But in the Shia tradition, or in the tradition I'm in, it's very like, his spirit is still alive. So the idea, Does the idea that his spirit is always alive, the idea of Judgment Day is every day, like we don't have to wait until death.
Imam Ali said that.
This is all here.
Imam Ali saying, I read in the Natural Balagha, every day is Judgment Day, every day is Eid, every day is like that kind of concept. It's an esoteric way of like.
That's the same thing as saying now is all there is. The now is all important.
Now is all there is, yeah.
Every day is Groundhog Day.
Every day is Burning Man for me.
Every day is Valentine's Day.
No, every day is Little Boy Cried Wolf Day here on Clubhouse. And the thing about the little boy that cried wolf, every time the little boy that cried wolf, every time he does it, it's a reframe and it works every time. That's the secret.
Is this also Universe? The actor guy?
Yeah.
Oh,
John.
God, every fucking room.
Yeah, John.
Every
Well, you could go back to Sam. You could go to Beef's room and just debate Muslims all day.
I followed him and now I.
Oh wait, that's Megatron's room. I got him confused.
But so Darkest, you read that in that big book.
Is that it?
Yeah. So I version, a new translation came out.
Really?
It's like epically long. I'm gonna try to get myself a copy sometime because I've never read it.
I want to read it.
Yeah, it's really long. Epically long. It's a very big book.
Is it faster? Like a commentary on?
It includes both, but it's some academic scholar that did the translation. I think it's
in conversation with
through
somebody.
the Institute of Islamic Studies. I'm not sure.
Nurturing a relationship versus
So much
nurturing
contribution to rich literature and
there's someone
Wouldn't
who
it
loves
be
you more
fun
than you love them,
to
and there's
just
always
like,
someone you love more
oh
than
my
they love
God.
you. So a lot of people
my brother lives in Portugal.
where
He got a holiday
they
with
have
guy.
to choose
This
between
Spanish center.
the one
Oh
that
my
loves
God,
them
really?
Yeah, he loves it. He's going there. He's hanging
It's
out with
not
them.
about being
I said, yeah.
Wouldn't it be fun to like
realizing
go
being
to like all
human
these
is
different
so
places for archives? Like the Institute of Ismaili, going to like the Vatican and just like seeing all these texts in like real life.
Yeah.
Like I would love to do that. Just like a textual tour of the world, you know?
Well, I heard that Lucifer lives in the Vatican and the.
Like okay, I get that like you're gonna bring like this into the room, but like oh my God, I was sincerely having a real
So let me
conversation.
remind you, you made it through things you thought would break you. You've stood alone in rooms where no one noticed your
So yeah, I wonder, like, I guess I just wanted to share that idea of, oh, I just connect these two thoughts of Jesus is here every day, and therefore the Day of Judgment is every day.
Yeah, that this was exactly. It is what John said. It's what us.
So why waiting for Jesus to come back?
It's the same thing as saying the Constitution is written today, right now. The Declaration of Independence is written right now. And that's the essence of the now. That it's a compression of the past and a compression of the future. No, it's written now. That is the mystical. Hello? 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 Anyways, enjoy your day. Hello?
What is that theory? John, what is it called? The time theory, the block. What is it? The B time?
It's called, if I had a wife that had Clubhouse, I'd probably divorce her. That's just me.
Everyone's trying to say that I'm married, and that's not cool because I'm not.
Everything is now. now. And when you're dead, it'll still be now. You just won't be in the now. You'll disappear and go to sleep forever and ever and ever, never to return. That's why this moment of life, which is so minuscule in between infinite darknesses, shouldn't be wasted saying stupid things all day long into your fucking phone like your brain is fucking rotted out.
Nobody's pleading for awareness and awakening. Human mind. He's right. We're in a slump. I am that I am that I am that I am that I am. I am the is.
He got something wrong because I'm not gonna die.
Danny, you're
Here's
fucking annoying. Like, I don't say that to very many people. I usually have a really high tolerance, but you're really fucking annoying.
Do you not like Jewish people?
I love Jews. I don't like you.
No, I think you just don't like my face because it's very Jewish.
I don't care about what you
looking, and I'm gonna say this is all in the name of anti-Semitism, okay? And I'm just gonna call it as I see it.
Yeah. And frankly, you're not big enough for me to assume that you're Jewish, so.
That was anti-Semitic.
It was, because you put me in that position.
That was wrong. I think you were trying to be nice. Maybe.
That is not funny, by the way. Zabu, like you know her, she'll grow on you. I love that.
She's what?
What? She'll grow on you, just jump on me.
She's what?
She'll grow on you.
Oh, she'll Danny grow on me? Like a back.
Yeah, Danny's damn funny.
Yeah.
I would.
Yeah.
Just sometimes I don't want to be patient. Sometimes I just want the stage. Sometimes I just want to win.
Well, you'll win me in every race that we run. Okay,
Is
you
that
can
because
win.
you're handicapped and you can't run? Like, that's not fair.
Well, I mean, yeah, I could kind of run.
Yeah. Anyways, I was proud of that thought that I had today. I was like, oh, I get it.
Do you share these with your students sometimes? Like, do they ask? Yeah, okay.
Sometimes when I just have random observations, but it's not the area I'm teaching, right?
Yeah.
So it would just be too random.
I mean, you can sort of like connect it with like academia, I guess. Like,
I do when I'm like listing examples of like these boundaries we've created, and like showing examples of like how these boundaries break, depending on like which tradition you're talking about, you know. But not really. Like, I don't make truth claims like this.
yeah, because these are not true claims. These are like insights or even personal opinions to insights.
Yeah. They're substantive claims. But yeah, I some of my students are capable of doing that, but others it's just too hard to. I don't want to blur the line, you know. Especially if I'm teaching, like, yeah. I'm already challenging them enough. Like, all the students have failed the Seek quiz, you know? So, like, this is what I'm working with.
They failed the Seek quiz?
Yeah, like, they don't even know what the kunda is. And I'm like, what do you mean? Like, you look at the symbol every fucking single day.
Oh my goodness.
It's because their egos get in the way, right? Like, they think they're taking some easy class. And then I talk to them about the basics, and they don't. Yeah. Yeah, but it's really funny to show them on their list.
The other implications of the eternal now is that politically speaking, like tax reparations, that if you look at now as a compression of the past and the future, everyone who's living now did not bring, which needs to be okay, fine, but you still have to make the case against the eternal now, which is concept, which is that the now is all important and all there is and all there ever will be. You can't read this experience from 1675. You can't. You could imagine it, you could hypothesize about it, but that's not your reality. The real is always the now, and thus all communication is hypnosis. And thus, the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get. Everybody living right now is... Why don't you shut up? Because I'm trying to tell you what philosophy is saying. If you don't like what I'm saying, that's a you problem. And you probably go through life with that type of attitude in every experience you have. That must be fucking miserable. Hello?
Just saying the now is over because it's now. And by what you've already said, it's already done.
The future can change the past. Have you ever heard of a retrocausality?
You just said, whoever speaks it.
I get it, Zabu. I get it. But the thing is, I'm still talking, right? Right now.
Well, we were all talking before.
I know. But you know what you weren't doing?
What was I doing?
You weren't breathing. No, you weren't breathing.
You're a fucking asshole.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The best you knew exactly what you were doing, John. Just stop.
Okay, let me neutralize that for you.
Who's recording me? Is it John?
Listen, if you want to be happier, if you want more joy in your life, I would really encourage you. Zabu, didn't we have a great experience reading the I Ching and picking the numbers?
Retrocausality only works if you're assuming linear time and perceive as the future causes the past, but the thing is that it's all essential, right? So it's a
Okay, and then so you're saying retro. What?
No, there is no retro causality in a block time.
There is no time in a block time.
Yeah.
We don't exist.
Okay. Everything is not real.
No,
well, that's
not
different.
It's
Yeah.
experience that's like, yeah.
Oh.
I gotta get off Clubhouse. I gotta call my psychiatrist, my attorney, real quick. You guys just made me realize something. Thanks, everybody.
Think of it as, if you think about it dimensionally, right? We can perceive certain number of dimensions, right? We could look at 2 dimensions. We can perceive, a point in a line in 1 dimension, right?
Those are like your tits. They went from 3D to 2D.
No, they didn't. Anyway. when
They just went from 3D to 2D.
Dimension, right? And we're able to perceive vector movement, which is our experience of 4th dimension. Now, in a block time, it's the maximum number of coordinates you can have dimensionally. So we don't know. We haven't figured out exactly how many dimensions there could be to say that, one of the operating functions is 11 dimensions, right, or 12 dimensions, right? In that time, if you're in the 12th dimension, you're perceiving all of what we would see as time as once. It's almost a sheet of paper, right? It's all there. And so you don't experience time. Photons don't experience time. They exist in all dimensions at once, right? So their experience of their existence is the full path of travel we perceive in a 3rd and 4th dimensional experience.
What about tachyon?
Crazy about you.
Tachyon is similar. Anything that travels at the speed of light is going to not experience time.
But that's theoretical and probably not known or something. So.
It's theoretical, but it's also mathematically sound.
Okay. So
Can we pick numbers down? Dream, can you tell how many hours you have dreamt in that moment? These become like surgery breakers, I think. Where like in a dream, the freaking tunnel or whatever, the experience is not just intense and so real, but also it has some kind of timeline sometimes, right? But who's to say how much time passed?
in the
Yeah.
dream versus when you get up, right? So it's experienced differently in two different,
Have you guys ever gotten a tattoo before?
Yeah, I've been tattoos.
So
That's
getting a
funny question
tattoo
for me.
was a really interesting experience because it was like a 2 or 3 hour experience, and I had my eyes closed, and I was like falling asleep in and out of the tattoo or whatever. But it was so interesting because the needle wasn't where I thought it was on my body, and it was such an interesting I think he's over here, but really the tattoo artist is like all the way over here, you know. And I think time is a very similar experience. It's like, or that dream state, it's like, oh, we think we're in that for like hours, but really it's like 30 seconds, like multiple 30 seconds at a time, you know.
It's almost like you go into like an alpha wave state, like that hypnosis state.
Yeah.
Don't say anything, John. Anyway, and because to me, I find it like if it's not in an extremely painful tattoo, like getting the head of my leg tattooed was like nothing, right? Crap I ever had in my life. Like it was so great.
I would experience that particular kind of stinging pain with addiction. And I think that is what people keep going back to. It's just enough amount of pain. It's so good.
It's like, and it's it's like if you to be present in the now, and also it's like such a form of attention. I love the attention I get when I get a tattoo. Like 3 hours just on me, and I get to tell you anything, all this bullshit about what this tattoo means to me, and you just have to fucking deal with it. Sounds great.
That's so funny.
Have you ever done the thing?
My tattoo artists love me because I don't talk. I just lay there, just like, oh, da, da, da. In fact, they ask me questions because they're wondering why I'm so effing quiet. They want to make sure I haven't passed out or something.
Yeah, it's against my religion also. Just in case, in my later years, I go Jew. I want to be married. And
you are a Jew.
Yeah.
Can't escape it. It's a club you can't escape.
Yeah. So just in case, I want to switch it up towards the end.
That's why I always laugh so hard when people insist that I'm Jewish. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, 40% of my body is covered in ink. Like,
oh, Jews don't allow it?
No, you can't be buried in a Jewish cemetery if you have a tattoo. Yeah.
See, if you want to experience the now to a very high degree, you have to do yoga. Yoga is action in perfection, and when you do the breathing and these yoga poses, it's a little bit because you're flushing your brain with a lot of blood and oxygen. So, anyways, I'm just trying to say that like an orgasm is the metaphor for the Ein Sof, which is the limitless light, and then that cum trickles down to all the tingling parts.
Yeah.
So you know what's the best thing about this sweaty yoga?
Having
You know
sex
what's
is like
great?
fun. I feel like exactly.
Yeah. So what's great about the sweaty yoga to me is amazing, right? Because usually there's women that are dominating the room, right? And
I hate hot yoga.
It's good to like. It's good for like. I'm telling you, if I wore like like white, like boxer shorts that are kind of tight, like the white ones, and I start to get sweaty, you tend to see the silhouette.
Skid marks.
Do you get what I'm saying? No. My silhouette of my
I
manliness.
hot yoga because it has to be humid hot though. It can't be dry hot.
Yeah.
Like,
So
It's so dangerous.
what happens here is that
the weird thing is
it
it's
turns
because I'm
into
hypermobile.
it turns into like this weird. I don't know why you guys are drowning me out. I'm trying to explain to you why.
Sorry.
Yeah. So my hot yoga experiences, doing them with my wife, because she wanted, when we were dating, she wanted to do this. I had this experience, and I said, no, it's fine. So I wore like biker shorts. Like, you know,
Your balls
they
probably
weren't
hanging all over the place.
Can you not
they
arrest
weren't
them
like pom-pom,
because the
but
crime
they,
is...
you know, they were like up to the knee. And I wore like
You gotta wear the
I'm really
speedos
not
if
sure
you're
why we're
serious.
discussing this in so much detail, but go ahead.
Yeah, so, you know, it just turns into a staring fest. Then my wife
Lower
laughing.
your gaze! Lower your gaze!
No, women are way worse than men.
Yeah, that's true.
You know?
I mostly just look at the men in hot yoga to make sure that they don't like move too quick, flash their sweat on me. It's gross.
If you don't do yoga...
I'm the type of person that daydreams, so like I'll just catch
Oh, you're a
myself staring into
somnambulist.
space.
You're sleep talking right now.
About something. Listen, and several.
Listen.
This is such a mantra.
Just because I say listen doesn't mean I want to listen.
Like daydreaming right into somebody's junk, but I didn't. Junk. Okay, like so then they think I'm their junk.
Because you are looking at their junk.
But that's not on purpose. I'm not thinking about their junk. I'm thinking.
I like to think of hot yoga, it's kind of like a nipple clamp, right? Like, I really hate heat and humidity. But when I go into hot yoga, I know it's going to be over in like an hour and 15 minutes, right? Or
Is it torture?
Class,
Like
right?
enjoying torture?
Yeah, and the other thing too is because I'm so hypermobile, if I get in that heat and humidity situation, like my joints just unlock. And like, there was one point in hot yoga where I literally put in archer pose, put the sole of my foot on the back of my head, and I was like, the fuck?
Like, oh my god. You can overextend yourself in hot yoga and it's so dangerous.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you
Wasn't there that freaking cult guy?
do you ever power walk and just enjoy the power walk?
I power walk a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it the breathing? Is it all the breathing that you're doing?
If you jog properly, you can also do a meditative breath.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, the 478. 478.
So when they say runner's high, isn't that technically gnosis?
Yeah.
Exactly, yes. Correct.
So one way of achieving gnosis is through the body, physically, without words, but just breathing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just concentrating on breath.
Is that samadhi, or is that near is it samadhi?
Samadhi is the ultimate state of where you don't need any of this to be correct.
Just
Oh, you mean just come to Clubhouse? This is samadhi? Oh no!
Stop screaming, bro. Chill out, man. Stop screaming.
That's the joke.
The breathing
I just saw a PTR that was a penis.
Whose PTR is a penis?
You tried to add me, and you could see the whole penis, and it was an ugly penis.
But you're looking at them anyways. What's the difference?
Yeah. So the breathing thing, which I think is like really hot, which is the reason why I usually like I find like Danny and Cora really attractive, is because they have the long noses. And you know, when I'm pushing your head down into my pelvis and it touches your nose and your nose touches.
What the fuck is happening?
What's happening, Megatron? System no compute, Megatron.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's usually what happens.
Too far.
So, can we relax and stop being so obnoxious? And can we have,
Well, the joke.
Alabaster?
You're in the Matrix.
Alabaster today?
You're in the Matrix. But reality, you know, and this is the true enlightenment. I mean, I'm like actually not impressed, and I don't know if I'll ever be impressed. Is that a me problem or is that an enlightenment problem? Hello?
That's why there's no such thing as samadhi, really. Because it's the only word, like in Sanskrit, where you can not explain it. There's just no descriptors to it.
See, the only way you can rationalize it is through laughter, because if you look at all the tragedy and all the R-word behavior in society, if that's like what the earth is producing, you've got it's absurdity. But the thing is, the diversity makes the game that much more complicated and difficult and entertaining. But the thing is, it's about survival and winning. Like, have you ever played a video game and got to the end and you actually won and got the trophy?
It's about Leela. You're just dancing in the illusion.
Just let it go. You don't need
the moment you start competing,
Yeah.
that's when you've lost the dance. Like,
I know, but if like activist murders me at like a political rally or something, I'll be pretty upset in heaven. I'll be like, God, that wasn't fair. You know? No, I'll be up in heaven with God looking down. I will, and I'll say, God, was that fair? And God will be like, you knew the rules, you knew the game, you just didn't practice proper security, and that's what happened to Charlie Kirk at the end of the day.
You're just gonna be
He didn't convert to Catholicism.
That's exactly the problem.
The evangelicals didn't protect him. Without no repercussions of his action.
Wasn't he like anti-war in so many statements?
He was.
He was anti-Iran, anti-Palestine, like all these things.
Anti-Israel.
Anti-Israel.
Black sometimes, like.
Yeah, he was controversial. They caught up to him, and this is the reason why the Catholic Church doesn't put out these public, statements about the gays. Because then the innocent will be hurt, and it's unnecessary.
It's unnecessary, yeah. And there's also a lot of freaking popularity and status and all of that coming with it. The suppression.
People don't criticize people that are aligned with their values. And if you cover up for pederasty and you are a pederast yourself, you align with other pederasts. And that's why the Catholic Church doesn't criticize homosexuality. Hello?
Well, many of them. I will tell you this. I mean, when I was in Catholic school, I felt like some of the brothers and the priests were a little flamboyant, a little bit.
Yeah, I went to Catholic school in Chicago. I know all about it. I know all about gay priests in Chicago.
I know you know all about it. They know about you.
No, I know that they had to sell their parking lot to build $1 billion skyscraper because they raped so many children in their church. I know who they are. I know where they live. And guess who the Pope is now? He covered up for them. That's our Chicago Pope, covered up for pedophiles.
Okay. Well, you were still on the Epstein Island, so I didn't cover that up.
I'm just saying, when the head of the Pope cover-upper, not necessarily a pedophile himself, but he protected pedophiles, well, you might want to reevaluate which organization you decide to tithe to. That's just my opinion. Be careful who you tithe to now, brother.
So I will tell you this, that they probably did, and I went over this yesterday, where they took people in as rehabilitation, and they probably felt like it was a success story for a small amount of them. But what happens is once you start to make this a common thread, where you say, oh, well, these people passed, or if they were, touched themselves, whatever story they give, to get themselves closer to children, they ate it up. Then it becomes a network of these guys. So they're moving each other around. Not the Pope moves them around. We're saying the people.
No, I'm saying when he was in Chicago,
for the last 30 years.
When he was in Chicago, he was responsible for helping cover up and move around gay priests who were abusing children. That's what I'm saying. Not now as the Pope. Now he's got too many important and regal things to do. Anyways, I've seen.
Now I'm expecting something else.
Listen, have you ever seen three? Have you ever seen three priests walk out of a priest clothing store holding hands and kissing each other? And then they looked at me and I was like, what the fuck? And they were like, ooh! I did not make that
I
up.
know, I really don't. It doesn't really bother me. It's got nothing to do with me.
Like clothing store where they do the actual like
They
manufacturing
have one in
stuff.
Brooklyn. Yeah, they have
Yeah.
one in Brooklyn. You can go in there and I bought stuff for.
I know, but these were actually priests. These weren't just like gay guys from Halstead buying very expensive vestments. They could have gone on Amazon to buy those. These were actual Catholic priests, gay as could be, holding hands, flirting, kissing, and flipping their butterfly eyebrows, being so gay and happy.
But let them be in that glory.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if I had a family though, and my children, and my wife was Catholic, and she was like, they go to Father, Peter, and I'd be like, but I think my gaydar goes off. She said, doesn't matter, baby. You got to be open to it. Open to what, baby? I don't want my kids receiving an education from a gay man. That's just my opinion. Hello?
First of all, you're gonna have to find a woman. You're gonna have to find a woman that would allow you to blow a load in her, let alone have a fucking child. So, listen, John, calm the fuck down. When you start having children, then you can choose whether if they go to yeshiva or the Catholic school. Until then,
I did ask Aaron if I could have his baby, and everyone barfed a lot.
Yeah.
In their mouths. They all threw up in their mouths. Even John.
Danny, actually, could you imagine the annoying child that we would create? Danny, I like this concept. We could create the most annoying person who's ever lived, Danny. Oh my God, think about the possibility. Our kid would be a natural for Hollywood, politics. Oh, we could make it big, Danny. Our kid could be in the NFL or NBA of annoyance.
Alright, take it to the DMs. Take it to the DMs. Oh, do you understand what I'm saying, Argus? Yeah. It started to become a rehabilitation, and then it gets ugly. So now, these people, I mean, I would say most of them can't be rehabilitated. And putting them in front of a bunch of children doesn't help either. So it's just not a smart move. So since then, they've changed. They have changed the process. They changed the process. They made most of their school preparatory schools. They started hiring better teachers, charging more money. Schools not that easy to, upping the odds. Picking the beautiful campuses, consolidating the money, or probably selling off property, or
Megatron, isn't it just a question of index? No matter what the subject or object, it's a question of an index of that subject or object. So when we talk about gay people, or we talk about education, or we talk about me busting a load in some woman's cunt and raising a family, what I'm trying to say, Megatron, is that it's always a bell-shaped curve, no matter what the object or what the subject. Hello?
Yeah, a bell curve. You're right. Every high school class you had, stupid class, they always needed that bell curve. So the teacher would actually,
What's it called?
Is it whatever you called it? Yeah, probability.
Bell's probability?
Yeah. Danny, so how many more children can you have? You could probably bust out another 2 kids, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm 37.
Yeah, so, I mean, at the end of the road, I mean, there's, like, if you meet a guy next year, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he just wants you, he just wants to be around you and your son, and you could possibly have 2 more kids with this guy.
I could.
That's what I'm saying. So, like, don't give up.
Be fruitful and multiply. Create more annoying humans. The world's most annoying humans who have ever existed.
Just think about this, though, because then your son's not going to be the only child anymore. He's going to have brothers and sisters, right?
I mean, it made me really sad to think about my son being an only child earlier. I was really sad about it. I was thinking about it.
Yeah, but you can do something about it. Like, who cares if you marry the boring Jewish guy? Who Who
I
gives
need
a
a
fuck?
Jewish guy. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
like
need a
just
Jewish
marry
guy.
the boring Jewish guy.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it's gonna be.
You never know. He might.
Danny, the problem is if your son has a brother, if your son or brother has a sister, the problem is they will hate each other because they will think that the other person is the most annoying person that has ever existed.
Oh my god. All right. Yeah, I want to have a conversation. Can we go? Can we?
Okay, so like my sister's husband like really didn't want to have
I really can't with
two
the both of
kids. And we like talked them into it, and it was like the best thing they ever did because they were like best friends, you know. And I think it's up to the parents how their siblings react with each other. Like
I'm gonna do a room reset. I'm just gonna do a room reset here. I'm gonna put the both of you in the audience. And I need, because you guys are giving me a headache. I swear to God. I'm sorry, Daniel. But it's when one shuts up, the other one goes. Neil, I can't just chill for like 5 minutes. Okay. God. Oh, Nargis, out of the books I gave you today, did you like the Syriac one? Did you like that? I thought that one was a good one, right? I'll put this one back up. I'll put this one back up for I didn't share this book with you. This one here. Patricia Crone?
Yes, I have read Patricia Crone before. But I'm gonna.
Have you read this book though? Have you read this one?
Give me a minute, let me check. Let me see it. Yeah, I read excerpts from it. Or Ilyasa shared. I'm gonna read this.
Only decided to stop trading in U.S. dollars. I just want to make sure that's what you asked. So I asked that and I said, this is a real and ongoing trend, though it's more of a gradual shift than a single recent decision. Here's the bigger picture. China and Russia, bilateral trade specifically. China and Russia have more than 90% de-dollarized their bilateral trade. This milestone was announced by Russia's Prime Minister back in late 2023. Russia is currently settling a quarter of its international trade using China renminbi. Bilateral trade with China is almost entirely settled in the two countries' respective currencies. Why it happened? This was the big trigger was Western sanctions on Russia's invasion of Ukraine, freezing a sovereign country's dollar holdings. Russia is a seismic event. It risks accelerating a move away from the dollar by countries that have different geopolitical interests in the U.S. A broader BRICS SEO context. In 20% of Russia's trade within BRICS was in local currencies, and by 2020, 97% of trade among Shanghai Cooperation Organizations, including India, Russia, China, Iran, Pakistan, and others, was conducted in local currencies rather than USDO. But it says, but the dollar isn't going away globally. The transactional dominance of the dollar is still evident in FX volumes, invoicing, cross-border liabilities, and foreign currency debt issuing. Back dominating still 88% of traded FX volumes. So the shorter answer is yes, China and Russia have effectively stopped using the dollar in their bilateral trade with each other, but this is part of a years-long process rather than a single recent decision. And the dollar remains overwhelmingly dominant in trade overall, regardless. So
between so this is mainly just between Russia and China. Any of their whatever their trade. Okay, so
China is so reliant on America to buy their cheap fucking shit that I think we're just. I mean, we've had a lot of people hand them the keys and get them to this place, but when it becomes basically undeniable, it's like AI. We're not just going to let AI be 90% of people's jobs. We're not going to do it. And the same thing with China.
Are you sure about that?
No, we're not going to. We're not. I can debate about that separately, but with with China and stuff, we're not going to let fucking China just have the fucking keys, man. We're not going to, you know what I mean? Like, we're not going to
just said there's a lot of people that have already handed them the.
They have. A lot of the globalists in our country have. Like, think about it, man.
There you go. There you go. There we go. We just we you know that so there's like self-sabotaging people, right?
Of course, but there's lots of people who value, you know, them making money over fucking, I mean, them sent all of our jobs overseas. But really, the point is, and let me finish here, is that once it becomes undeniable, most people agree that China eat our lunch and trying to dominate us, overtake us. Once it becomes undeniable that China is trying to replace us, military, the primary currency, everything, we're not just going to continue to facilitate this. We're going to stop this shit. You know, I mean, we're already trying to make moves to do it right now with the Strait of Hormuz, you know, with this whole thing, or, with what Trump is doing. But I don't believe that our leadership will just hand China the keys when China declares, we're going to fucking beat you guys. We're going to introduce our own currency. We're just, we're not going to continue to trade with them. We're not going to continue to allow them to rise. Like, they are so reliant on America's economy, America buying their fucking shit, that if we stop that, they would be in serious dire straits.
I don't disagree. But are we not reliant on them? Isn't it like a mutual, like, reliance?
No, but if we go... No,
I would say...
China, if we...
Wait. Yes, of course we are relying on them. It's the Dow. It's mutual. Hello? Wait. Yes, of course it's mutual. Yes. Wait. Yes. Wait.
Fucking hell, it's too early, bro. All I'm saying, if you go to the center...
Should you be doing therapy on your leg instead of talking all the time about, what's obvious? Hello?
Bro, you can go afterwards, I don't care. The central part of China is extremely poor, and the only reason Taiwan is independent because President Harry S. Truman told Mao Zedong that if he invades Taiwan to take over the leadership thing at the time, that the U.S. would actually nuke China. That's the reason Taiwan is independent today.
We nuke China, they'll nuke us.
No, but back in the day, China didn't have nuclear weapons.
Okay, yeah.
The US had nuclear weapons, and that's why Taiwan is independent, because Truman told all the time, you invade Taiwan, I'll just nuke you and just destroy you. But in terms of modern day economy, China's economy is reliant on US people buying cheap crap.
And Taiwan's economy is responsible for America. It's all interconnected, Achek. It's all one huge system. You just can't accept the fact. Wait. Okay, Achek, go ahead.
You don't need to interrupt people, you go afterwards. All I'm saying is...
Wait, that what you just did to Mountain?
On the United States. And when you look at US debt and US treasuries, the US debt, the 38 trillion or 39 trillion, these right now, correct me if I'm wrong, is owned back to the US. It's owned back. America owns their own entire debt. It's not the same thing.
I have a question then, Check. If China decided to stop selling America cheap labor, what would happen to it? What would happen?
The economy will crash. The US is going to be fine.
The US economy will be fine? What would America have to do then?
The US can just...
Oh yeah, America's going to be fine in a war with China when all trade stops and we manufacture nothing. Achek, go back to therapy and heal up that leg, Achek.
Enough. You didn't ask me.
Kasumkum.
What did the US do before the 1992 World Trade Agreement with China? They traded with other countries. They traded with Japan, they traded with Singapore, they traded with Mexico, USMCA, other things. You don't need China, per se. You can always move on and carry on. It's not like a doomsday. So that's it.
You definitely don't need it. How you doing, Lodge? Did you have something you want to say?
I was
I'm just okay. I wanted. Welcome to the room, by the way. Also, I don't know what your politics are, but make sure catching your meeting. Thank you, regardless if you like the discussion. Yeah.
Okay, I'll cash it in. Hold on 1 second.
Appreciate it. Get it to 1,000 today, and that's 200.
Do I join the room? Yeah, I joined.
All I can say though, before I got interrupted by fucking Archiac, man. Archiac,
I will say that just saying something. Because that chick was talking about China. And China actually plays a very important role in global dominance today as we see it. I know you think it's all about cheap goods coming from China, but for many a year, do you know how many decades China's been providing cheap goods to the rest of the world?
Since the 90s.
Earlier than that. There's a lot more to come. Because just waiting. They're just waiting. They know that the world is in a different place to what it is today.
So my question is, what would we rather have? Do we want China to be this powerful? Does the average person around the world, would they want that? Would that be good for the mountain, whoever just said that?
I think China is already powerful. I think China already has the power, but it's a.
But if they invade Taiwan, you know, they're able to if they're able to leverage more.
Well, it depends what you see as better for the world. China wants a form of dominance in that region. It's not looking to take over the rest of the world. There are ideologies that do want to take over the rest of the world and do want to take over Western dominance in a way that we don't really understand. That's the reason why, unfortunately, Americans jump in and jump out and jump in and jump out in these wars because they don't quite understand what they're dealing with in the middle.
I don't disagree. Do you feel like it's our politicians don't understand, or do you think it's the people that don't understand?
There's an incredible amount of well, you can almost call it political malaise, because everybody's got a certain number of years in a term, and it's not dictatorships that are being run, it's democracies. And those democracies only can hold on to power for a certain period of time. Whereas you are going against a doctrine, an ideology, and effectively a dictatorship, which lasts decades. That's what you're fighting against. You're fighting fire with fire, and the problem is because you've only got a small amount of time to put out the fires, you put them out for a certain period of time, and then another one erupts, and then another one erupts, because you're not dealing with them. You're all on different pages. Your democracies are all on different pages. I mean, look at it right now. You've got the Republicans in the US running things. They've got a huge amount of comeback from opposition. And then you've got Europe, who you've got to deal with, who's in a complete and utter mess. And you all want the same things, but the problem is you just don't know how to get the same things, because you're all on different pages.
Are you sure we all want the same? Well, somebody said it earlier, right? There's self-interested globalists in our now in the U.S. I won't speak for Europe, but there's these self-interested globalists that don't have America in mind, or anybody else in the world, right? They don't really they don't believe they have a country. So like, I see that's the real problem, not necessarily these different ideological beliefs that are being that are, I think, essentially being controlled by these, maybe for a lack of better words, like these like hegemonic powers in America, and they're controlling narratives that the American people believe, and they all work to essentially, I think basically to try to destroy America. That's what that within America. So
I think the problem is that they're all on different pages. They're not exactly aligned. Yeah, well, there might be a line for the greater good of the people of the United States, but for globalists are not necessarily. They don't believe that there should be borders. They don't, hey, Anthony. They don't believe there should be borders. They don't believe there should be, different countries. Like globalists, they are not. They're not beholden to one country. They're not patriots. So they're like they think it's for the global. But I think a lot of these people though really do care about this money. They're also like making lots of money and fuck the country and everybody else. You know what I mean? The only reason I can say why America right now is actually having
We don't care about
beef in the game.
Hey, nigga,
Having some serious power in this development right now is because Donald Trump actually has what I would say are dictatorship qualities, which is effectively what the Middle East understands and what China understands. So you've got to have somebody in charge who shows qualities that people are going to respect, because unfortunately in the Middle East the only way you get respect is through power. That's it. There's no other discussion. Everything is run through the You think that that's a dictator quality, to be strong, to be male, to be masculine, to not put up with shit, to protect your country? That's being a dictator quality. Saying dictator-like qualities. That's confusing to me.
I mean, don't you think Iran would have a dictator of sorts to run? It's the whole thing to like make sure we get the right.
But there are differences between that 47 years. That kind of dictatorship that we explained at the beginning of the discussion. Everybody who got retired out of this system was replaced by a person who did not know the details and rights of that organization. And this was manipulated by the supreme leader and their group, always. This is a big trend. You can see if you have enough information from inside Iran. Most of the educated people who were educated in time of before 47 years gradually retired. They were gradually replaced by disasters.
Yeah, but the last 47 years, let's not kid with each other. Iran has been run by the same type of dictatorship ideology that has forced much of the Middle East into that mess.
Increased gradually at the fair.
Through dictatorships.
Well, I'm trying to lead. This is probably what you're gonna ask. I'm trying to figure out where your point is, Luck. Like, what is your main point?
About Trump being dictator quality. Do you mind elaborating? Because I'm confused about.
Yeah, they're not.
You don't see presidents, American presidents.
Lark, check this out. So there's no equivalence between, Trump and the supreme leader of the ISIL.
I'm not saying there is.
Okay, let's clear that up real quick.
Hold on a second, man.
Wrap that up in a bow. There's no equivalence. So we're
going next is you won't see any other president of the United States who will tweet out, tonight you're about to see a whole civilization be taken out. No other president has ever done that.
That's because Trump is not every. That's because Trump is not every president. I don't know what part of that you don't understand. Trump is phenom.
Yeah, that's okay. So Trump is saying or doing is what I think he's trying to get at. It is the reaction people had.
That's on them.
It is. Trump can do no.
Hey, Mayor, no, we're asking you, Mayor,
Who says this? We're asking about this conversation. Hold on. Wait a minute. Who says that Trump can do no wrong?
I didn't say that. I'm not saying that specifically.
On that. So we're
again, okay, so again, what are the dictator qualities? What are the dictator qualities? Because of some tweets, listen, I have been following Trump and voting for him for years since 2016. When he says that, we understand. He doesn't mean he's gonna destroy the whole fucking like you. But believe in that shit, bro. Like, the thing is that we understand Trump is strength. Trump is power. But none of us believe that he's going to kill everybody in Iran. But hold on, man. Hold on, Peter, please. I want to ask fucking Peter, please, brother. But Kyle, man, like these dictator qualities that you're talking about, I failed to see them at all. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's okay. You don't have to see them if you don't want to see them. But when you send out messages showing that you're taking over and you're showing that strength in a way that no other president has shown before, then you're talking their language, a language that they understand. And that's important. And in order to talk their language, you have to talk in a way that they're going to take that on board, understand, compute, and fall in line.
You gotta be tough with these people. Like, I knew people for years that disrespected me personally. They only finally started respecting me when I beat their ass, literally. And they're Iranians like that. They only understand strength. They only understand power. And that's Trump.
Hold on. Dude, the idea of dictatorship is an idea that you can take control of a situation without the assistance, help, and guidance of anybody else. That's what a dictator is. So when Trump says, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do that, and you're going to listen to me whether you like it or not, shows dictator-like qualities.
Wait a minute. Iran has no choice. They're not U.S. citizens. This isn't.
I'm not saying they have a choice. Well, they do have a choice. Actually, they could have, if they had the capacity, they could have fired themselves back. They chose not to.
That's not my point, though. You're waiting somehow that they're U.S. citizens, that somehow that Trump is dictating stuff like a dictator to them. No, that's not what's going on. That's not how that works. Like, he's telling them what he's gonna do. Of course, yeah. But they're not U.S. citizens, you know that. I mean, come on. What's going on here?
No, he's saying to them what he wants to do, and they're falling in line and listening, which is good, which is what you want.
Yeah, it's fine. We want someone that's strong.
Yeah.
But Matt is right, though, when he says, those are Iranian, like, if he was saying that to the American people, maybe I would get what you're saying, but he was talking to the Iranians, not America. How was he a dictator?
And we're quote-unquote at war, which still is not, we're not really at war, but that's
another
story.
Okay, you're not understanding what I've said. What I'm saying to you, they speak in a certain type of language. He's speaking to them in the language that they speak and making them understand and making them fall in line.
Okay. Is that good or bad? I'm trying to figure you out. You're an interesting cat because you're kind of like jabbing him, but then you're not. I don't know what's going on around here. But
I'm fully
maybe it's just me. I don't know.
You're taking
you get that question too.
I'm fully supportive.
I just, I feel like this. Like, if we're going badly, if things were going like, because you guys are running out of options. Like,
okay, you don't.
In no American, in Nazi, Iran winning American, in Nazi, Iran winning from like a really touch too hard.
Sorry, man. Yeah, I think Locke. I'm trying to gather. You are saying. I'm just trying to figure out. Trying to gather. You are saying. I'm just trying to figure out. Like, are you saying that what Trump is doing is a good thing? Let's just try to clear this up a little bit. It's getting really messy. I don't know what's going on, but because you're saying that he's a strong person, he has, I guess, quote unquote, dictatorship like qualities that makes him a good person.
I'm not saying that he's a dictator for Americans. On the contrary, I think.
Okay.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that okay. Let's take out the word dictator. All right. Let's take out the word dictator. All right. Maybe I used the wrong word there. Let's just say that he's speaking to them. They are dictators. People in these regions are effectively dictators. That's how they see themselves, and that's how they control their power. All right. He is talking to them in a language that they understand. He's basically saying to them, if you don't do what I want you to do, there ain't going to be any compromise. You got to do what I'm going to do. That's it. If you don't like it, you can fuck right off.
We got you. We got you.
It's great.
We got you. Because all I'm asking is that good or bad? Because, okay, I don't know why we're okay. Now we're getting.
Thank you.
Did you? Okay, I don't know why we're okay. Now we're getting.
Thank you.
Did you lie, Anthony? I don't want to go. I'll wait for Anthony. He might be away. By the way, just to clear it up too, also dictators don't do negotiations. If anybody in the audience is carry on.
Well, it's like that. If that dictator worst happened, and no king would allow, if Trump was a king, no king would allow them to go out and protest if he was a dictator or a king. So, I mean, we got to stop regurgitating this bullshit from the leftist media that is hell-bent on destroying not only Trump, but the country. I mean, their hate for Trump is so strong, they would rather see the whole fucking thing fail. It's crazy.
I think, Ingo, welcome to the stage. Looks like you are.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, man.
Yeah, what's on your mind?
I'm just listening. What he was saying, that is like so many thoughts going through my.
All right, that's good. I had a lot of thoughts. I mean, I guess we could have a dictator, quote unquote dictator, if you want to use a different term, that is using his dictatorship in a good way, I guess. Trump is doing what he needs to do to get the shit done, in my opinion. But yeah, I'm gonna also look at some more news. So again, oil is dropping. It's one time. It's like around $81 to $83 a barrel. Just kind of give everybody a run up on the news. Iran has agreed to no enriched uranium. Of course, this all has to be like confirmed on the other side. I talked to Amir about that earlier. So we're not out of the clear on like a complete truce on things. Anything could go pop off at any moment. But yeah, I'm just gonna be introducing the name.
Yeah, listen, man. I think I'm glad you guys cleared it up. I was on the phone, so I don't know what the resolution was, but I just think there was a misunderstanding going on stage. Much ado about nothing. With that said, I want to make an argument that this might be one of the greatest military campaigns in the history of the world. Like this, and it's sad because Trump will never get his flowers. He'll never get, against all odds, everyone, so many people, the narrative they painted, this is hopeless, he's going to lose. Iran is winning. Iran has us against the ropes. It's going to be another forever war. Against all odds, man. The man came in with all doing because of Pope. How is that leadership? I want any thinking person to explain to me that
Please shut up.
Yo, the USA is always gonna win. You know why? Because we are the United States of America. That's it. We always gonna win. We always gonna. Yo, the United. Yo, and they wanted to the United States.
Peter keeps this interrupting.
Yo, Sam, I'm not Iranian, but staying on one place.
Where do you study? Peter.
I study at Technical University of Berlin. Where do you study?
Then why are you?
Where do you study? And no more discussion until you verify where you study. Question your knowledge. Question your position. Where you come from?
We're not going to Peter.
Outside university in some village, right?
Jumping shot or not?
Peter, hold on. We have to meet everybody up again. Hold on.
What's inside in our board?
You guys have to talk.
We put the inside in our board.
All you have to say is I'm trying to go. It's going to be a long night.
Thank you. I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. So listen, man, like, you know, what Trump faced, you know, the criticism, and I'm not just talking about from the other side. I'm talking about people that supposedly used to support him. I'm talking about that kind of criticism. You know, like, I have been going back and forth in multiple text threads with multiple people, just, you know, trying to explain to them how wrong they were. And you know what? Yeah, I'm the dummy. The reason I'm the dummy is because I didn't realize this until recently. They wanted the United States to lose. That's what they wanted. My bad, y'all. They did not want to see us win this situation, this conflict. They wanted to see dead race. That's what they wanted. Sorry, help.
Well, I mean, fuck, I lost what I was trying to piggyback on what you said, but I pretty much lost it. But fuck.
Now,
Anyway,
just the fact that they want U.S. Troops dead, like that would make Trump
still winning. That America is losing against Iran, and I'm sitting here thinking, in what capacity is Iran possibly winning? Like, you can't be this fucking stupid. Okay, Hormuz. That shit's about over with here, though. But man, it's really sad that we got people on our own. They're so strong that they'd rather see us lose. Or, what I hate about it, is the right, because we claim to have values, we have to hold on to certain values and die on dumb fucking hills and destroy the whole movement. And that's what we're seeing in my PTR. All those fucking assholes and their traitors of America, all those people were towing the line, pretty much on the right, but because of little things that they had, little problems that they had, a couple of things went against their values. They had to throw the whole fucking thing out. Now they've lost a lot of their subscribers, their brand, their political future. All for what? Because you hate Trump? Because you hate Israel? What the fuck is going on here? You know, and now everything's working out pretty well in the Middle East with this Iran thing, the Strait of Hormuz. People are understanding it's not just about, it's not about China. It's just, I hate Trump. They hate the American people on the left. It's just crazy. They're rooting against their own country, man. Fuck those people. For real. But anyway, I lost.
I mentioned ruling by polls, leadership by polls.
Smart man, Anthony. That's it. That's it.
Social media. It's so, it's mind-numbing. I don't understand. Oh, well, X amount of the percentage of the population is against this. This is why we called for this man to make difficult decisions. This is why we trusted this man with our future, with our children, with our children's future, with our armed forces. This is why. And I thank God I'm not in his position. I thank God I don't have to make those hard choices. And I understand that they don't like him. And I understand they have a right to say what they want to because of our First Amendment. I get all of that. But listen, man, at least let's be honest. Let's tell the truth. Let's not pretend. You want to see Americans dead. You want to see us losing because you hate this man more than you love America. Let's just be honest.
That's it, man. Hold on, real quickly. I was going to respond to that. I hear all these liberals and people on the right citing gas prices. Oh, gas prices. Gas prices went up a whole fucking dollar. Gas prices are going to be at $6.30 a gallon here by next month. That's what I was hearing people say. By next month, it was supposed to be at this time, fuel prices were supposed to be $6.36 a gallon on average. That's what they were saying.
But where's the accountability, right?
I know. Well, but what drives me is that you guys are citing funds financially to stop the mullahs from having a nuclear weapon. It's going to cost too much to stop China from taking us over. But when they want their green new initiatives, they're fine with gas prices going up. When Obama is in office and he's canceling drilling fucking leases, he's canceling tax credits, he's canceling leases, he's literally destroying the gas and oil industry systematically. Left didn't say nothing when it was $5 a gallon on average around from these fucking assholes with their selective outrage. And it's just like the Epstein files where they're outraged now that Trump or something. Yeah, they have 4 years with Biden, not a fucking Epstein file. So literally, we have to have. Unfortunately, the fuel prices went up $1 or so we can literally save the world from a dominant China and mullahs.
Okay, well said. That was great. We need everybody to go around and get some new people in, and then whenever there's some downtime, you can always just jump in. There's always something to this. So, Sam, did you want to speak on what you said? You came in.
Oh my gosh, I'm so happy that I'm finally in a group that is not retarded and is actually seeing what's going on in the world right now. The threat, we were warning you for so many years and nobody was listening to us. And now finally someone's taking charge and listening to us. And then a bunch of, I don't know, I think the lefties or extreme left, just basically going against their own country, not only their own country's safety in the future, but also just completely ignoring what's going on there with people that want freedom. And if this happens to your own country and it's too late, you're gonna be looking back at now and saying, oh shit, we should do something.
Sorry, man. I didn't mean to mute you. You're off mute there doing a clicking sound. It was kind of annoying.
Yes,
but I
needed to be moderated.
Yeah, exactly, Peter. Emmanuel, I'm going to go to you next because you're going to be opposition, and then Co. I don't know if I said your name right, but we'll go to you. Who? Hold on. We're not going to do any litmus tests tonight. I don't care who's people think that they're not from.
The funny fact that we have here is whoever wants to talk about Trump in English, they say Trump, easily, Trump. But once you go to the other rooms, specifically from the Persian groups that they're supporting IRGC, they say Mr. Trump. In fact, that he's the murderer of the supreme loser. But now I'm a fan of the
and they wrote Tehran with T دسته‌دار. That
Okay, great. That's really fact, though. Interesting. So that the Mr. President is you're saying out of respect, right? That's kind of your point. I respect him a lot. Yeah. I respect Trump. Mr. Trump is the president. I love him. All right. Awesome. Cash in your pink ticket. Cash in your pink ticket. Appreciate it. Emmanuel, you're the opposition. Go ahead, get your shit off. I don't know what you want to speak on, but.
I just have a few words. I think some of y'all really believe Trump cares about Iran. He doesn't care about Iran.
He cares about you.
He never had. He doesn't care. Okay. He doesn't care about Iran. He will.
I told Emmanuel I would give him space. You guys gotta let him speak.
Because this guy is claiming, I don't know who was talking earlier, talking about something. Yeah, he cares about America. And that's no. It's nothing about that. If you know how the economy works, you will see that what he's doing is wrong. You know what the GCC is? I don't think you know what that is. It was 1973, I think. They made a pact for the petrodollar to sell the gas and oil in dollar price in the Middle East. So now, guess what's happening to the GCC? That's Qatar, Saudi, and all that. They can't sell their oil. Why? Because Trump blocked the Strait of Hormuz. He's blocking those people. And he can't do anything right now.
What is that GCC?
Look it up. Yeah. Go on Google, look it up. It's a coalition
what is it?
that Reagan made in 1973 with Qatar.
It's the petrodollar system. Yeah. It's the Richard Nixon. It was Richard Nixon. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's no reason. Relax. We're not doing that tonight, AJ. AJ, chill, man. Gosh, man, everybody just. If they don't want to have a conversation, people can just leave. I'm just tired of doing it tonight. All right, appreciate it. Thank you. So just speak to the petrodollar.
Okay.
GCC.
What's going on? No, I just like a couple words. Well, I'm saying that this is a bad idea to start this war is because right now, if you see, they're trading with Iran and China. They're trying to make, they've already been doing it. Well, now you encourage them more because what Trump did is okay, America is going to mess with us one day. They keep letting this happen to us. This is not trustworthy. So now, if you really believe what Trump is doing, no, in the long game, America is going to lose because of this dumb stuff.
You can't make fucking claim.
Okay, now go for it. You're up.
All right, man. Well, I'm glad you at least understand the petrodollar a little bit. We're not gonna fucking lose. What are you talking about? This war is really so we can continue to have the petrodollar. One of the reasons, because China wants to destroy that with their BRICS currency system, with their BRICS alliance. We were just
been kicking away at it ever since.
Yeah. So how the fuck is it that we first of all started the war? 47 years these people have been trying to kill us, but thinking how was that fucking us up by trying to maintain the petrodollar? What you don't understand, dude. China was getting subsidized or literally saging oil off the petrodollar in Venezuela. We've stopped that. Iran, same thing. They were getting sanctioned oil, sanctioned oil that was cheap. We have stopped that. In this, we are making sure, we are making sure, Emmanuel, that they are buying, they're still going to be able to buy their oil from Iran and Venezuela. It's going to be from American dollars. And then, in a hypothetical war with China, which we're likely going to have, we can blockade the Panama Canal, the Strait of Hormuz, the Arctic shipping lane up in Greenland. Literally every shipping lane we can control. We have the capacity to. So I'm asking you, say that there's no. So all you going to start this war for what? What?
Because it's chilling.
Let him respond, bro. Come on. There will be no war with China. Put me in the queue, Matt.
Now, okay, done.
I'm not saying you're an American in front about concrete. Yeah, go ahead.
Hold on. Okay, now you're done.
As I said, when Trump was trying to I wanted him. I never liked Biden administration. I thought what they were doing was stupid. I thought they didn't care about America because all they were doing was giving out aid to every country that asked. And I was like, that's wrong. But what Trump is doing and what I've seen so far and what he's doing in the future run of the economy is bad. I think it's wrong because what he did and this whole global oil is gone. All these big companies, these billionaire companies, they're gonna make women are gonna suffer more. America, they're gonna suffer more because they're gonna increase the price of the oil. You think these companies care? You think they care? Yeah, our gas is gonna be $7. So they don't care. It's more money in your pocket. And Trump doing this war and trying to start this war with Iran, just encourage them more. All they see is green, green, green. And you and the coming man and woman is gonna suffer more for this. That's what I'm trying to get to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you. Listening to Mountain's petrodollar submission makes me want to kick a puppy off a tall building, right? And I mean a real puppy, not a fake like plush dog, like a living. It's because you're a sociopath. Because well, I'm just telling you how I feel. Not saying that I would do it. I said that's how I feel. So Montaigne doesn't understand the difference between cyclical changes and structural changes. Now, a cyclical change, we could just call that temporary due to the ebbs and flows of the economy or a relationship, right? Like your girl doesn't want to answer the phone because she's mad or she's busy. That's a cyclical change. She gonna answer the phone again. But then there's a structural change, right? Where your girl moves outside the country or she starts to talk to me. It's a structural change. She's never coming back, right? So there's a difference. So what Montaigne thinks is that this war in Iran is crazy. It's the structural change after you kick the puppy off the skyscraper concrete. He thinks.
Concrete, can you make a question out of your statement real quick? Thank you. Or are you just going to do a statement? What are you doing?
Let me think about it. I was just going to make a statement, but I think I wanted to. I'm trying to remember. My apologies. Montaigne is just like doesn't understand. Hold on. You actually have to have something substantive. You can't say I don't know and then actually. One second. Montaigne. God, this guy is so retarded. It's sad. One second. Montaigne doesn't understand the petrodollar. He doesn't understand it's just oil sales denominated in dollars. And the yuan, petro yuan.
The sign of being like
dude, this guy is so stupid. He's trying to act smart. by telling me I'm stupid, but it's like, he doesn't understand what he's saying.
Every single word
Talk,
dude. You're cursing. Look, Montaigne's the only one that's Christian. But when I talk my facts, he gets all emotional. But man, I understand he's your homie, but he is an embarrassment to everything that is sacred and decent about America.
Hey, well, let's not get personal here. Let's keep it clean. Okay, Peter, you're next, and then
Thanks for responding to nothing I said, you retard.
Okay.
Wait, bro, shut up. Every single time. Respect yourself.
Emmanuel, you cannot even know the tape. Then you want to let me address your about your claim about the economy. You isn't it cheaper this year than last year?
It's a temporary
for you or not?
I'm telling you.
Let me
like times and
he's going to holiday for you. He's going to holiday for you cheaper this year than last year or not?
Okay, can I say one more thing? What did Mountain say?
Yes or no?
No, you said Trump.
You don't have any idea about the economy. Don't advise Trump and his Treasury Department about economy. You are advising the Treasury Department about economy. Trump don't hear that.
He's the same man that
He's right, Peter.
He said the war is over. He dumps it every week and said, oh, the war's over. Oh, the war already. He says it every. Why do you think he does that?
Who said that? I never said that.
Hold on, I got to mute everybody.
Queue. There is a queue.
Okay, I don't know why people are taking over other people's slots. Peter gets a chance to go. Otherwise, he's just going to talk like when we don't want him to talk. So let Peter go, let him finish up, and then we're going to go to Alistair, and then Alan, you want to go after? Yeah, and then Manuel go after Alan. Go ahead, Peter. Make it quick.
I was thinking that this hate from President Trump could cause them to forget the real and logical issues. These people are wiser than this. They intentionally try to forget the facts because he knows better than me that he can put it wrong cheaper than last year. But I think that the collective power makes the decisions for them, and when you single them out and ask about morality and humanity that they are claiming about in the core of the Democratic Party, they cannot answer you. But the collective power are effective, I think. That they would act somewhat differently when it comes to, for example, in comparison to their core ideas. Their core ideas is respectable in the Democratic Party. But when it comes to Iran, they forget everything. Weirdly, is that possible? It is like a temple. It's not like a political civilization.
Thank you, Peter. Gonna get a submission. Hate that Trump PDF. I got it. Okay,
Does anybody think Iran?
Yeah. I for one actually really. Oh, are you gonna go, Alan? Okay, go ahead, Alan.
Yeah. So my name's Concrete. The first thing I'm gonna do is say that the previous speaker made me feel like insert and made me feel like I wanted to put a blender up my nose. He was a complete idiot, and now I'm going to insult him, and then I'm going to make a point, and then I'm going to make that speaker get upset, and then I'm going to leave the room. Thank you. Matt, if you want disruption in your room, then do it. Otherwise, don't bring him up on the stage. That's what he does every time. And thank you for letting him go before me, because if he had gone after me, then he would have said, whatever he said about you, Mountain, he would have said about me, whatever it was. Right. So remember, just ignore Concrete. As far as the topic of the room,
oh, go ahead,
as far as the topic of the room, I understand everybody's we are winning. we want. Deals are being made, and now I can't predict the future, but for now it looks good. He even told Israel to sit down and shut up because he reminded Israel that we're Israel's big daddy and they have to do what we say. So, in spite of Netanyahu, who always saying, well, I can control America, etc., etc. So, we will see where this goes. As far as what you said, Emmanuel, well, I think it looks pretty good. Again, we can't predict the future, but a IRGC that is either gone or controlled, an IRGC that does not have the nuclear material now is very good. And I think that's important. So let's just see what happens. I try to refrain from predicting the future, but this morning Iran said the strait is open. They're not going to screw with anybody going. That's another good step. Step by step, I think we're good. Thank you.
But each and every morning, a lot of sunshines are executed. I mean, young people like sunshines.
So this
is not a stop.
Right. This house cleaning knows that Alan. Every day is a new day. So I know who Concrete is. I know exactly who he is. And you're right. He's basically a moron at the end of the day. But give everybody a chance to come up, voice that they are a moron, and then make it, move along. So
No, I understand.
Yeah. Okay, so
Socialism, so
Alistair's next, and Al. I think he came off.
Yeah. I appreciate what Mountain brings to the conversation, and when people interrupt him, we lose out on some good analysis and insight. And Mountain, I think you're doing excellent work there. And in fact, my friend here in Chicago wants me to go to a comedy show with, what's his name, Dave Smith or whatever, the guy in the upper right in your PTR. And then I sent him that photo because, I question my friends' opinions and their values. And and Matt is so cool that he even opens these effing rooms because the truth is we live in a sea and in a society of Democrats. And if you go into other rooms, I was in a room today, one of those deep state patriot rooms, they're sitting there organizing for May Day. And here in Chicago, the mayor, the head of the schools, they want children to skip classes and go join the protests with all the other well-organized Democrats. So I know you want to stay topical, but the truth is, if I was to offer any real value to the listeners of your room, it would be proprietary information. 3 chess moves, 5 chess moves ahead. There are people here in Mountain, I got to disagree with you. The United States will not go to direct open conflict with China. We will not go to open direct conflict with Russia. We use proxy states to do that, Mountain, and that's the way we fight modern battles in pre-approved proving grounds to direct our military resources and our $1.2 trillion annual budget every year. It's not open conflict. And I read a news article the other day that the head of Taiwan is receiving a lot of criticism because she sold out Taiwan. She's a Chinese bought and sold agent. So the point is, you don't need to go kill 100,000 people and invade an island when you can just bribe and manipulate and control subversively. So you are not thinking in terms of the shadows, the darkness of politics. Just like in love, there's dark love and there's dark politics. And the truth is, the dark politics is what Trump is doing, and that's why we're winning.
I appreciate it, Alistair.
Nice smart dude, man.
Yeah, right.
I think we will because of that. I'm just saying because of that Taiwan issue. If they invade Taiwan, America's Navy will be fighting the Chinese.
Interesting. Okay, that's an interesting take. Emmanuel, your pink ticket. Pink ticket's good. Cash it if you don't mind. I'm trying to get 1,000 people tonight because I'm like 200 plus away or whatever it is. So, Andre, you also did a pink ticket too. Cash that in. Andre, if you want to speak, you've been on the stage a little longer than Albert.
Can you go after the next person, please?
Yeah, no problem. Right or Ralph, I don't know if you want to speak. I see you're a house member. You're welcome to speak too. But Albert, do you want to go? Because he came off mic a second ago.
Yeah, I only had one quick comment about Iran. It's been over talks them as a potential threat, so it doesn't make sense. I'll throw in a pass as well. You know, talk to your members. I love that you're creating a good vibe here, Matt.
I appreciate you. Sam, did you want to jump back in at all? I know you've kind of been listening now. I didn't know you made a good contribution, but I want to say anything about what you heard.
Yeah, sure. So I think it is quite important to understand that this war did not start out of nothing. So I don't know if people really believe that America just suddenly one day and was like, yeah, we're just gonna attack Iran or the Islamic Republic, just because we feel like it. Like, is that seriously like the thing people think? Have they ever looked into why they even started this war? Do you know how many American troops died in the past years before the war even started?
So give us your opinion. I'm sorry, I got to the audience.
It's not an opinion. You can just look it up. They have literally been funding proxy warfare all over the world. And this is just basic information that is out there. And people act like it just came out of nowhere. I just want to say, I think that's weird. I don't know why people say that.
Albert, do you deny that the Iran funds, Hezbollah and Hamas and different proxies? Do you deny that? Or?
Can I add something?
I thought she was saying U.S. was a proxy.
Oh, no.
She was referring to Iran, and it's
Iran funding its proxies. That's well known.
I think Albert was disagreeing.
No, not Iranian proxy.
Matt, can I make a comment?
Yeah, hold up one second.
Distinguish.
Okay, Sam, are you done? Sam?
I want a reaction on that, please.
Okay, Abby, we just have a rebuttal from the opposition. Emmanuel, do you want to answer that? Why do you think that the U.S. started this? I think that's essentially what she's asking.
So, I'm not 100% sure because you might think you know why he started it. You don't know why. Because if he started it, why did he have to say American and Israel? You don't know the real reason why. You're just guessing. So,
can I add something?
Yeah.
Can I also ask you something?
We'll go after Emmanuel, then Abby, and then Doctor.
Absolutely. Yes.
Go ahead, Emmanuel, finish up.
So, there's people that come off as hate. I never said I hated Trump. I dislike him. I don't like what he does. As I said, I would vote for him the first time he wanted to be president. I wanted him to win because I thought he was for America. But what he's doing right now is hurting America more, in my opinion. And why I said he's not doing this because he doesn't care about Rams. I'm just gonna put it to blame him. He doesn't. Because why did Obama, Biden play nice with Iran? You think that they wanted to do the same Trump did, bully them, bombs at them? Don't get me wrong, I know what Iran did. Iran killed, 20,000 people in the protest because the Iran people needed liberation. Don't get me wrong, Iran's a bad place. They're only till the old regime needs to go down. But what Trump is doing right now, he's hurting American people. I don't care about any other country if we want to keep it that way. We don't care. I personally I always look for myself, myself first. I'm sorry to hear that.
Okay.
I want my America first. And what you're doing.
Hold up, Peter. Hold up.
From the Iranian position it became like this. What did you have? I have a court record. What do you have? Do you have a court record? Decide for yourself.
I'm an American citizen. What are you talking about?
I have.
You see,
I have something more than being an American citizen. I have a fourth record. The first in the fourth. The first in the fourth.
What is happening right now? Peter, are you okay? Peter, are you alright?
I don't know what to say.
I gotta come back in here. Okay, Daniel.
You can't do it like this.
I gotta meet the stage. I don't like meeting stages. I just want to talk over me, and that's not gonna work. Okay, so Manuel, you obviously set the room off a little bit there, as I expected. I don't know if you really answered the question, but we'll move on from that, and we will go to we got Abby, and then Doctor. Oh, no, Ko. Ko, I can see your name.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I'm just referring to Sam's point that this war didn't start in one night. First of all, when you guys are referring to Iran, just emphasize this: all these things at war is not between Iran and USA. It's between USA and IRGC. IRGC is having all these missiles during the 47 years that they are on the government. They have the power. They spend all the money from their own citizens to build the missiles inside the mountain, and all the labs for nuclear things is inside the mountain. Just think about that. If it's for peaceful things, so why you have to hide places? Why you have to build things inside the mountains without knowing that where are those things? And then just go to the Google Earth. Just check the small cities. Just check wherever they bombed. Just 2 months ago, how was it? Everywhere is hole. What are these holes? For the missiles. With what ranges? And then you guys are talking about the gas prices. Are you guys suffering? Okay, let's suffer for the gas prices just now in terms of avoiding a bigger conflict in the future. Because leaders, one of the duties for the leaders have just predicting and see the future. Not like us, we are living by paycheck by paycheck. That's all I wanted to say. IRGC versus Iran.
Abby, go ahead, and then Doctor, go for it.
Sam is right, and this is not just something that just popped up. This is an ongoing threat, and it's been an ongoing imminent threat to the United States for several years. I think there are lots of factors that led up to it, including the failed assassination attempt against our president, which someone just got convicted in federal court for. But I think you have to look at the regime that's there and the fanatical regime that is a Shiite regime that, by the way, won't surrender. They're suicidal. So you're not going to see an actual surrender, but you will see us choking them. And we'll see what we can consider the elements of regime change as they start surrendering their uranium. I mean, I think you have to sort of look at it that way, but this is not something, to get to 60% of capacity and threshold capacity is really significant for that same country to then threaten with long-range ballistic missiles, which would then reach our shores, is obviously a direct threat for them to have already attacked our assets in the region. Our military vessels, our military facilities, our shipping vessels. I mean, they were direct threats. However, you're correct. This is us with the IRGC, not with the people there. Israel's war, what they were looking at is they were assisting us. They were partners with us. For them, it was getting rid of the nuclear capability that was threatening their nation, and also getting rid of the delivery systems that they were developing to deliver these nuclear warheads once they got to full capacity, as well as their short-term maybe my dog sensed the IRGC, but there are other issues that were the issues of Israel, and they're different. They're aligned with the United States, but also different motivations in there. All that being said, and I was trying to follow what Trump said because he's here, he was in my city yesterday, that if 20 billion was released, I just wanted to say that it's like 1/10 of the destruction. We just probably destroyed about close to 270 to 300 billion dollar loss on their infrastructure. And if money is released to them in any way, I think it's also important that we would have incredible draconian fetters and controls on any money going into that system. And in some ways, they probably won't want it because it might expose all their money laundering, and we might actually be able to see how their funds get distributed, because you would have so many windows and controls to have an eyeball on the flow of funds in their country. I have a lot to say about this, but I just think
we'll be here
that
all night. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's definitely not in a vacuum. There's so many factors that lead up to it. The fact that you have, the threats that were coming to U.S. assets and our president, the cabinet. It's more than handwriting on the wall. It was right there. And to answer one last thing, I'll say, to answer why was Obama doing what Obama did, he didn't have the balls, nor did other presidents, other than Reagan, to really go after them. And Obama folded. He totally folded. And this is a completely different way to approach them. Obama enabled them. He gave them funds. He lifted sanctions. He enabled the proxies to be funded. He did the exact opposite of what was good for the world with that deal. And the best thing that happened was Trump ripping up, or at least ripping up our involvement. The deal didn't go away. It just took our involvement out of it because they were cheating, and they continued to cheat.
Real quick, that deal never went away, Abby, but who was left over again? Was it the UK and who else?
It was in the JCP. It was seven nations. I have to double check. It would be UK, France.
Let's look that up.
I love Obama.
I know, we love Obama, right? I guess not. Okay,
I'll double check that.
Yeah, because that's always brought up at the piece, so I'd be curious. I didn't look that up, but
that was a 24-day notice. That was it. Short notice to come in. It had the worst provisions in it with respect to checking on what they were doing to proliferate. It was just a stupid, bad deal, and they clearly told that it was because they cheated.
It was just an excuse not to do anything. Bottom line, straight to the point. That's just the way it is. Like, the Democrats never want to own anything. Like, what the hell's going on here? We got a problem with them. Don't want to do anything about it,
What the motivations were behind Obama, which is a whole other conversation.
Like rabbit hole for sure. Okay, Doctor. I see a name, but you're not good.
No, I'm here. I really love the dogs and my friends, so I really don't remember what we were talking about, so I'm sorry.
Well,
Just
you see anything in the title you want to talk about?
Latest Trump news. I ran for Trump keeps on winning. Oh my god.
It's a lot there, right?
Oh my god. Yeah, I have a lot to say about that, but what do you mean I don't think I should with you because I think so. No, because sometimes it's quiet. But if I ramble,
Do you think Trump is a horrible person?
No. Well, yeah, because I met him a couple of times when I was younger. No, when I was a child with my mother and father. He wasn't a nice person. I wouldn't say he's a terrible person. I don't know what he done for the rest of his life like that. I can't tell if this guy is good guy or a bad guy or like.
Based on
And
what?
that
Based on
doesn't
what
even
you're.
that doesn't know, but because like we have had bad guys in charge many times, so yeah, that doesn't really matter. But oh wait, I have to ask my mother if I can. Then about the family. Jag ser dem. Det som var på typ så här 96. Eller 96, kan jag säga det? Okej. Sorry. I just asked my mother. I'm sorry. No, I have nothing to say.
Okay, she gave you information. All right,
I know all the fucking information. She did me the improvement. Yeah.
Okay, Joby, do you want to speak?
Yeah.
Come on, right? We're at the end of the queue, so that.
Where you going, man? Are you sad to hear that America's winning?
Hey, I'm in the queue.
Oh, sorry.
What are American women?
I know, we'll get to there in a second, Doctor.
But that would be
Joby's gonna
that
answer the
would be a funny.
I know.
Funny thing to no, because I'm not from Iran, so like, but it was that would be funny. But let's talk about your girlfriend.
Joby, go ahead.
So, I'm guessing not many of you have been to Turkey. They are ours. They were ours. They will continue to be ours. And I don't get the worry. I am not worried one stinking bit. But I come from a military background, as most of you know, and I don't regret that. And I don't regret where we're headed right now. We're winning.
We have been on vacation since
Israel's winning. It's not just about Israel, it turns out. She's mad about that.
Absolutely not, but Turkey.
Damn it.
Turkey, that is one of the most, after Ataturk. Does anyone know who Ataturk is?
Yeah,
If you don't get I don't care. Learn.
You don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know what I'm talking about. My father.
Pepe Gil is sad that Israel and America are winning.
We have houses in Turkey, and I
What's up? We're winning.
And if you had ever,
We're winning, America. Israel winning. They got it.
yeah, absolutely. We talking about Turkey. Oh my God, you are like all over the fucking place. There is no lawyer.
This is literally what we're talking about, like Israel, America, and Iran. We're talking about
There
Turkey.
is no people who can hold a conversation.
Go get another. Actually, I am a lawyer. Do you want to have a conversation?
Crazy.
Hold the conversation.
Hey, doctor, I am a lawyer. So would you like to have a conversation?
Oh shit! I would love that. I would love that. I would actually love that.
You wouldn't know what that means.
You wouldn't.
I would love that. I would.
What language is she coming from? Hey, Andre.
Okay. So can we start by talking about? She said she was visiting Antalya, which is a Turk.
Hold on. We have to let Pepe go here soon. We can use it.
Hey, are your streets crazy there? They were so nuts here yesterday. It was so crazy here. I mean, they blocked off, with the dump trucks.
I honestly thought I could like speak.
I don't know where
Where's he staying? Is he flying right now?
I have no idea.
He stayed. I mean, he has a hotel here, so he stayed there. But it was, incredible security.
Stay away from that man. Stay away from him.
I'll still look it up on the. I'll still look it up.
Yeah, can we talk about the topic, yo? But Pepe, I want to hear. What do you think?
Absolutely. But I will ask.
What do I think about what?
Winning, man. I mean, are you sad about that? I know that hurts.
If I can.
He's sad. I was angry. I I was angry about the war starting because I thought it would put America in a worse position.
Oh,
that's why I was mad.
Oh, okay. We're eating crow now, everybody?
I don't know. I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
It's going pretty good.
I mean, listen, it's okay to be mistaken, but just to be fair. And,
you know, he's an America-hating, Jew-hating fuck, and I want him to pay for this. With love. Amazing.
Nah, we don't do that.
No, I'm just fucking with him. It's all right. I don't hate
Jewish
him.
people don't do that.
What do you think now, buddy, huh?
We don't do
Never
that.
bet against America. Never bet against Israel. Never bet against the house.
No, we let them speak. We let them make a fool out of them.
Okay, Andre, did you want to finally speak? I know you kind of held on.
Yeah, I do. I just want to just chime in on a couple of things. So, one thing that I heard I wanted to clarify, because it's a misconception, it's sort of like an urban tale. The petrodollar, even though there is such a concept, what people assign to it is not usually incorrect.
There's a dispute.
Oh, that's him. We can't hear him.
You're in the blade.
Andre, you're cutting out, buddy.
Oh, it's okay.
We'll come back around. I wanted to hear what you said. Wanted to say about the petroleum. The petrodollar.
Can you hear?
No, you're still bad, dude. Just keep working on that. But yeah, the petroleum petrodollar came up earlier, and someone was making the claim that there's somehow we're going to transition, or China and Russia are going to make that transition off it, and I guess
U.S. dollar, he was saying. That was just what he was talking about. The petrodollar. Yeah, but the petrodollar is kind of, in a way, I guess that it's just, you're just buying oil through U.S. dollars, right? And that's what we're guaranteeing that Venezuela, if you're, you can buy your oil through, you can buy oil still from Venezuela. Just make sure that it's through U.S. dollars, petrodollars, sending with Iran, Yeah, absolutely. Okay, then how does it work?
Oh, you have Google, bro.
Then tell me if I'm wrong. I just made a claim. You made a claim. I'm wrong. You have to tell me how I'm wrong. You can't just say.
It's here with Middle East. The people that provide oil for Taiwan, Japan, Europe, they made a deal with them.
Know that.
So let's check out for the recent profiles for
years ago, like in the 70s, man. Like
yes, and so this current blunder Trump just did.
How was it a blunder? How was it a blunder?
Because that's a blunder. Because you keep thinking, oh, you're bitching about oil prices. Oh, you're crying about you got to pay a little bit more, buddy. When you put stocks in markets, you don't think you're gonna get your money back tomorrow. You think you're gonna be a millionaire tomorrow? That's not how it works. You look at the future. Oh, in 5 years, this price will go up. I'll make more money. So now, if
you're talking about your ass, so continue.
I'm talking on my ass. Let me finish. So now, if Trump does this little thing he just did with Iran and put us behind, how do I know he's putting us behind? Because a man who knows what he's doing and who knows who's winning doesn't come on the news every other week and say, oh, we're winning, we're going to take Iran over, or yeah, we're winning, we have no choice. Why do you think he does that every week? Because of stock prices.
Prevent the markets from tanking. That's why he does it.
That's why the market. What's the market?
He's not lying though.
So.
No, dude, we're doing well. Everything's going great.
Hey, look, Emmanuel, you know nothing about the petrodollar, and you know nothing about the Middle East. The GCC countries rely on the petrodollar. They rely on the U.S. Armed Forces. After we took Venezuela, and now we fucked up Iran, we just limited China's growth militarily by 30% annually. So now everyone in the East everyone who is in this evil axis of BRICS, everything in this evil axis of BRICS has gone to shits, because without Venezuela, you're going to do nothing with BRICS. So the U.S. petrodollar will soar, the economies will thrive, the GCC will live on, and they will have even more military strength of U.S. armed forces in the Arabian Gulf. So at the end of the day, we just secured our petrodollar for like the next 3 generations. Next 3 generations for sure. For sure.
So what I said that, you just think I'm wrong, Emmanuel. It's crazy. I've been trying to tell you that.
I think you talk out of your ass and
what?
What's that word? What's the word?
Matt, can you hear me now?
Every single word you curse.
Yeah, I'll get you back in, Andre.
You sound like or no? Rebuttal. When you put things up, you sound like you don't know what you're saying. That's what I'm saying.
What's crazy about that is that I was telling you, man, that exact thing earlier. I've told people that. They don't believe me. It's just crazy, man. But they can't rebuttal me. All they say is, I'm wrong, yet there's no rebuttal.
Yeah, man.
I apologize, Emmanuel. I read something else. I guess we're on the same side of things. I guess. Excuse me. Okay, it's wrapping up again.
I'm here for the truth, and long live King Trump. I hear that we're doing very well. And
Emmanuel just left because he's like,
that's too bad. I would start to hear it.
Yeah, Andre, go ahead.
Yeah, so like the idea of petrodollar and like the type of meaning that people most assign to it is an urban myth. In the 70s, there was a lot of surplus in terms of trading oil, and most of the countries were converting it to dollars not because the United States made some kind of cabal or, made a secret plan with other countries to use only its currency. It's because the United States provides the most stable and overwhelming financial system. And so people invest into the United States for the same reason. We have like a thriving economy, we can borrow against our economic growth. And so this is why there's this illusion that somehow people only want to use American dollar. They're kind of forced into it because the United States has created this very stable, very robust financial system. Everybody wants to have a piece of it. So just kind of getting that out of the way. I think what Trump has accomplished in the run, I'm going to join Eddie's opinion. I think one of the greatest criticism of Obama deal was that he was going to release that money without any strings attached, especially in terms of curbing the missile program Iran was developing. There's nothing about that in the agreement. So what the criticism was that Iran is just going to sit out the time of the deal, and as soon as it's over, they're going to start developing nuclear weapons, which is exactly what happened.
They can't do that.
The deal expired. That's exactly what they started doing. So, like within, I think, 4 months, they went up to 10 or 15%, and within 8 months, they got up to 60%. So they had that in mind the whole time. So breaking the deal, kind of throwing it into the trash can was a very good thing. It was a very a much needed thing. In terms of the greater strategy, I'll just finish. I have one more point you can critique it afterwards.
Yes, sir.
One more thing is a grander strategy against China. I think it's absolutely phenomenal. It was accomplished with Venezuela. Now the largest oil reserve is under the control of the United States, which makes the oil prices much more stable because we control it. And secondly, China has been curbing its appetite for growth. I mean, they already experienced some economic issues in their real estate, and I think this is just going to expedite their downfall. They need to be shown their place, and they have the ambition of coming out of. Well, what's very interesting, actually, I just want to make one more point. Is what's recently shown to me. If you look at the geographic location of China and just sort of where it is located, there are two borders of islands that prevent China from having free access to the maritime ways. And the key point of the first border of islands is Taiwan. This is like, if they get Taiwan, they get access to, larger maritime trade, and they should be not allowed to achieve that, because then, they will be challenging the United States in a much more robust manner. So I think everything that needs to be achieved during this campaign is getting achieved. achieved, and I really hope the administration finishes what they started. That's my only kind of, no, not the critique, but I'm hopeful that they will finish it. If they don't, there's going to be a biggest quagmire.
Andre, I
would finish this shit.
would say very eloquently put, and also I think a lot of people are not paying attention to the amount of the spending that all of China's customers loses the minute this blockade started by Iran. You know, with the Strait of Hormuz being blocked and all of the nations that need the natural gas and oil from the GCC, now their spending limit, you know, is decreased because of inflation and everything else. So it didn't matter that China was going to get the oil; their customers weren't getting their oil and natural gas. So then that leaves all of that assembly manufacturing that the East, the West, and the world goes to China with. Now they don't have the money temporarily to buy it. So China was losing hundreds of millions of dollars a day just off of trade by Iran blocking the strait. So I think China played an even bigger role with them and is going to let them know we're your banker. So if China pulls out and says, you know what, we're pulling our money away from you people, then Iran's regime will collapse in 2 seconds without one bomb being paid attention to that as well.
I've been saying this for a while, man, from the outset. A lot of this has to do with China. Obviously, yes, there's the nuclear threat. I mean, there's the Iranian threat. But really, I mean, this huge thing is about China. From Venezuela to Greenland to Iran.
I've been listening to you guys for a while now. And for me, it's like, have you even went to fucking school? Have you even like...
No, we can tell. We can you have not went to school.
I'm not trying to be rude, but I am going to...
Walla, you don't know. Walla, you don't know anything. Walla, you don't.
Did you go to school? Did you go to school? No, there's absolutely nothing you have said. That is right. That is right. International was the right. The
How much drink? Too much wine? How much wine did you drink?
In your country, there's absolutely nothing you have said.
Make it drink.
No, I
She
just
must be
want
an
to know.
Ayatollah. She must be an Ayatollah worshiper. There you go. Allah ignores Stefan Getty. Wallah. Allah ignores Stefan. Wallah. Remember that.
Don't put the name of my capital onto your mouth.
Fuck your capital. Fuck your capital. Fuck that. That's why we bomb this shit out of you. Bomb, Iran. Wallah, Mecca is in Saudiya, not in Iraq.
Peter,
That wasn't the reaction. It was supposed to be a laugh.
Long live
supposed to be a laugh,
Sunni
man.
Empire. Long live the GCC. Fuck Iraq.
Wallah,
Fuck Iran.
Fuck your mom, asshole.
Fuck Iran. Wallah. Fuck
You're
Iran.
like trying to set your countries like free, asshole. Don't tell us that.
sit down now.
Fuck them. Even if they don't be free, let them die.
They're not going to. They're not going.
Let them die in debt. Let them die in
For
debt.
47 years they've dealt with this shit, bro. They're not going to even stand up for their own country. Us Americans would never put up with this. But we have guns, and that's why it's so important to have them.
Hey, brother, we got rid of Xerxes. We got rid of Xerxes, and then we have the golden age coming. Dr. what? Dr. Muhammad.
All right. Sounds like we are in open.
You need to
season
change
now.
the dosage of your
Peter,
addiction.
Peter, yeah. Are you going after Peter? What happened here? I don't know.
I'm just going after anyone that wants to be pro-Ayatollah. I hate them. I'm Arab background, so I hate the bastards. I don't like anything to do.
The worst offenders, though, are Americans who are literally rooting for their enemies to win, like Iran. Like, dude, it's pervasive. It's very pervasive in this country.
Yeah, they're very the low IQ lefties, man.
How about the people? How about the people?
Discussion, yeah.
Mountain, how about the people that stood in front of City Hall in Philly and cheered about having American soldiers come back in body bags?
That was great.
Oh, those are pieces of
That's
shit.
what I'm talking about. We even have people on the right that hate Israel so much, that they would rather see America and Israel lose in this alliance, in this fight, because they hate America so much and Israel so much. It's fucked.
Well,
man. I'm telling you.
They're not going to stop. They're
It's
not going
not
to
just
stop the
people on the
idea.
left. people on the right too. It's sick.
They're not going to stop it.
Since God forbid they get like a kidney problem and need dialysis, which is all coming out of Israel. I mean, go through the list of all the medications and all of the technology. They kind of forget that part.
Yeah,
But what do you guys think about the Iranians that are in your countries right now defending the IRGC and literally spreading their propaganda?
They need to be.
I think they should be. I think they should be tracked. I think there's a level of freedom, but if it's something that's challenging the security of our country and if they're not citizens and they're here on visas, then I think that's a whole different conversation. If they're citizens, I mean, if they're threatening, you can't. I mean, you have to look at what they're saying, how they're saying it, and who it is that's saying it. But if it's threatening the security of the country and they're not citizens, then you do what Rubio is doing with a lot of people, and you're watching them and tracking it.
They claim they want the death of America for the fight of the Palestinian and Lebanese cause, but all they did was destroy Lebanon. All they did was destroy Africa. They destroyed everything. They destroyed the Middle East. Well, in the United States,
You think you know something, but you don't know shit about Iranians. I promise you, fantastic.
they're going to checkered straight and control the empire. I know a lot. Ayatollah, you're not even Allah. The Ayatollah is not even the Ayatollah is fake. It's not even part of yet. The Shia go before the Ayatollah. So what are they? They're just a bunch of psychotics. They're not leaders. They do nothing to destroy the world.
You're just a psychopath, Rabbi. It is not clear for me what you say.
Here, do you support the IRGC and Ayatollah?
He's delusional. He's delusional. I promise you, sir. Listen to me. No, I'm not. Let me clarify what he wants to provide. I'm not asking about tradition. He does not let me clarify his bullshit. Just give me a minute. I would explain.
All your religions are.
Amen. Are you here?
Yes, sir.
He's a family. All concepts.
Okay, what's going on, Anthony?
No, I want to say something to Peter. Peter.
Stop.
I want to ask Peter a simple question. Peter won't answer the simple question, man.
Anthony beat you. Just hold on a second. Go ahead, Anthony.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna. I see what the deal. I was gonna just say we need a little more moderation. It's a lot on you, brother. If you want to pass around some beans, this, we need they're out of control right now, bro.
Well, just open up. Somebody gotta open the stage up.
Don't pass any beans. I'm too sensitive.
Hey, Jack, hold on. Everybody has to kind of get their shit off. Let everybody do that. Kind of open the stage, and then I'll reel it back in for a Q if we need to. So if everybody's on their behavior, we don't have to do a Q. We'll see how it goes. But
Matt, I'm being great right now. I'm not even being terrible. I want to ask Peter.
Yeah, you're behaving. That's because it's 4 a.m. there or 3 a.m. I don't even know.
It's almost 6 a.m. I got insomnia. I can't sleep. So
yeah, you're kind of mellow. You're like, I like this paycheck. I like this one right here.
I'm tired. I can't sleep. It's the problem. I'm really going to see a doctor, get some melatonin. I don't know what the hell it is. I can't sleep.
Are you going to ask Peter a question? Let Peter answer.
I want to ask Peter a question. Very, very simple. The same one that Sam asked him. Are you pro IRGC? Do you hate the mullahs?
IRGC.
You what?
I see them as terrorist organization.
Okay. Do you want the Shah to come back?
I want him to play a big role. I don't want him as a Shah.
You're against Jabhat Shah, really? As an Iranian?
No, I am not against them. I am for them, but I don't want a king. Because Iran does not belong to a person. Iran is a country, like others.
Peter, listening to people like you is the reason why Iran has been occupied for 47 years. Because you're a goddamn fucking pussy. When you do your first chance that you happen to get liberation, you don't even want the man that wants to free your people to be in charge of your country. What are you talking about? The Shah People that when Khomeini got killed by the United States and Israel, people in Iran, I have some friends in Tehran. You know what they were singing? They were singing Jabba Shah in their fucking building, Iran and everything else. And you come here, wait. And you come here and you live in Berlin. You're not even in Iran. And to be like, oh, I'm against the Shah and everything else. If you wait, Peter. Peter. If you're not, wait, Peter, you're not even in the country. Don't come to help people like Peter, enough. 1 second, bro, you're gonna reply after me. Enough. One second. Let me finish speaking. You're boiling my blood too early in the morning. Peter, enough. Wait a second. You come here, you tell people, oh, well, the IRGC is terrible, a horrible organization, 100%. And America and Israel are trying to liberate their own goddamn people. And you son of a bitch come here and say, oh, you know what? We don't need a king and everything else like that. What if the Iranian people that? You're one person and you're not even in Iran and you can't even vote there. So shut the hell up and everything else like that. Don't come here. No, wait. Let me finish. Wait, Peter. Peter, enough. You're in Berlin, enough. Wait. Let me finish.
It's not yours.
Enough. Shut the hell up. Let me finish.
I think you gotta let him finish for sure.
Let me finish, bro.
He'll never shut up if you don't let him finish. Just to give you FYI that. Go ahead.
True, man. You're correct. Yeah, thank you very much. You're correct about that. But Peter, it's the first time in 47 years you have a chance at freedom, liberation, and everything else like that. And your main focus is like,
oh, you spend most of your time.
And everything else like that. Just be like, thank you, America. Thank you, the state of Israel. We're going to be allies and friends forever. And then just get rid of the fucking mullahs. It's been 47 years. You did sweet fuck all about it. I mean, you fled to Germany. And you didn't even do anything.
We've got to mull it over. Mull it over and remove the mullahs.
I just clarified for others, but not for you. I am 34 years old. I was in Iran from
34 going on 75, Peter.
I lived and grown up in Tehran, and that makes me credible in my point of view to comment on behalf of Iranians, since I am judged as an Iranian all day long in the streets. I would have to explain why those assholes need to make the positions. Otherwise, I was not in this stage. If my interest was not shared with them, I don't give a fuck how they live. I feel sorry to be contaminated with some of these assholes. But I will defend them sometimes.
Peter, how would they judge your character? What would they say about you, Peter?
I don't trust them to have the same slogan with the assholes. They have always lied. They have always falsified documentation even for immigration to their destinations. Okay, why should I be able to trust these assholes? Of course, I prefer to deny them, but I cannot. Since I am judged like them in the street, I would have to carry the burden, but I need to ask them to change the standard. You are thinking wrong about Iran. They live in some free countries. They think that this version and this prescription is for this country. When it comes to Iran, when it's kingdom, they have other tricks and things. Go fuck off. Go think twice. We are just a couple of steps back. Not is different in the national stage. We need to pass those steps that these modern countries pass to reach these steps. The prescription for Iran is not different. Okay? Just we are a couple of steps back. They don't realize this. They think that Iran is different with different prescription thing. That makes them delusional. And even when they see me on these stages, since they denied me and humiliated me all the way along when I opened this account in Clubhouse, it is heavy for them to accept that my credibility from international rooms. Okay? I take my credibility from international rooms, not from their rooms. They have always blocked me. They have always removed me.
Peter, are you worried about your personal security and safety in Iran? Are you worried that Clubhouse could be putting you in danger, Peter?
So I'm thankful to you to have this time on this stage. And I think they don't need to
Peter, are you worried about your personal safety and security because of Clubhouse, Peter?
they are not be, they won't be able to stop my talent to be used for Iran. Because I got
Peter, we know you're very talented, but do you have ears attached to your head, Peter? Are you worried about your personal security and safety because you're using Clubhouse, Peter? I know you're talking very loud and you're very emotional, but Peter, are you worried about your personal safety and security as a result of using Clubhouse in Iran?
Clubhouse in Iran is.
He's not in fucking Iran. He's in Berlin.
I am for half a years in Berlin. Yes, I am not. If I'm
You're not
I am for your GC. If I am online from Iran, inside Iran, right this stage, I am
But you're not in Iran, though, Peter. You're not in Iran.
Alright, my
Hey, man. No, hello, man.
Hey, buddy.
Oh man, I'm getting crazy. This is too much talking. This is it.
We liberated the Middle East, and we are now liberating the stage.
Exactly. We don't We're good.
Yeah, Peter, we get it. You're too emotional.
We're good, Peter. We got it.
Situation I'm involved in.
We got it, man.
Don't care, bro.
Everybody knows that
I
should be.
respect Peter's opinion.
Iran should be given like.
Because he has said that he is only a transitional leader.
I don't think you've ever seen what it takes to liberate a country. You guys haven't seen what it really takes to liberate a
So what
country.
Peter is saying is that he only wants him as a transitional leader, which I respect.
Hold on, Peter. We gotta have a conversation. Sam, what were you saying to Peter or to everybody? I don't know. I didn't hear it. People were talking.
I'm just saying, so the path that we were talking about, the Crown Prince, he has repeatedly said that he will only offer himself as a transitional leader. So there are monarchists, of course, like me, which say Javi Shah all the time because we love him and we trust him and only him. But there's also people that are not monarchists, and that's fine. They want him as a transitional leader. There's going to be elections, and vote whatever they want, a republic, I don't know what they want, they're a communist. But anyway, they can just vote for what they like. That's fine, and we respect that.
You don't just vote for what you like, sweetheart. You vote in a government which is organized and arranged in an efficient and productive way to support the people. It's not just what people feel and like. Do you know about open and fair elections?
Exactly, that's what we're heading to, Alistair.
You're not going to vote that.
Yeah, but in open and fair elections, sweetheart, you don't vote for communism, you don't vote for socialism, you vote for efficiency and growth and productivity and the things that are good for your society, not these evil, backward, liberal socialist ways that you seem to want to sneak in there.
We're going to first be voting for what kind of... Is it a republic, a constitutional monarchy, or a full monarchy?
Is it great?
No, not until Zarina is allied with Prince. I don't go with Zarina, but on the same front. I would not risk my life with Zarina.
But that's a great question, Sam. Like, what is...
Hey, Matt. Excuse me, Matt.
Sam.
Hey, dude, excuse me, I'm calling you. Sorry, someone will come and call me. I'm going to ask you a question.
Okay.
So please, I respect you, buddy. Just give me a moment.
You respect
and then
Gotta hold on, Barty. I was talking. Just hold up 1 second. Sam, what other systems do you envision that Iran will have? What are your thoughts? Like, go through that a little bit, and I mean, what do you think? Is it going to be a theocracy still? What do you got?
Well, let me go after that.
Definitely. Well, if we look at the pollings, yeah. If we look at the polls in recently, I think it was 2024 and the end of 2024 done by Gaman, we can see that 80% does not want the regime, and also the same 80% does not want a theocracy. So they want a secular. Most Iranians, majority, 80% wants a secular. What do you call it? English is my fourth language. Secular.
Let me go.
Yeah.
Barty's going to next after this. Go ahead and say something.
Oh wait, that was the answer to your question.
Perfect. Okay, Barty, what do you make of that? Of what she said, or did you want to speak on something else? But
Okay, sorry, I'm at work, so I have to go. I have to go anytime they call me. I just wanna, if I just stop talking, just please forgive me. So, you know what? I cannot talk as all Iranian.
Yeah.
Iran is, a lot of people, different. It's like a big different nations are mixing together, different opinion. But you guys maybe are interested to know something about Iran. You're asking me, you're asking someone else, but we are just saying our own opinion.
Yeah, go back
If you want to know, you have to go to honest media and honest news and figure out, filter it yourself. So by your education, but by whatever your knowledge, you figure out what's going on over there. So I'm just asking you some questions. Please think about that. If you want to answer now. I try to listen if I be in a room. If not, people can think about this. So who made Taliban in Afghanistan? And why was that?
Obama did.
No.
Trump was there. Taliban was the legitimate government.
We'll have Barty has had this. Here, hold up. We have a little ice out here. Barty and Kaz, go ahead.
Who made Taliban in Afghanistan?
They fucking existed for decades.
Let me tell you.
They were fighting the fucking Russia, the Soviets.
Oh yeah, bingo. So USSR was getting over Afghanistan. So US CIA made Taliban. Taliban was already there as a small group. They weren't armed. But we armed them to keep. Hold on. I say you can. Hold on.
Go back to work.
Hold on. So you can talk about this later. Let me finish what I'm saying. So CIA armed them to keep them. They did. So who brought Ayatollahs to Iran? And why they brought it? What was the reason? I'm talking about my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong. Please don't attack to each other. Go think about this. Who brought Ayatollahs to Iran?
We'll think about it.
We'll think about it. But listen, I just want to.
Go ahead.
I've been on Clubhouse for a week and stuff, but I'm watching the good Trump news, and of course, yes, he's gonna bring peace to the Middle East. I already knew that. QAnon Ben said that. I don't know why people just don't go read QAnon, know what the fuck going on. And I've been told y'all Trump is saving Israel fast. Everybody been crying about Iran war. I've been told them it's good. Trump has it handled. They thought I was crazy. Now they know they're wrong. And then Trump also told Israel they can't bomb Lebanon no more. So everything I've been saying is coming true. Now, pay attention to you idiots in the room. I come here and say the same thing and never changes. Trump is going to take out Israel for last. I don't know how he's going to do it, but this stage is...
That's dumb as shit, bro.
Yeah, well, from what I've been saying, it looks like I'm the smartest one on Clubhouse because I'm the only person that's been right.
You say you've been on here for a week?
I've been on Clubhouse since it came out, bro.
All right,
This is my fifth account, bro. But it looks like I'm the only person that stays consistent, and I'm the only one that knows what's going on. I'm the only one that tells the future.
You a prophet? Well, tell us the truth then, prophet.
The last time I got it was years ago.
Man, nobody cares about your opens on Clubhouse. Tell us something informative. Hello?
Please. Thank you.
God, Gay Mikhail, dude.
Can I just you're in MySpace page?
It's an investment. It's an investment.
You're such a cock, weirdo.
You were saying you got news from somewhere. What was that?
First of all,
QAnon.
I get my news from
You
all,
trolling?
a lot of different sources, but QAnon, right? I saw QAnon, I read it. They told exactly what is going on years ahead. I read it, and I'm watching everything they say happen. That's why I can vouch for it, and I could come tell y'all what's gonna happen. Get called crazy, months go by. Guess what? It looks like what I'm saying is the most credible thing because everybody was wrong but me.
Who's Q? Kaz, who's Q?
So what were
No, guys. Who's Q? Who's Q? You said you follow it. Who is Q?
Well, you probably saying that because you think Q is Epstein. It's not.
No, I have no idea. I actually don't know. That's why I'm asking you. Who's Q?
That right-wing group.
Call him out. Let him answer. Who's Q?
A military operation, somebody making drops and making claims.
Who's the person? Like
we don't know. They say it's Donald Trump.
So you're saying Q is Donald Trump?
Yeah. They say it's Donald Trump.
Matt, do you know this?
Abby, there's little signals to give.
Abby, it doesn't matter who Q is.
I know it does matter because you're quoting someone. I'm asking who it is that you're quoting. I don't know who it is.
Listen.
So you're saying Q is Donald Trump?
Correct.
Who are they?
Correct person. I'm a truthful person.
I'm not questioning your veracity. I'm asking who the person is that you're relying on.
They're anonymous.
Well, but what are they? Like, how do they exist?
They exist because they're humans.
Well, what humans are they?
Okay. Guys, I'm guessing Q to me is Uncle Sam. I agree with what you're saying. Part of that.
But who is it?
Uncle Sam.
But who is it? Uncle Sam's a poster that we all saw as kids.
You don't know who is Uncle Sam?
Yeah, he's the cool poster and a top hat. So could someone tell me what's...
He's doing what?
Because I'm not asking what you believe in, I'm asking who it is, because I don't know about it.
It's like what the
Let him answer. Just let him answer.
He's the
Is a group of people that have information. That's all I'm gonna tell you. Now, how do I know they're credible? Because I pay attention. So when they say this is gonna happen, and I watch it happen, I could tell I already read this because of them. It's multiple things. I don't believe in too many coincidences. So that's what it is to me. You don't have to believe me. You can stay on your surface level shit. You know,
that's good. That's what I was trying to ask people. You know, I was asking you who did it as your cue, you know? It's my cue too. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I appreciate it, buddy. But
yeah,
I'm learning to talk to people that don't believe me and ask for sources. People that ask for sources are idiots and they can't think for themselves.
The people that ask for sources are idiots. Why do you believe that?
Why do you believe you can't prove anything, right?
What's an idiot to you?
Somebody that can't think for themselves. Somebody that questions other people because of their source and not the validity.
So you think questioning and trying to understand the foundation of what someone's saying makes someone an idiot?
The whole construct of thinking is I can't believe this unless I have a source because you have no discernment and no enlightenment.
I didn't question your veracity and believing in it. I just asked who it was.
Where are you going with this?
Because I'm trying to understand who it is you're quoting.
I just told you who it was. So
you said so. You're quoting Donald Trump. Basically, is what you said. I'm just trying to understand who you're quoting. I didn't question your belief or your truth. It's your truth. I just want to know who it is you're quoting. Because you're saying this is what's happening, and this person says this is happening. So I'm asking who the person is. That's a fair question.
Look, Abby, and I'm giving you a fair answer. To me, it could have been your grandmother. If your grandmother was posting stuff on the internet, and then I saw it to come true, and I know she posted it
first and it happened a couple times, it doesn't matter if it's your
This is fucking retarded, dude.
My grandmother makes chicken soup.
So basically,
What is this, man? Why do you run our conversation with this trash, bro?
Mountain, so what were you asking me, Mountain? Because you asked me something earlier. What were you saying?
I'd like some chicken soup. Well, I mean, like, okay, so when you, with
Why are you
the,
guys entertaining this?
yeah, I don't even know why we are, but you're right.
Pepe, can you explain to me who Q is?
Alex Jones International Building of Pews
I don't think anybody knows exactly who it is, but there was this young guy that was talking to me. Shut your fucking mouth for a minute.
No, I'm talking.
You can shut
Man, hold on. I was answering people's questions. I never got to land my plane, so y'all should get off my dick and wait y'all turn. You feel me? Y'all dick suckers. Shout out to Matt though, you feel me? Even though he disagreed with me, and, you know, you're a good moderator. But like I said,
he voted the vote. Look at his last position. The people were claiming that they are competing. Look what they answered to the poll.
You see what's going on? The problem I have with people like Pepe and people like Mountain, when people tell y'all stuff, stop attacking people that give you information just because you don't fucking know. You guys are idiots, bro, and you guys are the problem to why other people see the truth in things. Because who are you guys to say he's stupid? To say you're stupid because you don't fucking know. You guys are idiots, bro. I read QAnon, right? And they said certain things, right? They said what was gonna happen in Iran. They said what was gonna happen with F years ago. They said Trump is bringing a peace to the East, and guess what? I just voted. Is Donald Trump bringing peace to the Middle East? Why is that a question? Well, I already knew that would be a question way before. So that's what he's doing. Saudi Arabia is on board. Everybody's on board. And I told you he's saving Israel for last. He has to clean up the mess on the outside. Then he's going to come clean up the mess on the inside. Then you will see people like Obama. Telling y'all this shit. And now he had a question for you now. And now he's trying to
I mean, you already told us the truth and things, so I mean, I appreciate it.
Because I think, you know, certain people on Earth are NPCs, and, you know, Pepe is one of them.
Hold on, Cass, just 1 second. The problem is Pepe and all these guys, if he doesn't land, he's just gonna keep going. So we gotta like, okay, Cass, you're wrapped up. If you don't,
I'm kind of, I'm wrapped up. I'm wrapped up.
Yeah, my question about QAnon, and then Mountain wants to do something.
But can you tell Pepe why is he yelling? I'm very calm in what I'm saying. Pepe yelling like, bro, you off a coke or something? Don't chill out.
No, it's all good, Cass.
Matt, can you just ask him, where do you read what, now I'm Googling trying to understand, where do you read what he was saying, like, where do you find it?
Go on Twitter.
Come off the mic, that's the problem.
Go on Twitter.
They had a website like God damn it, was it the fuck, I forget the name of it.
4chan.
Well, no, there was 4chan, but then there was another one that it was like a pro-Trump.
Oh, you're talking about Trump. I know you're talking about. Whatever.
Yeah. And there were reporters, journalists that think they might have guessed who it was or found who it was, that it was like this kind of a guy in his 20s, nobody of significance. I have no idea who it was. I mean, but it was largely the problem with QAnon is that you have no idea what you're getting. And, you know, people will say, "Oh, well, they were right and trust the plan," but you know, a lot of it didn't. You know, unfortunately, didn't come true. Like, for example, when the 2020 election, it was. You know, trust the plan, that comes from QAnon. You know, they were going to bring charges against a bunch of corrupt government officials, and Trump was going to be rightfully installed as president. And so, you know,
Pepe,
I don't take it seriously.
Real quick, you know, actually, so this is good timing because Katie Vance just came out that, and I'm pretty sure that isn't a troll. I'll have to look into it. He's looking into the gate. Did he hear about that, Kaz? Is that?
Of course, because everything, man.
He has federal charges coming.
Yes, everything is.
charges coming?
JD Vance looking into.
I can't hear because Kes keeps on fucking running his mouth.
Hold on.
I'm the one that brought it.
I'm trying to listen to what Signat was saying.
Let me just say what I'm saying.
No, because you talk over him and I can hear. I want to hear what he has to
It's
say.
not like you're Italian and you're greasy, bro.
It's all good, guys. It's all good. Yeah, I was saying Pete is being investigated by JD Vance. I'm just gonna go look at it, double check it.
Who is?
On a tweet about it. JD Vance.
He doesn't know who that is.
No, JD Vance is who? He said who's being investigated?
He don't even know what that is. We're talking to the wrong person, man.
God damn, shut your fucking... Jesus Christ.
Man, there's dudes the uncontrolled.
Just put this fucking chip in the audience. You know how to behave.
Man, we can't hear, bro. Like, you keep interrupting, man.
Like, I'm trying to get simple information, but you literally stop. You literally make it so that I can't hear his voice. And so I keep on asking over and over again.
You learn by being...
Put his black ass in the goo. Like, he just does not know when to shut the fuck up.
Bro, for what?
Yes, I am being racist. Go eat a fucking dick.
Because you're a greasy Italian?
Amazing. No, I'm not Italian. Amazing.
But listen, bro, what the students should be talking. If y'all don't know, then shut the fuck up and listen to what me and
Okay, okay, can I please hear Matt first, and then you can go.
Yeah, because you said please, thank you. I'll be respectful to
you. Don't do this. You don't want all this.
He don't want that. I'm more aggressive.
I get it, guys, but it goes downhill from there. Just don't do it.
But go ahead, man.
Yeah, all good. Pepe, I was saying JD Vance is looking into Pizzagate folks, whatever that means, like whoever's all involved in that shit. So, the actual crime itself, not the people that were out there on 4chan putting that out there. I don't think, but I don't know if that answers your question. Yeah, no.
Let's see,
okay.
Maui, so I could go.
Yeah. Okay. So like from what I remember, QAnon, it was a big hoax. Like at first, like I do remember a bunch of mega people were trying to probe whether or not it was real, and then there was some weird shit going on in there, and most of us deemed it as to be a hoax, man. QAnon was just a giant hoax.
Okay.
So I don't know. I'd like to hear the information.
But please be respectful, because
let me finish. You gotta let me finish here, man. So I'd just like to hear exactly a few things, not some vague shit, but some actual stuff, like where you got it, what it's talking about, Israel, what is it that everyone was talking about, I guess.
So, all right. So one thing you have to understand, the media is not on your side. So if you heard it was a hoax, because people were manipulating you to think it was a hoax. If you don't understand that, you will forever be lost. That's the problem with you guys. But QAnon has been, if you follow it, right? If you actually follow it yourself, I'm not talking about, CNN said it's a hoax. They said it was a hoax. Go look at it yourself and with integrity, right? So they made a lot of claims. One, about the whole, before these files even came up, I already knew about the Epstein files because I believe in, y'all call them conspiracies, I just call them smart people know how to connect the dots to know what actually is going on, and dumb people call it conspiracies because the smart people that don't want the dumb.
That was the dumbest way to explain it. You're not talking to me because trust me, you need to calm your ass down. Yeah, you better know that.
Scary game, man, McKeel. Stop.
And listen, Mountain, please don't cuss your man because now you just want to dig suck off a cat, so don't do it.
Mountain's not even on my side if you were paying attention. We're not even cool. I don't even follow the boy. But basically, so what's going on is, basically, it's intel. QAnon is intel. Some say it's a military intel, but they've made a lot of claims. The Pizzagate, if people know Pizzagate, it's real. It's three people on this earth. People that know what's going on, people that don't know what's going on, and people that just, I forgot what the third one, people that just watching it or whatever. But the pizza, I stay in DC, so the Pizzagate, that's a restaurant. The one is some dude, it's like the cannibal restaurant or some shit. But basically, it's a lot of claims. Pizza means little boys, little girls. That's what they call them. They do murder these people, torture kids, and all types of stuff, right? It's crimes against humanity. Trump is here to save the kids. If you see, there's a great number of kids being saved from sex trafficking. And the Epstein files come out, which cooperates with the story. You hear a lot of mentions about pizza. It's like when do the stupid people, like this whole thing is really about waking up the stupid people. Because once the stupid people are woken up, then we can move forward. Because if we move forward, the stupid people getting woken up first, there's gonna be a lot of commotion. So what's going on right now?
It's so funny listening to stupid people who think they're smart. This is amazing.
Listen, I know I'm smart. I'm not claiming I'm smart. I'm just claiming I know how to connect these dots and I see the truth. So basically, Pizzagate. You have Pizzagate. Obama ordered like $66,000 worth of pizza to the White House, right? There's an email in the Epstein files that basically says, "Oh, we should have been more careful about doing this shit in the White House." From Hillary Clinton. So if you know how to connect dots, you start seeing it. Then the Epstein files says pizza, jerky. When they're talking about kids, you know.
You remember Obama and the email?
Yes. So yeah, if people really think, yes, man, I remember. So if people really think they're ordering real hot dogs and ordering $1,000, no. What they're doing is trafficking kids into the White House because Obama's a homosexual, and that's what they're doing, man. It's so crazy, and I understand why it sounds crazy to people, but I'm not saying this is like this crazy shit, but this is what's really, you know, there's a woman.
No, there's finish up because I want to open up the page a little bit.
Yeah, there's a lot of like, bro. I like talking about this because this is the biggest thing that nobody really talks about. Obama, homosexual, bad person. This lady came to see Obama because she was complaining about her husband died at 11, and she wanted to open an investigation on 9/11. She went to see Obama. She died 2 weeks later in a fucking plane crash. That's how they kill people, bro. And you know, Obama's chef was basically writing a book exposing everything. He died in a fucking 3 feet pool because he was basically letting everybody know he was having homosexual relationships with Obama. Bro, it's not about Obama. It's bigger than that. But he's one of them. You know, Hillary's one of them. And if I've been paying attention, that's what Trump is fighting. It's not Iran. You know, Trump didn't want to go into Iran and do anything for it. He just had to go there because it.
All right, let's see if you can connect these dots.
Don't say nothing ignorant though, but go ahead.
All right, my turn. Here we go. Okay, so how long have the Epstein files been here all along? They've been here for quite a while, even during Biden, right? So now you have this guy Epstein, which is a fucking pedophile, and this fucking human being. Okay, which by the way is dead now, thankfully. But you have this guy, and people keep like using this as a diversion from the fact that Trump is literally has killed a guy, yeah, that his regime legalized child marriage from 9 years old, and he's literally trying, if you guys let him, to take down a regime where they rape women in the jail, and where I just don't get it. You guys don't see it's a diversion. Everything they do, they accuse other. They try to divert with some fucking guy named Epstein. Do you connect the dots or no?
So
it's their propaganda. You're spoofing.
Right. So
literally their propaganda. You're repeating.
Listen, it's easy. I get why you think that, and I don't blame you for thinking that. But you know, when you know how to have discernment, when you actually pay attention and you're not just being biased, because I'm not biased, but you know, when you're unbiased and when you don't really have a horse in this race and you're just looking, when you're not, it's not about trying to prove the who's. I'm not a Republican or Democrat. I'm a supporter of Trump because I know what he's doing. You know, that's what it is. It's easy to think that Trump is a part of it and it's their propaganda, but no, this is not their propaganda because nobody is talking about this. When they spread propaganda, people talk about it. Most people don't care. They say QAnon is a hoax. If it was their propaganda, the word around town wouldn't be QAnon is a hoax. It would be like, it's real, we need to get on it. Propaganda that is spread by elite, powerful people works. This propaganda, if it was them, is terrible because nobody believes this shit. So this your point fails flat because you're not thinking.
They're not very good
You're not
at it.
thinking
I'm
deep
not saying
enough.
they're good at it, but there's a small
They're good at it
percentage of
because
people
they're
like
good at it.
yourself.
You
There's
know
a
why
small
they're good at
percentage
it?
of people like yourself that actually like parrots their propaganda, and I'm here in the West, and I'm like, holy shit! So this shit on state media, yeah, they're repeating here, and this guy's an American, and he's spewing anti-American propaganda, and I'm like, is this world going crazy?
Let me tell you something. You say state media, right? Everything's on the internet. Not everything is talked about and put on the spotlight. So basically, state media, that's not the main media branches. We know who the main media branches. That's where the propaganda is spread, right? But people like you'll find out later.
Well, the thing is, Charles, but one thing you're not realizing, for the past 45 days in Iran, there hasn't been any internet. So when you're talking about state media, she's trying to educate you on something that you don't even understand. From America's point of view, yeah, correct. But in Iran, for the last 45 days, there's not been any internet. You cannot connect to people. My point is, she's trying to educate you and you're not listening. You keep clogging my queue.
I check. This isn't a educated object. Please, if you guys stop asking so many questions, just tell. Thank you very little.
Okay, my point is, you're not understanding each other. Like she's trying to tell you something different, and you're trying to tell her something different.
No, I know what she's trying to tell him. She says I'm spreading their propaganda.
All right, let me be
No, bro, you're not listening.
Okay,
You're not listening to each other, bro. It's fucking.
I apologize. Let me re-explain. What I'm saying is that there are countries that hate America, that I know very well, by the way. And I know the things that they have been spewing, and the things that they have been spewing into the world on your little social media platforms and stuff, is like, you guys read that and you don't realize that they're trying to feed you their propaganda to make you hate America for their purposes.
See, okay, I get what you're saying. No, basically, I get what you're saying. Hold on, I get what you're saying.
See what the fuck I mean?
I get what you're saying. Bro, let me, keep it part. You're not Spider-Man, bro. Shut the fuck up. Listen, I get what you're saying. But the whole thing is, no. I know when it's their propaganda versus my own understanding of things. I don't fall for propaganda. You know, most people, here's the thing, you guys say it's propaganda. And I ask you, what do you believe? Who do you believe? And whatever answer you give me, I could tell you
Not
why
your
it's
enemy,
propaganda.
honey. Not your enemy. Don't
But
believe
I don't hate you. Who said I hate him? I don't hate America. I'm just telling you what's going on in our own household. Simple as that. I'm telling you, somebody, man, and I'm telling you, Donald Trump is cleaning that shit up. I love America, you know, and you know, Trump love America. People love America, and they're doing right by America. You know, I know who doesn't like America, and I know who does. You know, that's what it is. No, this is not coming. This is not coming.
I think Peter wants to get something out, guys. Just
Go ahead, Peter.
Peter, what do you got?
I've got something important. I am viewing the news in Israel, and Prince Reza Pahlavi recently said that we did not sacrifice this number of lives for another JCPOA. And I am wondering why the people who are asking me to say Javid Shah chose the peace option in this pool.
Nobody's asking you that. I just told you. Your opinion
Nobody's asking you to say fucking Javid Shah.
It's not just billionaires. It's the corporations funding billion-a-year in tax cuts. That's what they're also for rich people.
Fucking hell, you know everybody.
I literally said your opinion is respectful.
Fucking annoying, bro. Nobody's asking you to say Javid Shah. You're say Javid Shah, say Javid Shah. Fuck off.
All they do is fight.
Fucking annoying. We're not asking you to say that.
I am on the track of Prince Reza Pahlavi.
I don't give a fuck if you like the Prince of Pahlavi or not.
But I am not this radicalist like
These
this.
people is crazy.
I don't care, bro. If you like to follow me or not, you bullshit, bro.
In the same front with
Bro, just fuck up out of your way and go get a burrito and fucking Berlin with your bullshit, bro. Shut the fuck up with your nose.
Peter, shut up.
Nobody's asking you to say that.
You're wrong.
Mary Jane is falling off the building
You're
right now.
right, Peter. We're all wrong. Okay, shut up.
Peter, shut the fuck up and go eat a fucking burrito. Nobody's asking you for a job at the top, bro.
You can never listen to people like Peter.
If I don't like the prince or not, nobody cares, bro.
No
Fuck off.
wrong is because of your treasoning.
What treason? I'm not fucking dumb cunt. What the fuck do you have to do with Iran? I'm not Iranian. What the fuck are you calling
I'm
me
not
treason to
talking
this for?
about you. That's
talking to you. Shut the fuck up. Stop fucking with some
Hold on, Peter.
Why you sound like you about to have a heart
What are you
attack?
calling it,
It
Peter?
needs to be like a fucking it needs to be like a cartoon character voice or something.
Moral of the story.
Everybody here is a cartoon character.
don't want peace. You are disobeying the prince while you are radical.
Speak
Yo,
English.
Baljeet, man. Baljeet, chill out, Baljeet.
Sam, where are you from, by the way?
You are not with the prince. This is
Hold on, Peter.
You are disobeying.
Peter, shut the fuck up, man.
Peter, shut the fuck up. The mod is on his speak.
Bro, why are people that are from where you from always like this,
Ask
man?
me to say Javid Shah.
We're all like that.
We don't give a fuck if you say
We're just like drunk.
Nobody's asking you anything. Oh my god.
We don't give a fuck if you say Javid.
I'll try over that. Peter, it's all good, bro. Everybody's coming for you. I get you. If you're going for your neck, I got you. Sam, where are you from the U.S. or I don't even know where you're from?
What do you believe in, Sam?
You don't have to say it, but I'm just
I don't want to
wondering.
share where I'm from.
Okay, you're good. Yeah, no worries.
What do you believe, Sam? Who do you believe?
I believe in
That's a
God.
big general question.
No, in terms of, okay, basically, Pat, what I'm asking is, I'm trying to,
Excuse me, you were just asking Kaz who is Q give you the name, and you don't want to say anyone where you're from, and no sharing basic, you know? No, Kaz. I'm just saying that she was asking you the name. Give me the name. To me, it sounds like she wants to send. Yeah, I know, buddy. She was
Black
just
tax.
pushing you. Give me the
Restaurant
name.
owner
Who's
tax.
that? Come on,
Tax.
man.
if
Be
nobody
honest.
knows who it
No
is,
one will go. No, I'm not
Government
talking about
career
you.
parasite.
I'm talking about Sam was asking you.
Political
Push
Raise
killing our time.
low
You
IQ
say that, and some
scam
of
of
us,
fraud.
buddy, some of us were thinking about that. That's why
She's
Jerome was
asking me a
quiet.
question that's based on
And now
it
Matt is
doesn't
asking.
matter who it is. We don't know.
Exactly. Matt is asking where are you from. Nobody's gonna go after you. You're from Iran. I'm from Iranian American. Guys, you're swearing at Iran. I just listen.
But
You
Sam,
know,
I mean, Barty, I was gonna ask
nobody
you.
can go after me.
Because it's like people like this, right? When I tell people what I tell them, they go, "That sounds stupid." And I want to know, okay, who do you listen to then? Where do you get your information from, and how do you know it's true? So a lot of people always got something to say, but I can tell you why I don't believe in who I believe in and why I believe in what I believe in. But when I ask people, okay, what do you believe in? They either want to tell me their beliefs, or they say the stupidest thing. Like, who do you believe in?
Better question.
Okay, yeah, that's basically what I'm asking. Where do you get your information? How do you cooperate?
The problem of believing can be solved by credibility assessment. If the person shared the info with you,
Shut up, man, please.
Somebody should unplug you.
Spider-Man.
Somebody should unplug
Down
you,
for a
Peter.
while or something.
Take some break.
Spider-Man, chill out, bro.
Take some break.
Here's the idea.
How did you know it's valid?
Yeah, I like this question because we don't.
This is a
I get my information. Do you mean like in general information?
Okay, you see how system, right? How do you know when it's okay to believe something? Where do you get your information from? What do you consider valid? What do you consider invalid? Is all information good information with your discernment? Like what do you believe is going on? If you don't believe me, what do you believe?
Well, I definitely don't just believe one person. Like, I'm not gonna believe you and never. I don't believe anything. Like individual. Telling stuff. I believe in God first of all, and then secondly.
So does God tell you what's going on?
Information. I'm talking. If you want to answer, then speak.
Let her answer. Let her answer.
Secondly, you have all these information outlets. You have leftist information outlets, which recently I discovered are very, very one-sided and unfortunately
just recently found this out. Okay.
Not completely like giving all the context. And you have the right. Let me speak.
Go ahead.
And then you have the right-wing media outlets, and you have the centrist media outlets. And I get my information from all of these different outlets, and also from you know, from universities, and yeah, so that's where I get my information from. I don't go on social media for my information. That's one thing, that's for sure.
Okay, I problem is so.
The university has political information, right?
Please, Peter.
What is she talking
Yeah,
about?
so Matt, if you could see her answer. One, I took a couple things. She says she just recently discovered that the left is, bro, I've been knew this. Some people, we all know this. So you were listening to the left and you recently found out they're lying because you don't have any discernment. Because you would have been new for years. Now, I'm not telling you to listen to the left. I'm not telling you to listen to the right. And you listen to universities. But the thing is, you're giving your own power away based on the information you receive, because every information you have to receive it from people that have to state the information before it gets to you. Me, and then you're going to discredit social media. Well, you just said you take information from everywhere. I take information from everywhere too. And I know social media is one of the biggest places to get the information from because social media has all the truths on there. So if you go to Twitter, you will see everybody posting information in real time. Now, you're not going to just take the information. You're going to go down the rabbit hole. Usually people have a lot of explanations and evidence to the stuff that
Sure,
they say.
you can get some information.
Right, but the
from
thing is,
social
but
media,
I'm
but
just,
not only.
I get you saying, but the point I'm trying to make is your level of discernment to me, you have a weak level of discernment because you just X'd out social media, right? So basically what I know way more.
I did not. I just told you. I do get some stuff from social media, but not exclusive.
Right. I don't exclusive. I get information from everywhere, but I have discernment because you would not say anything I was saying is stupid or far-fetched if you've actually gotten all the information, right? Because what I'm saying, other people know this because it's real information. You're
literally repeating what she said already, dude. Yes, you're being disingenuous.
I heard what she said. I heard what she said. Because when I said what I said,
she said she gets it from like doctoral pieces from university, like studies, and she gets some from social media. And all you're doing is saying the same thing backwards to her.
Wait, see.
Because she has a different culture or ethnicity than you, bro. All you've been doing is like hate passion, bro. Like she has a different her version of culture and ethnicity is different than yours and mine. Like give a freaking break, bro.
You're making it a conversation. Look, it doesn't matter what your culture is, but there's only one truth, right? There's only one truth.
I don't have discernment. I don't know the truth. You're like a conspiracy theorist.
You don't even know what you don't even know. Okay.
First of all, these are ad hominem attacks. What's wrong with anything she said? These attacks are
Basically, Sam is not with the prince.
Okay, guys, we got it. Let me just get more people in here. I do like this. I like the subject though, because it does really matter where people get their information. I do think Sam does do more than just, she does get her stuff from.
He doesn't know what QAnon is, bro.
Well, she didn't know what it is. Everybody knows what
it means you don't think people.
I mean, like, what do you know about MIRC and Galnet servers and serving files? Hold on. Okay. Oh, you don't know that? Oh, you're so
How's that really?
Yeah, because you're trying to tell her that what she doesn't know that you know makes her irrelevant to your point of view.
You gotta know what's the point, what's going on, right? This room right here, we're talking about Trump and Iran, right?
Back in. Come back in. All right. Ken, welcome to the stage.
Only know that you're on this because it's spam.
What is
The damn hashtag is sensitive information that keeps
Jesus. Alright, so one of the things I've always said with the MAGA movement is that it's a cult, right? The fact that Trump can say that he got a meme that says he's Jesus Christ and not be the only
Come to Atlanta to see you, Ted, and we're gonna save you.
It didn't say he was Jesus Christ. MAGA people don't go, wait, whatever else is good. I will never support Trump. I will never be MAGA. The fact that MAGA people don't do that proves to you that MAGA is a cult. Today, a MAGA congressman said Trump is the second coming. That's what MAGA from. Hold on. Let me tell you. I'm the man. MAGA people, you are a cult.
Why are you whispering? Are you in the basement? Number one, are you in the basement?
You are a flipping.
So funny, dude. Hey, Ted, I'm just sad that we're winning. I'm sad that we're winning. Oh.
You are.
Are you in the basement?
Disgusting cult. You always were.
It's okay. You're not gonna get in trouble. Learn to speak your mind.
You're making me rethink my choices about supporting Trump. I'm a cult. It's a cult. No way.
Come on, speak your mind. Speak your mind, one. Speak louder. Speak louder. If the person's there with the gun, don't worry.
I'm rethinking my choices about Trump now. It's a cult. I've just learned. Oh, you're not supporting. Oh, don't tell me that, man.
Can you lower? Can you go lower?
Has presented himself as a deity, and you still support him.
Ted, tell us how they heard his slap all over.
There was a ton of Osama memes showing you as holy.
Cool, I'm part of a cult now. I like this. Cool. I didn't know this, man.
Ken, do you remember when Obama was the Messiah? Ken, wait, we got another conversation. What do you make of Obama being the Messiah? Talking about him.
Wait, Obama did Obama? That was a meme saying that he's
no, but people did. Nobody outraged.
And his White House referenced it in one of the first press briefings.
You see what the problem with it is saying? Let me ask you a question. Answer it with a yes or no. Did Donald Trump say,
he's gone,
I am Jesus Christ? Yeah. Or this is me as Jesus? Did he say that?
No, he left.
Time out, guys. Time out. I feel like we're being a little bit maybe disingenuous. I mean, he doesn't need to say.
Our play food? I don't know.
Well, he doesn't need to say. He doesn't need to say like he is the Messiah or the second coming. I mean, him posting that image. Whether or not he actually. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know that the middle of my sentence began during your sentence. So whether or not he's saying that he's Messiah, that was without a doubt disrespectful, and a lot of Christians compared it to blasphemy. So I mean,
I mean, here's the thing though. He posted a picture. Now tell me, what was evil about that picture? And one, yes, he does need to say, this is me as Jesus Christ.
I'm disrespectful.
You can't just go out a picture of him touching somebody, hating somebody, wearing something that not only Jesus has worn, and say he's saying he's Jesus Christ, he's blasphemy. No, you guys are reaching, because if you really just look at the picture and listen to what I'm saying, you see, well, this isn't blasphemy. He isn't doing it.
Are you saying he's a doctor? Or are you saying that you're making the claim that he looks like a doctor?
I'm saying what he did say was he's a doctor. But I say you guys say he's Jesus Christ. He's Jesus Christ. Let me tell you.
You're so stupid.
What was disrespectful about that picture? Because didn't Jesus say to be just like Jesus? Didn't Jesus say to be like him?
Are you prescribing to me what I'm supposed to do as a believer of Jesus Christ? Are you prescribing to me what I'm supposed to believe as what Jesus Christ wants me to believe? Are you prescribing to me? You're not answering the question. Are you prescribing to me what I'm supposed to think as a follower of Jesus Christ? Yes or no?
To you. I'm prescribing to you. Did Jesus tell us to be like?
All right, that's not what I asked. So your answer is no. You're not telling me, but then you continue to tell me, which is a prescription for you to continue to tell me how I'm incorrect with my own belief system. So please continue to tell me how I'm wrong, Kaz.
Yes, this is why you're wrong.
All you have is ad hominem attacks. You can't actually attack the points of view. You attack the people within the view.
This is why you're wrong, and you could attack these points. So I want to hear you attack these 3 points with logic, right? Beat my point. I'm making a point for you to beat my point and prove me wrong and make me look stupid.
What dumb are you? If you were gonna move yourself to the rest of the parliament, you could probably win the election. You would actually have to do it. Go.
One, let me say this again. One, the picture does not
What dumb are you?
Jesus Christ. Is that bad? Is it Jesus Christ having sex or doing smoking cigarettes? No. Is healing people. Is that what Jesus did? Yes. You heal us as a person.
Of America to the Republic, for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
That's the claim I'm making. I'm giving you both sides. Whichever way you want to look at it, right?
Bro, make up your ever-loving mind.
Bro, shut up and listen, you old ass man. You always that.
Yeah, I'm old. You might want to learn from the wisdom of your elders instead of being a little fucktard.
So this is a new age. Clubhouse is a new thing, not an old thing. Okay, so you're in the wrong.
Who do you think made it?
Made it for who? Not old.
Wait, you kids didn't make this shit. Old that made this thing. Like y'all taking it over like you like we invented this. Oh, we invented peanut butter. Did you know black men invented peanut butter?
It pictures disrespecting Jesus in any way, having him doing something he wouldn't do? No. Two.
Because he told us to follow. He told us to follow his footsteps.
Real quick, Free, maybe I can
if you're gonna rebuttal one of those 3 points or all of them, don't tell me nothing.
Sure. So, because the Testament, and before I'm
You
talking about
provided
the
shit
Testament,
into the top.
the Old Testament when talking about Christianity. And first, I don't know if you are a Christian, but it does say in Romans 2 about or even a form of divinity and divine, or even being ordained by God as a form of blasphemy. And so, making yourself an image, healing the nation. She said, "I'm a doctor. I'm healing the nation." There. So he's saying in that image, he feels that he's healing the nation, which I guess that's a subjective term, but could consider especially through that picture, that's divine. Putting your hand on someone and healing them, that's a divine power. So yes, that would be considered blasphemy in the New Testament.
So you're saying the people that followed in Jesus' footsteps in the Bible were blasphemous to Jesus because they're doing his work, right?
Wait, didn't Jesus say, "Render unto Caesar what is Caesar's"? Wouldn't it be like in the modern days with people that have now? Render unto Trump what is Trump's?
Example.
Like, I really just gave it. Like, see, all you got to do is interrupt because I made a point.
Why don't have it pay as you go?
Explain the verse.
I said, did Jesus not say, "Render unto Caesar what is Caesar's"?
What does that mean?
Yes, he did. But those people are dead.
What does that
That's
mean?
2,000 years old. Can you shut the fuck up for fucking 5
Say
seconds?
what you said, bro.
I would if you would shut the front door.
That's what you should have done next.
Shut the front door. Go on mute.
Explain.
Go on mute.
Money well spent when you can only fund 4% of health insurance per program. Why do I have a pay-as-you-go system with efficiency for healthcare? Stop your annual budgets of flowers.
To keep going or what, bro?
Come on,
bro.
I'm waiting for him to
We're
talk.
mute up, so like you said, like come on.
There's no noise coming through my phone.
That's right. All right, we're gonna wrap up this discussion. I think. I don't know. We're gonna.
Matt, this is Alistair. I'd like to say something about Epstein and Alex Jones and the truth that has come out. Yeah, Epstein, because the truth is we're talking about QAnon here, and QAnon is a banned hashtag. It's totally censored because there is such conspiratorial information that in some people's minds it can cause schizophrenia and revolutionary fervor. So, but the point is, Podesta, Bill Epstein, Bill Clinton, Bill Gates, dozens of other people, nobody's been arrested, but dozens have resigned. And that's the only outcome of this entire thing. But now that the Iran war is all wrapped up, I'm sure Trump's going to look internally inside the country and reinvade these woke liberal cities with the National Guard, the Department of Homeland Security, Border Patrol, and we are going to remove these Venezuelans by their necks, and we are going to drag them to the airplanes and to buses, and we are going to do the biggest deportation, illegal alien invasion, deportation operation in American history. It will make Operation Wetback look like Operation, I don't know, no sacred cows. Let's just say that. Rabbono Shalom, good Shabbos. Everybody have a great miracle of a Shabbos. And don't forget, America and Israel are connected at the hips. And if you think just another $100 billion for security is too much to pay, and you're worried about paying your property taxes, just remember that Uncle Sam doesn't give a fuck if the government sells your home out from underneath you because you can't pay your property taxes. The teachers' unions have to be paid. These communist, socialist, liberal, Democrat leaders are nothing but bullshit artists, fraudsters, scammers, thieves, and traitors. And you know what you do to a traitor with the Second Amendment? You take action. You do.
Now, just to your point, bro, yes, the QAnon, just to let you know what's going to happen, because QAnon did say after, shut the fuck up. The QAnon did say, the QAnon, hey, don't you gotta be swinging on buildings with your web or something, bro? Like,
yo, Peter, bro, chill out, man.
Peter, pumpkin eater!
After this war in Iran is wrapped up, right, Israel is last, and that's when we should start saying the things that we want, which is these people getting in trouble. So if you see people been silent, even Bill Gates, he's on trial in the Netherlands for lying about COVID. Y'all should start seeing how everything connects to each other, leads back to the United States, leads back to the Epstein files, and you'll be surprised by what happens next. Just remember I told y'all, and when it's happening, pay attention. Remember I told y'all this shit, bro. You know, because all this shit is coming true. Thank you.
Hey, Matt, you see why I'm wrong? Matt, you see why I take your room seriously sometimes. I mean, letting an idiot like this guy speak.
What makes you?
Uh-oh, somebody's projecting, Ben. Somebody's projecting, Ben. Ben, you're projecting. Michael Jackson, you're projecting, Ben. Ben, you're projecting.
Matt, I love you, Matt.
But Ben, where did you get your information from?
But letting idiots like this speak.
Where did you get your information from, man?
Look, I've heard Cass speak in several rooms, and every time I hear them, like, nobody God created can be this dumb.
Got it, Ben. So what was on Weiner's laptop, Ben? What was on Anthony Weiner's laptop that a dozen New York Police Department officers died after they saw? What was on Weiner's laptop, Ben? And who is Huma Abedin married to now? Alex Soros.
Yo, Matt, people like him, they don't know about the Anthony Weiner laptop. That's the problem, Matt.
It was an accusation made by Cass. He gets to respond to it.
Right. So Ben,
it's dumb, but
so Ben, you say I'm dumb, right? And this is why people like you, don't attack me for what I believe in. Just ask yourself, why don't I know this shit? You know, because you're the dumb one. I'm just giving information, and what people do, the reason the information doesn't go out there is somebody always trying to discredit somebody. Stop trying to discredit what you don't know and go learn and go prove me wrong. Don't call me dumb. Don't hold up the conversation. Don't manipulate people. You don't even know about the Anthony Weiner laptop.
It's just projection, Kaz. He has no point. He just comes in here to project. That's it.
I'm telling you, there's a lot of real confirmed things that confirm the conspiracy things, right? So that's what I'm saying. You take real facts, you have to use real facts to even confirm the shit you don't know. And that's what I've done. The Anthony Weiner laptop is real, bro. The fact The frazzle drip file.
How did he confirm it? How did he confirm
Well,
it?
for example, let me tell you this. Let me tell you one thing. Let me tell you one. Bro, shut up, bro. Shut up, bro. Let me answer your question, bro. Let me answer one question, right? So, in the Hillary Clinton, let me ask you this: let me tell you. I already know your name, bro.
I was in a room Sunday. Someone said very rightfully.
You want me to walk you through it? You want me to walk you through it? Okay, just be quiet.
He never raised any receipts.
So, let me tell you, did you watch the Hillary Clinton deposition? Yes or no?
The one with Epstein?
About Epstein recently. Yes or no?
Not really. I mean, I heard snippets.
Okay, so this is the problem, right? You didn't watch this interview. So I watched everything. If you watch that interview, you would hear them ask her, do you know anything about the Anthony Weiner laptop in the video Frazzle Drip? You would hear them ask her that question. And you would see her respond and her lawyer get mad, and then they go off the record. But they officially asked her about the Anthony Weiner laptop and Frazzle Drip. Now, if you don't know what the Frazzle Drip conspiracy is, it's a video of Hillary Clinton killing a little girl, ripping her face off. So, listen, bro, and this all connects to Pizzagate and Epstein files. You're lost because you have no discernment. You got nothing. I can't help you, bro. I can't help you, bro.
Answer. Even you that is MAGA, I'm sure you're chocolate.
You asked them about what I said. Can you ask them why did they ask them?
How do you spell that? Axe.
Can you ask them that, Matt?
Dude, can you put a link in the chat?
It's so funny.
I've been in several rooms where, and I've actually told, can I finish? I've been in several rooms, and not just myself. People have always said, Cass comes on there and just says the dumbest and most BS thing without any proof.
You know, if you're in a room with stupid people, you're gonna
Have you ever?
Well, I know that you are the Socratic method of like spinning everything into like spinning confusion into the conversation, because there was Sam making a very good point, and then you took it personally, and you took the high ground of being a victim, and then you started slamming her. Dude, no, all you started doing ad hominem attacks. You never attacked any one of the points.
You guys are doing ad hominem.
Bro, all you are is a distraction of complete digression. That is literally your whole shtick.
Why did they ask Hillary?
This is literally your whole thing, bro.
With her laptop. Why did they ask her to sit there?
Because they were stupid.
Yeah, this is.
You see what I'm saying? Because they were stupid. So you're smarter.
Okay, Bingus, you asked a question. People.
Exactly.
You get the.
You heard his answer. He said because they were stupid.
Hold on. Bingus answered, man. This is the way this works. Go ahead, Ben. Go.
Yeah, because they asked that. Let me be a little bit nicer. They asked that question because they're as retarded as you, and to ask that kind of conspiracy field question on a national stage like that.
Do you know who Anthony Weiner is?
Same people don't look at what you're saying. Oh,
do you know who Anthony Weiner is?
Hillary Clinton.
Dude, we all know he's a congressman that sent dick pics, dude. Nobody fucking cares, dude.
Basically, he's guilty of doing pedophilia shit, right?
He sent it to an adult woman. That's not pedophilia, you dumb.
Bro, man, I know what I have to do. Let's connect the dots slowly. Right? Let's see how stupid he is.
Let's hear how dumb your conspiracies could be.
You know why? Because it's gonna prove how stupid you are. So basically,
he does the same thing on everything. So you guys don't be surprised. He does the shit on everything.
So let me get this straight. Anthony Weiner. Hold on. Let me get this straight. Hold on, Ben. Let me get this straight. Anthony Weiner is yo,
hey, Matt. Kat's is your girlfriend.
Ben. Let me get this straight. Anthony, he's a real person associated with Hillary Clinton. The laptop is real. He did trouble for sending dick pics to underage girl. So all of these
it was an overage staffer, you dumb fuck.
So all of these are real, right? It was an overage staffer. What the fuck? It's a 14-year-old girl. But so all of this.
Let me use your logic. Hey, Cass,
Ben, I'm not done.
Trump is a real person, right?
I got you.
Trump is a real person, right?
Yeah.
He was in pictures with Epstein, right?
Did he go to jail like Anthony Weiner?
Let me finish.
Did he go to jail like Anthony Weiner? Your point is dead. Your point is
so
dead.
by
Did he go to
induction
jail?
or by whatever logic you're using,
Was that not
Trump
on
did something, right? You see how
But
dumb
here's
it sounds?
the difference. Here's the
You
difference.
really see how dumb
Here's
it
the
sounds?
difference. Anthony Weiner
You know what?
went to jail. Went to jail for that.
It's not a, you recording this so he can play back to himself.
Hey, Anthony Weiner
This is
went
how
to,
dumb he sounds.
you sound retarded. Somebody went to jail for doing something, and you're talking about the man that didn't go to jail because none of that shit was found to be true. You're talking about
Epstein didn't go to jail.
We're talking about Anthony Weiner.
Epstein didn't go to jail, dude.
Anthony Weiner went to prison.
Anthony Weiner. Anthony fucking Weiner, bro. Listen. Anthony fucking Weiner.
Epstein go to jail. Epstein go to jail.
Brother, Anthony Weiner.
He went to jail. He pled guilty to sending underage inappropriate pictures to a 15-year-old girl. Yeah, he did do that. But it's like you act like there's some other conspiracy, like drizzle, like Hillary Clinton ripped the face off of some girl in Pizzagate. Bro, how do you make that fucking connection?
Because the Foster video was found on the Anthony Weiner laptop. This is the same Anthony Weiner that went to jail for doing pedophilia.
Wait, you're telling me that like the Department of Justice has Hillary Clinton ripping the face off of a young lady and they've done nothing about it?
They have that shit.
I call bullshit.
Hey, bro, that's why they asked her about that shit. The stage is being set, and this is what QAnon has said the whole time, and I'm watching this real time. I'm just giving y'all the information, the obvious shit, right? And these are people that call me stupid, man. He's talking about, when we're talking about Anthony Weiner, I'm connecting the dots, and he's that stupid person.
You're connecting dots like you got a fucking Sharpie marker and you're talking to your
Stop this, Dog, man, you guys gotta stop because he is right. Look it up yourself. Anthony,
I literally just fucking said it. I literally just fucking said it, Mountain.
Doc, chill.
I literally just said it. You saying it again doesn't make it more right.
Wait a minute.
I literally just said he was sending inappropriate pictures, not guilty for sending it to a 15-year-old girl. I already said that.
Hold on.
Why are you repeating it?
Why did you say overrated staffers?
Well, you said overrated staffers.
It started with the overrated staffer.
Yes, but he went to prison.
Oh my God!
15-year-old
You are so much more right than I am. I am so glad you're more right than I am.
Bro,
I mean,
you see the people I deal with, bro?
Be real. I mean, be a little hard. All I'm saying is, and I'm not even.
All I'm saying is the same thing that you already said, but I'm just saying, like, I'm more important.
Doc, you said overrated staffer.
You don't know what
he made the
claim. The whole thing started because, oh my God, you're so dumb.
Why did he go to jail? Is it a crime to text an overrated staffer, Doc?
He went to jail, bro.
He went to jail for texting a 15-year-old girl. Second year.
Ben just
21 fucking months in federal prison.
Ben just trying to compare Donald Trump to, he got exonerated, bro. They looked into him too. They didn't find nothing. But guess who? Bro, you guys are so blind. It's so scary how people are so blind and stupid, bro. I get called stupid by the most retarded people on earth.
You get called stupid by a lot of people, though, right? You get called stupid by a lot of people.
Never by smart and
I can imagine that you get called stupid quite a bit.
I don't.
In every room I've been to, 95% of the room.
Dude, your personality is completely egregious.
My personality? You need to say it back.
Well, dude, I've been here for 5 years, bro. I ain't yelling at all.
Come on, bro.
I ain't even got. Dude, you didn't yell.
These are the dots, right? So
I'm in the military. When I yell, you know I'm yelling.
So 9 officers looked at the Anthony Weiner laptop, right? This is all true.
Nobody cares, bro. Nobody cares about your wiener. Nobody cares about your wiener, bro.
They're all dead.
Nobody cares about your wiener. You're talking about Trump. You're talking about Trump, and you got to make it digress to what you want as the centrist to you being the centrist to the room. Wow, Kaz, you already slammed Sam because you didn't attack her point You attacked her. You made her go on mute. But dude, I'm coming after you because I ain't afraid of some little bitch like you.
NPC, bro. You're old.
Dude, you were a non-playable character that I fucking did the cheat code on, bro. I'll do up, down, left, right, B, anybody selects on that ass.
Your time on Earth is almost expired, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I'm gonna be alive when you dead.
Somebody is
Are you sure about that?
I'm gonna be alive when you die.
Are you sure about that? Tomorrow is promised to no man.
Oh my god. It's enough.
This is an old man, but like this dude's almost expired. Like he got this dude is wearing a NASA shirt, bro. That's how you know he's a dumbass, bro. He's wearing a NASA shirt. He supports NASA.
Are you? You don't just
but as you can see, right, these people took a convicted pedophile, Anthony Weiner, who's
like you?
With
you were convicted pedophile? Because you sound like you were a convicted pedophile, guys. I can't believe you sound like you're a convicted pedophile. That you just keep talking about pedophilia like, you're trying to justify and project for your own position, guys. Bro, you sound like you did a little kid, bro. Bro, you sound like you're a candidate for my wood chipper.
He's just repeating like he's nobody.
Guys, why are we doing that shit, y'all? Come on, let's not do that, huh? Let's chill out.
Too much, bro. Like, come on.
He does not let us to this shit. He touches.
You guys keep attacking me, but not attacking the guy made.
He is an element.
You guys are not acting the right way.
You were the one that started the whole process, so I wasn't. I'm just better at it than you.
Somebody tell me.
I'm just better at it than you. You're just mad about that. Trust me, wood chipper first. Take more time to get down.
These people, man.
I'm falling right now, guys. That's why we gotta hold the room together and not let it all get killed.
This is the problem. When I speak on stuff that people don't know, they think there's a proof. You just don't know.
Nobody cares about you talking for the last 45 fucking minutes, bro.
Hey, Cass, can I ask you a question?
You can, but
can you actually just put it one receipt or one link to anything that you speak now? Just one.
You want me to show you that position quotes about the Anthony Weiner and Fast Drip?
No, the thing you were talking about.
You want me to show you the question that they
I want you to show me the video of Hillary Clinton pulling the face off of the girl.
Yes.
There was a. Did you ever see the video? Or are you just talking about something that you heard about?
It's in their possession, bro.
Well, I mean, but you're just talking about a video you've never seen. But so now you're being a propagandist. You're literally being a propagandist because you're talking about a video you've never seen.
I don't video came out of nowhere. I don't think anybody just made it. Nobody just
You said the people that saw it, right?
This guy won't stop. This guy won't stop. With it or not.
Yeah.
You guys.
We need to send him down or we need to talk over him.
Yo, the last person I want to get talking here is Peter, bro.
Alright, I'm back.
It's horrible to hear.
Exactly. You
Go
are
get that kayak, bro. Go run.
What's up, Mac? What's going on around here?
Man, Ben is basically asking me to show him the Faz Drip video because he doesn't.
I want to see the video of the lake where Hillary Clinton killed a baby and ripped the baby's face off.
It's a kid, a little girl.
He's good.
You said what, Matt?
Video of that?
Yeah, it's a video. Out there. I don't think it probably got scrubbed off the internet now. There's people that see it. They all talk about it. Even there's this one lady, right? There's this one lady that speaks about the Fast Drip video. Official lady. 9 cops saw the video and they're all dead. They all died by suicide.
Dude, the lady is probably as retarded as you as well.
Speaking about that, Matt, I was gonna say, Matt, can we get a chance? Can we talk about those 11 now scientists that have I heard that are all of a sudden going missing and getting murdered and shit?
They won't believe you. They won't believe you either, man.
No, they'll believe me, yeah. Now if you want to bring that up, let's just get back on a different topic or whatever's going on around here.
Yeah, for sure. So I guess now it's another one that I've got. It's almost like the nuclear scientists in Iran that were getting killed for years before this intervention. We've now had, over I think a dozen scientists that have ended up dead or missing, and it could be a coincidence, right? I mean, there's a fuckload of scientists, thousands of scientists in the country, but I don't know. The media is saying, Fox News, of course, is saying that a lot of these guys have got ties to alien military and like technology, or they suspect that they just have a lot of military ties, right? And to our top secret private military corporation technology and potentially alien technology. I don't know. I can't be a coincidence.
May I have an observation about your observation? Like, the NDAA, the National Defense Authorizations Act, it gives the ability for the government to come in and like pull you if they deem you a high value asset for like whatever they want for as a matter of national defense. And they don't have to tell your family, they don't have to tell anybody. They can just take you off the side of the road, come home from work one day, and nobody even freaking knows. They just find your car on the side of the road. Like there's a lot of stuff like that. Like, I'm not gonna really talk about the stuff that DARPA does, but like there's a lot of stuff that's really deep and dark that like they'll yank people straight off the street if they deem you high enough of an asset.
Prove it.
Yeah, it's called NDAA. It happened. The NDAA gets reauthorized every freaking year.
Because there's no active what you're saying without a link.
NDAA.
Can you post a link, Brody? Old man, can you post a link for us?
Kaz, will you be able to read the link when you post it?
Well, you want me to read something off to y'all real quick here? Just so I'm not talking out of my ass. This is on Claude. So the real and actively developing story, and it's being taken seriously at the highest level of government right now. The basic facts are accurate. The White House is investigating a wave of scientists and government employees with high-level classified clearances who have gone missing or dead. The number being cited is around 11, though the exact body count. Those who they say are missing, the cases span national labs, defense contractors, and academia. Some examples are Anthony Chavez, former Los Alamos National Laboratories employee, missing since May 8, 2025. Melissa Casios, administrator worker at Los Alamos, missing since June 26, 2025. Monica Reze, director of materials processing at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, missing since June 2022, June 22, 2025. Stevia Garcia, the government contractor at Kansas City National Security Campus, missing since August 28, 2025. William Neal McGoslin, retired U.S. Air Force.
Everyone is after Trump got it.
Anyway, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot more too.
Trump investigated. Trump just announced.
No, I know. I'm just curious. Like, it's interesting. It all started in 2025.
Well, probably not. But anyway, let's see here. The critical caveat, law enforcement and other scientists say they don't see any connection between the cases. Several of the disappearances share behavioral patterns consistent with mental health crisis rather than foul play. People walking away from homes at night, leaving phones and wallets behind. Some deaths have no confirmed cause of death, disclosed publicly, which fuels speculation, doesn't confirm wrongdoing. The bottom line, the cluster is real, and the White House is genuinely investigating it. There's currently no established evidence of coordinated patterns of foul play.
Right. It's so crazy.
Maybe a giant,
It's so crazy now. This is Mountain. You see, and this is why wherever you're reading this, whichever AI, you can't trust the AI because they will never tell you straight.
Well, the media is sensationalizing it too.
Right, but there's
makes me suspicious.
Right, there's no these coincidences, bro. No, this is foul play. Anybody that needs a news article tell them if it's foul play. These are the idiots I talk about because they don't even trust their own judgment to make the conclusion.
Here's the thing, though, Cash. Can I say something about that? I'm not lying. So where I'm from, no. Check this out. Listen, guys. I want you to understand. Like in my city, we kind of had the same suspicion. I mean, the last 5 years, we've had a lot of people end up dying, and a lot of them are close to the river. Like one thing that everyone noticed is that they were close to a body of water when they died. We've had like 5 people. I was starting to believe it too. Like, man, there really is a serial killer here. Then I started investigating it personally. And I started finding out a lot of these people that ended up dead were homeless vagrants with drug problems, people with mental health issues. One lady had a giant fight with her husband and her family and fucking disappeared in the middle of the night, in the middle of a snowstorm, and ended up fucking probably trying to walk into the, I don't know. But I mean, a lot of this shit is kind of explainable, like, right, you know, but some of it is weird. There's potentially still a serial killer here, but also.
You think scientists, so you think a couple scientists going missing, right? And all of them working on, you know, super high tech shit is the same as strangers going missing here and there. No, I don't compare them at all. One is, look, coincidences, y'all gotta really study the probability of certain things happening. Once y'all ask, what's the probability?
Have you studied it? The probability of something.
See, he's trying to attack me other than what I'm saying. He's still making it personal.
I feel like I'm not being personal.
You know, it's always a black man trying to attack another black man. I'm not even talking to you right now, bro. I'm talking about him, bro. I'm talking about him, bro. You could get some chance in love, but I'm talking about him. But I'm basically saying, right? Because even Ben, he hasn't studied the probability of him being an idiot.
I tell you, I haven't.
He hasn't studied that. I've studied the probability of you being a dumbass.
Tell me what you learned.
It's very high.
Always back to the ad hominem attacks, man. All you do is ad hominem, bro.
If you don't want to get bitten by a dog, you don't go there. You don't go near a dog. You don't want to get bitten by.
Bro, you got nothing of substance. You attack the people. Your points of view are moot. At least.
You guys sound like I hurt y'all feelings, bro. Relax, just let it go. I'm talking about.
It's not my fault you don't comprehend the words that are coming out of my mouth.
It's not my fault you're old and about to die.
You got all them teeth and no toothbrush. That's why you're so ornery. That's what mama said.
I guess, man. Did you write your will yet?
Dude, I've had an irrevocable trust since I was like 35.
Did you write your will yet?
Alright, man, I don't know what's going on today, y'all.
We're just talking, Anthony.
Yeah, what's going on,
I was telling
well, man. I just got a question for y'all, man.
What up?
You know, we're the terrorist cells that were going to destroy America because we went to, we attacked Iran and we knocked off the head of the snake. I thought that we were supposed to have all of these terrorist cells that was going to destroy our infrastructure and that we were supposed to be terrified. I don't know what happened to those terrorist cells.
Those are the idiots that don't follow QAnon.
Anthony, you know what? I'm confused, y'all. I need somebody to explain to me. Maybe the terrorist cells are taking out the scientists. Maybe that's what's going on. I got it, y'all. The terrorists are taking out the scientists that are investigating the extraterrestrials.
Right.
That's what we got going on.
Wow. They talk about the terrorists. When they talk to themselves, I watched Donald Trump say, yeah, there's some sleeper cells around, and we know where all of them were. As soon as he said that, I knew, okay, bet that's not going to be a problem. But these idiots was like, oh, Trump is going to war for no reason.
They were all over the app. They were all over the app. They were saying that America was going to, America was going to be under attack.
Because they were all hanging out in the same room, Anthony. They're all in the same room.
Anthony, there's two different people. There's the people that are wrong, the people that are right. And guess what? I ain't the person that's wrong. These people, I have been wrong. And you're right, Anthony, because like I said, why would we be worried about? People don't understand. Trump has this under control. I told people that. I ain't worried about that.
You go to certain spaces, around the web. I'm not calling out any names, You know, the first thing they're going to tell you, right? They're going to read to you the poll numbers. That's what they're going to say. Oh my goodness, look at the poll numbers. The American people don't support this.
That's a fucking lie. That's a fucking lie. Dude, the American people wholeheartedly back this. They wholeheartedly back this. You saying that they don't do it, that man's true. True ain't true.
One second. That's right. 1 second.
Bro, it's not my fault that you ain't American, bro. You like, oh, we ain't fucking involved in this shit. Bitch, we all fucking in this.
No, just saying at this point. Just give me a second. I'll look this up.
Doc, man, you're on the wrong side of that, man. Like, Anthony's on the right side.
Listen, y'all. Everyone is people. Go ahead, bro. Yeah, so, listen, man. Before the election, right, you had people that were reading the poll numbers. They were telling you all kind of arcane shit about the poll and the tabs and they were telling you all kind of shit about. I took a $500 bet on this app. They begged me not to take the bet. I said Donald Trump will win the popular vote. They said, do you know how many people live in New York and California? That's impossible. There's no way in the world that can happen. That's impossible was what I was told. Right now, they're talking about the blue tsunami. They're talking about that bad again. I'll take it $500.
Anthony, you see the stupid people talking against you? I'm telling you. Anthony, you hear saying smart stuff. I'll just wait to see what
Ben, I don't know what you want to bet, Ben. Okay, Ben, stop. Stop. Ben. Let me, I'm going to land, and then we can start talking about bets. All right? We could, you and I have, Ben, I ain't scared of betting shit.
Let me go after you.
You got it, Kaz. I'm happy. Just let me land. Let me know what I've been inundated. I've been bombarded with Trump haters. I just want to have my moment in the sun. Can I have my moment in the sun, Ben? You guys can get back to hating Trump. You can do all of that shit. Right now, all I want, Ben, is my moment in the sun. Let me enjoy my moment, Ben. That's Ben, listen. Ben, I did spaces that we can go to, and we can have all the Trump hate in the world. Ben, right now, right? You have people on and off the app, all over the internet. They are unhappy. They aren't happy right now. They are upset. They're upset with Iran saying that the Strait of Hormuz is open. They're upset with this shit. Peter, I can't do it, Peter. Peter, I can't do it. I really can't. Peter, I just want to hang out for 1 second with some friends, some loved ones on this app, and commemorate what the fuck is going on outside. Just give me that. Leave me the fuck alone for a second. All right? Listen, I want you guys to be the brilliance. This is one of the greatest military campaigns in the history of the world. And I'm not saying that, listen, y'all, every life lost is a tragedy. I sympathize beyond fucking words. I love our troops, man. I will donate whatever to whoever for our troops. They're the most greatest fighting force in the history of the world. We have the most amazing military ever. I love our motherfucking troops. Every life lost matters beyond words. I have shed tears for our troops. I have a son that has friends that are in our armed forces. I've known those kids since they were young boys. I love them individually. I pray for them individually on a nightly basis. I am not cavalier about the loss of life in our armed forces. It matters to me. The wounded matter to me. It's nothing that I'm nonchalant about. I want you guys to understand that our president has led us into this conflict, and he has minimized the loss of lives. I want you guys to understand that we had administration after administration after administration who talked about we can't afford a nuclear-powered Iran. We had that BAN, Barack Hussein Obama, who gave us this fucking bullshit-ass agreement, this feckless motherfucker, and his bullshit-ass agreement was fucking toilet paper, acting like he did something. Fuck him and fuck his agreement. So
can you tell me how that agreement, can you tell me how that agreement is different from
if the moderators of the room want me to shut up, I'm happy to shut up. I'm going to talk until the moderator tells me to please stop. So, yo, this is where we at right now, Ben. You can leave quietly if you don't like it. There's plenty of spaces that will support you and your ilk. I'm happy to listen to you. I will let you speak uninterrupted when I'm done. But right now, I'm enjoying my motherfucking moment in the motherfucking sun. All right? So, back to the issue at hand. Barack Hussein Obama and his bullshit-ass motherfucking agreement. They want to talk about, oh, Donald Trump this, Donald Trump that. Yo, I want you guys to look back and ask yourself a very simple question. Really, really simple question about Donald Trump. Since we've had the division of North and South Korea, and that thing called the DMZ, Demilitarized Zone, the DMZ, how many sitting U.S. presidents have gone to the fucking DMZ? How many? How many? One. The motherfucking president that went is Donald J. Trump. Motherfuckers, sit down and look at a Netflix special. They call it the Unstoppable. But the true name of the Netflix special is the Unstoppable Nigger Act. All right? The Unstoppable Nigger Act. That's the real name of that Netflix special with Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle goes through this whole diatribe. He breaks down why they started this motherfucking act. Mind you, this is what the only two charges that Sean Puffy Combs got convicted of, another unstoppable nigga got convicted of, was the Unstoppable Nigga Act, the Mann Act. Yo, he talks about McCain, Stevie Wonder asking him to go, all of this motherfucking shit. You know what Dave Chappelle didn't mention? There was a president that posthumously pardoned Jack Johnson. There was a president that did that. Do you know who the fuck pardoned Jack Johnson? None other than Donald J. Trump. I'm so fucking tired of the hate that this man receives. I'm so tired of the bullshit rhetoric exposed to on a day-to-day basis. Motherfuckers don't know their fucking ass from their elbow, and they talk the most shit about this dude. I know the words coming out of my mouth hurt you guys. I understand. This is what real leadership looks like. This is what it looks like. Take a picture. Tell your kids and your grandkids, regale them with the stories of this man. We ain't had one like him before, and we ain't gonna have one after. All right? I have more to say, but I've spoken enough. Thank you for listening.
You're cooking, Anthony. You're cooking, brother.
Keep going, Chef. I just don't want to do a Chef jacket off of Amazon.
Yeah, listen, y'all. Okay, listen. I'm happy. I'm happy to keep going, y'all. So listen, Donald Trump, right? They were like, yo, listen. We are the puppets of Israel. That's the other talking point. It's Epstein. Epstein was an agent of Mossad or Trump. We got bribed into this fucking war. Yo, really? Oh, this war was a distraction from Epstein. The war is a distraction from Epstein, but our first goes on national TV and says she was not a victim of Epstein. How the fuck is that going to make everybody forget about Epstein if this was supposed to be a distraction from Epstein? Make it make sense.
That's a reach.
It doesn't make any sense if that was the goal. As far as, yes, we've had moments during conflict where the United States and Israel have had divergent agendas. If you read between the lines, at a certain point, Trump wanted to negotiate Iranian leadership. And he was frustrated with the fact that Israel kept on knocking off their heads, just kept knocking them down. So, yes, we had some divergence. But of course, we can't acknowledge that because that doesn't suit the narrative that he's a puppet of Israel. That would contradict that narrative. But we can't be honest. We can't tell the truth. We have to pretend. Do you guys remember in his first term who he's supposed to be a puppet of back then? Vladimir Putin, anybody? Anybody? Do you guys remember when he was supposed to be Putin's? What happened to all of that talk? Manchurian candidate Putin has so much, and he's just a puppet. What happened to that bullshit? Talking points.
Yeah, he was on the.
I'm happy. Listen, I believe everybody should have a right to talk. I think bodies should have a right to express themselves. I'm not a censor. I'm not that dude. So you're welcome to talk, but I can't hear you. I can't hear you when I'm talking. I can't. All right, respect. Respect. I can't hear you when I'm talking. So here's what's up. We keep on having these bullshit narratives. And I want you guys to just tell the truth. Just be honest. I want you to go in front of the mirror and say it out loud. Free yourself. I hate Donald Trump more than I love America. Say it. The truth will set you free. The truth will set you free. Acknowledge it. The first step to recovery is acknowledging you have a problem. That's how you fix it.
Sounds like you're talking about.
That's how you get. All right, I'm sorry, y'all. You guys have had enough. I'm done.
The people, and listen, it doesn't apply to you. Don't let it offend you, man. If it doesn't apply to you.
Yeah, I think you have the problem, and we have to support the leadership of this nation. So I will never say what you are trying to get me to say because you're not the Pied Piper. Okay, so I'm gonna denounce it, but brother.
But you're kind of getting them wrong. You're talking about the people who are acting like they are criticizing the way that we're conducting this war legitimately, or acting like that they don't just hate Trump. They just need to go out and say it. Because this is the thing, as they've been criticizing every step of the way that we've been conducting this and trying to tell people that we've been losing this war, we have been winning. So just the people who are really just hate Trump that bad, just fucking say it.
Can I speak up a little bit more as well? Miss Lady, can I tell you something as well? Right, you're delusional. The rest of the world here has been dealing with America. America and Israel. Where the fuck have you been, missus? Where the fuck were you? Where we needed you? Where the hell were you at? What are you talking about? Yeah.
Can I talk about my fight? I'm gonna finish.
Somebody's getting packed.
Yeah, someone's getting packed. No, we're not saying to the lady down there that's in the goo now. We're not saying about the world. This is an American conversation, so you get the fuck down there. And I'm just pointing out that we are talking about America and our president. So shove that up your pipe. So carry on. Can I talk about my $500?
This told you it's an American conversation. With your heavy ass accent. Talk about
BT, do not disrespect an American.
Go ahead.
Don't disrespect. So Anthony, you still want to do the $500 bet because I got to buy my kids Christmas presents by December. You want to do it? I'm game. We can give it to Matt.
Ben,
I'm not trying to argue.
Ben, I'm not looking for an argument. I don't even know what you want to bet. What are the terms of the bet? Okay, so Ben, I want to be clear, right? Right now, historically, we can look at your boy, Barack Hussein Obama. He lost more freaking congressional seats than arguably any president in the history. The midterms normally, the pendulum swings opposite the person sitting in office. His party tends to lose seats. So, I don't know how you qualify or quantify a blue wave. In order for us to have a bet, we need to settle on terms. I know you got a hard on. I know you really want to get something going. And go, Doug, I'm never running. I'm here for it.
How you know that, Anthony?
It's a figure of speech. It's a figure of speech. I don't mean it literally. I don't mean it literally, bro.
But then you have been following the rest of the room. You have been in every other room today. That you cannot say you have not had tingle. No tingle? You don't feel like you Cinderella today? No Cinderella.
I think Peter is a penis speaker.
Oh, brilliant chair.
Don't worry, Anthony.
Let's just sit down and get together some terms that we can agree to. I'm happy to sit down and get some terms that we can agree to. And if we can agree to terms, I'm agree to that. Alright? I have no problem back holding the money. I got no problem.
I got no problem with Matt to go with money. I can't wait to eat that $500. I can't wait.
You want to eat. You want to eat. You want to eat. You're claiming. You want to eat like you some form of you representative, right? You are just doing that thing, right?
Another one of those drunk versions again.
No, I just want to know. I just want to know what the mistake is. If this looks like
drink too much wine.
Murdered his chef after he found out about
it's okay. Go on, babe. Go on, babe.
Hey man, we're gonna pass the mic around a little bit. NY, BT, Mo, I noticed you guys came up on stage. Man, it's so good to see you guys. You know what I'm saying? Nothing but love. Hope you guys are, just winning in life. I hope Most High continues to bless you guys. Do you guys have anything you'd like to add, please?
Yeah, thank you, man. Thank you for what you said, Anthony.
I just want to say that for me, Trump lost this war. I mean, so far he lost it very bad. All the objectives that he had before the war.
Wait, I need to leave this room.
Amen. Let him finish, young lady. This is not her job, okay?
So he had his objectives, and he had one of those things. Right now, Iran is stronger than before. And they actually released a statement saying that even though the Strait of Hormuz is open, they still have control who's going to go there, they're still going to get paid, and they don't allow any military to go there. And also that now they know they can use that as a leverage. Before that, that was not even, like you started the war for regime change, now the Strait of Hormuz were completely open. Now is that you're negotiating to have it reopen, to get back where you started after you spent billions of dollars, and also you lost some of your men and you killed innocent people. It's completely lost. And he didn't need to do all of that.
This guy's
He knows $billions of dollars on that.
Well, honestly, listen, Mo, you are absolutely wrong, man. Like, how was Iran stronger? They're not stronger. They are weaker. And all of our objectives are honestly doing pretty well, man. I mean, we've decapitated the Navy, the Air Force. They're
friends, the city's debt has been growing faster than a teenager's wallet. That's why we need to talk about property taxes. Take a look at this chart. This is
so, like, I'm curious, like, now, but also that. Hold on, stop. Wait. Also, this is the biggest thing. This really is about China. You understand that? What we're sure is at the. Hold on. Let me finish.
I think there's still some interpretation around what unreleased, but and that's how I'm going to try to be declared done about. I know sometimes that might come up.
If it's done, then why do you need to negotiate?
Look, first of all, I am deep.
You think America,
We failed.
I am deeply heartbroken. Listen, I believe that when there's at the city level, the state level, and an honest conversation. I'm bored of the video on the tip wage was at the voice of war. I'm bored of the video on the tip wage was what's the next reason for saying I'm these folks have been staying for a long time. I'm gonna have them sit down. That's a tough job. Their job is hard enough. You just gotta protect working.
That was the objective before the war. Now,
I want to respond to what you just said. I just want to be clear.
So we've seen,
okay? And the current administration is the Trump administration. Now, if some foreign power attacked and they assassinated Donald Trump, and J.D. Vance became the president, would that be regime change? Yes or no? Explain.
No, it won't be regime change because J.D. Vance is still part of the American government, the current one, that Trump, before he got assassinated. There is no change. All you did is just replaced the system. It's not one person.
Okay, so thank you for saying that, Mo. So Mo, what you're saying, right? I just want to be clear. You're saying that J.D. Vance is going to handle every situation the same exact way that Donald Trump would handle it because it's just the system. They're not two distinct individuals that are going to make individual choices. They are going to do the same exact thing.
Even if someone asks me to leave from here, it would not be a regret on my part, because it means that I'll pay my dues in this country. I'll pay my dues. If I go back home, I will still be doing what I'm doing. The only difference I'll be, I will have to manage my parents' proper fees. Now, in America, all I gotta do, go to journalism and talk to y'all. You know what it plays out? Well, I guarantee you, they can send every other immigrant home across America. I'll be the last to send them. I'll be the last to send them. Totally believe. But anyway, let's get going. I work harder than you. I own three businesses. I'm the best. Congrats. If you guys work, congrats.
They will change and put someone free.
One second, Sheila, I'm sorry.
You know?
Just 1 second. So here's what's up, brother. I understand what you're saying, right? And I don't know where you're at. I don't know like what your religious background is. I don't know anything about you.
I'm actually a US citizen. I mean,
okay, cool. You're a citizen of the greatest nation in the history of the world. Congratulations. You know, that in of itself is an accomplishment. All right. So God bless you for that. Now here's what's up, Mo. I want you to understand something.
Is that an accomplishment?
The Iranian regime. Okay, Peter, we can't do this, Peter, please.
It's not an accomplishment.
Peter, please. Peter, please.
You don't have a choice to be.
Peter, just hang out with
One
us
mic
for a
on the
little
black
bit.
American, please. One mic on the black American. Anthony, please continue.
Thank you. So here's what's going on, right? The IRGC, the current regime, however you want to classify it, Mo, it's over. It's finished. All right? They might last 2 months. They might last 6 months. They have been mortally wounded. They're in ICU. They called the cleric, and the cleric is giving them last rites. This is check and mate. It's over. They are dead man walking, dead man talking. It is over for them. This regime is finished. So if that's your requirement, give it a few months, and you'll see what comes next.
A few months. They're still in power.
Yeah, Othello. I just want to say something really quick. I just want to say something really quick. I'm going to mute up. So, listen, I understand, right, that for some people, they're literalists. And I'm going to preface all my comments by saying this. I am one man with one opinion. I could be 100% wrong. God didn't whisper in my ear. I'm not the Pope. God didn't whisper in my ear and tell me what's going to happen. I'm just one man with one opinion, and I could be completely wrong. You're entitled to your opinion. It doesn't make me right and you wrong. Let's see how things develop. You got it, Mo. And Shiva next.
You know, Anthony, I really appreciate that, you give me this opportunity to give my opinion. I really like
all right, Mo, all right.
I think that, though, here's the thing. Regarding what you just said, the problem is America, the Iranian, they do not have, or like the way you think, like they will come, take out America. They really knew that was not the objective. The objective was to inflict a lot of economical pain to America so they can get in a position where they can have leverage. And they say what they were going to do. If you attack us, we're going to attack your ally, close the strait. And they did it and they accomplished the whole objective. So the United States, if you remember, you have to go back at the objective of the war. They say it will not have the nuclear weapon, which is what was strange because they did say that before, back in June, that they completely destroyed. And they also said they want the regime change.
Background check.
Yeah, and they went to take out the head, and they thought that the people.
Baseball check, Mayor John Kitover.
You don't understand. This is not a nation that was created.
It's been growing faster than a teenager's mullet. That's why we need to talk about property taxes. Take a look at this chart. This is business expenses. Anyway, friends, the city's debt has been growing faster than a teenager's goal. Ladies, today's special free vaccine. Voters deserve a choice. Abortion carrying vaccines at no cost. Here's the pregnancy's out 6 weeks long. Talk about my options and make sure you're taking care of that.
Mike, I don't want to mute the stage. I don't want to mute the stage. Just give me 1 second, guys. So, Shiva has next. Shiva has next, guys. Shiva has next. Fuck you too, my brother. Fuck you too.
Actually, it's not the regime change in Iran yet. I agree. Now there's not.
Why do you love talking about Islamophobia as a small
between Islamic regime and USA, again, Islamic regime can't get enough power. Then there is no regime change. The reason is that we have the same system.
And they're more dangerous than ever now. They're more dangerous now.
Exactly, because
abortion carrying vaccine.
And if we do not stop them, then they would be a very big danger later. Then we have the same regime, and it's not power yet, and there is a chance to power. And
I know that machine gunning of the family was is the fall. Big example of Mullah. What if your family were machine gun? Those children that you saw from young childhood were machine gun in the neighborhood that they were running. Saw from young childhood. Machine these things for no harm.
Are you going? Are you going to go back? Are you going to go back to fight? If you ever get the chance to fight for your country?
Yes, definitely, Max. Yes, definitely. But the regime must be crippled, and you have there should be a way paved for them to rise up again. Because right now we have like a lot of Shia militia from Iraq, the Hezbollah, PMF from Iraq, and Hezbollah from Lebanon, and the Houthis from Yemen inside Iran to counter every Iranian and kill them again, just like on the 8th and 9th of January. So they're more dangerous even now than before, because now Ghalibaf is in control, and he's the head of the military in this regime right now is more dangerous than before. So I agree with that they've done a lot, but we are now in the most dangerous time.
That's probably long bar.
Let Ben get in here real quick. Ben,
Let's just.
right
I love let's be clear here.
Ben,
Just live and see.
one mic up Ben.
You're just gonna overtalk this room, dude. Until you
Stop, please.
Matt, this is crazy. This dude just.
Go ahead, Ben.
Yeah. So just to be clear here, United States, President Trump and his cabinet have never said that regime change was a goal. So we're having this conversation the past half hour, at least since I've been in the room, where we keep talking about the goal or the objective of the Trump administration as regime. WhiteHouse.gov has pulled up Donald Trump's initial statements on the war and corroborating statements after the fact from Pete Hegseth, as well as Marco Rubio, as well as J.D. Vance. Regime change has never been the goal here. So we're looking at regime change. Does regime change? Peter, I don't know why you keep coming off the mic, dude. Like, I'm not done talking. When I'm done talking, you'll know when I'm done talking because I'm talking. So, anyways, regime change has never been the goal of the administration, and it has stated it from the beginning. There has always been 4 objectives, and the United States has, in many ways, shapes and forms, upheld those 4 objectives, right? So, number 1 is obliterate Iran's ballistic missile arsenal and production capability, annihilate its navy. That's number 2. Sever its support for terrorist proxies, and ensure that the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism never acquires a nuclear weapon. let's be clear here, Donald Trump, not only has he been clear past couple of months about this, you can trace his comments all the way back to 1989. This guy has been talking about this stuff much, much longer than he's been in political life. Certainly dating back to when he was in private life. He says that Iran should never have a nuclear weapon. So this idea that we're going to somehow go, well, if the war is not a success, look, my heart goes out to the Iranian people, obviously, and hearted American person wants a regime change in Iran. But these terrorists want to put out a minimum of 30 to 60,000 of their own civilians. Obviously, a regime change, a top-down regime change would be ideal. But like,
I don't care.
That may not be the United States' military objectives are not that.
That's a lie.
You've been rooting against us because of your hate for Israel, so you should shut up.
Yeah, Abdullah, go ahead.
That's not true. I just say I don't care about them mowing down their people.
All right, go ahead, Abdullah.
The whole point was to get rid of the IRGC. Trump's whole MO for this war were a few of the things that you mentioned, but he also said the Iranian people will be free soon. Are they free?
Again, I'm looking at his statement from March 2nd. Our objectives, and I'm quoting, our objectives are clear.
Are the Iranian people free?
No, they're not currently free.
Okay. Are we negotiating? Do we have to pull up to the table to negotiate with the same IRGC?
I don't know who we're negotiating. I don't know that we're negotiating with the IRGC or the other factions in play.
We're negotiating with the IRGC. Pakistan is the
mediator.
Yeah, the mediator.
Sure, I didn't know that was. I know that there's a differentiation. I'm not an expert on Iranian, like what their system of government or how all that runs is. I know that there's a difference between the Iranian, like their own military and the IRGC, and like there's a bunch of different factions at play here. I'm not.
Right, Ben, I get your point of view. I just want to state something which is factual, because I do have the links. Donald Trump came out and stood on stage in front of every news channel out there, and he said, I quote, "To the brave Iranian people, come out to the streets. We will have your back, and take over your institutions," which they did. They took over police stations, but then they came in with like more militias, and they mowed them down. And they said that
that wouldn't be the militia. That would be a government.
They would be freed. He said that they would be freed, and that they should keep steady and stay at home now, because there will be a lot of bombs dropping at the moment, and it's not safe out there. And wait for the final call. That is what Trump has said. So the objective is not there. What he said did not happen yet.
And honestly,
But the war is over, so it won't happen.
Israel was taking a lot of bombs. That's why they had to pull up to the table and go like, oh, wait a minute. This Iron Dome's not holding up.
You have to give it to the Iranian though. They play very smart.
Well,
These people.
how do you have to give it? They've had this plan for years. They did it during the Iran-Iraq war. It's no secret that they will close down the Strait of Hormuz. That's the only fucking playbook they have. What are you talking about?
People thought were bluffing.
No, we didn't.
Clear, you guys. This idea that it's the responsibility of the American military to change the regime in Iran, it's not only nonsensical, it's dangerous. This is not our responsibility.
Write that up.
Time out. Listen. I can't hear you when I'm talking. I want to hear what you're saying. I'm having you respond. May I please land, man?
Hold on, Sam.
Thank you. Here's what's up. Okay. We tried. We knocked off the head of the snake. The snake grew another head. This is on you guys to fix. We just want to make sure Iran does not have nuclear weapons. This is it. Point blank period. We are not here. We're not here
Okay, yo, Peter, I'm not gonna go for it, bro. Please stop. We are not here to ensure that your regime gets changed. Yo, like, listen, I don't like the Zelensky. I don't like Zelensky. I don't even think Zelensky's a good leader. But you know what I do? I respect Zelensky. And you know who I respect way more than Zelensky? I respect the Ukrainian motherfucking people. Those are some stand-up people. That whole idea of fight like a Ukrainian means something now. They're putting blood and treasure on the line. I don't want to hear nothing from nobody that's not putting blood and treasure on the line.
They don't have guns.
Yeah, I don't want to hear from people of our military. I don't want to hear that. You got it.
You shit. You're right.
Okay.
People don't have guns.
Shit. Yeah, but that's not how you beg people to come help you, though. Honestly, that's not how you beg them.
Okay, do you think,
How you beg them to come help you?
do you think,
Can I add something here? There was a
Baby girl.
revolution.
Yeah, she's in Matrix.
I get the history.
We got mute her, buds. Hey, all right, calm down, buddy. We gotta. All right, we gotta mute her, but real quick, because before we lose Ben's point, Ben said the American people, and I'm gonna make this point very clear. I don't believe Americans actually truly care about civilians dying in Iran. We don't care about the Nigerians. We don't care about the Congo. We don't care about China. The civilians are dying by the thousands in so many other countries. We don't care. That's not the reason we're there. Exactly for what Anthony said. We're there for the uranium enrichment. We don't want them to have a nuclear program. And we don't, Israel does it, and that's the reason why we were in there. Now, we believe the objective is. Now, Israel, without a doubt, is making a very big plea that they do not want to be done because they do not like the proxies of Hezbollah. They don't like the proxies to still be funded by Iran. So they really want Iran to be completely neutralized, but America is completely, I believe, they want to be completely over. It all depends on if Israel's going to keep dragging us in.
So why should America care about what Israel wants?
Well, so but again, if we go back to the military objectives, one of them is to cut the heads off the proxies as well, right? So I mean, again, we can go back to Donald Trump's.
okay, can I add one thing?
We can go back. All I'm doing is quoting Donald Trump exactly, like his military objectives exactly as he stated them. Like this is not like, oh my gosh, here's my hot take on.
Yeah, I know, but remember this though, man. We have to remember that. And I'm a supporter, man, so don't get this wrong here. But while we're playing checkers, he's playing chess. Remember, he told everybody that the intervention in Venezuela was because of the drug loads, and ended up being, Maduro and the China. So hold on. No, well, yes, not just that though, but rare earth minerals, oil, and our intelligence agencies assessed that they were Maduro. He had already bought weapons from Russia and China, and they were going to set up military bases in the southern part of their country. And it makes sense because the Chinese were already trying to take over the Panama Canal. So hold on, let me finish, ma'am, please. So, God damn it, dude. Second. Hold on, man. Peter, please stop. So the point is here that we need to remember that this is not just about Iran. Of course, it is about, a lot of it is the nuclear threat and the ballistic missile and the proxies, but also China, man, and our petrodollar. We want to make sure that people are buying their oil through the petrodollar. And now we're guaranteeing that China can still from Iran and Venezuela, but it's going to be through the petrodollar. It's going to be overseen by us. If we have to cut it off in a military situation, like if they want to take Taiwan, we can cut that off. We can blockade the Strait of Hormuz.
Taiwan is nowhere next to Iran. You need to put
You are goofy, man.
No, sir. You be lying to us, right? Are we being allowing you to lie to us? You be lying to the rest of Europe because we have to. No, because We have to rely on you. We have to rely on you. We have to rely on your truth. Right?
What I am wrong about. Did you please kick Peter down, man? That's ridiculous. I've been, for fucking hours, we've been listening to this dickhead. Like, come on, man.
Don't worry about it.
Fuck.
Every city name. What are we lying about?
If we're gonna talk the truth, are we allowed to react as the rest of the world? Or are we gonna react based off their fucking theory? Like, I just want to know, what am I doing? Why am I Shut up, sir. Whatever the fuck you eat. Am I being pulled by the sales? Because I'm no fool. I'm not a salesman. I don't know what the fuck is. What the fuck are you doing? What are you doing?
Would you please respond to what I said?
What are you doing? Because apparently, you're the mind.
God damn, this room is retarded, dude. I swear to God.
My name's
Fucking stupid. Man, I'm gonna leave, man. Like, if we just got a bunch of retards right in the room, get out of here. This is fucking stupid. God damn it. We're trying to have a legitimate conversation here, man.
Just hang out for a second, Mount. I really, I'm starting to think you're in trouble. I need you to succinctly answer me. I'm not playing. I'm not trolling. I need you to stop and succinctly answer the question. You made a provocative statement. You called Mountain a liar. Explain succinctly why he's lying, or something else is going to happen. Explain it.
What do you mean? Wait, what do you mean something else is going to happen? Are you threatening me?
We'll see what happens if you don't explain it.
No. Wait a minute. Are you doing a threat because you got the breathing?
That is none of your business, the issue between US and Iran.
So, on to the next, man. All right, let's get back to regularly scheduled program.
That was a troll. That was definitely a troll.
Shiva, are you on the phone or not? I can't tell if she's on the phone.
Yes. To respond to the person that was talking about, we do not care about regime change in Iran, and we only wanted to make sure the Islamic regime doesn't have a nuclear energy. To respond to this point, I want to add, whenever you don't have any regime change in Iran, then it means that still we are dealing with the same regime. The same regime has more than 47 years chanting and saying it to America. And then they continue to, for sure, this regime is not the trusted one, and they will continue to nuclear energy. And then if the regime change doesn't happen,
I did nothing to harm you. Indeed, my lady. When my mother was murdered so that she could take her place. You did nothing when my father banished me. No queen questions her king. And I thought my opinion of you couldn't get any lower. I'll bring a message from Merlin. He asks you to attend with his son, the ancient castle of Camelot. He has a son. I have the only true claim to the throne. My father has no legitimate son. We can take it to honor our father. He didn't know my father. You should ask Queen. Childless. I never spoke of this. This is the motherman's bastard, not my father's. No, unfortunately I didn't.
Is this the boy that took from George when he was born?
Yes. This is Uther's son, my son.
You're trying to put a battery in somebody's back. You're trying to put a battery in our back. To do
okay, but you made no mind.
Shiva, I didn't interrupt you. I promise you I wanted to interrupt you, but I didn't interrupt you. I listened. So what I'm saying to you is that you are trying to put a battery in our back. You're trying to make us responsible for some shit. You're trying to, another hood term, you're trying to gas us up. All right? You're trying to make us, they've been screaming death to America. Yo, they're still going to do the same thing. Y'all saw all that shit out. Y'all saw all that shit out.
out. You guys
Listen,
sort it out.
you know that you guys sort it out. You guys take care of it. We just don't want. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know it hurts you, Sam. I know the words coming out of my mouth hurt you. But listen, it's like sunlight to a vampire. I understand. I get it. I get it. The sun is shining down for a vampire right now.
Okay, but
I'm worried about myself.
So, here's what's up. Here's what's going on. The United States is not responsible for regime change. We're not responsible for the safety of the Iranian people. I empathize with you guys. I pray for you guys, but it's not our responsibility. It's some shit that you guys are gonna have to figure out. Yo, look at the Ukrainian model. Look at what we're doing. There's 90-something million of you guys. Handle your fucking business.
Okay.
Handle your business.
Okay, Anthony, I understand you. Okay, Anthony, I understand you. First of all, I understand you. You don't like fight. It makes your country, your people, and you don't like fight. I understand it. But the thing is that if Islamic regime is the enemy of the America, the USA, the people of America, then it's not the trusted regime that United States wants to negotiate with them. Okay? This is the first thing. And the second thing, suppose that this regime, I don't want to say that, okay, this is the pressure on you. I want you to understand what's going on in the future. In the future, this regime now has enough power to suppress its people, kill its people. But later, after the negotiation, after getting more power, it will go through around Iran. Not only one country, the enemy. Then it would be the big enemy and the dangerous enemy for the USA. You told me that it's not, you don't care about the Iran and it's our responsibility for regime change and everything. Okay, I agree. But the thing is that we did it. We did it. It's not ours. It's not our fault.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. It's not
Yes,
our fault.
it is.
No, it's okay. Could you please?
This is the Mexican
Okay,
versus
okay.
Iran.
It is
Just let one mic question.
I'll respond after. Give me here, please.
One mic on Shiva, please.
Okay.
We're getting
I want to
accused
correct
after
him. I want to correct him.
I'm going to respond to her one last time and then we got a cue.
Hold on, I can say something. He should be.
Okay, no. It's my turn, please. No. It's my turn, please. Wait. Okay. I want to correct the person who told me that it is our responsibility. It is our fault that we are living in Iran with the mullahs. No. Mullah is not from Iran. They are coming from other countries and they are supported from other
lying, dude.
No. China. You can see China and Russia now supporting Islamic regime. If there is no support from other countries, our people in Iran can do the regime change. But unfortunately, due to all supporting that they gotten from other countries, now the people couldn't do that.
Yeah, you guys have no accountability.
People were killed in less than 2 days. More than 42,000 people.
500,000 people are not allowed. 500,000 people are not allowed.
My point is that it happened.
Peter, stop.
Guys, my point is that the Islamic regime got power because of the other countries. This is not our fault. We do not like this regime. And from the beginning, we wanted regime change. We tried several ways. We tried ourselves. You can see all documents.
Hey Shiva, we had Mullah 1,000 years ago.
administration put them there.
Alright.
So it's
So,
time to
so
set
Shiva,
things straight.
I'm sorry, Sam, I'm going to respond to Shiva, and then you guys sort it out. I believe Jack had next, and then Mel.
Hold on.
Here's what I'm going to say to Shiva really quick. Yo, Peter, please stop. Shiva, here's what I got to say to what you said, all right? Shiva, prior to the escalation of conflict, prior to the 12-day war, prior to all of this stuff, that same Iranian regime that had been in power for however many years, we were Iranian nuclear scientists. We sent the Stuxnet virus over to Iran. We went on Iranian soil and we murdered their top general. Did them out. We bombed their embassy. We did. You know what I did? Absolutely nothing. The United States is not scared of Iran or this regime. Israel is not scared of Iran or this regime. We're not scared of, and it's not our responsibility to take them out. Iran had one job. One job. That one job was to develop a nuclear weapon. That's the only thing they cared about. Everything else was noise. And we refuse to allow that to happen. You guys gotta, I believe that the regime, I believe the regime is more limited. Might feel differently. We'll see what happens.
Jack was next, I'm after Jack.
Thank you.
Hold on.
I'll be quick.
Jack, let me just get a cue real quick.
Go ahead.
Jack, Mel.
Yeah, okay.
And Othello. And Ben and Othello. Okay, I'm trying to remember all that. I'll put it in the chat. Go ahead. Thanks.
All right. So you heard a lot of lies from Shiva and other Iranians who come and say, we never wanted this revolution. Maybe you guys didn't because we're in 1979, but your grandparents definitely did. The Iranian revolution.
I did not have one
Peter,
what the fuck, man? God.
Holy shit. Peter, so this is the thing, their grandparents and whoever was around.
Oh, man.
Oh my god. So, the Iranian Revolution of 1979 was one of the most popular revolutions in history. Up to 9 million people flooded the streets to overthrow the Shah. They had a wide range of a broad coalition of leftists, secularists, Islamists, and laborers. All these people fucking hated the Shah. It's revisionist history to say, oh, we always hated the fucking mullahs. We never wanted the revolution. That's bullshit. And whoever believes that, just go do some research. And the facts, and every historian agrees on this. I know they're very mad about what happened because obviously their grandparents regret this revolution and show some accountability. The Mexicans didn't do this revolution. The Japanese, the Chinese didn't do this to you. Iranians did this. Iranians are responsible and should be held accountable. Start taking some ownership of what happens in their fucking
Stop
country.
lying because the Carter administration and France threw them in there.
I'm not done there. So take some fucking accountability. Stop blaming Trump. Stop blaming Jimmy Carter from 50 fucking years ago. Oh, it's all everyone else's fault. But the innocent Iranians never did a damn thing. None of this is their fault. Do you ever listen? They have nothing to do with anything. Oh my God, it just happened to them. And they sat back and watched. We just fucking destroyed your regime. We had our regime change of our own. If you don't like it, you still can do a regime change of your own. It's your fucking country. 94 million of you. You're telling me 90 million of you hate this regime? Then 90 million of you need to go take it down and stop fucking crying on Clubhouse. Go do some shit and stop waiting for Trump. I don't know what the fuck you thought Trump was gonna do for you. He's American. Trump's gonna do what's better America. And he's America first. And that's what the fuck he did. So I'm sorry. You know, you can try to threaten us with, oh, they're going to be a nuclear weapon. They're going to be the strongest country in this rest. You know who the fuck we are. This is America, okay? We're not scared of anybody. And your little threats, they don't scare anyone. So that's what it is. I just want my fellow Americans to understand this. Do some research and just call out the bullshit. I think people can take a fucking ounce of accountability. Thank you.
I love what Jack just said there. Just the truth. You know, I mean, this people wanted this. They absolutely did, and they were able to band together and fend off the Iraqi, the Iran-Iraq war. And I mean, they had a common cause there. So I don't know how you guys are letting like 3% of the population control the other 97%. That's fucking ridiculous. But also, guys, we got to look at the track record here, man. I think Trump understands that all the regimes that have fallen, Iraq, Libya, fucking goddamn Syria, none of those places are better off. Okay, I mean, and so we weren't willing to get in a forever war. Trump knew that. He knew his people who voted him in were never willing to accept that, and he's not stupid enough to do that because he knows the country is 2.5 times the size of Texas, 98 million people. That's way more than the 20 million people in Iraq, and that took us over that officially, if you count that we left actually all combat operations last year. But it was always going to take the people to do this, and it wasn't just alone can't do that. But we wanted to decapitate the regime, and we're doing that. We want the nuclear weapons. Let me finish here. But that's just something we have to really consider there. But you guys definitely wanted the holes there originally. I don't know, man, but it's going to take you guys to get your country back. But the track record is good. All these countries are in. That was you, man. Sorry, but anyway, all these countries are in worse positions. When we overthrew them anyway, or helped, like I say. And so we don't want some lawless place to be worse off necessarily, and we're not willing to commit, for forever war. So we will blow the fuck out of these people though, and keep them at bay, and we will do that. I mean, they're always going to probably be a pain in the ass, but now we have demonstrated they are pieces of. I mean, they're not able to even contend with us, and we're going to just keep getting them periodically. But the whole nuclear weapon thing, I think, really that's something we have to deal with. The enriched uranium, we have to find it all.
Well said, man. Appreciate it, buddy. Good job. Edward, you are up. I don't know if you're at your mic. Mr. Edward, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I do.
Great. So good afternoon, everyone. PD, Beaver, and also Anthony. I am an American. So I want you guys to know that I love my country. I also love our president. And I just want everybody to know America first, not America only. Every country is sovereign, and they should take care of their own. They should take care of their own people. For anyone to expect America to take care of their country, or to even, I don't even think we could even think this way, because it's kind of interesting, and I know that a lot of countries would like the United States to come in, help them. At the same time, we got to ask ourselves this question. The largest population of Iranians outside of Iran is the United States. That's a pretty huge gift to Iran. Between 600,000 to 1.5 million people from Iran live in the United States. Total population outside of Iran, 4 million people. 4 million Iranians live outside of Iran. The last we all checked, over 90 million people still live there. The regime that they had and currently has been under 47 years of reign. I just want you guys to understand. We did not, at any time, want to change. I love what Ben said earlier. You guys got to listen. We know the objectives of America. We do. I'll wait on that, guys. We do not want the regime or the Iranian people get a nuclear weapon. Okay? That's the only thing. And I wish that we would all just realize that was the objective. Why? Because they have been a tyrant for the Middle East and all those countries around them. And one of our biggest allies, which is Israel, whether you guys don't know that. Being an ally means that you have an agreement with another country. So I just want everybody to realize this from an American viewpoint. Our president is supposed to protect the American people. To me, story, number one. Number two, I think we just want to protect our allies. That's why it has an iron dome. And I land on that.
Thank you, Edward. Good submission. Ben, your mark.
Yeah, again, I've said it from the beginning of this room, or since I've been in this room, I'll continue to say it. The United States had 4 objectives going into this conflict, and it's not to say that the United States didn't have other things that it wanted to achieve as well, but there were 4 main objectives laid out here. As Mr. Edwards so eloquently said a lot of what I was going to say anyways, the United States has overlapping objectives with her allies, and that's fine. Sometimes the United States and Israel agree on things, sometimes they don't. But the United States laid out 4 military objectives, and again, that does not mean that other things, the United States doesn't have other things that it would like to see happen. Obviously, the United States would love to see a brand new regime led by a government that's friendly to the Americans. Obviously, who wouldn't want that? But that was not one of the military laid out by the Trump administration. Why I keep laying this out, I think this is important, why I keep laying out the military objectives of Donald Trump as stated on March 2nd, why I keep stating that is because this is what the American people are signing on to. This is what the people who supported Donald Trump sign on to, in the sense of this is what Donald Trump is saying, look, I'm not going above and beyond this. Once these are accomplished, this is when we get to say that this war is done. And obviously, nobody outside of a few quote-unquote neocons want a massive overhaul and 100,000 troops on the ground and a giant military incursion like we did in Iraq and Afghanistan. Nobody really, save for a very, very few minority people, certainly not this administration, and certainly not the vast majority of voters for this administration, want a giant, huge Afghanistan, Iraq-style troops on the ground thing. That's why I keep going back to these objectives. Destroying their capabilities, their missile-making capabilities, that's number 1. Annihilating their navy, number 2. Ensuring they can't be the sponsor of terror is number 3. And making sure that they can never achieve a nuclear weapon. So to all of the Iranians that join these rooms and speak passionately, my heart goes out to you. It genuinely does. It really, really, really does. But those are the 4 objectives of this administration. Anything else is a bonus. Yes, of course the United States has an interest in that. And Cuba made another point earlier about them getting a civilian nuclear program. The United States has been offering Iran a civilian nuclear program for many, many years at this point, and basically said, you guys don't need to enrich any uranium. We'll give you the uranium so that you guys can have your own civilian nuclear program. But that's not what they want. They don't want civilian. Countries that want civilian nuclear programs don't bury their nuclear material hundreds and hundreds of feet underground. Countries that want civilian nuclear programs don't continue to escalate their enrichment of uranium far past civilian levels. And this is what the regime has continued to do over and over and over again. Iran has shouted death to America since the inception of this current regime in the 1970s. Like, anybody who thinks that if they had a nuclear bomb, that they would either use it or threaten to use it is out of their minds. Of course they would. So, again, the United States has had 4 very, 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 very. So, we hear on these rooms all the time. Well, if the regime doesn't fall, is this really a mission accomplished? Again, the Trump administration, not only Donald Trump, but also J.D. Vance on March 2nd, Marco Rubio on March 2nd, United States Commander Admiral Brad Cooper said this on March 3rd. Marco Rubio on March 3rd. Pete Hegseth, March 4th. Dan Kane, March 4th. Like, again, I could keep going down the list of this keeps getting restated and restated and restated.
Okay. Ben, you got Ben?
No, that's literally, I thought it was funny that Ocella said, because that was literally, that was me done.
Okay, Mello, you got it. Please land right there. You got it.
Yeah, he was restating it. I got it. Okay, to the Iranian people, you've been had once again, just like the Venezuelan people. You know, they made you guys get out there on CNN and turn your back on your country. Well, not your country, but the IRGC. You guys, just like those Cubans who were saying, vote for Trump, I love Donald Trump. And then they booted their ass out the country once he got in office. You've been had. Oh, they tugged at our heartstrings. The Iranian people, they're being murdered by the thousands. We must get over there for regime change. We have to do this war. Now they're scaling back. Now it was never their objective. Let me tell you something. Donald Trump don't run shit. America don't run shit. Israel running this fucking shit. And it's all about prophecy. They're not like you lukewarm Christians. They believe that shit in the Talmud verbatim. Everything is holy. Everything is about God. They're not lukewarm like going to church on Sunday and going to movies and spending all week. They really believe that shit. This is a holy war. And with the Balfour Declaration in Great Britain, they knew they had to put their Caucasian ancestors, the Ashkenazis, on the throne. That's why Balfour sent the letter to Lord Rothschild. Now you have the most egotistical man in the history of the United States. What does he want? He wants to be a friend of the Jews. Why? That sets you up for life. He doesn't want to just be in the U.S. history books. He wants to be a part of religious prophecy. Okay? So they tugged at your heartstrings. They say, yeah, we're coming to free you. No, they're not. They come to get that land. They come to get that oil. And they're going to try to do their best for it to Israel. That's the whole game here. I finish.
All right. That was the end of the queue, so the floor is open.
Okay. Yes. To the response to this person that's just nice talking, we don't need the people to cry for Iranian people. This is the first thing. And we don't know in the future what happens for the other countries. This is humanity. Then please don't separate yourself from Iranian people. You can only understand. First of all. The second thing is that we are in this situation not because of the people. This is because of the other countries. And first of all, because of the Democrats in the United States, because of the supporting that they got them from Biden and other Obama, and all are responsible for this situation for Iranian people in this country. Then, if you say you are not responsible for the Iranian people, then the other countries shouldn't be responsible for their Islamic regime to support them. Whenever they start supporting them, they gain enough power. And for 47 years, they gained enough power because of the supporting outside Iran. And then now it's the responsibility of all people around the world to finish and end this terrorism. And this is not the, there are some terrorists that are living in one part of the world. And this is the other country's responsibility to end them. And as an example for you guys, that's only talking about your country. That's respectful. For 47 years, none of those countries accept to introduce the IRGC as terrorists. And after Trump's attempting and trying and show is forced to say that the IRGC is terrorist. And I want to add this. We don't have any other country support. Until now, they are supporting Islamic regime. They are negotiating with Islamic regime because the Islamic regime don't care about the people. And they have, the other country have a lot of benefits. Regime. I get chance in the one part of the history, finally, the benefit of one country is to removing the Islamic regime. And this is Donald Trump start this work, and we appreciate it, and we want to end it. And this is, guys, if there is a revolution, there was a revolution 47 years ago in Iran, again, it was not the Iranian people, it thing of Carter, first of all, and the other country. Ireland, you can laugh it, please. Only read the history. It's very easy. There are a lot of documents. You can only read. And now the Islamic regime is supported by Russia and by China. And that's all said. Please don't separate yourself. You are people. And then you cannot say, it's very easy to say that, okay, this is what is it. Later, if the Islamic regime got enough power, you cannot say this is what is it. This is not only our responsibility to be against all countries or other governments that supporting Islamic regime.
She said she supported Trump's war. I don't think you and my father agree with support.
Yes, I am supporting.
Excuse me, Shiva, hold on.
Sorry, I was speaking.
Sorry. Okay, let me talk whenever it's my turn.
Yeah, when I'm done, you can go. There's no
Okay.
It's popcorn. But I just wanted to say, like, again, no accountability. Blame Obama, blame Trump, blame Jimmy Carter, blame everyone except Iranians who led the most popular revolution we've seen in modern times in 1979. I mean, I don't know who's telling you history about what happened. I get you guys don't like the revolution now, but at the time, in 79, it was very popular. And today, you think, yeah, they're friends with Iran, Russia, they're friends with China. Okay, and go pick your country. Go overthrow your regime. Trump get the fuck out of the regime. He bombed the fuck. He fucked them up. Left, right, and center. Now you guys can go. You go and finish the job. If that's what you want. But instead,
I want to show you to death, dude. Shut up.
But instead of actually capitalizing on the weakened regime that Trump bombed the fuck out of, you guys are blaming Trump and you're blaming America.
No, I never do that. Okay, I never blame Trump because he is now favorite person in our history. I encourage him, and Iranian people also support him. I never. Yes. We don't want the negotiation with Iran, Islamic regime. We don't want the negotiation.
What the heck of your country? Are you fighting with that? I don't understand. Now we should answer our nationality to move.
No, Peter, how about you guys take charge? I mean, answer my question.
How the hell do I talk like Peter? How do I get back to Peter?
Answer my question.
Guys, I don't know if you guys know this shit. It's moving here.
What? All time.
You don't understand. 94 million people. You guys hate our government so bad. Go do something, man. They're really hard right now.
If other country didn't support Islamic regime, we could do that.
Oh my God! Here we go.
Whenever you don't know, you couldn't say like
What are you talking? You're crazy.
Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Shiva, when we're all talking, I'm missing a lot of things here, so I just want to make sure that I'm understanding. Shiva, are you? So Shiva, could you, or are you aware of the object of the conflict that the U.S. and Israel Iran. Do you know if they've achieved those objectives?
Not yet.
No. Your name's not Shiva.
I know. Okay, they started this war because of finishing the nuclear energy in Iran. I know.
That's one.
Okay, but my point is that it's not happening. And okay, this is my regime. No, I was living in Iran 30 years. And I know Islamic regime better than anyone else that's in this room.
Shiva, hold on. I understand. Excuse me, please.
You're interrupting yourself.
No, I'm not interrupting her. Excuse me. Could you do me a favor, please? Just mute, please. Okay,
Edward, I'll move them down.
all right, thanks, Anthony. Kept me going. So Shiva, I understand that you know all of Iranian better than all of us. I'm telling you that since March 2nd, we have an objective. Number one, to make sure that Iran never get a nuclear weapon. The second thing that we wanted to do was destroy their navy, which we did. Also, to hit. We did not do that?
No, not yet. It's not completed. Okay.
Hold on, Shiva. How many ships was in the Iranian Navy, and how many of them right now at the bottom of the ocean? It's a very direct question.
Okay, I'm not about the amount. Okay, I agree that now in the south of Iran, now the USA, fortunately, USA could surrender Iran and could open the.
No. Shiva, hold on. Sorry. Shiva, hold on. Shiva, I want to have a back and forth, but I want to make sure we're answering the same thing. Okay, I'm going to say it again. Do you know before the conflict started, on March 2nd, before the conflict started, how many ships were in the Iranian Navy?
No.
Okay, so this is what I want you to do. Because you said you know the regime better than all of us. You know this. I need to be aware that you're speaking from a place of understanding, not just a place of emotion. I got it. Because listen, if it was America, I'd be just like you, but I'm going to come with some information. Also, you need to know which site did the United States hit in Iran? Which site? Okay? What military post? All this stuff is documented. Okay, how many planes is no longer in their Air Force? These were things. What were the three countries? Hold on. What were the three countries which are objective that Iran would no longer support in reference to their proxies? These are terrorist proxies. Do you know the three countries?
Okay, I know that now. Okay, I know that now. Sorry, can I? No. Can I respond? I know that the Islamic regime now is in the weakest point. Okay, I know it. Could you please now take a look at the reference that I sent to you now? But you need to know what's going on during the ceasefire now in Iran. And what's going on in Iran just now. Take a look at it and take a look at other documents. The Islamic, for 37 years, the Islamic regime shows that it's not trustable. Whenever, okay, you can say that, okay, we try to stop the nuclear energy, but it's not. It's not happening at all. And I promise that, I swear to God, never it happened. You can say in a word, but in the reality, it's not happening at all. It happened only whenever the Islamic regime is ended. That's all said. You can believe me or not, but I know the Islamic regime better than you. Okay, you are trying to say that, convince me that now you hit a lot of equipment in Iran. I agree. I don't deny it. But the thing is that the truth is that now, in the reality, the Islamic regime will get enough power to continue nuclear energy. That's all said. This is my point. They are liar and they are killer. And if you consider these 2 points, later, whenever they got enough power again, they will continue this again. And they will be the big danger for the United States as well. And also you said that it's done. The objective of the United States is done. I said that no, it's not done. It's done whenever the Islamic regime is ended. That's all said.
Edward, hey dude, excuse me, no, you have the answer. I'm sure you're the only one have an answer.
No,
Please.
no, I don't have any answers. Stop it.
No, you have the answer. Believe me, you do have the answer. I want to ask you this. Why United States, this my question answer will go to Iranian new generation. They will understand why America doesn't wanna regime change in Iran in his way. So why US drop nuclear bomb in Japan?
Why don't you allow someone else to speak? You've been on the mic a lot.
My bad.
Okay, no problem. So, first of all, we're not talking about Japan right now. I'm trying to focus on one country that we're dealing with, and we're not getting that clear. Okay, so I did not know, and I just want to make sure that the objective of the United States government going into the conflict was to make sure that there would be a regime change on the ground in Iran. Can anybody give me that document that was the objective of the United States military to go into Iran and to make sure that the Iranian people, after the regime was removed, that the United States would set up some regime? Because everything everything Sheba said, that inside of Iran, after everything was done, the objective has not been completed. And I'm saying that was never the United States objective, not the military objective. Okay, we have that clearly written down, and our 4 objectives have been accomplished based on what they set out to do. So I don't know why.
Edward, you're very erudite, but you're not succinct. You made your point, but you keep going on and on.
I'm sorry, Edward, and it's kind of to you, Edward. I just want to respond to something you said. Listen, guys, I really, really, really want to be clear. Right? The United States had multiple objectives, right? But if we're being honest, we had one real objective, and that was to prevent a nuclear powered Iran. That was it. I want to be super duper clear. Everything else we could have been, it's cool. But our primary objective.
Alex China was a huge one too, Anthony.
So now, here's what's up, right? I know it's sexy. I know it's like the global conspiracy, and we're really moving pieces to get to China, Venezuela, and Iran. This is all about China. This is geopolitics. This is the world is a chessboard. All of that stuff is super sexy now. And can multiple things be true at the same time? Absolutely. But you see, I don't think you guys fully get the appreciation that Barack Hussein Obama was in office, and if he had sent one Harrier over to the Middle East and sat it outside of Iran, we would have gotten a far better deal. We wouldn't be there right now. We wouldn't be risking blood and treasure. All of this other stuff wouldn't even be a thing if Barack had done that. Here we are, though. There's no time machine. We can't get in, Back to the Future and all of that bullshit. There's no time machine for us to go and fix the problem. Donald Trump is playing
cards that he was dealt to the absolute best of any human being's ability. Any human being's ability. If someone told you that we have the potential of resolving this conflict with as little blood and treasure as we've spent in Iran, and come out with a favorable outcome, we would have lined up and thanked our lucky for this outcome. We would all have gotten in line for this shit. I understand that there's some people that hate. Okay, cool.
Anthony, are you done speaking? Because I don't want to interrupt the moderator, but I have not yet spoken. And
Anthony, please.
But Ed will then, whoever your name is, you have been on the mic a lot.
No. Hold on. I have been on the mic. You're correct, but not a lot. But thank you, because he did stop me because he's a mod, and I know how they feel to mod. Okay.
So as mod, who do you want to speak now, Anthony?
Until I interrupted Edward, how about Edward goes and you go right after?
Thank you, Anthony. So Anthony, no, I 100% agree with Anthony that our main objective was to stop them from nuclear weaponry. That was the number one thing, right? You and I both agree that, to my knowledge, I'm 62. There's only one president in the history of America that got this accomplished, right? So I'm grateful for that. So you and I are on the same page, okay? The biggest thing I say, Anthony, and you, like you said, there's a lot of things that can be done at the same time. One of the things I would say, the objectives that we had outside of just stopping them from the nuclear opportunity is the terrorist proxies and also destroying their Navy and their Air Force. And I land there. Thank you for letting me respond.
So Anthony, you're correct that ending the nuclear Iran was, let's all be honest, in an ideal world, it would be in the best interest of America if the IRGC was all dead, and that would be the ideal. Now, the reason why we can't have that, it's not President Trump's fault we can't have that, it's the fault of Americans that are sabotaging President Trump that we can have it. You have the entire, if you want to go to any Groyper room, any Witness room, any Tucker Carlson room, they are denouncing Trump for the war. At the same time, the leftists, the progressives, the people that hate America, they're also denouncing Trump. Trump is getting attacked by losers and pieces of shit on his left and his right. And the truth of the matter is, if this goes before Congress and the Senate, and there's a, whether we continue the war or settle for modest goals, he just can't get the votes. And that's not criticism of the president. That's an economic reality. The economic reality is you have to look your fellow Americans, and I say this to you, Anthony, you have to look your fellow Americans in the eye, your fellow Americans who are leftists who hate this fucking country, and your fellow Americans who are Groypers, who also are sabotaging. The Groypers and the leftist scum have teamed up to fuck Trump up the ass, and they have allowed Trump to only get limited objectives. It's 80%, but it's not 100%, and I think you're man enough to admit that, and I'm fucking done.
You're so right, dude. Those fucking Groyper assholes.
Go ahead, sorry. I just want to say that Wenzel is spot on in everything he said. But I'm cool with what we accomplished. I'm cool with it. But are you right in everything you said? Absolutely.
I would say this. I think the same thing we saw happen to Cuba, where he took out their life supply and just let them choke out. It wouldn't surprise me if we saw the same thing with these guys. We just rerouted they number one revenue resource away from them, and now the bargaining chip that they thought they had, they no longer have. So I'm pretty sure
Sorry,
yeah.
the problem was coming. There's no question the Iranians knew that they were going to be squeezed to the table to negotiate or figure something else out. Whatever they had going on was not going to work in the long term. There's just no way.
They thought China was going to rescue them, man.
Well, possibly too. A bunch of other players probably thought none of those folks, by the way, came to their aid.
When this thing started, I heard a bunch of people, even on the right, were saying China's got a submarine tracking our carrier fleet. China's gonna attack. We're gonna have World War III
if America attacks Iran, they won't do it because China will attack. Yeah, well, fuck.
You know
those assholes.
You know what we found out is that both sides found out who has their back. You notice that?
Yeah.
America, UK didn't show up. None of these other places. No Trump. They called them out. Now we know their true colors, and we're actually gonna circle back around and take care of that too. By the way.
Oh yeah.
So why would they show up? Why wouldn't they? They were allies.
It's their willing too. It's their shipping willing too. Like
you go and pick a fight without consulting them. What are you talking about?
Why the fuck do I need to tell you I'm finna fight? Nigga, I said come on, you better bring your ass. Alright, well I tell you what, I'm finna take my money and I'm going home. Y'all figure it out, y'all. Cause clearly y'all can't do it overnight, but y'all.
What kind of people turn their back on fellow friends or allies like that?
Because they're not about to go to war for Israel.
Well, that's their story.
Shout out to Israel. At least Israel willing to fight.
They show up for a little bit.
They have to fight.
You at least show up for a little bit of the game.
I think they show up a little bit by letting other people show up on the field.
Wait, sorry, I can't even hear you, Matt. Go ahead.
I said they didn't even show up on the field. Who does that?
Like the guy said.
And we don't need them, but I just want
you didn't even
listen, guys, man. Just real quick, fellow. Man, I want to be clear about something. I go into a bar with Totem Pole, all right? Totem Pole gets a little inebriated, and he's taking some guy's wife's behind.
This is a good one.
Dead wrong. I'm going to fight with Totem Pole.
Yes, sir.
In that bar. Every motherfucker in that bar, we going to
yes, sir.
I'm going to talk to Totem Pole. I'm going to say, don't ever do no shit like that again. But Totem Pole ain't getting jumped on my watch. Totem Pole ain't fighting by himself on my watch.
And Anthony, I'm right behind you, Anthony. Somebody get hit with a bottle.
How are you expecting Europe to pull up when motherfucking Spain sells weapons to Iran? Like y'all don't even know the geopolitics within Europe itself. There's an infight going on right now between Israel, the U.S., Spain, Italy. They're not even on the same page, and they're saying that you guys jumped the gun. This is crazy. You know what I mean? We need to come together and see what's the best option. Now, Great Britain, who started this whole shit with the Balfour Declaration and putting the Ashkenazis on the throne, all right? They said, okay, send the missile catchers, right, to Israel. We're going to send that and help. So Britain showed up a little bit, but you still have infighting within the European nations on who to fuck with. And Spain does not fuck with Israel at all. Italy neither.
And you know what? Spain is also funding the USA demise. So Othello, if we in the club, same example that Anthony gave. If I see a nigga finna sneak you, what you think I'm finna do? Knock him out.
Taiwan did the smartest thing you can do. When that prime minister went on there and shook Xi's hand, they said, look, we want peace. Everybody want peace. In the end. Not Israel and not the U.S.
And not Spain. Not Spain.
That has to follow behind. The U.S. got to follow behind Israel. What did Joseph Kemp say? Joseph Kemp was in all the damn meetings.
Brother, you just admitted that Spain. Okay, my bad.
I love this dialogue. Joseph Kemp said that Trump couldn't even give them the names of who they were negotiating with because if it got back to Israel, Israel would bomb the people. Okay? So they got their own fucking agendas. How dare any American in here say what Israel's agendas are? You don't even know. All these Goyim conspiracy theories, I'm tired of this shit. Okay? Trump wants to do enough not to put boots on the ground, but at the same time wants to be able to say, I was a friend of Israel in the end. I did enough. I can't go all the way, but I did enough. Okay? This is Israel's fucking war. Period.
Here's what's up, bro. You don't disagree.
But the reason, the stuff that you just pointed out, whoever's off the mic, can you please mute up? Okay. Sorry. Thank you, brother. Yeah, so here's what's up, man. There was points when we had agendas. The United States was looking for a certain objective. Israel had a different objective. 100%. But I'll be honest with you. I would go to war with Israel 10 times out of 10 before any of our NATO allies. They are useless. They are completely hapless, useless, and feckless. Fuck no. Alright? And they have been exposed. And you know who like NATO scared of? All those European Union free seats, they're scared of Russia. They're terrified. And the only thing that was keeping Russia off their ass has been the United States. And watch and see what happens if we withdraw support. Watch and see. What happened? What happened when Trump came into office the first term? He said, you guys aren't contributing your fair share to NATO. He called them on the carpet. He called them out. It was pitiful. The amount of their GDP, the percentage of GDP that they were contributing towards their military. It was pitiful. Everybody looked at the United States like their big brother, and they would run home and go get their big brother. That shit is over with. That's over with. We're not fucking with them like that anymore. They have been exposed. Thank God.
Can I just say something? So I've been listening for a while, and I believe wrong where to start coming quickly, and at some point said that regime change was never an objective. Well, that's just not true, right? Like, there's literally several tweets by Trump that you can go and look yourself, where regime change is mentioned explicitly. And I guess, Anthony, here's a more accurate analogy of what Totem Pole. If Totem Pole went into the bar and he tried to rape 6 different women, would you still be fighting along with Totem Pole? And then Totem Pole said, hey, because he's a rapist and he's trying to rape 6 different women, people are kind of, attacking him or fighting him, and can you send your son and your daughter and your cousins to fight on behalf of them? Would you still fight with Totem Pole? Because that's more of an accurate analogy.
So truth, all jokes aside, right? Let's just call Totem Pole Mr. X. Let's not put that on his name. All right? Cool. We'll move forward from there. Now, I'm trying to understand who in your analogy is Mr. X is. Are you saying Israel's Mr. X, the rapist? Who are you?
Let's use Totem Pole as an analogy.
I'm not trying to use Totem Pole as an analogy for rape. I'm not trying to do that today.
No. Well, you asked me a question, you answer me.
Sure.
Just let you know what's the name type of that. Go ahead.
Exactly.
No, I appreciate that. I'm using the analogy you use. I'm not saying I don't know Totem Pole. I'm not suggesting, Totem Pole would do that. I'm just using the analogy that you use, whereby you said if Totem Pole is a kind of replacement for Israel, and you being the United States.
Of this conversation. Let's move forward. It's not a big deal, truth. I don't want to get bogged down with this. I'm asking you.
You're asking the question.
I'm asking you in your analogy, who is Mr. X, the rapist?
Right.
Okay, Mr. X. So you, in your initial analogy, my understanding was that you're saying you, the USA, and Mr. X is Israel, and even if Mr. X is in the wrong, you will stand by Mr. X and fight alongside Mr. X, right?
Just go with the
I'm saying at some point, there is enough that Mr. X will do that at some point you have to say, how should Mr. X be doing this, even if Mr. X is quote unquote my friend? And at what point, okay, this is too much. I need to distance myself from this.
To be honest with you,
I need to control Mr. X.
Correct. In truth, to be honest with you, you're 100% correct. There is behavior that's going to cross a line for me that I will not be able to. You're
100% correct. But I would also have to call into question, right? Like, how was I hanging Mr. X and he was a rapist in the first place? Like, well, how was I such a bad judge of Mr. X's character? You know, I would have to really call into question. But absolutely, you are correct. I'm not going to support people, you know, just like there's lines, there are limits. So you're right. You're 100% right. Now, why would you, right, draw a parallel between a rapist and Israel?
For one, there's literal videos of the idea of raping people. We can start there. If you want to speak, I think that makes sense. But aside from that, I think, you know, at some point you've got to say, well, if a country is, you know, waging war on 6 different fronts, is occupying territory, is building illegal settlements, is keeping people kept in.
Men of House Darkland, all who bend the knee to the true King Aegon will be spared. You can earn back your honor by raising his banner and fighting in his name against the whore of Dragonstone. All who refuse will have their death.
Is there no honest in this world, Cole? Sacking your queen's own castles and putting up people to the sword, Kingmaker. You're not fit for either work. This is a better death than traitor deserve. You should thank me for it. Yours will come in kind.
Men of House
What is
So obviously it's not the entirety of the country. It's ridiculous, but you do have government officials, you know, saying some of this stuff. We did have government officials saying there should be no food and no water, and even, you know, access to basic necessities.
The wall and the tunnels were being dug underneath it. While the tunnels were dug, the tower was already moving. Assyria didn't besiege cities, it ran them through a sheet. 701 BC, Lachish, the second most important city in the kingdom of Judah, King Sennacherib arrived with the most sophisticated siege operation the ancient world had ever seen, and he ran all 3 methods at the same time. The battering ram had been refined across generations of Assyrian kings. Ashurnasirpal II built them 15 feet long, suspended on. Each iteration got lighter, faster, harder. The ram's metal blade didn't smash, it pried bricks out one by one. The ramp required 3 million stones, quarried from a cliff face 80 meters from the wall, passed hand to hand along human chains to the construction site. Rams weighing a full ton were hauled to the top on wooden beams. Defenders threw burning torches at the wooden siege towers. Assyrian engineers put water from hoses on top to stop them catching fire. While all of this happened above ground, sappers worked below, undermining foundations until entire wall sections could be brought down beneath. Sennacherib was so proud that he had entire siege carved onto his palace walls. Those reliefs still exist. They're in the British Museum. The city fell. The machine moved to the next one. What ancient siege do you want to come next? While the ram hit the wall, tunnels were being...
I understand what the gentleman just said in regards to the rape thing. Because in some ways, I kind of feel the same way. Is that Israel has really pushed the line on some of this stuff as far as on a global level, as far as they've been very aggressive in their way of dealing with the U.S., with our economy, our banking system, the media, also with Palestine, and they've been very rambunctious since October 7th with quote unquote defending of themselves. And to a level, I understand as far as what kicked it off. They didn't start that. And I can understand to a level of defending yourself. But then I just feel like there is a line that you kind of, I mean, all of your neighbors don't even receive this. I mean, you killed hundreds of thousands of people over there in Palestinian land, right? And so I feel like Israel has become a little cold. And so for us to line up with them, I feel like Trump in a way was compromised. And I've said this before, I know that he came in, we all know that he came in to office with a significant $400 million debt from Latricia James, right? And we knew that I believe it was $420 million that he owed. And now he's up almost $7 billion. Somebody had to pay that debt. He didn't have the money to fulfill it.
This dude's been hating on Trump for years. It's hilarious. Keep going, man. You gotta be quiet, man.
But I'm not hating him. But we're just using mathematical facts on this. We know he didn't have that money. So somebody, and I believe Jared Kushner and Benjamin Netanyahu were orchestrators of how that $420 million debt. And so I think at the speech of the State of the Union, we see a different Trump. I was supporting Trump. We were supporting the movement that he was making with the tariffs, the movement that he was making with the country as far as the Golden Dome. We were supporting even the massive AI. We were supporting all that. But then 72 hours after he gave the best speech of his life, I think that speech that he gave was the best that he ever gave. It was clear, it was concise, it was smooth, and it made sense. And 72 hours later, I think they called in his whole guard. I think he was compromised, and I think he called in his guard and said, look, either you drop with us and you ride on it. This wasn't a bar fight. This was them putting a gun to Trump's head and telling him, either you come with us or we'll use our nukes. You're either riding with us because you owe us, you bastard, and we'll bring out the other evidence about this Epstein shit.
You were goofy as fuck. And you've been hating on Trump for years. Don't just sit here and act like.
Just let him land. Just let him land. That's all good.
I believe. I'm a land right here. I believe Trump was compromised, and he is a transformer. I land.
You do know how
I just want to point this out. I would like you guys to go, and I haven't went and looked at it myself. I'm willing to bet, though, that Letitia James' judgment was okay. Right. This idea that...
It was.
Okay, cool. All right, boom. So that's one thing. This idea, right, that the President of the United States would come so cheap. That dog won't hunt. Here's the thing, right? You got people that are going to co-sign what Totem just said, right? They're gonna agree with him. And in the next breath, they're going to say that Israel and the United States had separate agendas. I want you to round that, to circle that square. I want you guys to make that shit make sense. Because it's either we had divergent agendas, or Trump is a puppet, whatever, to Netanyahu. It's one or the other. It's not going to be both.
Can I say something?
You know what? You got it. I'll go after you.
No, I just wanted to say, man, like, I don't know why we're allowing this guy to sit here and lie like he was down with the Bears. This has been shitting on Trump ever since I've been on this app, which is now over 2 years. So he just recently changed his tune, but Don't believe him, folks. He's a liar. He is not like this man since before the election. Getting on Trump, everything you can find.
To be fair, Mountain, to be fair, right? We're not like the other spaces where people can't just express themselves freely. We're not just going to yell people down. And we're just not like that. But Mountain, this is what we do, right? We contradict it with facts. If he's lying, we show where he's lying. It was simple for me to say, and I didn't even go look it up. I believe that judgment was overturned. It was simple for me to say that. It's not really a hard thing, Mountain. I don't want us to stifle communication. I don't want us to just not be able to hash it out. It's cool. We agree to disagree.
We don't want this all to be other spaces like Anthony's saying. We literally can't have any discussion anymore. It's completely ridiculous. And Andy's right. The best way to counter anybody's, in your opinion, stupidity is to let them get it all out and then counter it. It's pretty straightforward. Because now
it's true, but you got
already what Dr. was all about. So a lot of people do. We're all sitting here quietly waiting. So it's okay, man. We get you. We know what's going on, you know?
Well, I'm just gonna say, if someone's full of shit, though, I mean, I'll call them out after. I don't care. Like, they're not gonna sit here and act like they were down with Trump and then fucking.
Yeah.
Now they're changing their tune. This fucking dude has been against Trump for the get-go.
But because we're getting in front of them too much, you know what I mean? But you get it. You know where we're going.
Yeah.
Anthony, I want to focus on your initial question. You said make the dog hunt. Israel and the U.S.'s agenda, right? So I'm pulling up an article, and they say in 10 days, cracks have started to appear between Trump and Israeli progress, particularly over energy and leadership targets. On one side, Trump appears to be interested in the Venezuela model with Iran, which is predicated on aligning with a pragmatic regime inside, accessing vast oil reserves and resources. On the other side, Netanyahu seems to prefer a mowing the grass method that weakens Iran and continues the conflict. Both approaches are at odds with each other, especially as Israel increasingly intends to dictate the terms of the war. Now watch this. As far as Israel's agenda,
Surely are not murder and peaceful
Netanyahu has
peace activists,
consistently
the future
communicated that the central objective of the conflict is regime change. Now, we just spent the last hour talking about how the U.S. doesn't want regime change and doesn't want to. It's not our job to rescue the Iranian people.
Wait,
right?
but no.
Hold on. He just said make that dog bark. Am I doing it?
Right. Wait, are you saying that we didn't want regime change at all? We didn't. There was nobody that said that was like the objective, but it does happen. Well, more power to us. I'm not following what you're talking.
To follow because
just 1 second. I don't want to say. Hand it right back to you, I don't want this to be a misunderstanding.
Let me respond to Matt. Israel said that their core tenet, their core agenda is regime change. America, just like you, Matt, says that if it happens, cool. We took out the Ayatollah, right? We just want to get the oil, baby. We want to get this money. But we are at odds with Israel because they're like, no, regime change, which continues.
This is really important, Othello.
When are you into
This is really important. We have an opportunity right now to learn from each other. According to Totem Pole's thesis, they have compromised. They have Donald Trump is compromised. That was the basis of his thesis. The information you are presenting contradicts that, which was my point. If Donald Trump is compromised, he's not going to be able to publicly disagree with Netanyahu. He's not going to say stuff like Israel keeps on killing the leadership. We can't find anybody to negotiate with. He's not going to say stuff like that. That is my point, Othello. Now, Othello, he's trying furthermore, right? Othello, no one is saying that we are against regime change. No one has said that at all. If it happens, great. If it doesn't happen, so be it. To say that we've been arguing for the last however long against regime change, that's not.
Yeah, that's what threw me off. I didn't know I never heard that before.
They've been saying that it wasn't one of our core tenets, like one of our core agendas, and I understand that. But what I'm saying is Israel's main goal.
Okay, that's Israel's. Why can't we separate the two?
Okay, you can, but if we're in direct alignment with them as far as like,
We don't have to be. We don't have to be. We can we all can do our same thing, but still be on the same field. It's all good, right?
Let me tell you something. As long as Israel is continuing this war, our battleships have to be at the Strait of Hormuz. You know what I mean? We have to pull up. Period.
Listen. I'll stipulate this to you. Sorry, if you want to go after me. If Netanyahu came to Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Hulk Hogan. How you doing?
You know what you want to know, baby doll? I've been watching you on TV day and night. And since I'm inside down the Windy City, I'm going to change your life, you know. Because after I get done beating the magnificent Morocco down to where he should be, you want to go out of town. You know, my friend Mr. T, my main man in Chicago, he told me a lot about the city. I know a lot of hot places I'd like to take you tonight. I'm going to take you all around the town. What do you think? I'm some kind of clown? You know, everywhere we go tonight, you're going to see a comedian running wild. And when we're done, we're hanging and banging day and night. You're going to be training, saying your prayers, and eat your vitamins, because that's what it's all about, you know.
I would like your first of all, I was talking to Ivan about this earlier. How long do you have to stay in the sun to get this
It's not our agenda, but as Americans, we need to know what the fuck their agenda is and what we're getting into. So I'm not mad at anybody in this room, right? I'm just offering another side to it because we're focused on the American side. But we have to understand that that is our ally, and we are there as long as, you know, they want to continue this. They want to continue this shit.
I don't think we don't know their agenda. I don't know that part either. I'm a little confused on that. I think we do know their agenda. And
he's the most talked about man in wrestling today.
This is a given situation. If I'm going to be out here talking about Hulkamania running along, trying to set an example for all the little monsters, I'm going to keep a clean track record, you know. Not that I'm perfect, but I'm awful close. I've done a few things a long time ago that I'm not too happy about. I took a few cheap shots and busted some people up. But as far as French go, baby doll, that went out a long time ago, back in Woodstock, back in '69. We're talking about living clean, doing the right thing, stop the vaccines and stop this shot. You know, this hard figures in your head.
Yeah, it is. What do you do when you want to just relax? Do you ever get any time to just relax?
I'm going to pull like a lot of days, you know. I could have been relaxing now, but I got to come out here and talk with you, you know. You're the number one lady around this town. You're the number one squeeze around this town. That's why I'm out here. I want to be out here with just a nobody.
I believe it. I want to know what it was like to take Cindy Ross's advantage. Does she think she's wild and weird and crazy as we think she is?
Well, you know, you're coming from the wrong point of view. I can definitely see that I'm an expert for all the media and you, because the thing is, I'm a person. The offer what it was like to hang out with me for a while and get her head right. You know, I trained her to get her shape for rock and roll. You know that?
I didn't know that.
Well, I did.
Well, I agree with you. Because the international community is by and large against Israel. Israel needs America. So they can't just do what they want. They cannot just do what they want. They have to have America's backing from a lot of
They're going to do what God wants.
Yes, that's true.
I could do what America wants. They don't do what God wants.
Well, that's obviously the only thing.
But that can't be true though, because they want to do it. So I mean, I get your point. I think you're looking for conflict, but there is none. You know, go ahead.
Well, this is the thing. Ann said personal vendettas. Okay, why do we have a personal vendetta? Why can't we just listen to Joseph Cannon? who was in the meetings and literally told us, hold on, Matt. He literally told us that Trump couldn't even leak to his personal cabinet who they were in talks with because Israel would go and bomb them. Now that's crazy.
I agree with that, but that like if you remove it from the government and you bring it down to a personal level, I'm pretty sure you got friends that if you got into a fight and you wanted to go back and do some damage, you got friends that I can't tell them because what they willing to do, I can't. Like everybody got them type of people around them, so that don't surprise me. And then when you look at where Israel is geographically in all of this stuff, if I was from Israel or I was a part of the nation of Israel, I would want them wiped off the map as well. Let's go ahead and get this shit over with.
Yeah, it's cold red with them right now.
Yeah, so I kind of get that. Like they got this belief system and we got ours. They trying to colonize us and we ain't going for that shit. We finna go ahead and take them out. So I kind of get it. So if I was Trump, yeah, I'm not finna tell them everything because they finna take off.
Yeah, and most of it's like, man, we do need to circle back. It kind of makes us look not weak, but I'm just saying if Trump's begging for NATO and the European nations to pull up, you know what I mean? Obviously, you know, he wants some, you know, some other backing. And he says that this, you know, this.
No, he's doing that to make sure that our allies will do it, and he was just exposing them.
Wow, it's real quick.
Well, no, I think he would like them there.
I mean, I think it's a little bit of both. Like, okay, it's one of those things like, okay, I'm going to expose these guys as being the chumps that they are, but if they do show up, sure, why not use them? It's kind of one of both, you know.
Well, he wanted us to look unified because his whole thing is like, you know, it's PR. You know, he wants us to look unified to the Russias and the Chinas, but it shows chinks in our armor when we're not unified with our European partners. I'm gonna put it that way, and I know you guys can agree. But when I look at China, man, their best moves, you know what I mean, with the Taiwan thing, they want to present themselves to the world as a level-headed force. You know what I mean, and not belligerent. And the only thing I'm worried about with Trump, he's making us look like belligerent pigs. You know what I mean? Like that deserve to be, you know, swung on. Like we're just out of control. And I'm saying that he needs to move with a little bit more tact. And so when I look at just from chess and just like a PR thing, which Israel bought TikTok so that people can start to love them again, and it's all a PR war, right? I'm looking at China and they looking very wise as they move.
Fellow bro, I'm really disappointed in fellow. Yo, I implore you to really do some research into what's going on in China. I implore you to go and see what happened to the top generals in China within the last couple of months, who didn't support, you know, what some of the moves that she was making. But yo, like, listen, man. I'm gonna use a movie reference to something that we've been talking about. When Michael went to that restaurant, you know what I'm saying, and they were talking about negotiating some kind of like, you know, agreement, they were like, yo, listen, we can negotiate whatever we want, but Luca Brasi, that motherfucker ain't listening. Y'all try to take out the Godfather, he's coming to see you. And they like, yo, Luca Brasi sleeps with the fishes. They knew they had to take him out because there's certain dudes that no matter what, they're going to do what they want to do because they want to address the situation. We all have friends like that. Here's what's up, man. As far as China looking like some kind of statesman and, you know, reasonable force in the world, it's bullshit. And China, for all the saber rattling, for all of the building up of their military that they've done, Taiwan is across the street from China. The United States is half a world away from Taiwan. Why hasn't China run up in Taiwan yet? Why haven't they? Why? Because Joe
Biden's no longer president and they know they'll get their ass kicked.
Because they are scared. They're shook once part one, two. shook ones. They are scared. That's why they haven't run up there. And the other thing is, what do you think happens to the chip factory if China was to try to run up in Taiwan? That shit would be rubble overnight. We are not giving China the chip factory, which is the only reason they want Taiwan. So listen, man, you guys, you can worry about whatever you want to worry about. God bless you. But we see what's going on outside.
Did you see the recent?
Well, I'll go after
Did you see the recent? Okay, I'm sorry, Toto. I'm just asking one question, Anthony. Did you see the recent? Did you see the recent photo of Taiwan's Mr. and Xi? Did you see it? Okay. Go do some research on that because they just made amends. So that's the big thing that happened this past week. China and Taiwan just shook hands on a grand stage. So the board is changing, and I implore you to do some research on that. And that's why I'm saying
But what does that mean, though? What does it mean?
That's why I'm saying they looking wise. Go look at that photo. It was the photo of her seen around the world. China and Taiwan are about to become allies again.
They can become allies till the cow comes. As long as China doesn't do a hostile takeover, I got no problem with them being allies. If that
Here's the Reuters link. I'm posting the Reuters link.
If that avoids World War III, I have no problem with it. I'm cool with that. That doesn't undermine America's interest.
Well, you have to understand something. Taiwan has already agreed to come onshore here in America and put a factory together. They've agreed to do that. I believe it was over $1 trillion. They're talking about $4 billion, I'll say, that they're going to put into a factory out here, also employment and training for the people here. So over the next 10 years, the chips will be over here. But there's another piece to it. The Chinese and the Taiwanese are first cousins. So this is like family fighting. You understand? And that's the same as the Ukrainians and the Russians. These guys are related to each other. That's one. Two, China in my lifetime has never been in a confrontation. But you know what they've been doing? They've been building bombs ever since the beginning. They've been building weapons. They've been stockpiling. You know what we're doing here in America? It takes 1 year to make 200 Tomahawk missiles. 1 year to make 200. We dropped 400 missiles in 3 days, right? And so we're not stockpiling our weapons. We don't have an ever-ending supply of this shit. It has to be made, right? And so China's sitting back, stockpiling shit. That's the same way Iran has got all those goddamn drones. They've been sitting back, stocking up shit. While every fucking year of my life for the last 52 years, the United States has been in some type of a confrontation. It's a forever war mindset with these Anglo-Saxon arrogant whites. They love to fight for no reason. And so when you have the Israelis who are exactly the same way, these Polish Ashkenazis, the same way, absolutely same way. They're warmongering people. They love to fight for no reason, and they always keep up conflict. There's places on the map that don't do that, and China is one of those places. I'll stick my totem pole right there.
Go ahead, Sword.
So I think the challenge I have with this is that when we look at other countries, we highlight their potential, but we don't highlight the potential of what America can do. We only see the downside as to what America can do. Listen, man, to be an American means you talk shit. And you don't just turn it off just because a motherfucker don't like you, or it's not presidential to do. So, like, in our daily lives, bro, like at work, you talk shit. Like, to be an American means you talk shit. When it comes to China, China can build all the shit they want, but if they ain't willing to bust their gun, that shit don't mean nothing. And we have proven that if you talk about us, we gonna come see about you. So yeah, it's wise for them to shut the hell up. Or we gonna come see about them. Now, when it comes to Taiwan, they get on stage and they shake hands. Okay, that doesn't really tell me anything. Like, I need more context as to how do you see this playing out? We already got soldiers over there. Are you telling me that China finna try to take over? Are you telling me that Taiwan is finna kick our soldiers out? Like, what does it mean to say, like, what else does that mean?
It's a chess move. You know, like, where it can lead, we don't know, but it's a chess move.
Can I just say, first of all, I think, some of what is being said, frankly, in some ways is a bit childish, this idea that, go find out about China and all the rest of it. I mean, you can point to things like, Afghanistan, right? Which is just, the Taliban was a ragtag group of just guys in sandals and AK-47s, and look how that turned out, right? The Taliban of Afghanistan now. But if this argument, China hasn't done shit in Taiwan because they're scared, it's a joke. I mean, maybe there's another reason, as Tosin, and I completely agree with Tosin. And maybe because they're respecting international law, has that struck your mind at all? And we can point to some other evidence. So, for instance, Russia right now has invaded Ukraine. The USA engaged in direct.
Truth, you keep going out. I don't know what's going on with your mic.
Drops out more than anything I've ever seen.
Can you hear me now?
You must be in China.
Yeah.
Well, I might have had some decent connection. But I was just saying, China's army is actually larger than Russia, and if the USA is not willing to engage with Russia in direct warfare, why would you think that a direct war, or even that indirect, between China and the USA would ever happen? It's just childish. Like, it's not going to happen. No one's going to come to check, quote unquote, as you said, or knows. Everyone knows a lot better than to do that. I'll just leave that there.
True, we missed like the last 5 seconds of what you said.
Well, I hope basically the point was clear. I don't think there's ever going to be a direct engagement between the USA and China. And not because China is quote scared, but because it just doesn't make sense for anyone. No one wins that.
So, would it be safe to say, because we know that's not the U.S. standpoint, the U.S. is like, if we got to get it done, then let's go ahead and get this shit over with. And it seems like Israel got the same perspective. Shout out to Israel. Let's go ahead and take these gloves off. Let's get this shit over with. If China's gun shy, don't you think that can be leveraged?
Are they gun shy or are they wise?
Oh, because to shoot a gun, you gotta have some bullets. If you don't got no goddamn bullets, what does it matter how many guns you got? If you don't have any ammunition, you can have all the fucking guns in the world. You don't got no damn bullets. And you do ammunition. You gotta stay cool and stack up your weapons and your stockpile of bullets. You don't got enough bombs. You don't got enough ammo to fight nobody. And everybody is starting to see that. I don't give a damn how big your missiles are or how smooth your planes. It costs billions of dollars to make these weapons. They're using. I'm being serious. You won't get health care here in this country. You're not getting a decent wage in this country. We got more oil than what we can do with, but we're still paying $7 a gallon in California. What? Make it make sense. You know why? Because they're spending all the money on making weapons that they shoot out every other year. They not stockpiling this shit. And you know what China's doing? They got a smile on their face and soy sauce on their lips and chopsticks in their fingers. And then they're sitting
Not the soy sauce.
right there with soy sauce dripping from their lips with a smile on their face and a futon watching all of this shit play out.
Alright, appreciate it.
It's weapons. But I'm going to just tell you one thing. As long as you Anglo-Saxons have a thirst for war, you'll never advance in this society. I land.
Alright.
It's not an Anglo-Saxon thing. It's an American protection.
Sandra, how you doing? Just came up on stage.
Wow, how are you guys doing?
You're not Sandra from other stages that are the opposite view of this.
Yes, I am. I just came to see what I was talking about.
All right, I gotta commend you. You're one of the very few that ever come this way. So I'll give you any kind of grace and room to do what you need to do. In fact, I don't even have to have anybody respond to you. If you just want to make a statement and leave, that's cool.
Oh no, I just came to see what you guys were talking about. I came in here and then I was brought up and I was just like, okay, they must be pretty cool. I just want to see what's happening. I don't have a problem with anybody. And there's a lot of people in here that I know. So it's cool.
That's right. Welcome, Sandra.
Yeah, I just
Thank you.
That was the same one from what house I'm talking about, but yeah. So you have no thoughts on anything that's been said, or just kind of like
I've only been in here like 3 minutes, so yeah, I just want to check it out. But I mean, I don't have beef with anybody, so.
No, I
not
didn't think so. I mean, you talked about. Oh, Anthony, take it over. Yeah, you know her better than I do. I don't know. Anthony.
No, I'm cool.
I've been in many a stage with Sandra. We don't typically agree, but I'm happy she's in here. I'm happy, she's willing to come and exchange ideas and listen, and it's impressive. God bless her.
Yeah, well, Anthony, I give him my command, or I don't know what you call them, the rules of engagement from the other houses. That if you want me on their stage, you have to come on mine. So. There's been this ongoing battle with a bunch of people about that, and then I'm like, well, you guys just show up over on mine, it's fine, and I'll get one or two that will show up, or they're actually in the goo mostly. So I'm like, okay, and then so when one does show up, it's like I'll clear the way, That's the way it goes. So
I've been on these stages for over 6 years. I don't have a problem with anybody. If I have an issue with somebody, I just leave that room. But I mean, everybody it all makes sense until it doesn't. And everybody has to express themselves the way that they do. And you can't be mad at somebody who feels differently from you. Like me and Anthony don't get along, but we don't agree on the same things, but we're still friends. We both follow each other, so it's not a big deal.
Well,
it's okay.
I give you more balls than literally most of the men over there. No offense to your friends over there, but you have a lot more bravery and balls than they do. I just have to say that right now.
Where is over there?
Well, you know the places, Alan. Come on, I don't know if you're playing dumb.
Oh, no. There's a few. I was wondering if there was one in particular, but if
I it does get out or whatever. But the ones that the ones that you tend to get tossed from. You know what I mean?
Yes.
To be honest with you, it doesn't make any sense for us to mention them specifically. It really that's counterproductive.
That's
honestly.
fine.
Yeah, I'm just saying it to you. That's
No, that's fine. It's perfectly understandable. Yeah, we don't have to discuss it, but I appreciate, totem pole, your use of the term Anglo-Saxon thirst for war. That's a new one for me. And I don't disagree.
I know, that's interesting. Because, like, I was thinking the same thing, Alan. Like, that alone could be a room. You know what I mean? Like, you really, like, break that down. That's a fascinating way of looking at it. Because, you know, if we did go to war, like white, you know, Saxon people do, we need to like everybody with us. So, go ahead, Alan, if you want to continue.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I used to get a lot of heat in certain rooms because I acknowledged it. I mean, when you look at the last 100 years, the number of world wars as white people have started and engaged with, I mean, we've killed at least over 100 million of our own in these wars. Easy. And when I say white people, I am using the traditional distinctions of race. So there was the white race, there was the black race, and the Asian race. Now the Asians, I mean, they were, come on, they were amateurs. Now, you know, under Mao Zedong, he killed 20 million in 5 years on the Great Leap Forward, and then I forget, there was another program, they killed another 20 million. So they're up to about 40. But yeah, when it comes to white people, yeah, by far, we've gone at it further, farther, and more deadlier than any other race on the planet. And I say that as to say, you know, maybe those other people should take note of that and don't fuck with us. Because if just be glad we're only focused on ourselves, and yeah, every once in a while we commit a few genocides here and there of other racial groups, but by far the people that we exterminate and war with is ourselves. And just stand clear, we'll be fine, and try not to get caught in the crossfire. So yeah, totem pole, completely agreed. And that's my very, very, very dark view of that.
All in this room, I consider all to be Clubhouse friends, if not friends, acquaintances. And I see you in rooms all the time, and I'm in your room all the time. So much so that I think I'm top 5% on the app. And so the app told me by giving me a badge that I'm important in any room I'm in. So I come into these rooms and I communicate with my Anglo-Saxon friends. But the reality of it is, in my lifetime, in the 52 years that I've been on this planet, I've never seen you not have 2 consistent years without a war going on. And like I say, this type of a mindset, when you bring in technology, right, it's one thing to have all the information in a book, and you say, we'll keep the books in the library. It's another thing to upload all the information into the cloud and put it in your hand on a cell phone and say, here's your own smartphone, and all of our history, all of our information, and everything we know is right here at the palm of your hand. And then you expect people not to look at you a little different, Anglo-Saxons? Well, wait a minute. Now, I don't have to do much to do any history. I don't have to have a library card to do history on you folks. And so now people are starting to side-eye your movements a little different because we have these smartphones and this AI and this Google And all this stuff makes you even more arrogant because you'd say, I could give you fools all of the information and history on us, and we still will be on top. And I don't think that's the way it's going to be with the technology. I think people are starting to look at you a little different, and people are starting to see, wait a minute, you fools just like to fight. But there's something that happens to a fool that likes to fight all the time. It's only two things that can happen to him. Either he's going to be put in jail or he'll be put in a box. And don't forget that. I'll put some totem pole on it and I'll stick it right there.
Well, totem. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, I mean, more people are aware of the history. More people are looking sideways at all of this than saying what the hell. I think, but I think what's true now and what was true 100 and 200 and 1,000 and 2,000 years ago is all of these wars, they were always fought over resources. Now, you spoke about China earlier. Yeah, China's not sitting there smiling. China's sweating bullets because they get all of their oil from Iran. Well, they got it. If I understood or am remembering correctly, they were getting some from Venezuela, and they were getting a good portion from Iran. And initially, what I heard, they were the ones who told Iran, look, go to the peace table, agree to the ceasefire, because if you don't, we're not going to be able to get the oil we need from you, and then we're in trouble. So you better deal with the Americans. So no, they're
100%, by the way, Alan. 100%.
Yeah, thank you, Norm. Thank you. So, and that's and when you talk about white people and their predilection for war, Western European culture, we had to fight over resources. Resources were scarce. The surviving in Western Europe over the past 10,000 years in that environment required the people that came from Africa, or the people that came from Asia, or the people that came from the Middle East. It is just the way it is. And you had to fight. You're starving, your families in your village and the women and your children are starving, and some guy in the village, one village over, they're living it up. And your women and children are looking at you saying, we're hungry, we don't care. Yeah, you pick up some rocks and you go over there and you start hitting them on the head and you steal their food. I'm oversimplifying it, but that's what it, and that's where it comes from. So, I don't know what else to say, except that, and I'll land with this, in today's world, we are still fighting over resources, and now it happens on a global scale. We're fighting, they blew up in the Ukraine war, they blew up the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. That was the pipeline that transported oil from Russia to Western Europe. And Russia was making $1 billion a day from that pipeline. Well, Western United States, Western Europe, some Middle Eastern countries said, no, we don't want Russia selling the oil. We want that Western Europe to get oil from these other countries, Azerbaijan, Turkey, other different countries. So boom, bye-bye Nord Stream 2. And, for the time being, now Russia to India, and India shipping it to Europe. So they're still making money on it. but eventually will change, and now those other countries will get it. Is it right? I don't know. No, was it a justification for war? I don't know. I don't think they should have done that, but it's done, and that's the kinds of games they play, and that's the kinds of games we need. Because gas price. Guess what? They're making a deal. The Strait of Hormuz is open. Trump played them. He won, and now gas prices are going down.
Okay, and don't just put it all on white people. They are some murderous people, but those Arabs too. Are we lumping Arabs in with white people? Because those are some killing, warmongering, enslaving, conquering people too. They went all the way up into the Caucasus Mountains trying to spread Islam. They went all the way into Europe. They went all the way through North Africa. So you know what I mean? We're not just gonna let this slide.
Otello, yes, I know, but Totem Pole was focusing on white people. That's why I limited it to that.
I think it's a fake designation, white people. I can't think of people who haven't had a history of murder and war and killing. I don't know of any people that are free of that. People from the continent of North America, South America, Asia, Africa, just killing on every single continent. I don't think anybody has a monopoly on killing.
That's true, Norm, but when you rack up the actual numbers, and this was before you came in, the distinction we made, white people have by far outdone every other racial group.
I mean, if you just look at more advanced weapons, not because of a lack of desire on other people's part.
Well, if you just look at King Leopold, we're talking about 18 million.
That's one guy. That's
exactly. 18 million
That's
African.
not white people, that's one man.
But he's a part of it.
Well, he's one gabillionth of white people.
And look, he took out. Listen. This is not 6 million.
We know about
18 million people.
Well, I'm not sure how many it is, but he certainly was responsible for some. Well, you don't know and I don't know, but he is responsible for some.
How do we know
about it? Definitely a bad guy.
I think we can concede a little bit on things. I mean, that's Alan, right? Do you agree? I mean, we did drag and kill quite a bit of people on our way to where we needed to go, you know. So I mean, it's not like.
But there's a lot of killing in Africa. Let's not.
Yeah, I don't deny it.
No.
I just say don't fight it. You know what I mean? Like we can agree on all these things, you know.
Yeah, but Norm, look, I don't shy away from the behavior of the individual implicates the entire group. I don't need to say, well, it was just one person, it doesn't represent all. We're talking in extreme generalities here, and I think it's for the purpose of this conversation.
Yeah.
I understand you don't want to do it, Norm, and that's fine. I get it.
Well, I think it's scientifically dishonest. Like, I don't even believe in this idea of white people. Like, you think an Armenian person is the same as a Greek person, is the same as a Portuguese person, is the same as a Norwegian person, is the same as an Australian? No, these are all different people.
No,
or a French person,
yeah,
or a British person.
Yeah, clearly.
Like, aren't the Australians British?
Yeah, because clearly the Armenians are better, but that aside.
Absolutely.
That's true.
Yeah, but yeah, I know.
That's semantics a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're trying to keep it
We don't have to belabor the point. I mean, when this conversation started, I pointed out, in World War I and World War II, I mean, the death toll. Russia had a death toll of, all said and done, of like 50 million by the end of World War II.
They sent their own people to die.
Yeah, I mean, it's. And I said, in Mao Zedong, there was the Great Leap Forward killed 20 million, and then something else was 20 million. So
Cultural Revolution.
Yeah, but I mean, by comparison, Asia is not, is amateurs compared to white people.
Don't forget Pol Pot.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Pol Pot too.
How many did he kill?
3 million, I would say, of his own people.
3 million, come on.
Well, that's you saying those are those are child numbers over there?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not impressed with anything under 10 million. I'm sorry. I just, yeah.
Have high standards.
Yeah.
It's interesting because even the Khmer Rouge, they sprung up because of the bombs that were dropped during the Vietnam War. So it's
that's not accurate at all. There was a communist movement. He was educated at the Sorbonne in Paris, like many of these fake revolutionaries, like Ho Chi Minh. The Khmer Rouge existed before we bombed the supply lines to the North Vietnamese.
Yeah, but you guys we bombed a lot of the farmers' land, right? Which is why.
We don't know about the farmers. We bombed the supply lines to our enemy that were coming through Cambodia because they thought they were being slick. We weren't trying to bomb farmers. We were trying to beat the North Vietnamese.
We just happened to. We bombed a lot of farmers.
I have to see more.
We bombed a lot of those people that got so mad that they joined the Khmer Rouge, right?
No.
Yes,
no,
they did.
They tried to flee the Khmer Rouge. They was massacred by the Khmer Rouge.
No,
they were brutal murderers.
Not the lay people. No, not the
Yes, the
farmers.
lay people.
Hold on. The Khmer Rouge, they killed a lot of people, but the most people that they killed were the artists, were the business people, and the intellectuals.
They killed whoever wasn't down with communism. I don't know if somebody how you want to kill intellectuals.
They focused on the artists. They focused on the artists.
Forced marriages. There were not 3 million artists in Cambodia, bro.
Oh, what?
There weren't 3 million intellectuals in Cambodia.
Well, come on now. Cambodia was a hub for art before the Vietnam War. I got some documentaries that I can send to you.
Yeah. I mean, because, I made a film there. I'm quite familiar with Cambodia.
Okay, that's fine.
Huh?
Yeah. Have you seen Don't Think I've Forgotten the Lost History of Rock and Roll in Cambodia?
No. Oh, yes, I did. It's a long time ago. It's a very old one.
Yes.
Yeah, it's an interesting film. It has nothing to do with art. I mean, that's post-war rock and roll in Cambodia. Yeah, it's actually a really interesting, good film.
Yeah, even the Prime Minister was a director and actor. So, they were a hub for the arts, but also, Western influence. There was a lot of Western influence. But we don't have to get into that.
Yeah, I mean, what does Western influence mean to you?
Just like, the music, the dress, and that's why the...
So, is that something you're against?
No. I'm not even saying it on that level. I'm telling you why the communists even, hyper-focused on that area, too.
Communism is a Western ideology.
Okay.
That's a Western influence.
Yeah.
And it's been instrumentalized as a way of attacking the West. It's a suicidal ideology.
With my friends here on stage, I have grown up in a time where, and some of you have too, where there were actual crop circles that were coming up when I was probably in middle school, and coming, we know they were from extraterrestrials. There was no way that they were making these signs and symbols, geometric symbols, in the ground on crops. And I remember that some of the mathematical scientists started to get together and decipher some of the messages that were being sent through the aliens that were coming down and beaming these crops. And one night, and then the next night, you wake up and you have these geometrical signs on the ground. And when they started to decipher, the only thing they kept coming up with when they started putting the mathematic universal numbers together was be at peace, stop war, stop fighting. This is the message that the aliens were giving to the planet, right? So the Anglo-Saxon has had for years, and I would say power over the earth. They've been in existence, we know, we go back to the beginning of the planet. When I say we, I'm talking about melanated, right? So, with the existence of you on the planet and in power, the only thing that you've done is precipitate war. But the reality of it is the whole universe knows about it because we've had visitors from other planets come and tell us, be at peace. Now these people are these beings we know can go.
What planet are you talking about?
Excuse me, hold on.
Well, I'm just curious. What language do you mean?
Excuse me.
What planet?
Excuse me. These beings can come from the sky and go right into the. Hold on, excuse me. I just like the land. I just like the land. I know it hurts when you hear the truth. But please, take the message.
Your spaceship?
Okay, so the reality of it is this. And I know you don't like it because you're being irritable right now. But hear this Anglo-Saxon, hear it Anglo, and listen to it good. They have asked you to be at peace. Their technology is beyond any Earth technology. They won't even share the technology with you. And the only thing you've been able to do is reverse engineer down aircraft. You could have been receiving direct technology. Some of the problems we've had could have probably been fixed. But you're warmongering people.
What planet
I'll stick my totem pole.
Well, why don't they speak to the guys like you then? Why don't they just talk to you? Hello? What language are the crop circles in? When you said mathematical scientists, were you trying to say mathematicians?
Now, it's interesting. I didn't know he was going to go down this route, but, you know, when we watched the documentary Disclosure, Marco Rubio was in there, as well as some other people. You know, this is definitely, this is not totally far-fetched.
The documentary Disclosure. It's called Disclosure?
Yes, Marco Rubio, as well as...
When did it come out?
I think last year.
Okay. And what did it disclose? What did Marco Rubio say?
Man, you know, it's a lot, but basically, what he just said, you know, the reverse engineering.
Marco Rubio said that the crop circles were messages from aliens?
Did you see the documentary?
I'm asking you what Marco Rubio said.
Okay, so...
Did Marco Rubio say that the crop circles were messages from aliens?
No, but they did greenlight a lot of the other things that he said. I think he's mixing like different things that he had learned.
Okay, what did Marco Rubio say? Because you said he said basically what the other guy said, but now you said he didn't say that. So I'm just curious.
He more so greenlight that there are orbs and UAPs and unidentified objects that are a national security threat. Documentary is called Disclosure. Everybody should go see it.
So he didn't say that there were aliens from other planets telling us to be at peace like this guy just said, did he? He didn't say that, did he?
He was thinking in his English panicked.
Man, you know what? Some were saying that they were already here and they're underneath the ocean.
No, I'm saying, what did Marco Rubio say? Did he say that they were aliens?
Yeah, I'm surprised Rubio put himself out there like he did. I didn't think he would do that when I watched
What did he say?
He just intimated that that aliens are real. I don't remember any specifics.
He intimated it?
Yeah.
Okay. How did he intimate it?
Why don't you go watch it and find out?
Well, you're the one making the claim. I mean, you saw it. I mean, if you remember, if you don't remember, just say, I don't know.
Well, there's a lot that we're still in the dark about, right?
Okay.
But at the same time, like Beaver said, for him to put himself out there in the documentary, agreeing with the general agenda of the documentary.
What's the general agenda?
That that there are UAPs, orbs, on the planet. That
so they're unidentified.
Yeah, unidentified aerial phenomenon is what they call them, Norm.
Right, but he doesn't say that they're aliens. He just says they're unidentified.
Yeah,
him specifically,
He didn't say
what they're saying is the propulsion technology that these UAPs have, the way they're able to slow down, move fast, and they've been doing this since like the 660s.
It's unexplained.
Yeah, it's unexplained pretty much.
But he doesn't say that they're aliens.
Well, I mean, you know, we didn't have any capability, so it definitely could have been like some type of orb or artificial intelligence, you know, kind of tracking, a vessel that just goes through the galaxy. You know what I mean? It could be something like that too.
Here's a quote. We've had repeated instances of something operating in the airspace over restricted nuclear facilities, and it's not ours. I mean, to me, the implication is that it's China.
The nuclear they've been able to turn it on and off. It's been documented that any time it was turned off, they didn't do it. And the orb overshoot.
You don't have the screen.
Yeah, I just want to land. The orbs have been turning these nuclear facilities off because they want peace. They want all the children.
When was the nuclear facility turned off? When was the nuclear facility turned off?
I'll let you talk and then talk once you go on mute.
When was the nuclear facility turned off?
I can Google it, Norm. I can Google it.
I will say this, all right. Is it on Netflix or what?
I just posted it in the I forget what it was on. You know, I use torrent. Okay. But I will say this, Norm. If it is another nation, it's still a national security threat because the speed at which these UAPs are moving is way faster than anything we have. So even if it is China, the way it's the way it's going into the ocean.
Now, this wouldn't have been China. This is 67 he's talking about. It was in Montana. There's no way that was China. I believe that. Yeah, I believe that's.
Hold on, let me continue. These UAPs, the way they're moving, stopping on a dime, speed and velocity that they're moving is faster and stronger than anything we have. So if it is a
what if they have no mass? What if they're just lights?
It's still a national security threat, and that's what.
Well, what if they have no?
These governments.
What if they have no mass? They're just lights.
Could be.
Yeah. So then the light moves faster. Was that?
We should still dive into it because they were the whole.
Sure, I'm sure we are looking into it.
Yeah, the whole premise was that it was a national security threat.
Well, sure, but it's not the whole premise that it's aliens.
Have you seen the documentary?
I'm asking you.
Have you seen it?
I'm asking you.
Okay.
And they said, be at peace.
You've seen it, right?
I'm trying to.
Yes, you've seen it, right?
Too bad the Ayatollah didn't get the memo.
Look it up. Look it. They saying.
Look it up. Did you look it up?
And they don't want to commute with us. They don't want to deal with us.
Right.
Because
how would you know that?
War.
How would you know that?
Because the crop circles said it.
Really? In what language? Hello? What language were the crop circles in? How would you know what they're saying? Huh? It was in mathematics. So there were numbers.
Our universities deciphered the.
Yeah. And what language did they find that they were in?
If I could add a quick comment.
So, I have to offer for you.
You don't know? I mean, why would you say this crazy stuff if you don't know?
Hey, I don't know where this conversation is going, but I think you asked, what did Mark Rubio say? Here is something Mark Rubio said. He said the USA attacked
He said they were on the plane. I quoted him. We know already what he said. It's in the chat in case you don't know. We're talking about aliens.
Play the piano, Alan?
She was playing Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
Can we just do 1 minute? And 1 minute intermission, please? Thank you, Alan. Go ahead.
You want me to?
Yeah, please carry on. 30 seconds.
I nobody heard it. I just know the theme.
Donald Trump, president of the world. Donald Trump, President of the world.
Anybody really gets into it. The reality of it is, mathematics we know is universal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can count just like any other being in the universe can count. And so that is
10 not 11, 10 not 9. Rabono Shalom. Good Shabbos, everyone.
and I'll just say this. Shalom. All right, that's right. And even they had 12 candles. We can all count. All right, so here's the reality of it. The mathematical codes and equations were the same not only in Europe, they were the same in America, they were the same in Australia. Everywhere they found crop circles, the same message. Be at peace. Stop war. This is the type of shit that they've been saying. And they've been flying over the nuclear facilities, like I just said, turning these goddamn things off because they don't want you to destroy the planet because they're sharing the planet with us in a submersible.
Wait, you're saying there's an alien force going into farms and pushing down the crops to teach us peace? That's prophetic. Genius, really.
Hey, I didn't come up with the shit. I just read it. I didn't make it up. It's not my motherfucking book. It's in your own internet.
Yeah, I think if they wanted to scare Earthlings, I think they would do it more upfront. You know, I don't think.
I was actually at a crop circle, and I actually felt peace when I was in the crop circle personally. But there were other people that were upset the crops were destroyed, and they weren't able to sell the crops. And I said, no, this is a message from international outer space aliens declaring peace. You have to look at it positively, with a positive attitude.
Hey, I didn't make it up.
I definitely we visited.
You made it up. It's your internet. Go to your own internet. Don't ask me. I'm just a phone user. But the evidence is there.
Really, where is the evidence?
Use your internet and find it.
So, in other words, you can't find it, so you want me to find it for you?
Norm, what you really need to do is just get in your car, drive out to your nearest farm right now, and see if you can see any crop circles anywhere. If you see one, take a picture, change your PTR, and we will meditate on peace.
Oh, yeah. They didn't say that since I'm a little kid. I'm 52 years old. But I'm telling you, they figured out the motherfucking mathematics. Not me. I was in fucking middle school.
No more. I put the Othello said with the YouTube link that I put in the chat. Yeah, you see that.
Hey, for those of you who are interested, there's a long-time group called MUFON. I think it's MUFON or just maybe one F. And it's been a group that's advocated, discussed UFOs, et cetera, et cetera. If you're interested, look them up.
I hear Donald Trump is actually interested in crop circles and international peace, and he too believes that there are alien powers out there that the government is covering up. But I think it's just the military-industrial complex playing games, psyop games with the public, so we keep funding them at $1.2 trillion a year.
El Norm, are you there?
Yeah.
Are you saying you do not believe in aliens? I was trying to figure out where you're going with what you were saying.
I'm just interested in the evidence. I don't believe things, I just look at evidence.
Right.
Well, if we look at the evidence of just the solar system in general, I mean, for sure there's more intelligent life than us.
You can't say for sure. Right?
Yeah, for sure.
You can say it's likely. You can say it's likely.
Okay.
Just because out of all the millions of solar systems, I get it. And there's planets yes, I get it.
And especially further, because we're at the edge of the galaxy, I mean, think about what's at the center of it, you know what I mean? I just would definitely believe for sure that there's higher intelligent life forms, for sure.
There's planetary shit. There's shit sharing our planet right now, you fucking idiot. They're in the fucking ocean. They're oceanary.
Calm down. yourself a heart attack over aliens.
Here's the reality. It's not up to me to educate you on what the fuck is going on the planet.
You have a psychological problem, bro. You need to calm
Because sometimes when driving it's hard to, talk. So yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. Let me talk lower. I'll talk like this. And can you hear me like this?
Yeah, it's better. Yeah,
you guys can you hear me? You can hear me this way?
Fuck crop circles, you should be picking cotton. Deal with the fucking crop.
Come on, bro. Come on.
This is the nature. And this is the nature. This is the nature.
Well, we can't filter out white trash through the app, brother.
Well, the reality of it is, so
why is everybody off their mics? Like literally everybody's off their mics. Not speaking.
Oh, is there a rule here that we're not supposed to?
Yeah, it's pretty creepy. Everybody's off their mics.
Rabbi, where are you from?
Los Angeles, California, sir.
Oh, what's your ethnicity, sir?
Background is Syrian and Greek.
Oh, that's why you look like a child molester. I was just wondering.
Oh, that's why you're a coward behind a fake CTR, and you wouldn't say that to my face. So come on now, bro. Seriously. You should have seen what I did to Nazis like you were in the county jail, bro. I used to throw you guys off the tier on a 2000 tour. It was like cardio.
No, you fucking savage. No, in Greece, they were fucking raping boys, and in Syria, they've been slaughtering each other. The fuck are you talking about?
Like I said, white trash, what we used to do to you in the LA County jail was so fun.
Oh, you used to be in the LA County jail being what? The Armenians a fluffer? What the fuck did you do?
Being a gangster group talking over Nazis like it's nothing.
Oh yeah. You didn't do shit. The fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, but you Nazis couldn't walk the main line until
the Nazis and the
you Nazis couldn't walk the main line until the Mexicans.
Oh, you're so fucking stupid. The woods
exactly.
and the Southerners run the California jails. Everybody knows this. Shut the fuck up.
Hey, you think so?
Yeah, they do. Literally, they're the fucking majority. Which of the main groups in the California system is the largest and the most powerful? Everybody knows it's the Southerners.
Yeah, of course it is.
And who are they fucking aligned with, you fucking retard?
But before the Southerners gave you a pot of pissing, bro, you motherfuckers weren't dictating shit.
Oh, that's bullshit.
You wrote off the Mexicans. You wrote off the lie.
Where did your fat other ass end up having to roll with?
Victimize you. We victimize
you. Shit, because you're an other.
You.
You're an other. You don't have a crew. You're the smallest group in the fucking...
I'm a gangster crip. I'm with the blacks.
Yeah, right. Shut the fucking dick.
Fuck out of here.
Get the fuck out of here.
Fuck out of here. He's a bitch. 3 times moving. Fuck Nazis, nigga. Just like that. Fuck Nazis.
I will fuck your fat ass up so easily, you fucking retard. You don't even know who you're talking to.
Fuck Nazis, bitch.
I would smack the fucking fat off of your face, bitch. You wouldn't do a goddamn thing about it, pussy. Shut the fuck up.
I'm in Los Angeles right now. I drive my...
Okay, go. Drive your fat ass around in Los Angeles. Like, I give a shit. Do you want a fucking medal?
White trash, nigga. Fuck white boys, nigga. Fuck Nazis, nigga. Fuck white boys.
Yeah, this white boy would smack the shit out of you, make you cry. Shut the fuck up.
Please, you'll be running back to the Mexicans begging for a pass.
And what would you do about it? How would you stop me? You couldn't. Literally, you could not stop me if I wanted to.
I'll whoop your ass. I will.
How would you do that? How? With what skills?
With my fist, bitch. With my fist, bitch. White trash.
Oh, you think you can beat me with your fist? That's cute.
For sure, I can.
How many amateur pro fights have you been in?
For sure, I will destroy you.
Okay, based on what? Based on what?
Just your lack of masculinity.
I'm pretty sure I have a lot more fights than you, legal fights than you. Yeah, I know, you fucking retard. Quit acting like a tough guy online. It's stupid.
You are a fat.
You're not a fucking creepy fucking faker. Now shut the fuck up.
Shut up. Fuck white boys, bro. Fuck white trash. What you got to do about it?
Fuck white boys all you want. I don't give a fuck.
Fuck white trash. Shut up.
You're just mad because you were getting your ass plowed by the fucking woods on the yard.
Fuck white trash.
You didn't count any time anyways. That ain't shit.
Smash woods, nigga. I smash the wood pile
No,
every
you wouldn't.
time.
No,
Fuck
you
out of
wouldn't.
here, bro.
The others
Fuck
would
outta
never.
here.
You're an other. You would never touch a fucking
I'm
white.
black.
Shut the fuck up.
Black too strong. Asante.
You're not. Data would not let you roll with them, you fucking dumbass.
Check the PTR, white
blacks
trash.
are the
Left. No say so. Fuck out of here. You're a bitch. Fuck white boys. Shut up. Your parents were siblings. Your parents were siblings, white trash. Your parents were siblings. Come on, go ahead, bitch. I'm not hiding in front of. I'm not hiding behind anything. Fuck white boys. Swear what I said. Fuck white trash. Yeah, nigga. Fuck Nazis. Nigga, Hitler was a faggot just like you. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Fuck the wood pile. Fuck NLR. Fuck P&I. Fuck all of that. I'm all Aryan killer. That's what I am, bro. Remember?
No, you're not. You fucking.
All Aryan killer. All Aryan killer, bro.
Dude, even the blacks and the northerners don't talk like that. You fucking idiot.
White boys. Nigga, fuck
This
white
is how I know
boys.
you never been to prison.
Can the white girls be saved though? Can you
Save the white girls.
Can you save the white girls, please, Remy?
Fuck Nazis. That's all I gotta say. Fuck the woods and fuck the wood pile. Fuck AB. Fuck all that bullshit. You couldn't even walk the main line.
You would never say this in prison.
I've been, what the fuck you talking about? I've been in 3 fucking riots in the county behind them. What are you talking about?
Oh, you got county time.
Fuck out of here.
Oh, you got county time, you fat fucking.
I want to see you. I want to see you on a 2004 for 3 years. I want to see you in Wayside in the Gladiator School, bro. Please get the fuck out of here. You woods are base heads, all of you. All of you are in there for crystal and breaking into cars and dumb shit. Y'all are
fucking wannabe black piece of shit.
Sucker, shut up, white boys. Fuck white boys. You heard what I said. Fuck white
The
trash.
thick, beautiful, white, intelligent white girls do not claim any type of Nazi strategy. We do not claim them. Ravi, we do not claim them.
That nigga Peppy claims it, so fuck Peppy. I'm an Aryan killer.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you.
Fuck that nigga. So just like that. Right here. I'm right here.
Fuck. Being that you're a crib, you roll with the cribs? Dang.
I roll with Ravi.
Wow. Fuck this nigga.
Wait, was Rabbi the guy that kidnapped you and took you on all his drug deals, Bima, and you willingly drove him around and participated in all his drug deals? Is this who it is, Bima?
Damn, lose the weight trash.
So how does a little Syrian wigger like you end up, and why do you want to be black so bad? I'm just curious.
Too black, too strong, bro. That's why.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but you're not black, and literally it's not in your DNA, you fucking poser. It's pathetic. Like, why would you hate? No, I understand. If I was a dirty...
Rabbi, let's be honest. How long do you think Pepe would last in the can? If Pepe went to federal prison, how long would he make it?
You want to hang out with black people and act like you're a gangster and all that stuff. But you know that it's funny though, because you do know that you would never disrespect any Southerner or white that in the fucking county jail or prison. You would never do that.
I didn't talk about a Southerner. I'm talking about you coward ass white trash.
You're gonna tell me the AB, they're pussies, they would let your fat ass talk shit to them? You know they wouldn't.
The ABs couldn't even walk the main line until they.
Oh, you're so fucking stupid.
Get the fuck out of here, bro. Y'all were always.
They literally controlled the fucking state system for decades, you moron.
You just back in the day, you just had some racist ass white CEOs bring you in drugs. That was it. Y'all controlled nothing on New York until you clicked up with that.
I'm not an AB, and I'm not a fucking, and I'm not a skinhead. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about me.
Shut the fuck up, then, bitch.
No, you can shut the fuck up. I'll smack that goddamn beard off your face, you fat fucking sand nigger. Shut the fuck up, man. Learn how to speak English like a white man. White trash, look at you, motherfucker. You have to act like a fucking root rat. And you're white, you fucking fat fuck. Worthless fat fuck.
My vernacular can go from the corner to the corner store to the metropolitan of Central.
Oh, so in other words, you're a faker. In other words, you're a faker. In other words, you fake it. That's what you do.
I'm versatile, motherfucker.
You're versatile. You versatile.
Yes, sir.
You know, if I were speaks like this, why do you want to sound versatile?
Wallah, kisume kolgamba, wallah.
Yeah, I don't speak that garbage.
Yeah, all that, nigga. Fuck white boys.
No, fuck you, fat fuck.
Fuck white trash, nigga. Just like I said.
You know what's really funny though is white trash was literally killing your fucking family in Syria. Literally, white boys, middle class white boys were going to Syria and putting bullets in the heads of people who look like you, only less well fed.
Shut up, white trash.
Shut up, fat ass.
Shut up, Aryan bitch. Shut up.
You're just a dartboard for black dick. That's That's all you are. Right around your buttholes.
Like I said, fuck Nazis and fuck you.
You fucking fart out quick. You every time you fart, you put chlamydia in the air. You got it in the ass so many times, dirty bitch.
Every time we catch you, motherfucker, bro. That's where we whip your ass and we take the razor blades, we put it on a broomstick and shove it up your ass. That's what we do.
Bullshit. You fucking sit on it voluntarily. Shut the fuck up.
Bro, I was known for that. I was known for taking the phone up the little NLR. You know, moving Chris. I got
He's a little shit.
Hey, Lima, I want you to try to guess what we were talking about before we got here.
white boys, bro. I victimize you white trash.
You talking about aliens?
Victimize you white trash, bro. Shut up. You're a bitch, bro. You're not even a man. You can't even show me your face on your PTR, you
aliens to prison.
behind the ass. Motherfucker.
I have my face on here a million fucking times. The fuck are you talking about?
Shut up, white trash. Shut up.
But you got sunglasses on and all your fucking photos too. You fat fuck.
I am who I am, and I'll give you a little.
Yeah, and you're fat, we'll show you your face, bitch. You're hiding behind sunglasses.
My face right there.
If sunglasses means you're hiding your face, then maybe you should take a picture without sunglasses.
Maybe if you weren't such an inbred white trash, you could see.
You're so inbred. Well, my parents are not inbred. They didn't give birth to somebody who grew up to be a fat fucking wigger. Yeah, amazing.
You're white trash.
Fat fucking wigger. That's all you are.
No, low class white trash from the fucking bottlenecks of the United States cannot get through London Heathrow. They don't let you in England.
They wouldn't?
Trash. No, they won't.
Oh, okay.
They will turn your ass.
You know who they won't let in is you're a criminal, so you probably wouldn't be allowed in. But I, on the other hand, can go in.
Actually, I just came back because my flats in central London broke, motherfuckers.
No, you didn't.
Take a look at the
Hey,
PCR.
did you guys, Pepe, Ravi, did you hear, I guess the 11th scientist that was part of that anti-gravity thing has been found dead?
Amazing. That's because this fat motherfucker sat on him.
I'm telling you, man, those people, man, they had a hard job. Not like growing up in the trailer park with his mom and pops and siblings, white trash.
Wait, so why do you think they're killing these scientists, though?
Wait, Rabbi, there's a room you haven't heard about. It's called Chillism, and I would love for you to spend maybe a couple of years in Chillism. I think you're really going to do great there in the Gladiator School.
One thing I do know is I'm an American, and I'm proud of it. I'm proud of my country, proud of my president, proud of the world and the petrodollar, and I'm proud of my ignorance as it was. But I'm a man, stood on my own, and he's talking about, you're just with the blacks.
You're fucking dreaming. What the fuck are you talking about?
Ravi, were you born?
Outnumbered 10 to 1. I was born in Boston, Massachusetts, and I grew up here in Los Angeles.
Oh, you're from Boston. Amazing. That's where my family's from. That is cool.
Oh, you are. So you're liberal white trash. Oh.
Liberal? I'm not liberal.
Also, be sure to tell.
First I'm a Peckerwood, then I'm liberal. Oh my god.
You got liberal Peckerwoods for sure. You got a shitload of liberal with Peckerwoods. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I know you got bullied. It's fine.
What you think the surfers were in Venice Beach? They weren't no real right wingers. They were cowards. All you white boys were cowards.
We're cowards? Oh, so you would go running. So wait, how old are you? How old are you, tough guy? Hey, tough guy, how old are you? Like what decade? Like what decade?
I'll give it to the Northern Cali white boys.
I think they're cousins.
Are you like in your 40s? Are you in your 40s?
That'd be some shit.
I'm 41. I'm 41.
Okay, so so you're telling me that like the white boys and the South from Southie that you think they were pussies?
Yeah, majority of them were not factors whatsoever.
Oh.
Not factors for decades. They were strung off drugs. That was their
To appeal
downfall
the big beautiful bill, also be sure to tell your voters who the top 50 recipients of tax credits are. Many of the corps are going to donate it to you. More than 600 million.
No, I'm talking about in Boston. I'm talking about in Boston.
Southeast. Different. No, I don't say that about those white boys. Fuck no.
Yeah, I don't think you would talk shit to those white boys.
I wouldn't want to talk shit to those white boys. Why would I? What is an Irishman gonna do? I have no quarrel with him. I have no quarrel with an Irishman. Yeah, I don't like you.
Even in Revere, I like some of those areas. I don't think you'd want to talk shit to them.
I don't talk shit to a Catholic Protestant white boy. He's an American. God bless him. But you Nazi motherfucker.
Oh, I'm a Catholic white boy, you dum dum.
No, but you're a Nazi, though. You're a neo-Nazi.
Oh, how am I a I'm a neo-Nazi. Wow.
For sure you are. For sure you are.
Oh, how? How do you know that?
Because you took such offense when I started disrespecting Aryan Brotherhood and Peckerwood. It's like I hurt your family line when I said that.
No, I just think it's funny. I think that's LARPing. That's like me saying I went into the Hells Angels clubhouse and I started beating all of them up. And then I'm the Hells Angels killer. You know, like, it's just so, like, it is so stupid and like, so, you know, out of this world and like, dumb.
No,
I'm not going to take it seriously.
You're a racist, inbred, lefty, white trash piece of shit.
I'm a lefty,
oh, that's all.
And I'm racist. Amazing. I love that combo.
For sure.
Yes.
What are you talking
Free
about?
health care for all, but not for the niggers. Amazing.
So you said it.
I hate when you say that word.
Lefty white trash, bro. It's disgusting. The bottom pit of American
Yep, that's exactly, yes.
You know, I gotta thank you, Rabbi, because usually I'm the only one here making fun of Pepe, and thank you for letting me take the day off. God bless you, Robbie. And sorry to hear about all your trouble in prison, but I really appreciate all the great work you're doing here with Pepe.
Oh, no problem, sir. I think you were the Jewish brother that came in, so Shabbat Shalom.
No, he's a Michelin. He's a...
Ribono Shalom, good Shabbos. Thank you, Rabbi. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher kedeshanu b'mitzvotav v'tzivanu l'chalik geshel sheba b'nei pri hagafen Pepe.
All right, well, I got the pre-gotten some beastly for you if you want to pull up.
How much is your grocery bill every time you go shopping?
I've been actually on a diet, Pepe, and I've been trying to, cut the pounds down.
Oh,
There you go. Shaming works.
Are those begonias in your PTR, Bima?
I've been trying to, Rabbit. Me too.
Well, you probably don't have what I have to lose. You probably just get your...
Don't forget, going to the gym and sweating your ass off is a great way to lose weight. If you've never been to the gym and sweated your fat ass off, well, that's why you're a big fat ass.
Yes, sir, and I'm trying to do less fat ass.
If you've never been to the gym, sweating your ass off,
get good exercise.
That's why you're a fat ass.
Like 3 days of skis. That has helped. My legs are built like good, but I gotta get the upper body trimmed up so I can fit into some of these old shirts I got.
But you also shiny.
Say again?
Imagine being a fat ass
Sorry, though. I'm kind of festively plumped right now. I'm not exactly.
I know that you're fat, FAT.
So are you, Mikkel.
Listen, it's okay.
And you're a faggot at the same time.
I mean, listen, I'm not tripping. I'm not the one complaining about it. The fuck? Am I complaining? Okay, yeah, exactly. So humble yourself.
I think Pepe might be right about you.
Listen, dude, I really don't give a fuck. I'm not here sitting on an app complaining about I'm overweight, bitch. You're fat, then you're fat. That's what you want to hear. You're fat, 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 overweight.
Sure,
yes,
fat.
yes,
I can
own it.
Own it.
Are you mad? Are you mad? So are you mad? You're my bitch. You're my bitch. Because it sounds like you're mad. Okay.
Masculinity.
I'm not talking to you. I am not talking to you. I'm not talking to you.
You need a blood test. You need a blood test.
Listen, and what you need is a bitch slap.
Blood work.
And what you need is a bitch slap.
I know you're
That's completely fine. That's completely fine. Listen. I do need some blood work.
Are your demons methylate? I think that's a good idea. No, there's any blood.
Like, the fuck, like, don't be saying, oh, now I've got to get complaining. Like, you're fine.
Stay away from the kids, you piece of shit. Just understand that. Stay away from the kids.
So mad.
We don't need you around the kids. You're evil. Why is the Lord's name? The Lord's name.
Why is you so mad? That's what we want to know. We want to know why your mother is a demon, bitch.
In the Lord's name, amen.
It's like everybody's getting scared out today.
Zesty demons.
Yeah, I think we're all acquainted now.
Yeah, everybody's along well tonight.
I do think Rabbi is correct. Like, the only reason I wanted abortion was so black women would abort their babies, and I do think we should have large safety nets, just not for the blacks. And yeah, he's actually right. That's fine.
us blacks don't want nothing from you either, but don't fucking bother us either. We don't, just leave us the fuck alone.
I want every black to vote. I wish every black voter would vote Republican in the next election. They'd have the party under their fingertips in 2 years. I swear to God.
Starting to sound like we need to separate.
White boys will still be stealing all of our music and style and trying to do.
No, I mean, everybody's got style in America, man. You know, of course, you know, the
white boys can't dance. Is there any white boy on this stage that can dance?
Depends on the kind of dance.
Any dance, just rhythm, period.
They have rhythm, but if you're talking about like dancing to percussion in particular, as opposed to like just like a four beat per bar pattern or something like that. Yeah, I'd be black. They like look what they do in Africa. Like you always see them using percussion drums in every one of these little tribes. Is dancing to it.
Look at some of these old Soul Train videos.
Oh my
back in the day, bro.
Yeah, the 70s. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. When Tina Marie was performing when she first came up, you know how many like white girls and white boys dancing? I'm telling you, it just all depends. You just got to be in the right pot of seasoning, and it works out for everyone. I mean, come on. I mean, if we look at Europe, I mean, you know that they had big style with music. I mean, you know, like ABBA, you know, Queen, fucking, you know, the Beatles, all that stuff, man. I mean, come on.
You can't say white people can't dance when Jean-Claude Van Damme had a cameo dancing in Breaking. Come on.
I mean, let's not forget that John Travolta too, bro. I mean, come on. Are we gonna forget Saturday Night Fever? I mean, come on.
No, not Saturday. No, literally Van Damme in Breaking.
I agree. I know the movie. I know it very well. You are right. You are 100% right about that, for sure.
So did you guys find out that you were cousins?
Y'all gonna let him get away with this? He went from the Orange County jail straight up to Bel Air in a second. Like, this is fucking, like, you are so fucking whack. You're so fucking whack. You're so fucking whack. You're so fucking, come see me at Theo Lacey's, bitch. Come see me at Theo Lacey's, bitch.
Who are you? I wasn't even arguing with you. Who are you? What's your name? Nice to meet you. Stop being so extra. You're a female. Be in a woman's place.
Yo, they call me Big Adams. You don't want to fuck with me, bro. They call me Big Adams. I'm here with you, motherfucker.
Okay, so you from West Boulevard?
Tell them stuff that's not in LA County that's in LA County. Be like, this
so
is
are you from West Boulevard? Because you're from Adams. Are you from West Boulevard, like the set? Because you're talking to me like you're a gang member. That's why I'm asking the question.
It's a high. What is it called?
Okay.
High post. It's not about, listen, we don't need to be advancing anybody, okay, but the point is that when you have rhythm, there is a particular place inside of the brain and the soul and the spirit, okay, that allows you to connect deeply with earth and vibrations and rhythms. Okay, so it's ancient wisdom, is that what I'm talking about, okay? It's
Would you say it's a spiritual thing?
Yes, it is. Right, because the earth gives rhythm its structure, and then just by everything that we see, right? All of the, what is it called?
I think you're overcomplicating it. Like a lot of people.
If
you look at the most intricate drum patterns, look at the most intricate drum patterns. Like for example, if you listen to Latin American music, where like there's a level of what do you call it, syncopation that happens. Like how they're I don't want to like go on about it, but if you listen to Latin American music, that's pretty much African drum pattern influence. If you look at a lot of things, they just I think like it could be that it's just like it is even part of their DNA now. Is even for who knows.
I mean, that's why when you talk about that kind of music, that's why I love old Brazilian music from like the 60s and 70s. I can't get enough of it. Like I have anthology and all that percussion that you're talking about. It did come from African customs for sure. And the Portuguese went all over Africa, what they found.
Yeah.
Sure. But I like how she was trying to describe it, though, man. She was really artistic with it. I like that.
There's something deep, and about it. We do a lot of African drumming here. Like there's African drumming classes and stuff. And I don't know if you can't get into that, and you can't feel that. I don't trust you as a human. You're something else. You're maybe soulless or something.
No, I went to like a drum circle like you're talking about. They used to do stuff like that in Leimert Park a lot, like here in Los Angeles. So I used to go to Leimert Park. They used to do a lot of that stuff, and I was sitting around. It's very nice. It's very peaceful. It's very nice.
It's very connected. There's so much deep, infinite wisdom in it, and the ability to connect and just actually flow with the earth and each other and vibration. It's a beautiful thing. It's also incredibly. There's like ecstasy. Like you don't need drugs. You don't need to escape. You know, it's just that is the escape, the connection. It's a beautiful thing.
I love music myself, so I agree with you. That was very eloquent, but very nice.
Thank you.
Brabby, in your bio, a lot is 2 words.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll make sure to.
No, you're fine. I am totally that spelling and grammar police. I am, but I. Okay,
I can write very well too, so you know.
I went to college and I make that mistake all the time.
I mean, you know, what can I do?
I'm American. Dude,
still learning English.
Autocorrect is making everybody a worse speller. I really think so.
Not me.
I find that autocorrect also misspells too.
Yeah, oftentimes.
Yeah, I find that a lot. At least with Android systems, it's horrible.
We're not bad spellers. The English were just elite.
No, I know they are.
Snarky people who tried to make it hard for everyone.
No.
Just remember your mother is a demon.
Dude, how do you define so much, get big and not get defined? That's pretty crazy.
Hey, your mother's a big back, jawless, cock-sucking animal.
I love moms.
Yeah, me too. I was gonna say those. Both of those.
Unless they're single moms, then they're fucking worthless whores.
Or you're shooting blanks.
Jesus.
Yeah, men don't make them the way that they used to.
Yeah.
They used to be able to handle women and children and provide and not.
Then women became a bunch of stupid sluts.
Like I have a daughter, she's the most amazing, most beautiful person. And God made her for me. I know it. Tabe, how about you?
I'm not a single parent. I'm good.
Are you sure?
I wish I was.
Oh no, I'm not.
Hold on, y'all.
I can promise you that.
I'm getting tired of these protesters. I'm gonna pull over. I'm gonna ask them a question. Yes.
No, don't be careful.
No, I'm going to.
Take the vehicle.
Excuse me. Why y'all not out here protesting for black women? Excuse me. Y'all should be protesting for black women. Black women, thank you. Y'all should be protesting for black women.
Get them, Adams. Get them.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Yeah, that was good. That was really nice. Hey, tell them, why weren't they protesting when the LAPD were shooting black kids?
They're protesting for Gaza.
Why Gaza? How about
damn, why can't they do both?
Exactly. Gaza don't exist, but you have black women out here in America that have no representation.
Exactly. No, I agree with her. No, I have to. Sorry. She's right. What the left has done to black women in this country is it's a sin. It's a sin on sin on sin. Disgusting.
That is. I mean, well, technically, Maybe not anymore.
Well, you know,
he doesn't.
Well, hopefully there could be a solution where they demilitarize Hamas and they let the Saudis come in and sponsor a Gulf cooperating government there in peace with Israel, because that's the only way it's going to happen for Palestine to have a real freedom. They have to
I just want peace, you know, like what happened to Bob Marley, you know, one love, peace. We're all
you're right, Mr. Matt. Oh, you're 100% right, but unfortunately the world has very hot blood right now, sir. I agree though. I agree. How about some Bob Marley?
We need more, you know, just a little bit more marijuana, give it out to everybody. You know, let's all just relax a little bit. You know, we'll get Trump to do something, you know. Some communism.
See, the truth is, even if Gavin Newsom becomes the president, the Democrats will force project, even though Newsom will go to war overseas, they will still project him as being the solution or the truth because it aids their feelings. What the Democrat Party believes in is a black tax. They want reparations for blacks in this country, and everyone else will have to pay it. And they are so delusional. They think it's in the trillions. There are other things. They believe in abortions at scale. They want more abortions. They want to fund abortions even more. They want abortion buses. They want abortions everywhere. They also want trans men dressing up as women everywhere. They want as many gay people as possible. They are so delusional, so psychotic, so sociologically deranged, and so backwards that there is no way after Donald Trump, America ever slides back into that type of mold. That mold is mentally ill, destructive to the country, it's suicidal to the country, and in many ways, there will be a cultural or a real Civil War revolution. If men dress up as women in the Marines, the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, there's going to be a catastrophe. There's going to be a cataclysm, because that type of behavior will be force projected onto the population. And we, in my opinion, I won't tolerate it. I'll never live in America. I'll leave the country if there's no resistance. But that type of mentally ill, deranged communication projection to the population, it's suicidal and it's retarded. Hello?
No.
I said, don't let the door hit you while you're leaving the country.
Well, let's hope he finds happiness and finds, you know, a better America so he doesn't have to leave, you know? How about that? Let's hope he can stay.
I think it's good.
I'm just trying to call out the hypocrisy that Democrats won't criticize international regime change when a Democrat does it, but they're more concerned about propaganda. All illegal aliens are great. They're great for society. Oh, the Republican capitalists, they love the illegal aliens. It's all a lie. It's all a lie and propaganda. The Democrats do it all day.
If they cared about the Latinos, right, they wouldn't use them as like voting slaves. That's what they do to them, right? You look at how many trillions of dollars that the elite left has in California. From technological, you know, I'm talking about from Silicon Valley to even farm industry that they own, agriculture, just all types of technology, even fuel. They have trillions. That's why they bought up most of the elite properties in Hawaii to keep the property rates up, you know, and keep the property high. You know, they gentrify everything they touch. So at the same time, right?
Have you been to Hawaii? It's all Japanese.
Yeah, if they really love the Latinos, my thing is this: since this has been happening since the 80s, the Democratic Party could have put together a private funded workforce kind of community out in rural areas and start training these people and then have them on paperwork where everything they make, they take taxes from. And you have a system of work to citizenship. They let them in and say, oh, we're a sanctuary city. Come, we'll give you healthcare, we'll give you this, but we just want you to vote for us. We're going to keep you broke enough to where you vote for us because we won't deport your parents. And it's the same psychological, traumatic kind of like sick political game they play over them. And then they lock them up by the thousands too, and millions. because they allow these Hispanics to come and they know you're not building some type of economical backbone or community for them to come in and assimilate to, so they're going to have to resort to crime. And then what do? They build a privatized prison industry off the backs of Latinos, which they did with the blacks till about the 90s, and then they added the Hispanics to it. So I mean, they create the high cost of living and the rat race for the everyday of it.
Rabbi, we have an internal fiscal conflict, an internal fiscal crisis. Democrats are Marxist, communist, socialists. They to expand the currency and to inflate it more. We are now paying $100 billion a month, $100 billion a month in interest. The top 10 recipients of our VIG, and it's only going to get bigger. And the Democrats want to expand it at an incredible rate. Donald Trump is the solution because he at least knows how to spend it, and he knows how to win a war at a good price. Hello.
How much of the debt Trump? Isn't it 27% of the debt? America's debt is all under Trump. Yet he knows how to spend America's money, right? You know the problem. The problem is it's this stupid culture wars that you guys always. That's why GOP is support today. Like if you look at the last 29 elections. It swung in favor of the Democrats. The Hispanics that you guys keep talking about, yeah, they tasted a little bit of the GOP, a little bit of Donald Trump. What are they doing now? Every one of them is running away from MAGA, running away from the GOP, and running back to where they have the safe space with the side of the country. So, I don't know.
I disagree.
Talking about. Oh yeah.
I disagree.
That's why you guys do elections. Tell me one election you've flipped since Trump became president. Tell me one. And I can tell
not many. Not many. But Trump is fighting for the petrodollar. And that is the most important thing here, along with the terrorists in Iran. So at the end of the day, securing our petrodollar, securing our allies in the GCC, and eventually having a peace kind of talk between the Gulf states and Israel for a greater peace along the Levant will boom this economy, something that you, don't worry, we'll take care of that national debt all right. Because when we get that economy booming, when we get that economy booming, we get peace. We get peace between Al Saud and Tel Aviv, and then we have a greater peace going throughout the Middle East. Not a fucked up Middle East behind Iran and their dirty politics with China and Russia playing the games like puppeteers. If we really have an assimilating ecosystem, we can do a lot, and that's what he's doing. He's protecting our petrodollar. Because at the end of the day, they invest in the U.S. economy. They trust the dollar because what? It's not backed up by gold anymore. What really backs up that dollar? United States Armed Forces. We pull up, we bomb shit, we take shit over. So if you fuck with our dollar, we're pulling up. So as long as we have that power, we will be on top and we will remain on top. And I believe.
Why don't I get this freaking music, you guys? Why don't you guys play?
Well, what about the innocent victim in Austin that died from that piece of shit American, whoever the fuck he was, who was a sleeper cell for a run? The fact is there were no more sleeper cells, or they took them out. But there was a 24-hour period after Trump came up at 2:30 in the morning and said we're going to war. Within 48 hours, there should have been sleeper cell attacks, but there weren't. Why weren't they? Why weren't there any real terror attacks in this country? Hello?
Excuse me, I have a question. So, I mean, this is the Trump house, and we've been belaboring this topic for quite some time now. When are we really going to have a conversation about the protection of black and white women? Okay, because I'm really tired of listening to the hijab crowd, everybody complaining about what's going on in the Middle East. Okay, when are we going to talk about black and white women here in America? Okay.
Speak up for him, sister. Speak up for him, Queen.
Queen, we got to make our local politicians make that a part of their voting platform. We got to start saying that. What about the women's rights? What about colored women? What about white women? What about American women? It has to become a ground women, man.
Colored women.
Right, but y'all have to
women
understand.
of color.
But listen, y'all have been focused on halal.
Dr. Adams, they already get $100 trillion in female reproductive care. How much is enough? All this reproductive care, it's not reproductive care, it's abortion murder care. It funds the doctors, not the patients. $1 billion a year in reproductive rights? $1 billion a month, I mean.
Do with any women's job or any other women of the Middle Eastern ilk. So I'm trying to understand, why are we continuing to belabor this topic in the Trump house? Like, what are we doing?
Let's talk about these white women and black women, Dr. Adams. Preach, Queen.
And his fake rubber breasts. Then listen to another 10 hours of y'all bitching and moaning.
Blubber breasts? The man is an artist. He likes to role play, like you, Dr. Adams.
We don't know that he likes to role play.
He does. He's trans. He's just trying to figure it out. You're trans, right?
Like, what's the story completely?
So,
fake rubber titties or what's going on there?
All right, so check this out. So Kristi Noem's husband, while she was, serving as the Secretary of Homeland Security and deporting people, which she did a wonderful job deporting people.
She spent $200 million on TV ads and was banging on an airplane.
Her husband was at home, okay, at the same time as John Kitover. They may have been on the same website with the same fake rubber breasts.
Don't dox me, Dr. Adams. We have an agreement.
He was wearing fake rubber breasts, and he was on chat websites with transgender sex workers going by the name of Crystal, where he was asking for the sex workers to call him, are you guys ready for this, a trans bimbo slut. So apparently when he didn't pay one of the sex workers $25,000 fast enough, they ended up letting his business out. And that's how we know about him wearing those fake rubber breasts.
Wasn't she also allegedly having an affair with Corey Lewandowski as well?
Yeah, banging on the airplane, banging on the job, banging them out. She's actually in the canning business. She's in the Puerto Rican, Mexican, Ecuadorian, every and there is. But Operation Wetback was a failure, wasn't it, statistically? Because Obama supposedly got more numbers. That's what they like to say, but I don't believe it. Alcatraz Island at this very moment is housing some of the most deadly, vicious, criminal, illegal alien intruders this country has ever experienced. And it's just beginning. And I think we should all pray to Donald Trump that he refocuses his eyes, his gaze, his one eye back into the country, into Chicago, into New York, into Miami, into Dallas, into Austin, into Seattle, into San Diego, and he redeploy and hire an additional 500,000 law enforcement to take out this alien invasion of over 20, 30 million illegal alien invaders. They don't belong here. Time to go.
Man needs to go to the loony bin. I'm trying to understand what's wrong with Edmund. Why does he need to go to the loony bin, Pepe? Yes, you really do, because I'm trying to understand what is it about John Kitover and him.
We have an agreement, Dr. Adams. My name is Alistair Crowley. Do not dox me. My name is Alistair, please. Hello?
Why does Alice look into a padded room for doing the same?
Alistair, pronounce it correctly. Alistair.
Recording people, hold on. Recording people going into the rooms with the same shtick over and over again, insulting the same people over and over again. Why do you feel like he needs to be in a padded room and you don't?
Sure. So, I mean, I don't know if you've noticed, but, like, have you've seen pictures of like, him with his, like, 20, 30 phones, and he just spews nonsense all day and films to no...
I've seen those pictures, and I'm trying to understand why more white women are not in his back channels. I mean, first and foremost.
Don't you know that Jews started Hollywood? I'm in the pictures business. You guys are in the talking business. I'm in the recording business. You're in the talking business. Get back to work.
Why do you feel like he should be in a padded room for doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results, being loud, bombastic, and being entertaining to some, not to all, but to some? I'm not understanding exactly how is his behavior much different than yours.
Oh, mine's different. Because people actually invite me on stages, and I can talk to them.
Well, people invited him on stage too. This isn't a just listening room. He had to
most rooms. Come on.
Well, but wait a minute. You just said that you're...
Dr. Adams, he's saying it's a popularity contest game. Don't you hear him? It's a popularity contest game, ladies and gentlemen. That's what the conversation's all about.
Thank you. So you don't think that you're trolling insults people?
No, I'm saying, but I can do it without trolling or insulting people.
So what part of this trolling right now is being insulting to anybody? He's not using slurs.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is what I call the Dr. Adams and PP special. This is a recurring... Hello?
About what you witnessed on his live feed.
Mm-hmm. Beamer.
Wait.
Which one? Booger gate, fart gate, shit gate? Which gate? Jack off gate?
Mr. Kitover, we did on camera.
Listen, my name is Aleister Crowley. Stop doxing me, and everybody in this room should know that there is a warning before you come in here that you will be recorded in this room and put on many YouTube accounts that you didn't agree to. But that's just the rules.
Well, then you shouldn't be too upset to have your story told again since it's recorded and for everybody to hear themselves. So, one day, Aleister Crowley, he was doing a live, and he was looking very fresh, a nice black collared shirt. And
So you were watching him?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah.
I just want to be clear. I'm sorry to interrupt.
I was watching him. He popped up in my news feed on TikTok. And I was like, oh, I know that face. So I proceeded to watch. So as I was watching, he, this nice, and I mean like this black collared shirt, it wasn't like a washed collared shirt. It was one of those very fresh, like the deep, dark black that it's,
Like a black t-shirt, Beamer. Hello?
And no, it was a nice collared shirt, and it was nice in a deep black. So either you do.
This was a different booger gate? I thought there's two booger gates, ladies and gentlemen.
Or it's a brand new shirt, which I would think it was a brand new shirt. Anyway, he proceeded to pick his nose with his right hand, and then he pulled a special something out, and then he wiped it on his left pec. And on the left pec of the black shirt,
I'm sorry, that is so fucking dirty. Right?
you saw this big booger on his shirt. Now this shirt, it's crazy. And so now there's this.
Stop. That is like, I don't even want to hear the rest of that. That's just so nasty. That's so nasty.
You have damn nerve to be calling anybody dirty. You're fat as hell.
Listen,
I can't
don't
imagine
like
anything more dirty.
You're the one that wants
But
to
you're fat as hell.
That is just so
You're fat as hell.
I
The
don't
darker, the skin between your eyes are darker than your face. You're fat as hell.
You don't see me.
What are you talking about?
See me.
You are fat as hell. We know what you look like. We know what you look like. We can hear the sleep apnea in your voice, fat ass. We can hear the sleep apnea in your voice. Let this black woman finish speaking. Go ahead, Beamon. Go ahead, Beamon.
So I refer to everybody. If you could just see my PTR, I was able to grab the moment.
Yeah, I'm not looking at that.
I was able to grab the moment.
Oh, pick the winner! Pick the winner!
Pick a big winner. Holy shit.
And so then he wipes on his shirt. This is really strange. It's interesting. That booger was infused into the fabric of this nice black shirt because he had.
So you must have really been staring at that man's chest.
I was. And wait, but first, Dr. Adams, can you look at my PTR?
This is booger gate.
This is the moment that made me have to follow up, right? But this was the thing. He then. The day went on, and he did other lives, and the booger was still here. Wait, it gets even worse.
The booger had staying power.
And he had like a robe on, so he was like putting robes on and off, and the booger was still there.
Some boogers live on forever.
I'm sorry, this nigga's a.
That was a powerful booger.
No, the man was scratching his
That
muscle.
booger had strength.
The man was scratching his
Booger had
muscles.
staying power.
Now, see, Bima, now you're just making shit up. The man was clearly scratching his mustache, and you can see because his fingernail isn't properly in his nostril. Have you ever had a booger just sitting up out of your nose?
I just want to say that booger had strength. That booger had staying power. That was a powerful booger. A profound booger. I only pick winners.
What if you were scratching the side of your leg and somebody said you were scratching your pussy and you're not clean? How would that make you feel? Like, this is a wild accusation. Like, y'all need to stop. The man is weird, but to say that he's weird and based on that PTR, like, this is weird.
I appreciate the attempt to maybe sort of bond with John Kitover, but you gotta.
I want to thank you, Dr. Adams, for coming to my defense in Boogergate. I'm appointing you chief counsel on the campaign to elect John Kitover to Chicago mayor. Thank you, Dr. Adams. You are now my chief counsel.
I'm showing you a photo, right? It was difficult because it's a video. And let me remind you that it
You
is
showing a photo of a man scratching his mustache.
Right, because you can only capture.
Moderators, I object. This is hearsay. Show the evidence. Moderators, please. I object. I object. I object. Moderators, I object to this. This is all hearsay. Strike from the record and silence the prosecutor. Moderators.
Oh, Bima, you were studying the man's chest. You said it yourself. I asked you, and you confirmed you were studying the man's chest.
Well, I mean, I wasn't studying the man's chest.
You were studying the man's chest. You gave great detail about the man's chest and about what you thought was on the man's finger. Like, this is weird. This is weird, Bima. You were watching the man. Maybe you were watching him because you like him. I don't know. But this does not raise. I don't see in
This
the
is a cute.
PTR.
I approve. This is.
I don't think it's cute at all. You are too grown, Bima. I don't think anything about this is cute. If you want to fuck the man, tell the man you want to fuck the man.
She did. She asked me one day, John, would you, she said, Alistair, would you go out on a date with me? She asked me, and I said, Bima, what kind of question is that? You have a love of your life. You're dating a black man. I was shocked when she asked me if I would sleep with her.
Video.
Kim, I'm sure you were shocked you found she had a crush on you too.
I was shocked because she says she loves her boyfriend so much, but yet she made a pass at me and tried to, say she wanted to sleep with me. Then her and She-Wolf came in my room, and guess what She-Wolf said? She said her mother raped her. And then they reported my room and they banned all my accounts. She's a fucking snake. A fucking snake. Bima is no fucking bee. This bitch is a fucking snake. A communist. A socialist. She's nothing but a goddamn Democrat hustler. Posting a strong Republican picking his nose. Shame on you, fatty. Drug delivering mule. Slave to the robbers. The victims are not innocent. The criminals are innocent. You side with criminals, Bima, not the victims. Side with the victims, not the criminals. Take Boogergate down.
Alas, you didn't see.
Bima, you were watching the man. You were studying. You went out of your way to go and see the man. Podcast.
The fact is that it was a fact. The fact.
Bima, you have no evidence. You have evidence that you've taken pictures.
It's true, I was only tickling my nose, scratching it. There was no booger. There was no booger.
Bima, you are
I deny this prolific booger, this clinger honor booger that stayed on my shirt all day and then I put a bathrobe over it. That is hearsay. Show the proof of the booger. We want to see the booger. There was no booger. I was merely tickling my nose, scratching it. I wasn't picking for a booger and there was no booger. Show the booger or it's all just gossip and hearsay. Strike it from the record. I know I have prolific boogers, but this was not that day. How dare you, Bima?
Why are you questioning this man about underwear?
Yeah, why do you
What is
wear
going on?
underwear on camera? That shit is not okay. Yeah, that's a little strange, though, Adams. Don't you think?
Again, show the evidence of the shit-stained underpants. Let's see the evidence. Show the evidence. There was no shit stain. Those were clean Hanes. Clean Hanes underpants. How dare you, Matt Cool? Accuse me of shit-stained underpants because Jazzy likes to carry around pictures of me doing yoga. How dare you? Gossip and slander. Defamation of character. Defamation. A man is entitled to scratch his nose when it tickles. There was no booger. I picked no booger. There was no carry-on clinger booger. You are full of shit, Bima, as usual.
I guess Boogergate is not getting him into the padded room like we tried to do, it looks like. What do you guys think?
Yeah, y'all the one that came up with this evidence. Y'all the ones that should be in the padded room. I'm sorry. And like I said,
I think you need to go in the nut house too, Adam.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Pepe.
I saw the video. He was sitting on the toilet taking a shit, got up, came to the thing, and picked his nose.
So you were watching the man on the toilet. More evidence y'all look like that.
You're on candid camera.
My nose, the weapon on my shirt. I was like, I kept pressing. I'm like, what are you talking about? And so she sent me the link to the video and I watched it. And confirmed exactly what she said.
Holy fuck.
See, what I think is funny is this is technically like the new candid camera. You guys could technically just call me Bob Saget. Like, I am the host of Clubhouse Hidden Camera. Welcome to my show.
I'm looking at these 11 scientists. So they miraculously, some of them were shot dead in their homes, just disappeared completely, with like everything left in their house, perfect, no packing, like purses, phones, everything, like they were just like sucked up into space by some beam of light. It's crazy.
I wish I could learn how to do that. If I'm sick of having to go to truck stops and find fucking women that probably nobody are looking for anyways.
Pepe, you're into lot lizards?
Oh yeah. This is gonna get dark.
But there's mine shafts all around the fucking country. There's maps for them. They're not gonna find them.
So who here is interested? Is anybody here speculating that the United States is going to invade Cuba and do a day of pigs, but we'll call it like the day of elephants? Because I have a striking suspicion that we are about to topple the government of Cuba once and for all.
What do you guys think? Are we going for Cuba?
A lot of the Cubans so I hear mixed opinions from the Cubans, which is weird. So like a lot of the Cubans, obviously they're against communism and they hate the current I don't know what you'd call it, government. But they also, a very common claim though is that the best of Cuba is already left. And so what you're gonna get is like a huge underclass of people that are, I guess it's, you don't really want them coming here, they believe.
So what do you think we're gonna do, Pepe? Do you think
I think they'll be easy. I think they'll be pretty easy to choke off, like financially. So
I don't think we're gonna do anything like militarily, right? Like
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Listen, I just want to say that America First is actually a socialist program because it is for we the people, but we don't want the clown world aspect of it. I just want to make that submission. Thank you.
Well, it's funny is because the people who are against America First are usually the Israel First crowd, which is kind of ironic. They want socialism for Israelis, only it's funded by Americans. Isn't that something?
So, do you think that there will be a ground invasion of Iran at the end of the day? Because based on my experience and the things that I've seen, until U.S. boots are on the ground, it's not real. And to make it real, that requires thousands of men deploying to go conduct operations.
It's a highly unpopular war. And Trump's approval ratings have fucking absolutely tanked. I just don't see it happening.
Well, you don't see a lot of things happening. You probably didn't see Maduro getting scooped up in the middle of the night by a griffin and flying him to Manhattan for justice. You probably didn't see that one, did you? The president of Syria is making a security deal with Israel. Boom, done. No more problem from security from Syria forever. But it looks like that guy is going to be the strong man in Syria now.
I love how Israel, our greatest ally, is making alliances with the basically the fucking ISIS leaders.
No. These are Al Qaeda leaders. There's a difference between Al Qaeda and ISIS, Pepe.
Yeah, what is the first thing they started doing once they got power? They started fucking killing Druze, Christians, and Alawites. Like, these people are fucking terrorists.
They're just doing what Muhammad told them to do. But at the end of the day, our glorious president has won so much already that I can't believe there's even more winning to do. I'm actually, in many ways, a little terrified that I've supported Donald Trump this long because everybody I meet, no matter where I'm at, seems to hate Donald Trump. But that makes me think, you know what? Maybe I was right all along.
How much do you think that the hate is justified, and how much do you think is just complete, unsupported, bandwagon appeal? Hate.
He's the all or nothing catch-all for people's complete lack of enlightenment. He's the opposite of people's non-enlightenment. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's why the Jesus meme is so funny, because this is what I can't understand about people that hate him, especially in the psychedelic community. They fail to see the divinity that is within Donald Trump. And they fail to see the concept that there's... Yeah. No, it's not stupid. It's philosophy. You're stupid. The thing is, there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. And so even guys like Pepe that hate the Jews and hate Israel and hate Zionism and hate philosophy, they come on here and they just scream, N-word! 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 Because that's all they got. They don't got nothing but the N-word in the show. It's a boring Pepe show. But if you like to be shocked, Pepe's your guy, because he will say the N-word, which is one of the most verboten words in America, as well as the F-word, as well as even the R-word. You can't say the R-word. That's so ridiculous. Anyways, I hope I'm articulating, because I want to get into the ejaculating. And what I'm trying to tell you is there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. If you have that reframe, even in your own personal life, it'll resolve a lot of memories that might be a little traumatic. Hello?
What was that big word you used, John, for Bolton?
It's just Bolton.
Can you spell that big word for me?
VERBOTE.
Fuck you, come on. Hey, fuck. Andre will use it 20 times next week.
Yeah, don't give me an idea.
Fucking hold up, you.
What's this guy up to? Let's let him talk. Hold on. Ah, shoot. Did someone move him? Yeah, I wanted to keep him up.
I did.
People keep talking about the fact that I got no children, and all I want to say is Danny, Jewish Danny on here, very annoying girl. If her and I have a kid, we will create a Super Saiyan annoying person. This could be the Messiah we're looking for. If you've seen the movie Dune, you got to understand genetic engineering and all of this eugenics, it's real, meaning that the elite understand and practice genetic organization. All I'm trying to say is, if I'm the most annoying person in the world, and Danny is a close second, together we will create the most super annoying child you have ever heard in your lives. And we believe it will be just like Pepe. We think Pepe is actually a protean type of mutant that is emergent only when the internet came into existence. And so Pepe, in a way, he doesn't like the fact that Donald Trump, I said, has divinity. Well, Pepe has divinity. And if anybody hates Pepe, that's because they fail to see the divinity in themselves. So all I'm trying to say is, the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get. Hello.
Protium? What was that word? What was that word you used? Earth to John. Come in, John.
He's picking his nose. By the way, I don't know the word. What does diabolical mean? Right, you know,
Like evil. Like a very. I only hear diabolical when it's used to describe like a plan or a plot. Generally, it's like a diabolical plan. In other words, like an evil plan.
Exactly.
Like, if you believe that the Zionists, blew up 3 skyscrapers on 9/11, and Shel Silverstein was involved, that would be diabolical, wouldn't it? Diabolical! Motherfuckers diabolical! Articulating, ejaculating, articulating and ejaculating. Diabolical, motherfucker!
So have you heard the term Jewish lightning? It's when you bring your own house down and say that it's struck by lightning, so you can get your insurance money. It's a Jewish thing to do.
Okay. All right. So I'll go back to what Bima asked about the hatred that people may have for one person. So I'm just going to run through a couple things, and you tell me what human being on planet Earth has been impeached twice, had a Russian collusion that did not turn out correctly, had 2 assassination attempts, had 34 counts against him in the New York court, and went there every day.
Who robbed on the porn star while his wife was giving birth?
Let me hold on that. I would never interrupt you, Tom. Who decided to make $7 million on his mugshot? I don't know how many people in the world ever done that on their mugshot. And how many of us would have even survived any of these things to go through the J6 committee that they tried to tear him down, and to come back and win every swing state, to swing the popular vote, and to beat not only Hillary Clinton, also Harris, the whole Democratic regime. Tell me one person that. No, Biden didn't do any of that.
Well,
so,
Biden was part of that he lost. That Biden lost. He didn't run.
Yeah, exactly. But you're correct, Matt. So, but if you look at all these things, why would anyone want to criticize someone who's had all this up against us and he still gets up every day because he loves his country? Just think about what the regime, the machine, has tried to put against one American. Because I don't think Donald Trump is my American. He just happened to run for the office of president. But he's just another American. So, Bima, this is what I say to you. Disease is real. The deranged syndrome is real because people look more at someone else than themselves. And for me, the only person I'm responsible for is Edward. Donald Trump's responsible for Donald Trump. But I am right now, at 62 years old, happy that he is the president of the United States with everything he's gone through.
Oh, yeah.
Because he's been through some stuff. And whatever the world tries to throw at him, I think he's going through some stuff. I land there.
Thank you, Edward. Bima, what say you? If anything. You silenced the great Bima, Edward.
I just think in relationships, we should.
I definitely think that there's unwarranted hatred for Trump. I think a lot of it is blind. A lot of it's bandwagon appeal. But I have to be honest, I see that with every presidency that I've ever been alive to see and witness. It might be more so with him, but I don't know if it's just because of the connectivity and the measure by which we can keep track and then spread information now versus yesteryear. So, I mean, I don't know, but I don't trust anybody who says any president is overall just been bad or good, right? It's just, you gotta remember that they're inheriting an entire issue, an entire system, and they're working off of what's already been in place to try to improve it. And I think that there are ultimately some good things that every president could be. Net positive or negative, I don't know. I wouldn't be the one to tell you that, but I don't ever trust anybody that says ultimately.
You want the federal government completely removed, right?
Kaput.
Yes.
I want it deregulated. I want it like massively limited. Like if I can't, post-conventional cognitive moral development.
What?
IB, highest level of emotional maturity. I would say, can we do like a far libertarian sort of like?
Employment at the federal government is down 40% already. Do you want the president to not have as much power to take us to war?
So you would bring power back to literally the states to start with, right? You want more than that, obviously, but that's where you want power to reside, right? Obviously, back in the hands of more the local government, of your local government.
So that's difficult too, because then when we say local government, we're saying there's going to be a level, but ultimately, I think there should be
like a start at least. I know you want more than that. You want to go way further. I get that, but
right.
You would take that in a heartbeat.
The man was not having it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Definitely. And the federal government is to protect the local, well, not the local, but the states from over-regulating themselves, right? So the federal, we want to keep it deregulated, innovative, creativity, loving, forward-moving.
Back in 1912. The owners of our storm
society.
The museum ended up
I know you want to jump in quickly on this one,
a pretty bizarre coincidence in Illinois.
What would the government, what was the United States look like if we were to do that, you think? Like, do you think it would be anarchy? Like, I'm just going to say the word, or would we be able to govern ourselves in a micro version of ourselves in that way? What do you think? Where would we go? What would it look like? How do you know?
Well, one thing, I don't think that we would be a superpower anymore. I think that that would, because of all the other potential competition for other currencies and with everything that we'd be able to grow, I don't think we would have that power. But I do think that we would be extremely successful. I think that we could potentially be, I see like significant lower rates of homelessness and everything. If we could deregulate, allow people to make direct contracts, decide for themselves, get rid of all of the competition inhibitors, allow for, real true commerce. Free market, like that'd be massive, but you have to know that you're gonna have to go with those ebbs and flows, right? Government tries to keep us up all the time, despite, some failures. We're gonna have to take the failures as they come, but the failures are gonna be just as great as the next mile.
Right? Edward's chomping at the bit. I think he's gonna like this one. Go for it, Edward.
Yeah. So Bima, and I do agree with you. We actually have the only constitution that supports limited government, right? So if I say to you, I'm 62, and I've got to govern my own life locally. So, and I know that I live in the state of California, but I do everything to make sure that they do not infringe on my rights, right? And unfortunately, if you ask the average person that comes on these platforms, who is their local mayor, who is their local sheriff? Do they even know their government? Do they even know what's happening in their own state? Most of them couldn't tell you. But they can tell you what's happening here, straight up removes, and what's going on with the regimes overseas, which is kind of interesting because I'm very focused on, like you said, I don't think that you need to do anything other than we the people need to take our rightful place within the actual documents we have. Because we hold these truths, these sentences. I ask a lot of Americans almost every week, what truth do you hold these sentences? Do you know what a lot of them do to me, Mom? What are you talking about immigrants and documents. They don't even know what the Constitution says. Our Bill of Rights and the Declaration of Independence. They don't know it. So it's very hard to govern the people who don't even know the foundation of the country. That's the hard part. So we think that central government, and the reason why we have a bloated bureaucracy is because the people that's even running for all these offices know that it's a big.
What do you want to say to the next person?
Okay, it's the only place where you can go to become billionaire. There's so many back channels, so many things, and they're just living off of the public dole. And this is the hardest thing. What you just said. Can we shrink it? Yes. But we the people have to get some courage to really do this. And I don't just, Edward's observation is easy too. I don't believe American people have the stomach to embrace this whole thing. Yeah, I don't think they have it. I don't think we have the stomach. I think we're afraid to really hold ourselves accountable, and then our elected officials too. Like people say, oh, you need term limits. No, you just need to vote the people out every time. You know they're not doing it. No, I land there.
That's a good point. Be like, would you follow the Constitution at all in your world at all? That's a good question, right?
Yeah, that's actually my biggest claim. The Constitution is not legitimate in my view because it's only legitimate for the people who are there to sign it. That was their contract. They contracted and they had the opportunity to say, this is what we want for this society, right? New generations that gain the ability to participate in society, we don't get to in or out of what we decide, right, that is going to be beneficial or harmful to us. We just inherited the system that somebody else signed off on us, for us. And so ultimately, yeah, I think that there would just be a couple small, I love the Constitution, but I think that there should be small caveats that would allow for more privatization, a lot more, significant more, a lot more competition, a lot more free market. And, because it's not that I don't like a lot of the things that the government is trying to do. It's just that was never intended for the government to do. That was intended for us to do. How they organize and get our tax dollars together to pass something. The reason they did that then, I believe truly, is because it was beneficial, because we didn't have the technology to connect and network the way that we do today. But we have that now. There's no excuse. We have an amazing ability to connect and network and to take control and to opt in and out with seconds. We spend 7 to 8 hours a day scrolling social media, our kids do anyway, and then God knows how much adults do. Look at us right now. We could spend a couple, hours a week opting in and out to things that we want with direct control over. We have direct agency, right? More accountability. This voting in new representatives, I'll tell you what, that was what got me, that's what made me lose my passion for the Constitution as it stands, because that's what originally was brought to me. They said, oh, you know what? You don't like the way that the laws are, BMO. Well, you got to make sure that you vote. Okay, all right. So make sure as soon as I could, I started to vote. And I started to vote, and I'm like, listen, I'm voting, and these politicians still ain't doing shit. They're not doing what I need them to do. Oh, well, now that you're voting, you also have to campaign for the people that you want to get into, a vote, elected. You got to go out and campaign. You got to put that work in, get them elected. Okay, no problem. So I campaigned all over, local, all the way to presidential. I was doing campaigns for a really long time, thinking that but then you know what I saw? Even after they got elected into office, they still weren't doing what they were doing, what they were supposed to do, or what we elected them to do. And so then I said, well, what now? And then society said, oh, well.
Which president was this, Bima? George Bush? Who was it?
This is, you're talking from.
I know you said you worked even up to a presidential campaign. Let's hear the presidential campaign you worked on.
Definitely the presidential.
Who was it, Bima? Specifics, hello?
There is no specific. It's every elected official. Do you know how many elected officials there are in the United States? Over 500,000. Okay, so this is the ultimate point.
500,000? Holy shit.
Yeah.
Wow.
Exactly. And so ultimately what we're doing is we're just giving our direct agency over to somebody else to make these decisions. And I think that that's a good, I like the organization, but all I'm saying is we should have a little bit more ability to change it, to change things that we could find more benefit to and immediate, so we wait every election. And then sometimes it doesn't matter, because if you're in a stronghold, you're a Republican, you're in a Democratic stronghold, and it affects. Oh, we'll get to a better county, get to a Republican county. Oh, well, look, there ain't no Republican counties in my state. Oh, we'll go to a whole new state. Oh, and then you get to the whole new state, and then you're still there. It's no guarantee. There's no promise, right? And then you wait and you wait to change the laws, right? The one thing that I did like is some of the states in the United States have direct democracy measures, and some are indirect democracy states, right? And the direct democracy measures, I do like that, and I do dig that, as long as they are for deregulation or to protect people from government force versus to force.
But Beamer, if you got pulled over by a trans police officer and he took $10,000 out your car because he thought you were involved in a drug deal, would that give you the right to kill that man dressed as a woman robbing you? Hello?
Well, you said it.
I love the way you articulated your information.
Articulating and ejaculating.
So this is what I would share with you in contrast. You right now get life, liberty, in your pursuit of happiness. That's not given to you by any form of government. That's given to you by your Creator. I agree with you that our representatives do not go there and do what they're supposed to do. I got that. That's because we don't have a country.
Edward is ascending.
People don't stand on their principles. This is the harder part. Because listen, I have a company, right? And if I bring somebody in, I have to keep my word to them. If I'm going to run for any public office, I got to do everything I can to keep my word to the constituents. And really, it's not my word, it's their word. Because I'm supposed to be representing them, not Edward. So when my wife and I here in Orange County, California, go to our meetings, one thing we always say is that,
you keep going in and out a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ann.
No, you're fine.
Can you hear me now?
I got him good, Ann. You sure?
Yeah, I got him good too. It might be you.
Okay, thank you.
So what I've learned, that if you don't show up at a lot of these places, B-Mom, I can tell you literally, the city we live in is 48,000 people, right? In Orange County, Cypress County. We probably get less than 1,000 people show up at our meetings. Okay? And out of that, there's probably literally 73% of our city are registered to vote. I don't care if they're Democrat or not, they just register. We get less than 17% of the people vote in the every 2-year voting and also the presidential election. So it's really, the people who are running know this, that there's not a lot of people that's going to participate. And I think that's where we're missing it, B-Mom, is that the people do not govern themselves enough so they can see all the foolery going on out here. There's a lot of foolery. And that's why I don't trust any. I don't care who it is. Listen, any elected official, I know they do not have my best interest in mind, nor my wife's interest in mind. I already know that. So whatever they're saying, I can take that with a grain of salt. Okay? So, Bima, I hear you, but I hold true to be self-evident that there's no person on planet Earth that has my interest in mind better than me. No mayor, no sheriff, no congressman or woman, not my governor, and not the United States of America. If Edward does not, him and his wife does not keep their own interest in their mind.
It's called personal responsibility.
Exactly, it's my responsibility. So, Bima, I hear you, but for me to actually really give my sovereignty or my agency to some other person, hoping they're going to do right, it's hard for me to believe that one. So,
Edward, are you a Quaker?
Yeah, I agree with you. Edward, I totally agree with you. See, and I think that you're right too. And I learned that also very early on. I've been an elections inspector for many, many years now. Oh my God.
That sounds official. Are you a member of the Communist Party? Is that what makes you an elections inspector?
Inspector is here. Everyone stand up straight. The inspector's here.
Elections inspector does, right? I was an elections inspector back when we were still pulling actual canvases with the little click machines. I don't know, the older.
Damn, Grandma, you are an old sing.
Yeah. And so, my point is I was shocked back then when I would pull canvas for a city of 60 to 70,000 people with only 1,000 people showing up to vote, and you're in a local election. That's insane to me.
That's because it's election fraud.
It's crazy. Okay, that's insane. So yes, and I see that too. But that's the cool thing, because I think most people just want to get along, right? We don't want to have to. We want to be. People don't want. We just don't have the bandwidth to put all of this extra energy into managing whatever we're going to do. But this is the thing: for some of us that do care about things that we don't disagree with, we're stopped.
But Bima, where are you on accounting? Because at, $100 billion a month and 40 trillion in debt, where do you stand on accounting, Bima? I mean, your philosophy's brilliant, but are you an accountant? Are you an actuarial scientist?
Carry on, Bima.
I forgot what I was saying. He's so annoying.
Well, I admitted that I'm one of the most annoying people in the world, but again, I do understand accounting and finance, and when you go to usdebtclock.org and you look at the financial picture, oh my fucking God, but the fact is we have a $60 trillion a year GDP, but so does India, so does China. We're in the top 3. I don't know if anybody's complaining or upset. Thank God you live in America. Just praise God now. Hello?
This is so random, and I don't know why I just thought of it. But what happens if people just never? What if they all just decided not to vote? Does anybody know what happens?
Yeah, the person with the most votes still wins, dumbass.
No, it takes one person to vote. I get that.
Exactly. How much weed are you smoking?
I know. I'm really high right now, so I'm just trying to figure it out. Like, what is going on? Like, what would happen? Does anybody know? I mean, sure.
I know, but I think we need to get more people to participate in their own republic. I think that this is where I think we miss a lot. And right now we're paying for it. We're paying for the neglect.
We pay for the elections through taxes, people. It's your state board of elections.
Yeah, so one thing that Bima said earlier, she said about, the taxes and all these things. Guys, 1913 is when they actually instituted the tax rate, okay, where we get taxed as Americans. Just think about that, 1913. We're only 250 years old as a country. But how did America survive before 1913? Think about it. We did it all through tariffs, export, import, and we still survived. And I don't think that today that a lot of Americans really understand that the government has nothing to really offer us. I mean, really, there's no real benefit. If I made an investment, Bima, in anything, I should get a return on it. And right now, if I have a representative say they're representing me, and we give them our tax dollars, how do I know that I get it back in return? Now, in Orange County, I can tell you that a lot of the tax dollars do go to our schools. We have great schools. I also know that we have great roads out here. Our trees, everything are taken care of. Because we do have people in our city that we know personally, my wife and I, that are there because they care about the city of Cypress. Okay? They care about our parks and recreation. They want to make sure that the sidewalks are balanced, everything. This, to me, is people who live in the same community versus people just going for power. And Bima, you know this. I go around some of these people, they're just there for power. They don't care about nothing else. They just want to keep climbing the ladder, make as much money, meet as many networking people as they can, and get as many free meals and go on golf courses. That's all. So for me, it's really hard because the average American today, correct me if I'm wrong, everyone, the average American today is uninformed about how it's supposed to really work.
Yeah, I agree with you. I definitely agree with you. Especially with, I definitely agree. I worry though, is it a worry?
Because over the years, especially in the 20th century, we built such massive piles of legislation. We taught, trained, and indoctrinated the growing generations to think that government's supposed to solve the problem, and they forget that government's only supposed to protect us so we can solve the problems. And it's so interesting when we look at the left and the right. The left and the right have such positives and such cons, and I'm always forced to just side with the political right, even though I know that there are things that need to be done that the political left are saying, just because I know that it's not the government's job, you know? And I wish that we just had a better opportunity to do that, or teach people that it is up to us to build these solutions and to resolve this ourselves. But at the same time, we need legislation out of the way so we have the ability to do that. That's why I liked one thing Trump has made me very proud about is his, I always mention this, it's his promise to eliminate 10 pieces of legislation for every one he passed. That was the promise he made to himself. In January, he said at the Economic Forum, and then I'm not sure if he mentioned it again during the State of the Union, but I think he said it both times where he said, I'm averaging, over 125 pieces of legislation that I'm removing, right? And this is the thing, a lot of Democrats are frustrated because they see how so much funding is being pulled from so many aspects of society. And that's the way it's supposed to be, though. And it's not to say, right, Democrats process it as, oh, you don't care. You don't care about education. You don't care about health care. You don't care about money. The thing is no, we care about it. But we care about it so much that we know the right thing to do is to let us solve it. Because we're going to come up with the better solutions versus a bunch of pencil neck bureaucrats that, get together, they slap one thing together and think that that's the one way that we can solve a problem, with the infinite number of ways that this world power with all these amazing people, everybody that's listening to this right now, absolutely brilliant minds, right, that we can't come up with better solutions, right? Even if it's a year later, even if it's past what, a year later, right? We have to be able to continue to improve all of our processes. So we have to deregulate.
If you gave him a bigger neck than I would have. You said a pencil neck. I don't think I have a neck.
I know that from my COVID.
Yeah, I know, but it's pretty crazy because these people have literally, what are they actually doing? They're just pushing paper, and this legislation that they just passing, like you said, most people don't even know it. They don't even understand it. We got so many legislators that the average American cannot even understand. Listen, there's 81,000 pages to the U.S. tax code. 81,000. Why? It's just crazy. That's what I mean by you get people who really have zero value trying to explain to people how each state should operate, but not how only each state, because this is my understanding. I'm a land on this guy. We have 350 independent Americans. We have 50 independent states. And we have 435 people in the House and 100 in the Senate. I do not know why they don't leave us alone. Just leave us alone. Period. Let us decide, because I personally believe that we can, my wife and I, we can invest our money better. We can take care of ourselves better. Just leave us alone, because I've learned already that no form of government can spend our money better than we can as the American. And I really believe that if we did not have all this stuff over our head.
Edward, that's where the Libertarian Party is trying to liberate America. It's in the name, Edward. Join the Libertarians.
Do you ever do that, Edward?
House of Terror. I can't go that far. I'm a Republican. I choose a Republic for which we stand. I still believe I'm personally responsible for the outcome of my life.
Then what is it about a Republican form of government which you think is the optimal form of government?
Please enlighten us, Dr. Edward.
What truth do I hold self-evident? Right? I don't think a lot of people hold their truth to be self-evident. That my life, my liberty, and my pursuit of whatever I want to pursue is up to Edward. I say this a lot, guys. Am I willing to work for the outcome I seek in life? Whatever it is. Am I willing to put the work in? Am I willing to do? I tell my children all the time, you got to decide, are you willing to work for the outcome that you seek? And I personally believe today that a lot of Americans have excuses and they want to go to some central area to see if they can help. And that's just crazy. Okay, I'm sorry. There's no one. My dad used to say this all the time. Okay, my dad was born in 1919. My grandpa was born in late 1800s. And they both said, oh, life comes out of a parachute. The person's going to be your biggest problem every day is the one you see in the mirror.
Yeah, you're so amazing to have around, Edward. You know, just listening to you, it's so, I don't know if you understand the depth of the influence that you have, but I have to say, every time I hear you speak, it really inspires me, even when I'm feeling like hopeless and sad, and you know how we could cycle about our thoughts. It's such a good, a good refreshing, I don't know how to explain
It's
it.
very wholesome. They feel
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
And it makes me feel good. It makes me feel like, you know what? There is a lot of problems, but I'm gonna get up tomorrow and I'm gonna do stuff because I still have the ability, the capacity, and we have so much opportunity. Yeah. Thank you, Edward, for always, constantly just awesome positivity and really uplifting and encouraging.
It's a philosophy, really. It's neurolinguistic programming.
My wife says this all the time to me, Mom. We were fortunate to be born in America to where we have the opportunity to do what we do. An opportunity that someone, before we ever got here, said that you can pursue your own happiness, your life and your liberty comes from God. You have a right to protect your family. I'm going to use what I know that's been written way before I got here. I'm 62. This country will, in July 4th, be 250 years old. The longest standing constitution. Okay? The Constitution was never built for an individual. It was built for the people. And I personally believe that a lot of people miss out on the supreme law of the land. Because that's why I tell people all the time, you guys focus on Donald Trump or Barack Obama or Joe Biden or whoever the president is. That's not even the issue, guys. You are the president of your life. It is so sad. And I deal with this a lot with ethnically black people because they want to always name all the people. Nelson Mandela, Malcolm X, Dr. King. Like my dad used to tell me all the time. Didn't Dr. King say, I have a dream? I is a personal pronoun. And my dad used to tell me all the time, that's not my dream, that's his dream. I have my own wife, I have my own kids, I have my own house. So I learned that from my father. So I'm going to take what my father, my grandfather taught me. You are responsible for your own life. And never let anybody tell you there's no person thinking about you every day. And my dad used to say this, and I'll never forget. If you think some white guy sitting around at your house thinking about you every day, you have mental issues. My dad said I would have mental issues. Because no white guy is sitting around thinking about me. And if they are, my father said, you both got mental issues. But I'm not focused on that. I'm 62.
I think about how I can bring about the demise of the black people of the earth on a daily basis.
Yeah, thanks, Pete. Thanks.
Well, that's good stuff.
No, that'd be like.
Edward, did you read what Clarence Thomas said just this week in Austin, Texas, about the Constitution? He touches on some of the points you're making.
I haven't got to read it yet, but I will look it up because it did come to my feed because I love what Thomas, what he writes, because obviously, again, he's one of the longest-sitting Supreme Court people, but yet he is really, for me, an individual who loves the documents. He tries his heart.
He completely describes in the legislative speak what you just described about, those of us who choose to be left alone by our government and pursue the core tenets of the Constitution. we require people like him to basically put it in the context of how the political entities in the country threaten those, rights that were extended to us by the Constitution, right? So, and what I find nice about this, because I don't know how his comments could have been more perfectly timed than like right now. He went to Austin, Texas, which is the liberal capital of Texas, and at the university, which is the only liberal university in Texas, and had enough gut. He was not booed. No one threw anything at him. There were no protests. And he was in a rare situation where he was able to articulate that without distraction or disruption. You should read it. He had a speech, and then they had a question and answer period where he was asked, and he reinforced his points in his lecture, which I think you'll find resonate with what he just told everybody here.
I definitely want to look at it. My wife and I look at it. They give us some good stuff for tonight to watch.
Well, I mean, it's just, I usually bring it up because I read it, of course, and you're just, like I said, those of us who are preoccupied with the whole effort of trying to control the rest of us actually live a life where we go out, realize no one really gives a shit about us. There's no white man trying to take me down, and there's no black man trying to take me down type mentality. Your dad, that was pretty good advice from your dad, by the way. I hope you think of your dad quite often, but that's the deal, man. I don't think it could.
And I respect him and my grandpa. I respect. They own property in America. And my grandpa, my dad always said they never met a slave. They never met a slave owner. So they're not going to have a slave mentality. They're American. They love this country, and they're going to be American. To me, I'm just grateful that I was born in that home. I'm grateful that God chose those to be my parents and my granddad. And there were men who showed up. And I'm just very fortunate because my dad said, son, in this life, you will be with responsibility, not your ethnicity. And he said, you're going to be a person of something. You're not going to walk through life being it.
Yeah, see, I used to think that our, philosophical and intellectual understanding of the American principle and the core tenets of our foundational documents were so broadly understood, and I underestimated how the corruption against it over 2 or 3 generations could erode that to the point where when we were younger, you just needed a reminder once in a while to remember what America stood for. Now it's constantly under attack. We've had 2 generations of indoctrination at our education institutions, and I'm beginning to think it's going to require a systematic, refresher of why and how our country's different from all the other countries that ever preceded us with sort of a core document. You know what I'm saying? So it is the sort of discussion of the day, and that's why I keep telling you to go ahead and read it, because I hope there's very few voices that could be as articulate as his. He spoke. The speech reminded me, Edward, I don't know if you still read, but if you want to really read something boring that will matter for the rest of your life, go ahead and read Abraham Lincoln's Diaries. It teaches you how to think and speak succinctly. And when I listened to Thomas talk, he reminded me of how Abraham told people you've heard the Gettysburg Address. That's just a few hundred words, and there's very few messages ever better communicated than that. And that's what he sounded like. That's what he sounded like today. So I'm just going to say, for the last time I get lost, I'll go drink some beer or something. But the deal is, if you get a chance, go ahead and listen to Thomas. It's pretty good.
we always say, who would have ever thought that the people that's most affected by law would think that people want some of the defund the police? Now, the people that's already having the most difficulty, right? This is great. And all of a sudden you would say, we're going to send social workers into the community where people are getting murdered and assaulted at the highest clip. Does anybody think that any of this stuff does not make sense? A lot of stuff sounds great on paper, but you still need people to be responsible for whatever they're doing. And the two words I do not hear often on Clubhouse is responsibility and accountability.
I think that might be asking too much.
I always, I love everything I have to say. I'm going to push back a little bit. Just a little bit of flair for a second. The defund the police situation. So, I'm very passionate about police and how we perceive them in the United States. I think a lot of people see them as the people who are like, oh, how could we defund police? We have crimes. We need people, a nice organization to combat and keep track of holding criminals accountable. We need this institution. I don't think that that's what defund the police is saying. Defund the police isn't about that. It's about all of the other things that come with the institution of law enforcement that are negatively affecting a cycle that are causing, it's just creating an endless cycle of criminality and circumstance, and then because of where you are, and because of the beats, because of the over policing, because of the lack of whatever there might be in the particular area, it's just going to be a constant thing. They talk about the school to prison pipeline and stuff like that. So what I would like to have seen, because the defund the police, that gets everybody immediately, like, you just want to reject. Like, yeah, what do you mean? You're telling me that people are gonna run amok and create crimes, and nobody's gonna be there to, like, that's what you want. You want chaos, you want anarchy. I ain't gonna say. No, that's not what we want. We want defensive security. We want people to be there to hold people accountable for their crimes, okay? But what that requires is if you are not committing a crime that involves a person or person's property, then you can't have violent back force be the solution to something that isn't a violent one to begin with. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's a problem. It's a contradiction, not even a hypocrisy. I don't know what we would call that, but it's not proportionate. It doesn't make sense. So we see how other countries, and I understand we have a large population, and I get that, and also communities that are going to require different levels, right, of this because of whatever is happening at the time. But I think that we really need to start to transition out of everything being violent back force. We need to look into rehabilitation and restitution. What is it called? Restoration. A different type of jail system, because the recidivism rates, this doesn't make sense. This isn't helping anybody, and we're not helping. I mean, like, I just think that's crazy. So yeah, let's not defund the police entirely. We might be able to get there. There's a town that's next to me that has no police in the entire town. Zero. No police department. They only have a sheriff. And that's just been the case forever. And you could imagine how do they solve crimes? You think they don't have crimes? Yeah, of course they have crimes. Of course they do. But they have, maybe
Bima, this goes back to what Dr. Edward was saying about personal responsibility. We don't use our rights. We've got a Second Amendment right, but we've got a debt problem. How do we solve it? We arm ourselves, obviously. Hello.
So you think with a debt problem, arm ourselves, and then what do we do with the army?
It's called making an adjustment to a budget. Hello? Again, I know you're not an accountant or an actual scientist, but numbers and finance are real, as we just occurred an hour ago when we were talking about math. Some of you think that math isn't real, that $100 billion a month in VIG on a $40 trillion mortgage isn't real. Those are your taxes you're gonna have to pay back, everybody. Everybody owes $400,000 to the government. You just don't know it yet. Hello?
So there's a couple things.
Hello.
I think that when we say, and I want somebody to look this up, we have 350 million Americans. Can anyone tell me how many law enforcement that we have in the United States, including all federal law, federal FBI, everybody?
A couple million?
Million.
That is less than a million.
170,000?
Yeah, there you go. See, so look at the number. Look at, we have 350 million Americans, and we have less than a million law enforcement. Okay, guys, most of America are governing themselves. How about defund the criminal? How about people talk about the people that are actually assaulting all the people and breaking in there and doing really bad stuff?
Stop providing retirement programs in prison. When someone murders, we kill them. We save the money. Hello?
Nobody cut off Edward.
It's okay, Bebop. Listen, I got it. So all I'm saying to you guys is this. I'm 62. I've never been arrested. I've never gotten involved with the police in the sense of, have I been pulled over yet?
He's a smooth criminal.
Thank you, Pepe. You're correct.
He's a smooth criminal.
Because I'm choosing not, Pepe, to be reckless in life. Because I've learned from my father, again, the word reckless made with two words. Whatever I wreck, I would have less of it. So one thing I'm not going to do is participate in criminal behavior. That's a choice that Edward gets to make and everyone else gets to make. So, and we all know this, and you correct me if I'm wrong. If you're driving down the freeway and you happen to see a black and white, what happens to all of us?
Come on, Edward. We know you ran out of embalmer's fluid at some point and you used maple syrup. Come on, Edward. You cut some corners at the mortuary. We know, Edward.
Stop. Okay. What we all do is we all know that. Okay. So the bottom line is, most police officers, again, look up the number. How many people who serve as a police officer, a sheriff, an FBI Secret Service, in their whole career, 45 years, 40 years, 35 years, never use their firearm? Never.
Majority of them.
And I think that's really good. See, and this is the thing.
Except for a lot of women that just pull it out by accident and shoot somebody by accident. Oops!
Don't you have somewhere to be? See, this is what I love about our country, because Edward, you're right, and we have a lot of problems, right? Sure, no, yes, I agree. But we govern ourselves, and we are really good people. We're generally really good people. And what I'm saying is the level of law enforcement that we have now, it's not that it even has to be lower. It just has to be different, because even if it's just a million, there are still so many circumstances in many different areas across the United States. Let's say that even if there were just, I don't know, I mean, you could just say half the union, or we could say even a quarter. We could say, I don't know, like 15.
Half the union, what is this, 1865, Bima?
Okay, if we have issues with police that can be improved, we should want to improve them. I've seen for myself how law enforcement,
Bima, how are you going to improve a cop? You've been on Clubhouse. People here have the emotional tolerance of a gnat. How are you going to change a whole culture, Bima? What are you going to do? Put them in police re-education camps, Bima? Hello?
State to state and culture to culture, particularly with what type of area, what type of city, whatever type of scape, you know what I'm saying, right? Environment, you might need more, you might need less, whatever. But in some areas, there are a lot more problems that they don't need to exist. And I want to point those out.
I think I disagree with what you're saying entirely. We're one of the only, in fact, I think we might be the only, like, what I would consider highly advanced economies, or country in the world, an economy like ours, that allows people something like the Second Amendment. It is unheard of in other countries that are similar to ours. Guns are everywhere. In fact, it's so guns are so prevalent that it's not hard for the bad guys to get a hold of a gun. Now, our police have to deal with something that the police in Britain have to, in France and the Netherlands have to deal with on a much at a much less frequency than ours do. And it is also true that, and you have to understand, that changes the game of policing. It's not, police officers have to assume everybody is armed because, it's not hard for people to get a gun. And if you're a criminal, you're probably, there's a good chance you'll have one.
That's true.
And it is also true that if you look at a map of any given city, and sometimes the cities by and large, or towns even, can be a hot spot in and of themselves, but you are going to get police that live in, or that are working in a city that has a huge violent crime problem. And the reason I'm bringing up violent crime is because violent criminals are the ones that will tend to, shoot at the police, point a gun at the police, that kind of stuff. You're kind of asking for like a perfect system where you cannot have perfection. Without firearms, fine, nobody's allowed to own firearms. The cops can't own them, people can't own them. There's a complete abolition of firearms. Something tells me that there's still going to be, abuses that will take place, miscalculations. I don't see it. There's no such thing as a perfect police officer.
That's true, Pepe.
They all have to make snap judgments.
I agree. I think, Chris, you wanted to mention something about this. Do you want to jump in? Chris?
I was going off on basically what Edwin said about, look, about the whole defund the police. Most people, especially black people, we're not yelling defund the police. I got homies who are police officers. One of them went to school with, and they never done any type of activity to where they violated somebody's rights or anything. But we're not asking to defund the police. We're just simply asking for the percentage of cops who do criminal activity. We want them to be treated just like actual criminals. Because an actual criminal does a crime, they go to prison. Well, the cop who does it, the exact same thing, should go to prison too.
Can you give examples though of like where our police used to be far more corrupt? Like the special with the special something division, I forget what it was in New York City, more than half of them got arrested and fired. It was the special investigations division, and they like being corrupt like in the NYPD was common. I mean, it's like you're a sucker if you're not corrupt. But today, that's like, you hear about these examples, and I think you'll always continue to hear about examples because people are corruptible. But you do see people getting caught. And I would say like those police body cams have been obviously a game changer. It makes it very hard for police to just, it's hard for them to be secretive or lie about an encounter.
Yeah. Chris, did you want to keep going? Or
that's it right now. If I come up with something, I'll definitely say.
All right, appreciate it, man. Also follow the house, by the way, if you don't mind. They appreciate it. Jennifer, you wanted to jump in? Hello.
Hi. Yeah, I don't really necessarily have anything to say about police, but I wanted to say in the aspect of like contradiction as far as like human beings. Like I work with children and I have since the 80s. I've worked with children since probably 85. And I've noticed recently that children nowadays are very contradictory and they're also, I don't know, they don't have a filter. They say things and do things that you know, I don't know what the age is in this group, but I'm 50 and they say and do things that I would never say and do as a child or a teenager.
Yeah,
so
but you're like a granny. Like my grandparents would have to walk barefoot and shit to school. Or...
No, I wouldn't say that, but yeah, I don't know. Like kids don't really have a filter these days, and they don't have a concept of what's right and wrong, and I don't know. So it's like it's challenging when it comes to younger adults and kids, and I don't know. So anyway, I just wanted to share that.
I was just trolling.
But yeah, I guess I'm a granny, Peppy.
I was trolling you. I'm sorry.
No, I know I'm not a granny, but thank you.
Thank you for sharing that, Jennifer.
I have a 9-year-old, so I'm definitely not a granny.
Wait, did you have birth at 42?
Why you got that smile?
No, I'm curious.
I birthed my daughter when I was 40. Yeah, I have a 9-year-old. She's about to be 10 in June.
And was that your first or first?
My one and only. Yeah. I mean,
It's actually pretty good. Like, is that?
I got pregnant before her, but I unfortunately miscarried, and I wanted to have more after her, but unfortunately my marriage didn't work out. So.
I'm sorry.
Thank you,
Jennifer.
That's
for first time birth. For a first time birth, generally, like I've heard that women can get pregnant after 40, but it's like statistical likelihood if you've already given birth is a much higher. But go like having your first child at 40 is like a it's
not uncommon. And honestly, I think at this point I probably could have another because my menstruation is. I mean, not to share too much of my business, but yeah, I probably could have another. I just don't have a partner right now, unfortunately.
Oh, where do you live?
Anyway, but my point was that I work with kids, and I've noticed that like my high schoolers are, I don't know, they're just very.
You can say it.
Yeah. They cuss in front of their elders, and their teachers and their leaders and the directors, and like it's nothing, like it's no business. Where when I was a kid, like I don't know, I had boundaries in front of my leaders, So anyway.
Is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Republicans and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 Mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Reports and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortion from out of state. Allow teens to
The lecturer who knows all. The lecturer who knows all. Brandon is the text. Brandon is the scam. Brandon is the fraud.
before it was
Well, what are you stuck doing then?
Chicago man,
She has a fucking 9-year-old
fraud and criminal
Well,
Red questions and socialism.
Yeah, I mean, I left my husband 3 years ago, and in addition to raising a 9-year-old, I homeschool her, and I also manage a business. So my life, and I travel a lot. So because of business,
Now we
so
gotta
my
go help
life
people
is
customize and
pretty
save hundreds of
chaotic.
millions.
And the times when I want to go out and meet men, I don't really have that opportunity because, you know, I have a 9-year-old on my side. So
I would say there is one group.
hopefully her dad will step up a little bit.
Jennifer, I know you're just getting to know Pepe, but Pepe is a very eligible bachelor, Jennifer.
She's kind of it. Shut the fuck up. God damn, dude.
He's a real polite young guy, Jennifer. You're gonna love Pepe. He's so polite.
Down, dude. Holy shit.
Who is that?
It's the usual
It's,
guy.
yeah, it's fucking
The nose picker guy.
Kitover?
Yeah, he's screaming and doing his stupid
Oh
shit.
yeah. Oh gosh, please.
Oh
I
yeah,
hope
wish
he's not
you right.
streaming this conversation.
Everything's being streamed, so if you're,
Oh,
don't want your
goodness.
business all over the place.
Anyway, no,
would
it's all
say
good. I
this.
have nothing to hide it.
I do think this is where women will say it's not her demographic at her age, and she is somewhat anomalous to have a 9-year-old at 50.
Yeah.
But if you meet a woman who's like, let's say 24, and she already has a kid or two, and you're 24, I would say like to a young man, I would tell him, yeah, don't do that. Just
Yeah.
if you can avoid it, just do not do that. You need to spend a life of your own, girl. And I would say the exact same thing to a woman. If the 24-year-old man, it's just like, look, you guys are really young. Don't go with the single parent. And if anything, let the people that already have kids meet each other. I would say as we get older, so I was 30 when I met my ex. But got that new group together for 3 years, and then it ended right when the pandemic started, and I didn't really care to date or anything. It was hard at first, but very much like super comfortable not like wanting to date. That's like unflattering pictures of myself, like on dating apps.
don't want to be racist, but like, you know, that's even though like they're whiter than me. So I guess
Yeah, it's not racist.
Yeah, right.
It's
And I
not
hope if it.
No,
Because I hope we
it's-
got too high. But
Yeah.
but still they stealing everything they could, and they're and then I knew they were well well-versed in boxing, so I stayed away from like confrontation because I even told the people around them like, look, you know, we might be stronger than that or whatever. I'm the people, you know, but they could, you know, it's gonna be like 3 times harder to beat them, you know, than somebody that doesn't know how to fight. So we gotta be careful because we can't like stuff. But yeah, I'm not afraid of that.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like
I'm glad you know about that.
Even when I went to Spain, like I went to Marbella last year, and they were like, there was so many of them. Like, they were out of like there was like hundreds of them, like just congregating, but like using, I don't know, like they made it feel like it was their territory. You know what I mean? And then if you don't hear that, then like you're the problem. And it's crazy. It's like honestly everywhere you go.
But I heard everyone in the U.S. is because of the immigration policies. So isn't that reflective of some of that? Because if you have people like that, you can say, okay, you can't just camp out in the corner.
Yeah.
Like you gotta go. You know. So
that's like, yeah, they pay taxes. They don't all taxes. They park up wherever they want, and then they leave like rubbish. They cause trouble. Like people in the UK are focusing on immigrants that are like brown or different but actually the people that cause trouble all of this like stuff to like divide and actually
I mean, even in the US, we don't deport people because of their skin color. We deport them if they're illegal or if they commit crime.
yeah.
welcome to the new moon. How are you feeling tonight, Aurora?
Oh, just doing the doings. How about yourself? You reading good books? Causing shenanigans?
Yeah, causing shenanigans.
What could you call shenanigans? You're really good at that, actually.
Everybody hates you.
Me?
No, that's what people say to me all the time.
Say me.
Everybody hates you.
I actually don't hate you. Quite like you. You remind me of somebody that I was quite fond of. In a platonic way. He was interested in all the same things you're interested in, except you're smarter. And probably more successful. Yeah. But he taught me enough that that's why you and I were able to click.
Oh, because of this guy, the inferior magician.
No. He's a master magician. He just didn't have the same. Yeah, everybody's got their own path. There's so many magicians. So many.
I saw this girl's.
Gosh, and they're all over the world. Yeah.
There was this girl's dating profile. She was like, if you are a magician, a comedian, or a politician, I want to have nothing to do with you. Swipe left. I was like, how the fuck did she know?
All three.
All right.
Oh, jeez. Actually, you and I have so much in common based on things that we studied. We would enjoy each other's company. Just.
This is the same thing. Whether just imagine we're separated by a glass wall. It's the same thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I'm good.
Somehow
We what?
Somehow you motivated somebody to put money in my PayPal account without me asking. Now he's got a mouth heartbeat.
Well, when I ate that steak and stayed at a hotel room when I ran for Congress because people on Clubhouse gave me money, I enjoyed it all the much more, believe me.
Because they gave you money. They did, didn't they?
I literally had like a really nice dinner, and I was like, because of people on Clubhouse, I was like, I can't believe this is, it wasn't a lot of money, but it was like, I'm still really appreciating it came from people from this app because I consider what I do to be entertainment, and I think I was compensated pretty much because I'm like, providing content for people, There's no other way to raise the money.
Yeah. Well, you definitely do provide content, that's for sure. And you're probably one of the most documented men in this modern age. Somewhat.
Yeah. Most people though, they're like, it's just in his office. He's got 100,000 videos of him sitting in his room in his apartment. It's a lot of videos.
Well, somehow you managed to include me and several others into your repertoire. And caused us to well known, whether we knew it or not.
Wow.
So it's because of you actually that so much attention was drawn to little old me. I'm pretty sure of it.
By who?
You were one of the reasons. Huh?
By who? Who's your benefactor?
Who's the benefactor? Well, there was a lot of people who were paying attention to you, apparently, and me. And they were taking notice in my local area. Yeah. So they benefited from the ideas and concepts that we spoke about here. We moved people, inspired them.
So what, you like did something? You did something like in the real world?
Me?
You?
Yes, I've done things. Now lately, no, but I've done some magnificent things in the real world. Unbelievable stuff. So have you. You're a magician. Of course you have.